Chapter 1121. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Captain, are you crying?" "Yeah." Long put down the mug and reached out to wipe the tear on his face. "People cry when they are sad. Is it strange?" "Very strange." Gao Yang answered truthfully. "I never thought that someone like you would cry, and it was too sudden. It's true that I haven't cried for many years. I even forgot when was the last time." Long narrowed his eyes slightly. "Were you very sad just now?" "Yes." Long nodded. "Why, because of the miracle rune?" Gao Yang was surprised. "Could it be that you also spied on God just now?" Long shook his head. "I really want to take a look, but unfortunately I didn't. I just suddenly remembered a dream I had a long time ago." "What dream?" "I dreamed that I opened the door to the end with my own hands, but I couldn't see anything." Long smiled sadly, with a hint of childishness in his eyes. Very sad. Gao Yang was surprised and thought of his previous dream. The black and white wall, the swamp river, the big tree that gave birth to the beast. "Captain, did you dream of the door to the end because you were thinking about it?" Gao Yang asked. Long shook his head again. "When I dreamed of the door, Qilin had not yet proposed the door of the end." "No wonder you have always believed in the existence of the door." Gao Yang suddenly realized, "You have seen it in your dream a long time ago." Long nodded. "It is not just a dream, but it is difficult for me to prove it to you." "I can understand." Gao Yang said, "I also dreamed of a place that does not belong here, but I also firmly believe that it is not just a dream. This is the special ability of the head and tail." Long gently tapped his temple with his index finger. "Our dreams can escape the present and see the past or the future." Gao Yang remembered that his consciousness had briefly traveled back to his past body and talked to Nana in the abyss. He suddenly understood something. Perhaps it was not a dream, but our consciousness really went to the past or the future and stayed there, just like consciousness travel. Gao Yang guessed. Long thought, maybe it is true. Gao Yang speculated again. Greed cannot spy on the fate of you and me. Maybe this is the reason. Our consciousness does not always stay in this world, and our fate is not simply linear. Long's eyes flashed with joy, but then the light turned sad again. Long looked up and handed the miracle rune to Gao Yang. "I give it back to you." Gao Yang looked puzzled and didn't take it. "Captain, you need the miracle rune more than me. I'm lucky to be only level 6, and it's still early for level 8. Besides, it's unknown whether I can reach level 8. Long nodded. "I'm level 7 domination." "Then you should take it even more." Gao Yang insisted. "Only if you successfully reach level 8 can we win." Long sighed lightly. "Gao Yang, I'm sorry, I can't help much in the farewell battle." "What do you mean?" Gao Yang was puzzled. "Are you going to sleep again?" "I won't sleep again. The next time I sleep, it will be forever." Long looked at Gao Yang calmly. "Then you?" Gao Yang didn't understand. "Have you run out of power in your body?" "I just fought with a dead beast for 2 moves, and it didn't drain me." Long replied. "Why is that?" "I don't understand," Gao Yang said. Gao Yang. Long stuffed the miracle rune into Gao Yang's hand. "The final battle is your mission, not mine." "Then what is your mission?" "My mission is after yours," Long said. "I don't understand." "The secret cannot be revealed." Long blinked mysteriously. "How come all of you have become Bailey? Gao Yang held back his complaints. Gao Yang was a little unwilling, and was silent for a while, and couldn't help asking, "Captain, are you really not going to join the battle?" "I will join the battle," Long said, "but I'm afraid I can't deal with the 7 dead beasts. I can only deal with 1 at most, and it can't be the strongest arrogance." Gao Yang was stunned for 2 seconds, and finally reacted. "Wait, if I understand correctly, you mean that you originally planned to deal with 7 dead beasts alone?" Long blinked innocently. "Yes." Gao Yang looked embarrassed. "Captain, are you serious? If Dominant is upgraded to level 8, it can be." Long paused and added, "It should be. It should be possible?" Gao Yang really couldn't help it, and said a little sarcastically, "You are quite serious in speaking." Long heard Gao Yang's implication and smiled frankly. "Gao Yang, you don't know how strong Dominant and Luck are." "Who is stronger between them?" Gao Yang asked. "Luck," Long answered without hesitation. Gao Yang was stunned. "Why?" "You will know." Long smiled and did not continue the topic. "Take the rune, and we will talk about it after you win the final battle." "Yes." Gao Yang did not ask any more questions, and put the rune away. Long picked up the mug and drank the coffee quietly. Gao Yang thought of something else. "By the way, Dohu said that you are no longer the leader of the 12 zodiac signs." "Yes." Long lowered his head and blew the coffee. I am no longer qualified as a leader. Even so, there is something I still want to discuss with you, Gao Yang said. What is it? Long asked. Yes. Gao Yang was not surprised by Long's cleverness. It would be better to say that Long would have a problem if he couldn't think of this matter. Analyze it, Long said. Captain, do you still need me to analyze it? Gao Yang was in a complicated mood. Let's talk about it. I may not have considered it comprehensively, Long said. Okay. Gao Yang went through the information in his mind and analyzed. 4 days ago, in the desert of Ningguo, we were attacked by angry dead beasts. After escaping, I sacrificed one of my clones. According to the information conveyed to me by the clone's suicide, I guess Li's body may have been inhabited by the dead beast Greed. I immediately returned to Liqing to confirm this matter, and concluded that Li, the goddess of song, and greed were the same identity. This speculation has been confirmed by the second attack of the dead beast on us last night. Based on this, the following is my speculation. I left the team alone to prevent Li's destiny slice, but everyone was still found by Li. This shows that I am not Li's entry point. She has other entry points. This entry point is most likely Kyo. Now we all know that destiny slice. It is not the ability of Mr. Li Prophet, but the ability of the dead beast Greed. Before Kyo lost his memory, he was a member of the Tail team and served the Songmu cult. It is very likely that he was manipulated by the goddess of Song, that is, the dead beast Greed. His ability is close to what Greed did to Mr. Li, but it is definitely more hidden and has more restrictions. Who knew that Zhuang Mei would disrupt the situation halfway, causing Kyo to lose contact with Greed? It was not until Greed was awakened by the King of Horns and his energy was completely restored that he reconnected with Kyo and found our hiding place through Kyo twice. Long listened quietly without interrupting. Also, the dead beasts were clearly well prepared for last night's sneak attack. Wangshu's fake moon domain has no real harm, but it is very restraining against talents such as perception, voice transmission, Bird King, strangeness, which are all range-based spiritual talents. In addition, within Wangshu's domain, your dominance domain cannot be activated. I guess talents such as domain stance and barrier should also be restrained. Long nodded. From Mr. Li's words, we can know that even through Kyo's fate slice, it can't spy on your and my fate, which has been confirmed from other aspects. So, the dead beast's last target was not me, nor you, but other awakeners. The dead beasts didn't use their full strength at the beginning, but just delayed time, probably to cooperate with Greed's tactics, wanting to secretly occupy their fate, and Greed almost succeeded. It's a pity that you appeared, and then I arrived, and the dead beasts had to evacuate. The dead beasts don't seem to be united, but they have a consensus on the general principles. Everything at present is likely still in Greed's layout. Whether Kyo is willing or not, she is still a chess piece of Greed, which will be a huge hidden danger to us. Long nodded. It's almost the same as my conclusion. So Gao Yang's eyes sank slightly. Kyo, we can't just ignore it. Have you made a decision? Long asked. Chapter 1122. I have discussed this with Zhu Kei, Dohu, and Johan. Gao Yang stated calmly. We came up with 3 ways to deal with it. 1. Kill. 2. Put her under house arrest. 3. Expel her. Have you ever thought about cutting off the connection between her and Greed? Long asked. I thought of this method first. Gao Yang said, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Greed must be killed. It is probably not possible to forcibly cut off the connection on Kyo's side, so she must be put under house arrest before that. Long looked at Gao Yang. What do you plan to do? First put her under house arrest, and everyone will vote together. Gao Yang said, Kyo is one of us, and this matter cannot be decided by 1 or 2 people. Have you ever thought that doing so is unfair to Kyo? Long said. Zhu Kei thinks so too. Gao Yang looked at the grave under his feet, but I think that leaving it alone is unfair to everyone. Group unfairness is not more important than individual unfairness. Long said. I know. Gao Yang nodded, but the cause planted by an individual should not be borne by the group. Everyone should be responsible for their own past. Long looked pleased and smiled faintly. Dark Horse, you have grown up again. Growth. Gao Yang pondered the word. When I was a child, I thought it was a positive word. Now? Now. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Who knows? At tea time, the living room of the Guituan villa was crowded with people. There was obviously not enough space. Some people stood or sat directly on the ground. Except for the unconscious Xiao Xian, Tiango and Kyo, everyone else was there. With the lesson from last time, Chen Ying and Johan no longer stayed away from the crowd, but conducted reconnaissance work in the house, so that if there was any abnormality, everyone could immediately notice it. This meeting was hosted by Ju-Kei and Do-hoo. The two first explained the half-strength plan in detail. After half an hour of discussion, they basically came to a conclusion. Okay, now it's time to vote. Ju-Kei said, those who agree with the half-strength plan, please raise your hands. Within 5 seconds, everyone raised their hands one after another. Ju-Kei was a little surprised. Although I guessed that this plan would pass, I didn't expect it to be passed unanimously. Do-hoo was holding a cigarette in his mouth. Considering the crowded crowd and the children in the room, he didn't light it. Since it has passed, the next step is to choose whether to stay or leave. Those who want to continue fighting will stay, and those who want to become ordinary people will transfer their talents to those who stay through Ju-Kei. Do-hoo hurriedly threw a coquettish eye at Qingling. Qi-shi, what do you think? Do you want to consider retiring and giving me your talent? Qingling didn't say anything, and coldly glanced at the dragon-eating giant sword behind Do-hoo. Do-hoo felt a chill on his back, and suddenly felt that he had become a prey. Do-hoo quickly changed his target, and looked at Lei with a smile. Lei, don't you always like to slack off? Why don't you just stop working and take a long vacation? Haha, Uncle Hu, you don't understand. Slacking off at work is fun, but taking a vacation is boring. Lei looked respectful, but he was roaring in his heart. I'm Lei, not Lei. Also, if the world is really peaceful, I would definitely like to be an ordinary person, but in this situation, I still choose more skills are better to feel more secure. Do-hoo didn't give up, and cast his eager eyes on Hong Xiaoxiao. Little Hong Hong. Huh? Hong Xiaoxiao straightened her body immediately, as if facing a great enemy. It's not easy for your parents to raise you these years. Now you have finally graduated. You must work hard to repay your parents' kindness. Now there is such an opportunity in front of you. You must cherish it. Tiger, Uncle Tiger. Hong Xiaoxiao summoned her courage and shouted, thank you for your concern. But I decided to stay and continue fighting. Why? Do-hoo looked disappointed. I just want to fight. Hong Xiaoxiao blushed. Because I can't let down Cantu and Zhonghe, I have to fight to the last second. Only in this way, I can face them after death. Hong Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth secretly. TSK. Do-hoo smacked his lips, and suddenly looked at Nana with a smirk. Grandma, look. How dare you? The power of my king is also something that you mortals can covet. Nana put her hands on her hips, and refused mercilessly. You are all stingy. Do-hoo was anxious. I am not doing this for myself, I am doing this for the final victory. Do you have any sense of the overall situation? Then why don't you give your talent to Qi-shi? Gregor interrupted. The effect is the same. Do-hoo was speechless. Gregor smiled. Although Mark is only your nominal father, it is against human ethics to kill him. It is just right to let Qi-shi help you kill him without moral burden, isn't it better? You. Do-hoo was anxious. Alright. Ju-Kei glared at Do-hoo. You are so ugly, don't bother people here. I. Do-hoo stuttered. Ju-Kei interrupted. Everyone has 2 days to think about it. Whether you stay to fight or become an ordinary person, once you make a decision, you can't regret it. In addition, those who want to be ordinary people can decide who to give their talents to. For those who give up the gift, I will distribute it based on the premise of maximizing combat power. Ju-Kei looked at everyone. Are there any other questions? No one raised any objections. Okay, next topic. Ju-Kei was silent for a moment, his face heavy, but the current situation is a bit special. I temporarily put her under house arrest in the basement, and shielded and blocked that space. Ju-Kei looked at Ishur. Ishur held a data board in his hand. She is still unconscious. If she wakes up, I will have a prompt now. Suzaka nodded and continued. The reason why Kyo is under house arrest is that she has a very complicated connection with the blue goddess, the dead beast Greed. The last 2 times the dead beast was able to find us, it should have been through Kyo. Therefore, Kyo is now a huge hidden danger for us. Even if Kyo is under house arrest, there is no guarantee that this hidden danger can be eliminated. Johan added seriously. That's right. Do-hoo changed his previous carefree attitude, his eyes were sharp and serious. So, I suggest killing her. Chapter 1123. No! Hong Xiaoxiao stood up from the sofa excitedly. Kyo is innocent. Do-hoo smiled coldly. Hong Xiaoxiao, is Zhonghe innocent? Among so many dead people, which one deserved it? Hong Xiaoxiao's body trembled, her eyes immediately moistened. She gritted her teeth. But this is not right. I am a cold-blooded person. Just say it directly. Do-hoo looked at the others. Everyone, the Kyo you know is the Kyo after she lost her memory. Don't forget, Kyo before she lost her memory was a member of the tail team. I remember that she was not very friendly to the awakened. Didn't she create a strange domain and almost kill Zhu Kei, Gao Yang and Kant too? Hong Xiaoxiao stood there, speechless. Dohu continued, what did Kyo do before she lost her memory, and what did she do with the goddess of song? Let's call them all dead beasts greedy to avoid confusion. Jiuhan reminded. Okay. Dohu changed his words. We don't know what evil deals Kyo has made with the dead beast greed, or what conspiracies he has planned. We can't conclude that Kyo's background is clean just because of what Edmund said before his death? Maybe this is also part of the plan? Dohu touched his chin, smiling. A person who has been hanging around in casinos for many years says that he never gambles, and a person who has been in the red light district for many years says that he is clean. Although it is not completely impossible, if it were you, would you dare to believe it? Everyone was silent. Dohu looked at Hong Xiaoxiao again. Xiaohong, you are innocent. Where do you put the safety of other people's lives? Hong Xiaoxiao sat back on the sofa silently, buried her head, and clenched her fists. Uncle Tiger's words are rough but true. Old Seven said with a straight face. It's not without reason. Gregor frowned. But it's definitely not right to decide a person's life or death so easily. Yes. Hengmu agreed. Who of us can guarantee that we are not the next Kyo? If any of us is targeted by greed, should we be executed immediately? The cute sheep seemed to understand, and hugged the dead pig's arm in fear, tears rolling in his eyes. No, Sister Kyo is not a bad person, don't hurt her. The dead pig touched the cute sheep's head. No, we are just discussing it. Zhu Kei stood up. I strongly oppose Dohu's proposal. But now is the discussion stage. I respect everyone's different opinions. Maybe, my idea is more saintly. Qin Ying, who closed her eyes perception, devoted some energy to participate in the discussion. We should find a way to save Kyo. Liao sighed. Sister Ying, it's not that simple. Sister Xia used invincibility to save Kyo before, you also saw it, which led to all of us being almost dominated by the dead beast. The ability of the dead beast is too weird, and it is hard to guard against. Qin Ying was silent. That's easy. Zhang Wei already had the answer in his mind, and his tone was confident. Wait for Kyo to wake up and let her go. Qi Feng nodded. Well, I think it's okay. Isn't this? Jingshu looked around and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, let her fend for herself. It seems that this is the only way. Jiuanma said. I don't agree. Long, who had been silent throughout the whole process, spoke. Everyone looked over. Long held a mug, crossed his legs, and sat on the carpet in front of the fireplace. His eyes moved and his tone was gentle. Liao just said that the dead beast's ability is very strange and hard to guard against. I have fought with her before. I guess her most core ability is the law of cause and effect, which can directly affect the target's fate. Kyo has been with Jussi for a long time. Not to mention that she knows everyone's abilities, personalities, and weaknesses very well. The cause and effect between you is already very deep. If you let Kyo go, and Kyo is called back by greed, this will be a greater hidden danger for you. Long raised his head and looked at everyone. Can you afford this risk? Damn. I really haven't thought about this. Zhang Wei felt a chill on his back and remembered the past. At the beginning, Li. The dead beast greed. Used my teeth to see my fate slice, causing us to be robbed. Kyo lives with us day and night. What if she is an undercover? What if she has secretly done something to us? Letting her go now is like letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Everyone was silent again, and the atmosphere became more gloomy. It's really a headache. Mu Zita waved his folding fan. This won't work, and that won't work, but in my opinion, dragging it out is the worst, and we still have to cut the Gordian knot. How about you come and cut it? Sachin glanced at Mu Zitu. Mu Zitu was choked, smiled awkwardly, and kept silent. Sachin sneered as if she saw through everything. Anyone with a little conscience cannot decide a person's life or death casually, not to mention that this person is a companion. The purpose of this meeting is to let everyone decide together, and share the guilt. Haha, what a good way to share the guilt. Dohu raised his eyebrows. Since we can't come to a conclusion, let's vote directly. The minority obeys the majority. If something really happens, no one should blame anyone else. I won't vote. Sachin said confidently. I decided to be an ordinary person again. Whoever wants my talent can take it, but the matter of you has nothing to do with me. I quit too. Tingting raised her hand quickly. I am afraid of death. Even if I can only live an ordinary life for another month in the end, I will accept it. But you's matter, leave it to you. I quit too. Jingshu said, I also want to be an ordinary person. No. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. You are all too cunning. That? I also want to be an ordinary person. Wei Xiaoluo said. Me too. Xiao Qinghai said. Stop. Zhu Ke hurriedly stopped her. Didn't I say that you should consider it for 2 days before making a decision? You are all awakened now, and you can't escape. Ding, ding, ding. The data board in Isher's hand rang, and a big red exclamation mark popped up on it. The chaotic scene immediately quieted down, and everyone looked over. Isher responded to everyone's gaze with a complicated expression, but she woke up again. Zhu Ke was stunned at first, but he was relieved in his heart. Okay, I talk to her first, and then decide. Gao Yan agreed. In any case, we must give the person involved a chance. I have no objection. Dou Hu said, but it has to be done quickly, so as not to cause more trouble. 24 hours. Gao Yan glanced at his watch. A decision must be made before this time tomorrow. Chapter 1124. A spring afternoon, a dessert shop. The shop is brightly lit and elegantly decorated. The half-open glass door occasionally emits the sound of crisp wind chimes, and the wind blowing in carries the unique freshness of the sun. In the inconspicuous booth in front of the window, a man and a woman are sitting. The man looks to be in his 50s, with thick blonde hair, combed back, a full forehead, deep blue eyes, and a delicate goatee. There are not many wrinkles on his face, and the lines are clean. He is dressed in British style, with a friendly face and gentlemanly temperament. There is a cup of Earl Grey tea on the table. The girl looks like a college student, with medium short black hair, ordinary appearance, and soft facial features. There are not many memorable points. She wears a light green thin sweater and jeans, with an expression between numbness and fatigue. There is a yogurt matcha mousse on the table. Don't stand there, eat something. Edmund picked up the black tea, took a sip, and glanced at his watch inadvertently. Kyo looked at the dessert with a dull look in her eyes, and continued to be in a daze without any appetite. Kyo forgot how long she had been staying at home. Every day, she couldn't concentrate on anything except sleeping. Sleeping just didn't require her to concentrate, and it could also reduce the number of times she ate, forming a perfect closed loop. Slowly, she almost smelled the mold on her body, but she didn't hate it. She often imagined herself as a dead tree in a dark forest, where the sun couldn't shine in, growing mold and fungi, constantly rotting and decomposing, and completely returning to nature. Until Edmund opened the door of the room and brought Kyo a task. Kyo had to get up. Take a shower, brush your teeth, blow dry your hair, change your clothes, put on shoes and socks, go downstairs, get into Edmund's old car, enter the dessert shop, and order a dessert on the menu. The above almost cost Kyo her life, and this was just the preparation for the mission. Eat something, this is the mission, Edmund ordered softly. Kyo reluctantly picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful of mousse, and mechanically put it into her mouth. Bitter. Although it tasted smooth and melted in her mouth, it was bitter. Why can this kind of food be called dessert? Kyo had such a question. Has the target appeared? Kyo asked. She just wanted to finish the mission quickly and go home to sleep. In fact, she might not be able to sleep, but just lying there, dazed and confused would be enough. Don't talk, keep eating. Edmund lowered his voice. I don't want to eat anymore. Kyo was weak again. Play your role well. I am a grandfather. You are very happy to bring your granddaughter to eat dessert. You should eat more, Edmund said. Is Grandpa a little younger? Kyo scooped another spoonful of mousse and put it into her mouth, frowning slightly. Still bitter. I had a son when I was 19, and my son had a daughter when he was 19. I also pay a lot of attention to exercise and maintenance. Is there any problem? Edmund sipped his tea without looking up. No problem. Could tilted his head again. At this time, the tip of his tongue began to taste sweet. Oh, it's still delicious. Could scooped a third spoonful of mousse and put it into his mouth. The taste buds were completely opened, and the hunger in the body was also activated. Could took one bite after another, and unknowingly ate most of the dessert on the plate. Edmund smiled and nodded, quite satisfied. Could wiped his mouth again and asked, the target hasn't appeared yet? Edmund glanced at his watch. Soon, wait 2 more minutes. Could put down the spoon again and waited quietly. Be natural, don't be too tense, just do something. Edmund guided softly. Don't know what to do. Could said again. Then listen to music and enjoy the afternoon. Edmund said. Oh! Could held his chin again, staring at the street view outside the window in a daze, with soft and soothing music in his ears. The song is not bad, what's the name? Could asked casually. Edmund raised his eyes in surprise. You haven't heard this song before? What music do you usually listen to? Is it strange that you haven't heard it? Ka rarely listens to music, just thinks it's noisy. Strange, Edmund said. No wonder you are strange. The two stopped talking and continued to listen to the song. The song was still playing, and suddenly, the whole world was bright. Ka looked up again, across the street outside the window. The sun just passed through the gap cut out by the two roofs and shone into the dessert shop. Kyo felt blinded and closed his eyes. The darkness blocked by his eyelids became very thin, with large, blurred red spots. His skin felt warm, and the heaviness of his whole body was relieved, and his breathing became smoother. I don't know how long it took, but when Kyo opened his eyes again, Edmund was still holding a teacup and a book in his hand, reading quietly. Edmund, you lied to me. There is no mission at all, Kyo said. Edmund turned a page, didn't look at Kyo, and said speciously, the mission is to pull you out for some fresh air. I must ensure the physical and mental health of the team members, which will help the smooth execution of subsequent tasks. Kyo stopped talking. Although it didn't feel good to be cheated, the sunshine in the store was warm, the mousse was sweet, and the music was nice. Although these were fleeting and meaningless, it was not bad to do this occasionally. Kyo took another bite of dessert. Then she raised her head and looked at the old man opposite her seriously. Edmund, why do people have to live? What is the purpose of life? Edmund slowly closed the novel, raised his head solemnly, and met her gaze. Kai, I am just older than you. Not everything has an answer. You must have an answer, Ka said, otherwise why did you save me in the first place? Edmund thought seriously for 2 seconds, smiling sincerely. Maybe, I have my own answer about life, but it may not be suitable for you. You have to find it yourself. Click. The sound of the door opening came from my ears, and the girl sitting on the single iron bed in the dim basement quickly opened her eyes. A fleeting cold smile flashed across her face covered by the shadow. Chapter 1125. The basement is small and dimly lit. There are some energy-carrying spells on the walls, which should be from Lin Fu. The person who came was Zhu Kei. She opened the iron door and walked in with a ripple on her body surface, passing through a transparent energy barrier. This came from the shielding barrier. Kyo looked down at her wrist, which was wearing an electronic bracelet invented by Dr. Jia, which could detect vital signs and also locate and monitor. Kyo, you are awake. How do you feel? Zhu Kei sat down on the chair in front of Kyo. I still feel a little dizzy, but it's okay. Kyo looked around. Sister Xia, where is this? Why is it so dark? Here. Zhu Kei was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I can't tell you. Don't worry, it's safe here. Sister Xia, am I imprisoned? Kyo asked. A trace of guilt flashed in Juchua's eyes, and she told the truth. You are indeed restricted from moving now, Kyo. Do you remember what happened that night? Kyo's eyes flashed slightly. I don't remember much. Zhu Kei was shocked. No, she was not the Kyo she was familiar with. Zhu Kei was silent for 2 seconds, and her voice became colder. Kyo, have you recovered your memory? Kyo was startled, and after a few seconds, the light in her eyes dimmed a little. How did you find out? Zhu Kei shook his head. I don't know, it's just an intuition. Kyo tilted his head. Is that so? You recovered your memory. Why did you hide it? Zhu Kei looked at her with a little guard. There is no special reason. I just think that you should like me more after I lost my memory, Kyo said. Zhu Kei shook his head. I like the most real you. Haha, so hypocritical. Kyo laughed again, but there was no warmth. Do you know what the real me is like? Even I don't know. Zhu Kei was speechless. Kyo turned sideways, crossed his legs, leaned forward, and his eyes were unfathomable. I have at least 3 faces now. The face when I was with Edmund, the face when I was with you after losing my memory, and the face when I was alone. Kyo suddenly raised his eyes, and met Juchua's eyes. Speaking of which, you have seen them all. Juchua's heart trembled, and immediately thought of Kyo, who served as the Xuanwu elder, the Kyo who made her feel strange and scared. In fact, Zhu Kei did not doubt at the beginning. Why can Kyo play a villain who is very different from herself so well? She is not a professional actor. Later, Zhu Kei and Yin Liang talked about this matter, and the two also disagreed on which one is Kyo's true face. Yin Liang believes that Kyo who becomes the Xuanwu elder is the most real Kyo. Could it be that Yin Liang's judgment is correct? At the beginning, Kyo followed Gao Yang's instructions to play the villain. The reason why she was able to play so well was because she had a similar personality sleeping deep in her heart. Kyo was not surprised by Zhu Kei's reaction. She sneered, Look, you trust me so much, And now you are afraid of me. What will others think? So, let me continue to play the role of Kyu after losing her memory. Why do you have to expose it? Sorry. Shuke was confused. Let me calm down. Okay. Kyu tilted his head. I'm not in a hurry. Shuke took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket, put the cigarette in his mouth, and then remembered something. Can I smoke? Please go ahead. Shuke lit the cigarette in the dim light, took a deep breath, and seemed to have made up his mind. But then again, you can recover your memory, no matter from which aspect. It is not a bad thing. Don't be ridiculous. You locked me up here because you don't trust me. Now that my memory has been restored, you have more reason to kill me, right? We haven't decided how to deal with you yet. Shuke said. Dispose? Ka laughed exaggeratedly. Haha, what a condescending word. Sorry. Shuke said. I used the wrong word. We haven't figured out how to deal with your current situation. Okay. Ka interrupted impatiently. I give you a piece of advice. Being too kind is hypocrisy. I won't argue with you about these subjective feelings. Shuke said calmly. If you recover your memory, we will know what happened between you and the blue goddess. Maybe it's more accurate to call it the dead beast greed now, and we will know what happened between you and your current true position. We will make a decision based on these. So next, I hope you must answer me honestly. This is related to your fate. But she seemed to be thinking about it, and she smiled. What if I don't cooperate? To be honest, we have many ways to make you cooperate. Shuke looked reluctant. I don't want to go to that step. But he nodded again. It seems that I have no choice. Time is limited. Let's get started. Shuke flicked the ash. You are in the tail team. Have you killed awakened people or humans? No, when I was in the tail team, I rarely participated in the fighting missions. Edmund would arrange for others to do it. Ka answered again. Shuke breathed a sigh of relief, but his face remained calm. Juchua's intuition told him that Ka was not lying. Of course, Shuke would not be naive enough to completely trust his intuition. Have you seen the blue goddess, that is, the dead beast greed? Shuke continued to ask. I have seen her once. Ka answered again. Have you communicated with her? Yes. Ka subconsciously tensed up again, but I can't say. Why? Shuke asked. Ka frowned uncomfortably and put his hand on his chest. I can only tell you that I was alone with it for a while, and it did something to me. I forgot what it was. I might be able to recall it, but I dare not recall it. It feels very dangerous and I might die. Shuke suddenly remembered the poor woman in the Arctic town, Lilia's mother Sarah, and the keywords that were blocked when Edmund's body was interrogated. They were all a curse for confidentiality. Are there other forces in the Sanmu sect? Shuke asked. I don't know. Edmund is responsible for contacting others. As far as I know, Greed has only one line of contact with the people below. Ka answered again. Do you know Greed's conspiracy? Shuke asked. I don't know. It keeps talking nonsense and says it will take us to the other side of paradise. But combined with the truth given by Bailey E and my own judgment, I think it has been deceiving us. It just wants to complete its mission and kill all awakened people, especially the heirs of gods. Shuke pondered for a moment and raised his head. What are Greed's specific abilities? I don't know. Ka shook his head again. Anyway, it's all related to the eyes. It seems that it can see into the future, or destiny. It's quite fooling. Ka laughed at himself again. You may think we are stupid now, but when a stranger can tell you a lot of things about you in the past, present and future, and answer many of your doubts. Although it seems like a lie now, you probably believe that this person is the incarnation of God. Suzaku hesitated, but still asked, have you ever thought about why you were completely dominated by greed at night? I don't know, it should be related to what it did to me. Ka tilted his head again. Anyway, that was not my intention. I didn't know what happened to me at all. Suzaku wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly stared into Suzaku's eyes and interrupted her. What? Suzaku asked. Can you give me a cigarette? Ka said again. Chapter 1126. Shuke frowned, not hiding his surprise. You used to smoke? Yes. Kyu said in a relaxed tone. Shuke half believed and half doubted, took out a cigarette and a lighter, and threw them to Kyu. Kyu awkwardly put the cigarette in her mouth, scraped the lighter several times, and finally lit it. As soon as she took the first puff, she choked and coughed. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Kyu choked and tears came out. She shook her head. It's not good to smoke. Cigarettes are not good things. Shuke said. I think you look cool when you smoke, and suddenly I want to learn. Kyu said half-truthfully. In fact, What a person is like has nothing to do with what she does on the surface. Zhu Kei pointed to a small table next to him. Put the cigarette and lighter there. I take them myself later. Oh, you are cautious enough. Kuyu did as he was told. But again, Zhu Kei renegotiated. You know the current situation very well. Humans and dead beasts are incompatible. I think there is no need for you to serve Songmu sect anymore. It is just the greed of dead beasts. You have been just a pawn of it from the beginning. Obviously. Ku nodded again. I don't care which face is the most real you. If you want to live, you should unite with us. Obviously. Ku repeated again. Then you have to make a choice. Does it matter what I choose? Ku smiled coldly again. If I choose you, will you accept me? If you really think so, I will not wake up here, but in a bright room and a warm big bed. Zhu Kei looked embarrassed. Because your situation is special, your own attitude and position are very important. Huh? Ku said frivolously. I will definitely choose humans. I told you before that it doesn't matter who I work for. I just want to survive. If I can survive by working for dead animals, I will consider it, but obviously, there is no such option. You are speculating, Zhu Kei said coldly. Zhu Kei, as the saying goes, don't advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. Ku sneered again. You haven't experienced my life. You are not qualified to judge my way of survival. Zhu Kei was silent. In fact, even if you spare my life, it's just because you value my ability. After all, more power means more chances of winning the final battle. I believe that if there is enough time, you would rather kill me as a hidden danger and comprehend my talent yourself, which is more convenient. Suzaku felt a little powerless and a little sad. But not everyone will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. Kyo pulled the corner of his mouth. It's the same, the only difference is that some people have been forced to that point, and some people haven't. Kyo, think about it carefully. During the time we spent together, are your sincere feelings all fake? Suzaku's eyes were burning and sincere. But if a person does whatever it takes just to survive, in the end, is this person really happy? Kyo was silent. I hope you can think about it carefully. We talk later, and someone will bring you food in a while. Suzaku stood up, put on gloves, and took the cigarettes and lighter on the table. Bang. The door closed. In the dim light, he stared at the monotonous wall again, tilted his head, and a cold smile appeared on his face again. After Zhu Kei left the basement and sent someone to guard Kyo, he immediately went to the grove behind the villa. There were 5 people standing in the grove, namely Gao Yang, Long, Dohu, Johan, and Liaolia. Zhu Kei stepped forward, snatched the cigarette from Dohu's hand, and took a deep puff. Dohu wanted to say a few witty words, hesitated, and shut up. After a short silence, Zhu Kei got straight to the point. Do you understand the situation? Liaolia nodded. I will broadcast the whole process. On the night when the dead beast attacked, Liaolia realized Shunfinger on the spot, but it was useless under the circumstances at that time. After all, she is a person with Hugin. In the current period of highly concentrated talents, she realized the talent as a joke, and she didn't even bother to report some of the talents behind. When Zhu Kei decided to talk to Kyo, Liaolia remembered this and suggested whether to use Shunfinger to monitor and act as a jury. However, Lei regretted her suggestion immediately after she made it. She found that the way Dohu looked at her could no longer be described as envy, jealousy, and hatred. It was just like the way the big bad wolf pretending to be a grandmother looked at Little Red Riding Hood. What do you think? Zhu Kei asked. Gaoang and Long were not in a hurry to speak. As for Lei, she didn't dare to speak before the big boss spoke. Dohu sneered. How to see? Use your eyes. Be serious. Zhu Kei was not in the mood to joke. Dohu retracted his playful smile. If I had a little hesitation in my heart before, now I am 100% determined, but I must not keep it, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Zhu Kei looked very bad. See, you don't like to hear the truth. Dohu shrugged. Kyo now gives me a split feeling. Gao Yan spoke up. Yes. Lei followed up with his opinion. I feel that she has 3 personalities. The personality she has when she gets along with us after losing her memory is the kindest, so let's call her the good personality. I don't know much about her personality when she gets along with Edmund, so let's call her the neutral personality. The personality she just talked to Sister Xia should be considered the bad personality. Lei saw that no one interrupted him, and continued, obviously, Kyo's bad personality is the most deeply rooted, and there is no hope that the good personality will dominate. After all, the good personality was born only half a year ago, and the bad personality has been with her for a long time. I once heard a saying that an actor who is very dedicated to playing a role will take a long time to come out after the performance. Kyo should also feel that she is just very dedicated to playing a good role, which has an impact on her, but she will definitely come out and find the real her. I agree with you, Johan said. Dohu sneered. It's easy to change a country, but it's hard to change one's nature. Suzaku shook his head. You don't understand, Kyo. You don't understand human nature. Dohu choked. Maybe? Suzaku was not angry, but I still insist that Kyo's situation is not that she has 3 personalities. She is just one person, but I can't explain it clearly. Don't you think this looks familiar? Long said lightly. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they all had answers. Beast. Gao Yan said what everyone was thinking. Chapter 1127. The surroundings were quiet, with only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the woods, as if it was the sigh echoing from the ancient earth. Lele's back was cold and he shuddered. Don't say it. It's really like it, just like having both personality and beast personality at the same time. Johan nodded. The difference is that beasts can't actively control the switches in their bodies, but Ka seems to be able to. We don't know if she will turn it on or off, when to turn it on and when to turn it off. One thought makes you a demon, one thought makes you a Buddha. Gao Yang remembered this sentence. Dohu is very sure. Everyone, don't make it so complicated. Long-term experience tells me that when you feel that something is wrong, then it must be wrong, but it is definitely a hidden danger, and we can't take this risk. Then, there was another long silence. When Gao Yang raised his head, he found that everyone was looking at him, as if waiting for him to make a decision. Gao Yang sighed. I will give her a lie detector test tomorrow and make a decision. Why wait until tomorrow? Dohu said, let's do it now. Wait a little longer, but you just woke up, and facing a lot of revived memories, it will be very confusing. It takes time to integrate and digest, so that you can better understand your heart. As a traveler, Gao Yang knows this feeling very well. Long did not object. Johan and Lulu also nodded. Okay, let's do it. Dohu shook his hand. Gao Yang looked at Zhu Kei, who seemed to be distracted. Xiaoli? Gao Yang called softly. Zhu Kei immediately looked up. I have no objection. 4 o'clock in the morning. In the dimly lit basement, Ke again sat on the bed with his legs together, closing his eyes to rest. Soon, she opened her eyes flickered. A few seconds later, a green hand appeared on the wall opposite Kyo, and then the whole ghost walked out. It was Suzaku. Suzaku sneaked into the house, lifted invincibility, and then took out an anti-eavesdropping interference ball from his pocket, turned it on, and the special white noise immediately filled the whole room. I knew you would come. Kyo smiled. Suzaku quietly looked at Kyo. Before, Kyo wanted to smoke, and the lighter scratched 4 times before it lit up. Suzaku knew that the lighter was fine, and Kyo saw that it was intentional. For times, suggesting that Suzaku would come to her again at 4 in the morning, Kyo was not stupid, and must know that she was being monitored, so she didn't tell Suzaku the truth. Suzaku couldn't be sure that Kyo was really hinting, maybe he just thought too much. But she decided to give it a try, and now it seems that she guessed right. Now it's just the 2 of us, can we talk openly? Suzaku got straight to the point. Suzaku, follow me. Ke said again. Suzaku was startled, and thought he had heard wrongly. Suzaku, follow me. Ke repeated again. Suzaku was silent for a long time before he asked, are you serious? Do I look like I'm kidding? Ke said again with a serious look, Suzaku, humans can't win, everyone will die, but I can survive, and you can also survive if you follow me. Why should I believe you? Suzaku asked. Why else do you think I want to serve the Sangmu cult? Ke said again. Suzaku was silent. It's a simple truth, if you can't beat them, join them. Ke stood up again. I joined them, a long time ago. Zhu Kei calmed down and asked tentatively, you are now already a beast? Ke shook his head again. It's not such a simple difference between humans and beasts, it's the existence behind the fog, we can join them, the tickets exist, we are all for the tickets to survive. Zhu Kei was silent. Zhu Kei, I only have 2 places here, Edmund is dead, you can take his place, come with me, we will escape together. Ke stretched out his hand to Zhu Kei again. Zhu Kei remained calm. Ke took another step forward and frowned. You don't believe me? Should I believe you? Zhu Kei asked back. Ke suddenly rushed to Zhu Kei and tried to grab her hand. Zhu Kei quickly pulled out the black gold dagger from his waist and subdued Kyo with a counterattack, pressing him against the wall with the dagger against Kyo's chin. What do you want to do? Kyo was not afraid at all and raised his head to meet the sharp dagger. Zhu Kei, If you don't believe me, kill me now. Juchua's eyes were cold. Do you think I don't dare? Then do it. Kyo smiled indifferently. What are you still hesitating about? Just a light stroke, and everything will be over. You don't have to listen to my nonsense anymore. Zhuge clenched the dagger, increasing the force a little bit, and the blade cut Kyo's skin, oozing blood. Do it! Kyo shouted. Zhuge trembled all over, and suddenly lost his breath. She let go of Kyo and staggered back 2 steps. Yuan, I can't do it, I can't kill you, and I can't watch you die. Kyo, go away, leave here and never come back. Zhuge turned his face away. No, I won't leave. Kyo refused. What else do you want? Zhuge shouted. What else do you want from me? I want you to go with me, Kyo said. Zhuge was stunned. Kyo stepped forward again, and this time finally grabbed Juchua's hand. Sister Xia, humans are not wrong, but humans have no future, and all resistance is futile. We don't have to be buried with everyone. Sister Xia, come with me, we get on the boat together. Kyo stared at Zhuge, his eyes were determined, and his eyes were red. If you don't agree to me, kill me now, give me a quick death. Kyo, don't force me. Xia Li, make a choice, Kyo urged. Zhuge stared at Kyo's eyes, speechless. Kyo stopped talking, just holding Juchua's hand tightly. In the shadow of the basement, 2 figures stood in silence. After an unknown amount of time, Zhuge retracted the bloodstained dagger. You are crazy, and I am crazy too. Kyo smiled, a tear slipped down her cheek, and she quickly wiped it away. I knew you would go crazy with me. Zhuge grabbed Kyo with his backhand, and the 2 quickly turned into ghost forms, and disappeared into the dark wall together. Chapter 1128. 5 o'clock in the morning, Qingyang Bridge, East Bridgehead. There is an abandoned bus parked on the weedy riverbank. It is rusted, the 4 wheels have been removed, and there are messy graffiti inside and outside. It is a secret base that many children in the neighborhood like to occupy, and occasionally young couples come here for dates. At this moment, Kyo and Zhuge are sitting in the car, looking at the dark gray and silent river surface, and the prosperous city on the other side that is about to wake up. There is a bridge diagonally above their heads. From time to time, heavy trucks pass by, rumbling past, and orange light bands drill into the car window, passing over the faces of the 2 people, and then quickly slipping away. An hour ago, Zhuge took Kyo away with Invincible. The 2 left the mountains and forests, and came to the streets of the city. Kyo stopped a taxi without panic. After getting in the car, the driver asked Kyo where he was going. Kyo only said 3 words, drive forward. On the way, Kyo pointed the way from time to time, sometimes turned left, sometimes turned right, and then crossed the Qingyang Bridge. When he reached the end of the bridge, Kyo looked out of the car window, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Pull over when you get off the bridge. A few minutes later, the car stopped by the river, and Kyo went to the river bank under the bridge, and came to the abandoned bus. Along the way, Zhuge didn't ask much until this moment. She finally spoke. Kyo, since you don't believe me, why do you take me away? Kyo turned her head. I believe you. Then why did you bring me here? Zhuge looked around. Don't tell me that this place is the base camp of the dead beast. Kyo smiled again. She turned her head to look out the car window. Her voice was particularly gentle. Sister Xia, don't worry. Stay here with me for a while, okay? Okay. Zhuge pretended to be relaxed. The 2 sat side by side in the last row of the carriage. La 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 la. But he was in a good mood and hummed a song. Zhuge had heard it before. It was a very warm old song. Zhuge tapped his fingers lightly at first, and then slowly hummed along. After humming a short section, he suddenly turned his head and asked seriously, Sister Xia, do you have any favorite moments in life? Yes, there are many, Zhuge said. For example? For example, when you feel like smoking but don't want to go downstairs to buy cigarettes, you find that there is just 1 cigarette left in the cigarette box on the bedside table. For example, the package you bought for a long time finally arrives, and you open it, and find that it is better than the real picture. Another example is that you have a midnight snack and drink milk tea at night, and when you get up the next day and step on the scale, you don't gain weight. He laughed softly again, and she thought seriously, if you put it that way, I also have a moment I like very much, that is, when I take the bus. Do you like taking the bus? Zhuge asked. Ke shook his head again. Like traveling? Zhuge asked again. Ke shook his head again. What is that? I just like the moment when the bus starts moving. Ke said again. Zhuge did not express his opinion, but listened attentively. But his eyes wandered again, thinking of the past. When I was doing business with Edmund, we sometimes had to take the bus to get to places. I hated going out and walking around, and I felt very tired. But when I got on the bus, the moment the bus started, the tiredness before didn't matter. I felt very safe and comfortable, and there was a sense of relief that things had already happened no matter what. I didn't have to think about anything anymore, I just needed to fall asleep drowsily, and the car would definitely take me to the destination anyway. Maybe that's how it felt. Shukei tried to put himself in her shoes. It seems that I can understand a little bit. Boom, boom, boom. Another large truck ran over the bridge above. The dazzling light poured into the car, illuminating everything inside the car violently, and then left without mercy, leaving a silence. Sister Xia, I'm sorry, Ke said softly. What? Shukei was about to look sideways, but he had already grabbed her hand. Shukei was startled and tried to activate Invincible, but it was too late. The scenery outside the car window changed at some point. The river surface turned blue, like strands of noodles, and the sky was also black and white, with a few large stars hanging on it, and a moon with a smiley face. As for the Qingyang Bridge above, it had also turned into a few crooked black lines. The whole world turned into a colorful graffiti painting, like a world created by a child with crayons in art class. Changes also occurred inside the bus, and the bus started to move shakily. Zhu Kei looked down at his hands, which turned into the shape of crayon drawings, and of course, the same was true for Kiyo in front of him. Zhu Kei knew very well that he had entered Kiyo's strange field. Kiyo, what do you want to do? Zhu Kei spoke, and found that his voice had turned into the voice of a little girl. Zhu Kei, don't you understand? I lied to you, there is no ticket at all, and there is not even me. Kiyo's voice also turned into the voice of a little girl. The Kiyo you thought of did not exist from the beginning. I am greed, and greed is me. Soon, your fate will also be occupied by me. At that time, you are also greedy, and greed is you. Shukei didn't speak. Haha, I really don't understand. You are already this age, but you are still willing to believe in some illusory things, such as love or not. Didn't I say it before? I can do anything to survive. Kiyo, who was drawn by crayons, slowly stretched out his hand to Zhuchua's forehead. Shukei, goodbye forever. Shukei still didn't speak. 2 seconds later, Kiyo's hand almost touched Zhuchua's forehead, but stopped. Go on, why stop? Shukei asked with a smile. Aren't you going to occupy my fate? I'm here, why stop? Kiyo still didn't speak. Could it be that you can't do it at all? Shukei continued to ask. Swish. In an instant, all the colors disappeared, and the original world returned. Shukei and Kiyo also returned to the quiet and dilapidated carriage. The two stood face to face, as if nothing had happened. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of wheels came from above, and the tidal orange light rose into the carriage and quickly receded. Kiyo still didn't speak, as if waiting for something, but the doubt in her eyes betrayed her. Shukei smiled. Kiyo, are you waiting for your companions to save me and then kill you? Kiyo's body trembled slightly, and the hard and cold protective color, like an invisible shell, disintegrated from her body. Kiyo, you may be able to deceive others, but you can't deceive me. Shukei stared at her straight. Kiyo wanted to avoid Zhuchua's burning gaze, but found that there was no way to avoid it. Kiyo, you are sure that we will no longer believe you, you are sure that you will not be accepted by us in the past, and even you yourself think that you are a hidden danger, so you might as well become a bad guy and finish this play. Kiyo's face turned pale, and his eyes were red. Isn't this good? You can kill me with a clear conscience, and don't have to bear any burden anymore. Pa! Suzaku slapped Kiyo hard. Kiyo's face tilted. Kiyo! Listen to me. You just need to know who you are. It doesn't matter what others think of you. No. You don't understand at all. Kiyo cried, my memory. All came back. The me before was not qualified to join you. I hate that me, but that's me. I can't tell, I don't know which me is the real me, I wish I could lose my memory forever. Kiyo, the Kiyo before and the Kiyo now are both you, it doesn't matter. Suzaku stepped forward and stretched out his hand to Kiyo. What matters is which Kiyo you hope can continue to go on. Kiyo was stunned. The answer is obvious, isn't it? Suzaku smiled, grabbed Kiyo, and hugged her into his arms. Wow! Kiyo lost control of her emotions, and cried like a child. Shukei hugged Kiyo tightly, his eyes red. It's okay, I'm glad you're back. Let's go home. Let's go home. Kiyo didn't say anything, crying in Zhuchua's arms. After an unknown amount of time, she stopped crying, pushed Shukei away, and stepped back. Shukei was confused. Kiyo. Sister Xia. Kyo's face was covered with tears, but she smiled happily. I really hope that tonight is not a play. I really hope that the bus can start and take us away. Unfortunately, everything is just my fantasy. Thank you for not giving up on me until the last moment. Shuke was very uneasy. She immediately stepped forward. Since you know, then come back with me. I can't go back. Kyo shook her head sadly. Sister Xia, there is one thing I didn't lie to you. The real Kyo didn't exist from the beginning. Chapter 1129. Suzaku's pupil shrank, and the blood in his body almost froze. Kyo pressed one hand on his chest. I have an eye in my body, called the Eye of Greed. From the beginning, I was a greedy pawn. It doesn't matter. We can find a way. Juchua's face was pale, and his voice trembled. Kyo, don't be afraid, we can save you, we can help you take out your eyes. Shut up, there's no time, listen to me. Kyo interrupted Xiaoli. The calm, mature, and rational girl came back. The Eye of Greed can make me dream of many things I can't understand. Those things are like fate. There is a word, it is very important, like some kind of secret. I can't interpret it, I don't understand the deep meaning behind it, and I am forbidden to say it, but I must tell you now, this may be the only hope for mankind to break through. Kyu took a step back. Sister Xia, I'm at my stop, goodbye. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Juke rushed up. Let's find a way together. Let's live together. Go away. Kyu pushed Juke away. Look at me. Juke staggered back and looked at Kyu's face. The girl smiled with tears in her eyes and opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Juke understood her lip language, 2 syllables, an ordinary word. Wu, a circle of energy ripples rippled in Kyu's body, and the curse was triggered. This was the price she paid for telling the secret. Kyu's smile disappeared, and her eyes began to melt, turning into 2 sticky black plasmas, covering her pale face. Gala. The thin chest was torn apart by an evil force, revealing a swirling black heart with a bloody red vertical eye in the middle. At the same time, Kyo's legs were also melting and deforming, turning into lush tree roots, piercing the chassis of the bus, intertwining and crisscrossing, turning the entire car into a scarlet cage. Hiss. The vertical eye parasitic in the black heart, like a pointer being turned by someone, began to rotate counterclockwise, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Ah! Kyo raised her head and screamed in extreme pain. Powerful, suppressed, and twisted energy ripples rushed out of her body in circles, carrying strong corrosive damage, devouring everything in the car. No! Suzaku did not activate Invincible, forcibly bearing the corrosion of evil energy, trying to move forward, trying to get closer to Kyo, who had turned into a monster. Soon, cracks appeared on Juchua's face, and tiny red granulations grew, and those granulations quickly opened smaller fruits, which were eyes. However, they were not able to truly mature, and just as the embryonic form of the eyes appeared, they burst open, like a bunch of acne being squeezed out. This was the stubborn resistance of the immune system in Suzaku's body. Soon, more and more red granulations appeared on Suzaku's neck, arms, and legs. No. Don't give up. Suzaku still refused to activate Invincible, and approached step by step, but again, she wanted to save her. Ding. A dazzling golden line drilled into the carriage and pierced under Suzaku's feet, just like a seed piercing into the soil, immediately taking root and sprouting, and a translucent golden telephone booth opened up, sealing Suzaku inside. That was the absolute barrier. In an instant, the suppressed and distorted energy disappeared, the corrosive damage stopped, the granulations on Suzaku's body disappeared, and the cracks began to heal, turning into pieces of red marks, like scalds from boiling water. It won't be long before these marks gradually fade and completely recover under the powerful recovery of Juchua's equivalent exchange. No! No! Juke slapped the golden barrier hard. Let me out. Let me out quickly. Juke shouted, Gaoyang. Believe me. I can save her. I can definitely save her. Boom. A huge blue-gray sword energy broke into Juchua's vision, and swallowed the monster in front of him in an instant. That was the shock force of Dohu's dragon-eating giant sword. Juke only felt his eyes blurred, and when he regained his vision, it disappeared again, and the whole buzz disappeared, leaving only a few residues. Ding. The absolute barrier was lifted, turning into golden fragments all over the sky, floating in a thin blood mist. No. No. Juchua's face was full of despair. She looked around and soon looked at a shallow beach under the river bank. She immediately rushed down, almost rolling and crawling to the shallows, where a small part of Kyo's body was still left. Kyo's skull was opened, and most of her face was missing, like a half-burned plastic man that was doused. Her chest and below were all gone, as if she had been sawed off by a blunt knife, and her entire right shoulder was gone, leaving only a bloody left hand. Zhu Kei was breathing rapidly, trembling all over, unable to speak, and didn't know how to hold Kyo. Kyo's eyes melted, and she was dying. She wanted to raise her left hand, but she was too weak to do it. Zhu Kei immediately grabbed Kyo's left hand. Kyo's lips moved, and Zhu Kei immediately came forward. I remember. My name. Wenzi. My name is Wenzi. Wenzi. Zhu Kei held Wenzi's hand tightly. I remember it. Wenzi, your name is nice, not strange at all. Wenzi. Wenzi. Wenzi stopped answering. Her mouth seemed to be smiling, but it seemed to be just a distortion brought by death. The last breath of life left her body. Zhu Kei still held the cold and bloody hand, staring at the black gold ring on the broken finger, which was about to fall off. The first letter of the word on the inside of the ring was covered by blood. Ever. Zhu Kei trembled violently, hugged the broken body in front of him into his arms, and shouted like crazy, ah! 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 Half a minute later, Douhu appeared on the shallows, and behind him stood Gao Yang, Long, Johan and Liao Liao. Squeak! Douhu inserted the giant sword in his hand into the ground, and walked towards Zhu Kei. He knelt behind Zhu Kei, and gently held Zhu Kei in his arms. Why? Suzaki yelled. Why don't you believe her? Why did you force her to death? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Douhu's voice was a little hoarse. He held Suzaku in one hand, and looked up at the horizon that was about to break dawn. It's my fault. I killed Kuyu. I'm a bad guy. I will go to hell. I will be chopped into a frying pan. Hate me, hate me. Suzaku stopped shouting. She suddenly grabbed Douhu's arm, and bit it hard, and blood flowed. Douhu's face was ashen, and he didn't make a sound, as if he didn't even have the qualifications to cry out in pain. He thought the pain would last for a long time, but it disappeared quickly. Suzaku slowly opened his mouth, and sad tears filled his eyes again. Beside her ears, there came a voice that only she could hear. 188, strange, help. 188, strange, help. Ding ding. In the dessert shop, on the booth in front of the glass window, Ku used a small iron spoon to knock on the small porcelain plate twice. Emin, who was across the table, was still reading a novel. He nodded slightly to indicate that he heard it. But he was a little proud. Edmund, I found the answer. Do you want to hear it? Go ahead. Edmund turned a page of the book slowly. Ku sat up straight again, and said seriously, people live to meet someone who is willing to accept me unconditionally. I can tell that person my name generously. I can cry and laugh, talk nonsense, or do nothing in front of that person, and I won't have any worries or uneasiness. Now, I still don't know where I will go, and I may never know, but as long as I think of that person, I am no longer afraid of getting lost, and we will definitely meet again. That's my answer. Edmund raised his eyelids and smiled at Ku again. SOSO. Humph, it must be better than yours. Ku smiled again, scooped a big spoonful of matcha mousse, and put it in his mouth. So sweet. Ku lazily held his chin up, looked at the street view outside the window, and soon lost his mind. Edmund stopped talking, lowered his head again, and read the novel. The afternoon sun was warm, the music was soft and soothing, everything was just right. Chapter 1130. Zhu Kei spoke. Gao Yang, who was sitting beside the bed, was startled to find that Zhu Kei had woken up at some point. She was tired and numb, staring at the ceiling with a dull look, as if repeating a word. Gao Yang hesitated, slowly moved over, and finally heard clearly. Captain, Zhu Kei said. Not long after Kyo died, Zhu Kei fell into a coma. Douhu took Zhu Kei back to the Guituan villa, and found Wang Wayne to purify Zhuqiu's body, and wash away the greedy energy that was polluted in her body. Gao Yang and Johan cremated Kyo's remains into ashes, and took them back to the grove behind the Guituan villa for burial. Many people participated in the burial. Several girls cried and cried like tearful people, while the men stood aside and smoked one cigarette after another. Sadness or self-blame, they were like fast food boxes and plastic bags. Everyone ate a few bites in a hurry and threw them in the woods. After walking out of the woods, everyone returned to calm and tacitly stopped talking about it. The battle continued, and the sacrifices continued. Any fragile emotions could only be left to the nightmares of the night or the darkness of death. At noon, the unconscious Suzaku still did not wake up, and Gao Yang decided to watch over him personally. In fact, Gao Yang had made the worst plan and thought of the most complicated remedy. First, Use Hong Shishi's game player to mark Suzaku. Then, Gao Yang arranged the closet in the room as a time and space ghost trap in advance. Once Suzaku's life is in danger, send her into the closet immediately, and the time inside will be suspended. Theoretically, as long as there is no external force to destroy it, Gao Yang will transfer energy to the trap every once in a while, and the time in the closet will remain in a suspended state. In this way, Shuchua's body will remain in a state of just death. If there is still that opportunity 6 months later, Hong Xiaoxiao will activate game player again to reset Zhu Ke to the state a few minutes ago, that is, a few minutes before death. Gao Yang then uses Su Yu Lu Air to copy Shuchua's equivalent exchange, actively kills Zhu Ke, and activates Life Bank within 24 hours of her death to lend her life again, to achieve the purpose of saving her. In the evening, the setting sun ran into the window, dyeing everything in the room with a layer of desolate red, as if foreshadowing some kind of farewell. Thank God, there was no farewell, and Zhu Ke woke up. She opened her eyes calmly, and kept repeating 2 words, Captain. She stopped only when she was sure that Gao Yang heard it clearly. After a while, Gao Yang asked, What do you mean? Kyo. Tell me the answer. Shuchua's voice was still weak. This may be our hope of breaking the deadlock. Gao Yang nodded. I know, you can rest for a while. I am fine. Zhu Ke said. Where is Kyo? Gao Yang hesitated, buried with everyone. Zhu Ke stopped talking, and slowly closed his eyes. Half an hour later, Zhu Ke returned to normal, and went to the grove alone, staying there until dark. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhu Ke returned to the villa, and there was no sadness or fragility on her face. She found Gao Yang. Have a meeting immediately. Everyone? Gao Yang asked. Yes. Zhu Ke nodded. I have to tell everyone what I saw. 10 minutes later, all members were present in the villa's living room. Everyone discussed the word captain intensely for nearly half an hour, but there was no substantial breakthrough. That's enough. Dohu ran out of patience. Let's stop here for now. Caribbean pirates have come out. If we continue to guess, it will only get more and more outrageous. Dr. Jia, who had always disdained to join the discussion, spoke up. Your thinking is too limited. You always think about things related to the captain. There are too many things related to the captain. You can't think of them all. Dr. Jia, from what you said, I think you must have a good idea. Chiefing seemed to be applauding, but in fact he was arguing. Maybe the word captain has no meaning at all. It's just a spell, similar to open sesame. When a specific scene appears, reciting the word captain will trigger the plot. Or maybe the captain is a person. When this person comes out, everything will be clear. Dr. Jia said. Don't tell me, there is such a possibility. Qi Feng's mind was opened up, and he was convinced. So, there is too little information, it's all blind guessing, it's a waste of time. Dr. Jia said. Indeed. Gregor agreed. Destiny is very mysterious, and it can't be viewed with the thinking of solving puzzles. If you ask me, let it go, maybe the answer revealed to us is also part of destiny? Maybe from the moment we heard this word, destiny has been rewritten. As expected of a novelist, I didn't understand it very well at first, but you fooled me, and I immediately felt that it didn't matter whether I understood it or not. Zhang Wei said something unreliable in a very confident tone. Why don't we talk about this first? I'm sleepy if we talk about it anymore. Go, go, go! Dr. Jia's time is precious, and he just wants to go back to his room to do research. Go first. Dohu also agreed. Gao Yang saw that everyone had this intention, and nodded. If you have any ideas later, you can communicate privately. Zhu Ke, who presided over the meeting, held a cigarette and shook the ash into the ashtray. When Qi was alienated, I tried to get close to her, and was also contaminated by the power of greed. Although it was very slight and short, I shared Qi at that time. It may also be something that the greedy eye spied on. Zhu Ke paused for a moment. It was an abstract feeling, confusing information. It is difficult for me to describe it clearly. It may be a bit similar to the feeling that Li had when he saw the Scarlet Tide. In Kuyu's words, it is the garbled code of fate. I understand, anyway, it's the set of charlatans. Dohu's metaphor is rough, but everyone understands it immediately. Zhu Ke nodded. I feel that the eye in Kyo's body is a very important eye of greed. When Kyo was killed, greed was in great pain and must have been seriously injured. And without Kyo, greed should not be able to lock us anymore. He finally heard a good news. Lao 7 said. Who said it's not? Zheng Wei was also relieved. Greed, that old bastard, I will poke all its eyes blind sooner or later. Zhu Ke concentrated on recalling for a few seconds, looked up at everyone. In addition, I also saw some future fragments of the curtain call battle. Chapter 1131. Did we win? Johan asked. Zhu Kei shook his head. I don't know, but there is some information that can be confirmed. Our battle with the dead beast took place in Licheng, on the night of the 3 hours of the Songjia, and each dead beast was separated. Did we let the dead beasts separate, or did the dead beasts separate on their own initiative? Gao Yang asked. Not sure, Zhu Kei said. I only saw this result. It should be that we designed to separate them, right? Chen Ning guessed. The dead beasts can't take the initiative to give us the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Chen Ning. Dohu smiled sophisticatedly and tapped his temple with his index finger. On the other hand, it may be that the dead beasts want to defeat us one by one? Chen Ning was stunned. It's really possible. I am more inclined to this possibility, Gao Yang said. Everyone immediately looked at Gao Yang, waiting for his analysis. On the night of the 3-hour Songjia, the abilities of the dead beasts will be weakened. They guessed that we would launch the final battle that night, which is why Greedy was eager to eliminate us first, but unfortunately failed twice. Everyone knows the reason for the failure. Gao Yang looked at Long. The fate of Long and me, Greedy can't see. Greedy is very afraid of Long. Although the field of laziness seems to be able to prevent domination, we may not be able to find a breakthrough, and the field of laziness may not last all night. Greedy must have considered that if all the dead beasts stay together, they may be wiped out by Long's domination. No, there are 7 dead beasts. Lao Seven's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Captain Long, I don't distrust your strength, but 1 against 7, are you sure? Others also looked at Long with the same feeling. As long as I reach level 8 dominant, you can help me to seize the opportunity, no problem. Long replied calmly. Seeing that everyone was overly frightened, he added considerately, should. Fuck. Then, there is no need to worry. We will definitely win. Zhang Wei slapped his thigh and stood up excitedly. Zhang Wei, don't be too happy too early. Gao Yang poured a basin of cold water. Long will not participate too much in the curtain call battle. Ah? Zhang Wei was dumbfounded by this turn. Long will help a little, but it mainly depends on us. Dohu touched his chin. Why? Hong Xiaoxiao wanted to kill Tan Tan immediately to avenge Kuyu. Now Long obviously has the ability to defeat the dead beast, but he is unwilling to help. She really can't understand. Long said frankly, the farewell battle is your mission. We are all on the same boat. Chen Ning didn't understand. Why should we distinguish between you and me at this time? People on the same boat also have their own division of labor. Long looked at Chen Ning. Sorry, that's all I can say. Everyone has become accustomed to Long's mystery and unpredictability, and no longer asks more questions. But they had to give up even though they had a way to win, which deeply hit everyone's morale, and no one spoke for a while. After a while, Gao Yang broke the silence. Back to my speculation, Greedy can't spy on Long's fate, and Long is not the main force of the farewell battle, so it naturally doesn't know, so it is very afraid of Long, so it separated the dead beasts, so as to avoid being killed by Long. Wait. Dohu smacked his lips and found the problem. According to what you said, if I am greedy, I am afraid of being killed by Long, so I separated the dead beasts, but wouldn't I be afraid of being defeated by Long one by one? Yes. Zhang Wei also reacted. What's the difference between killing together and killing one by one? Killing one by one is easier. It seems that there is no difference. Gao Yang's eyes were cold and turned slightly, but Greed did it this way. There must be a reason. Let's think about it carefully. Is there really no difference between killing together and killing one by one? Time. Xingling spoke. Although she didn't like to speak, her thoughts were always keeping up. That's right. Gao Yang nodded. The difference lies in time. I see. Lei reacted. Killing together saves time. Killing one by one takes more time. Uh-huh. Dohu slapped his forehead. So this is Greed's idea. What? Zhang Wei looked confused. Johan also figured it out. At present, the 3 hours of the Blue Tribulation is the weakest time for the dead beasts, and it is also our best time to attack. I guess, if we can't kill all the dead beasts that night, the dead beasts conspiracy will succeed, for example, completely destroying human hope. So Greedy wants to ensure not to win the farewell battle, but that we humans cannot win the farewell battle. Even if it is a draw, we humans will lose. Zhang Wei understood, and he had another question. Why don't the dead beasts just hide? If they don't fight us on the night of the 3 hours of the Blue Tribulation, it will be over. Johan thought for a while. Maybe this is related to the conspiracy of the dead beasts. They must appear in Licheng that night, and show their faces to facilitate the realization of this conspiracy. Okay, this makes sense. Zhang Wei frowned, and suddenly he was happy. Oh, by the way, why don't we kill them all in advance? Don't delay it until the night of the 3 hours of the Blue Tribulation. Yeah, why not? Dohu asked Zhang Wei. Is it because you can't find it? Zhang Wei was stunned, and then thought of something. Or even if you find it, you may not be able to beat it. Oh my god! You found this kind of thing. Dohu gave a thumbs up. You are really a genius. Zhang Wei shut up and began to calculate in his mind. Last time greed brought the dead beast to kill. Although Zhang Wei was not at the scene, he also learned the details of the situation at that time. If it weren't for Long's timely rescue, the main combat force would have been wiped out, and there were only 5 dead beasts, and jealousy just played as soy sauce and left, and the strongest pride did not appear. If the 7 dead beasts came together, and Long refused to be the main C, their current strength can be said to have no chance of winning. But if we wait until the 3rd hour of Songjia in a month and a half, the combat power of the 7 dead beasts will be weakened, and everyone will have completed the combat power having planned. During this period, there will definitely be many people who can comprehend new talents, and the top combat power will also have the hope of upgrading to level 8 talents, and there will be a chance of winning. The conclusion has come out. Gao Yang looked at everyone. On the night of the 3-hour Songjia, we must kill all the dead beasts. If we fail, there should be no chance of a comeback. All of this is indeed in line with Bailey Yi's deduction results. That. Hengmu pushed his glasses and pursed his lips. In addition to the plan to fold the combat power in half, we still have to make other preparations for the curtain call battle, right? Hengmu, you are planning to slip away. Why are you still worrying about this? Lao 7 laughed. I plan to be an ordinary person again, but I also want to do my part for everyone. Hengmu said seriously. That's right. Xiaowei Luo also got serious. How can we ordinary people do that to you? Ordinary people are also your companions? I was wrong. Lao Qi apologized with a smile. I shouldn't say such things. Dohu took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Last time we fought, we had a certain understanding of the abilities of the dead beasts, and we can indeed formulate some tactics accordingly. The abilities of the dead beasts are quite strange. Lei thought about it, but I think it has a lot to do with their names. Yes. Jiunma also recalled. For example, gluttony, the ability is related to eating. Anger, like a raging bull. As for lust, Jiunma looked at Johan and Chening. What did you two encounter at that time? Chapter 1132. Chening seemed to have been acupunctured. Her body froze. Her face quickly flushed. Johan beside her had no expression on his face, but his body was obviously tense, not very comfortable. That I was rescued by Hong Xiaoxiao. I don't remember what happened before. Qin Ying's eyes dodged, obviously a little guilty. Me too. Johan hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth, only some vague feelings left. What feelings? Explain clearly. Zhang Wei stood up excitedly and looked straight over. Wait! You can't. Johan nodded. It should be what you think. Zhang Wei opened his mouth wide, and felt that the building of confidence behind him collapsed. Zhang Wei has always had a good impression of Chening. Although he has a good impression of many beautiful women, Chening is different after all. Zhang Wei was very perceptive, and had noticed something was going on between Johan and Chening, but he thought it was just the initial stage of the budding of emotions. If the competition was fair, with his current position in Jussi, he might be able to overtake, but now, that damn lust, actually, helped Johan get a head start, and won the championship directly. Zhang Wei was hit hard and sat back on the chair, but soon, he was relieved again. A man should be able to take it, and let it go. Zhang Wei looked at Johan. Brother, you must be good to Sister Ing. If you dare to let her down, I will never forgive you. Zhang Wei. Chening wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What nonsense are you talking about? You think this is a pleasant experience? Johan and I were killed. Puff. Chi Feng couldn't help laughing and quickly covered his mouth. Yes, sorry, I know I shouldn't laugh, but I can't help it. Ha ha ha. Lao Qi also laughed evilly and punched Chi Feng. You are a stubborn kid, right? 50 laughs make 100 laughs. Hong Xiaoxiao looked disdainful. Why do men's minds seem to be full of those things? No. Qin Ying's face was almost as red as a lantern. Hong Xiaoxiao reset us to a few minutes ago, which means that those things never happened at all. Don't worry about this anymore, between Johan and I. It's just what you think. Johan said. Yes, we. Qin Ying was stunned and shouted. I'm mute. You, what crazy are you talking about? Qin Ying, I like you. Johan looked at Chen. I want to know your feelings. Fuck. Oh my god. Awesome. Be together, be together. Get married on the spot. Everyone exploded on the spot, and started screaming and cheering. This is probably the second good news in recent times, besides the severe blow to greed. Aye. Things unfolded so magically that Chen was confused. She blushed and felt that her head was smoking. What kind of public execution is this? Why should I accept a confession in a serious combat meeting? Johan stared into Chen Ying's eyes, and got the answer. He hugged Chen Ying's waist, leaned over, and kissed her solemnly and affectionately. Chen Ying did not dodge. Silence. Everyone held their breath. Only Jingshu and Dead Pig hurriedly covered Wang Weiyin and Ming Yang's eyes. 3 seconds later, Johan let go of Chen Ying. Chen Ying's brain crashed, and she stood there like a puppet. It's not that she hadn't thought about taking Johan down, but it might require patience, opportunities, and various hints. But even if Chen Ying had 100 heads, she couldn't have guessed that Johan took her down in the end. Although it's really inappropriate for the occasion, although it's really socially dead. But Juanma, thank you, you deserve to be in the Imperial Temple. Johan looked at everyone frankly. Chen Ying and I are truly in love. Thank you for your blessings. Stop caring about our private affairs, and get back to the point. A killer move. Even Dohu, who had seen big scenes, was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. Okay, let's have a meeting. That's right. Let's have a meeting. Zhang Wei felt a pain in his chest, and he slammed the table angrily. Look at you guys, all you know about gossip is those little things. Everyone stopped making a fuss, and returned to the meeting. Juanma is right. Zhu Ke returned to the topic. The abilities of the dead beasts are related to their names. This is their weapon, and also their weakness. In addition, Zhu Ke pondered for a moment. From the abstract information I have seen, I think that the dead beasts also correspond to a part of the body of the god. Of course, this god is just what they call the god. What are they? Gao Yang asked. Lust, gluttony, laziness, anger, greed, jealousy, and arrogance correspond to blood, teeth, tail, horns, eyes, wings, and heart respectively. Zhu Ke answered. The scene was quiet for a while, and everyone was digesting this information. Oh, how can this be a god? Gregor said with a little disdain. I think it is clearly a demon. Only demons have these 7 parts. Hiss. Engmu took a breath. Really? There is another thing. It's not accurate. It's just my feeling. Zhu Ke nodded slightly. The dead beasts are not monolithic. I felt this a long time ago. For example, Gao. Dohu changed his words in time. Jealous? He doesn't listen to orders very much. Last time he came, he just came to play soy sauce and left. Gao Yang had a blank expression, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Yeah. Zhu Ke concentrated and thought for a while. In addition, when I was contaminated by the eye of greed, I could vaguely feel the complex feelings of greed towards arrogance. I disdained it, feared it, and wanted to control it. Haha, after all this time, I'm still a traitor. Zhang Wei laughed. All human suffering comes from the inconsistency of mind and eyes. Long said lightly. Everyone looked over, seeming to understand. Haha, that's true. Mu Zita waved his folding fan and shook his head. What the eyes see is the empty appearance of the world. What the heart understands is the ultimate bliss. Gregor also remembered a sentence. When the 5 aggregates are empty, you can see the world. You know something about Buddhism. Mu Zita cast an approving look. I know nothing. Gregor laughed at himself. Knowing and understanding are 2 different things. Mysterious. Zhang Wei was confused. The dead beasts are strong enough. You don't need to force them to be cool. If you continue to talk like this, I will lose confidence. Haha. Dohu was amused. Our most confident handsome guy is almost losing confidence. Let's do something practical. Dohu looked at Gao Yang with expectation. Xiao Yangang, you have been thinking about it for so long. You should have a strategy, right? Gao Yang nodded. Yes, but not much. Chapter 1133. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the detailed list of the half-strength plan came out. At this time, Long, Gao Yang, Dohu, Zhu Ke, and Dr. Jiao were chatting in the front yard of the villa. They were mainly developing some targeted weapons based on the abilities of dead beasts, and Dr. Jiao was evaluating the feasibility. Captain, the list is out. Johan and Chen Ying came over, and handed the list in their hands to everyone. Dohu took the list first and quickly browsed it. He nodded. Well, it's good, but I have another question. What question? Johan said. When will you and Chen Ying get married? Dohu said seriously. This time Chening was already very experienced, and she responded generously, I am a non-marriagist. I listened to her. Jiuhan replied. Dohu laughed and stopped making trouble. Gao Yang finished reading the list silently. The members who want to continue fighting are as follows: Gao Yang, Long, Zhuke, Dohu, Qingling, Jiuhan, Chening, Nana, Hong Xiaoxiao, Yasha, Lele, Gregor, Dr. Jia, Zhang Wei, Isher, Pohu, Dead Pig, Mingyang, Jiuanma, Chifeng, Lao 7, and Hej. The members who want to be ordinary people are as follows: Bumblebee, Wei Xiaoluo, Xia Qingkai, Wang Weiyin, Hengmu, Muzitu, Huiche, Linfu, Canary, Suyo, Tingting, Jingshu, Daji, Luding, Hansakata, Jianghao Tofu, Anonymous, Saching Tankid. Among them, Wang Weiyin, Canary, Tankid, Bumblebee, for people have the gift of talent. Others, obey the unified dispatch. Members who can't make a decision for the time being, Tiango, Xiao Xian. Zhuke frowned slightly and looked at Chening, Mingyang. Want to continue fighting? Yeah. Chening smiled bitterly. I talked to her. She is very serious and persistent. Jiuhan added, although Mingyang is young, this is a major event in life. Once a decision is made, it cannot be regretted. I think she should make the decision herself. Suzaku looked at the others, and no one raised any objections. Suzaku sighed and stopped talking. Late at night, in the children's room of the villa, Mingyang and Wang Weiyin were wearing pink and white bear pajamas, lying on the bed, flipping through a beautiful fairy tale picture book together. The protagonists of the story are 5 little peas in a pod. They have always been looking forward to seeing the outside world. 1 pea wants to go to the sun, 1 pea wants to go to the moon, 2 peas want to go to the palace for lunch, and 1 pea feels that it doesn't matter where to go. In the end, by chance, each pea went to an unknown world and had a completely different fate. The 2 little girls turned to the last page of the story, and they were still a little reluctant. Wang Weiyin suddenly felt sad. She lay on the bed with a trembling voice. Yang, aren't you afraid of monsters? Mingyang thought for a moment and answered seriously. I am also afraid, and sometimes I have nightmares. Then why don't you stay with me? We are still young, and the adults will protect us. Wang Weiyin said. Because? Mingyang smiled shyly. Because I want to help everyone, and I am happy every time I help. Yang, you are so brave. Wang Weiyin's eyes were red. But I am really afraid of monsters. I don't want to be eaten by monsters. Mingyang came over and hugged Wang Weiyin gently. Ying, don't be afraid. Lend me your strength. I will protect you and everyone. Okay. Wang Weiyin sobbed and nodded vigorously. You must come back. You are my best friend. Yes, I will definitely come back. Mingyang said, stretching out his little finger. Let's make a pinky promise. Pinky promise. Wang Weiyin burst into laughter. Isn't Chifeng that kid afraid of death? He actually stayed. Dohu looked at the people on the list, touched his chin, and complained casually. There are many people who are afraid of death. Hong Xiaoxiao is also afraid of death, but didn't she stay? Chening sat down next to Zhu Ke. That's right. Dohu got angry when he mentioned this. Why do you think she can't let it go? Why not just give me her talent? What a waste. Jiuhan sat down next to Chening and poured a cup of tea for her and himself. Hong Xiaoxiao may not want to become an ordinary person again, but she can't go back. Gao Yang nodded. People will change. Suzaku lowered his head and stirred the coffee. Hong Xiaoxiao has become braver, not because of her ability, but because she has too much to bear. Grizzly, man-snake, canned food, Zhonghe, but again. Chening sighed. If she retreats at this time, she will never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Chening said this to Hong Xiaoxiao, but also to herself and the people around her. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Dohu saw that something was wrong and quickly changed the subject. Huh? Canary, this little dog, usually yells fiercely. Why did he withdraw? In the evening, on the roof of the villa, the thin and slender Hegi sat in the sunset. Her figure was stretched out. Swish. An equally thin figure climbed up to the rooftop. She was wearing a sports suit with a big dog on her chest. It was Canary. She put one hand in her pocket and scratched her hair with the other hand, feeling a little uncomfortable. After hesitating for a few seconds, she pretended to be angry and shouted at Hegi. What do you want from me? Hegi didn't look back, and gently patted the concrete floor beside her. Sit down. You asked me to sit down, so I sat down? I'm not your dog. Canary's attitude became worse. Hegi was not angry at all. The sunset is beautiful. Let's watch the sunset together. Canary was stunned. She thought Hegi was here to quarrel with her, but she didn't expect it to be the case. Her attitude softened and she snorted, "Just watch. Who's afraid of who?" Canary jumped over and sat down next to Hegi. Two thin girls quietly bathed in the bloody sunset. The gentle evening breeze ruffled their hair and eyes. At this moment, the kindness of the world smoothed out the wrinkles in their hearts. Suddenly, Hegi spoke, "Xiao Jia, do you hate me?" Ganari was stunned and immediately put on a fierce face. "Of course. I have been unhappy with you for a long time. Don't call me Xiao Jia. I am not that familiar with you." "Why?" Hegi was very calm. "Because you also like Captain Huang Lian?" Chapter 1134. Wow! Canary jumped up suddenly, and the whole person was stressed. So-and-so likes him. "You, don't say nonsense. It's not shameful to like someone." Hegi said, "I like Captain Huang Lian too, you know, right? So you are hostile to me." Canary didn't expect Hegi to be so frank and expose her. She hesitated, sat down again, and scratched her head. "Actually, I don't hate you, it's just. Hegi blinked, afraid of embarrassment. Canary nodded. "Well, right. Xiao Jia, what do you like about Captain Huang Lian?" Hegi asked. Canary didn't speak. "I speak first." Hegi was unexpectedly frank. "In the team, I'm just not good at communication. Gradually, everyone regarded me as a lonely and cold person. When I found that I was put in that position, it was difficult to get out of it, as if I should be a lonely and cold person." Hegi's eyes flashed with tenderness. "But Captain Huang Lian has no such prejudice. He is very gentle and careful. Even if I rarely express myself and often express myself inaccurately, he can understand my feelings and thoughts." Once, everyone went to watch the New Year's Eve fireworks together. The square was full of people. We squeezed in the crowd. I was short and was blocked by everyone. I wanted to see the fireworks, but I couldn't say it. No one noticed it, only Captain Huang Lian noticed it. He quietly activated gravity and lifted me up. The fireworks were beautiful, and I was very happy. Until now, I still remember my mood at that time. Hegi turned around and looked at Canary seriously. "We are both people standing on the edge of the excitement. We can find each other at a glance." Canary's eyes were red. When she thought of Captain Huang Lian, she just wanted to cry. Me too. Everyone is very nice to me, but they all treat me like a puppy. Only Captain Huang Lian treats me differently, making me feel like I'm a girl. Wow! Canary's sadness broke out, and she burst into tears. Hegi was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and hugged Canary in her arms. "Cry, it will be fine after crying." Canary's emotions came and went quickly, and she calmed down in a few minutes. Hegi gently put her hand on Canary's shoulder. "Xiao Jia, we must kill the dead beast Greed and avenge Captain Huang Lian." "Yeah." Canary nodded vigorously. "So lend me your talent," Hegi said. "Okay." Canary was stunned, realizing that she had been set up. She shook off Hegi's hand. "No. I want revenge too. Xiao Jia, listen to me." Hegi looked sincere. "You give me your talent, and I will go for revenge, which means you will also take revenge. If I die, at least you still remember Captain Huang Lian. If both of us die, no one in this world will remember him anymore." Canary was stunned. "Xiao Jia, if I die, please remember me, okay? Remember that there was a girl who liked Captain Huang Lian just like you." Hegi stretched out her little finger to Canary. "We have an appointment." No. Canary shook her head, her eyes red again. "You all left me behind. It's too much. Hegi grabbed Canary's hand and hooked her little finger. "Xiao Jia, you are very strong, stronger than me. So only you can do this, you have to help me, okay?" Canary burst into tears, but found that Hegi was smiling at her. In her memory, this was the first time that Hegi smiled. She looked very beautiful when she smiled, with sweet eyes and a pointed chin, much prettier than her. If Captain Huang Lian was still alive, he would definitely like her, but it would not be shameful to lose to her. "Yeah." Canary sniffed and nodded vigorously. "It's an appointment." Dohu continued to look at the list, frowned, and found something else. Tang Keed. The Tang Keed who has just realized petrification? Yes. Chening nodded. Who does this kid want to give his talent to? Dohu's eyes glowed green. Johan recalled. Give it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei? Dohu was shocked. That useless, very confident handsome guy. Yes. What a sin. Dohu was heartbroken. Such a good talent, but it was given to a weakling. Weakling? Dr. Jia couldn't listen any more if Jilin was still alive. I'm afraid he would be the first to disagree. Late at night, on the first floor of the villa, in the kitchen, Jiang Wei woke up hungry in the middle of the night, wearing loose pajamas and a purple chicken coop hair, squatting in front of the refrigerator to find food. As for whether to heat up a sandwich or make himself a bowl of fried rice, Jiang Wei fell into thought. Click. The kitchen door opened, and Tang Qi walked in with a gloomy face. He came to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of beer, turned around and left. Just as he was about to go out, he suddenly stopped, as if he thought of something. He turned around. Jiang Wei, I plan to be an ordinary person. Oh, okay. Jiang Wei responded casually. The talent is given to you. Ah? Jiang Wei was startled and looked up suddenly. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Tang Qi's original talent was organ puzzle, and later, he comprehended corpse driver. A few days ago, he comprehended petrification, and his combat power rose to T1. On the other hand, Jiang Wei only has a level 3 confidence. Although he made a first-class contribution in the battle with Qilin, it was more due to luck. In terms of comprehensive combat power, Jiang Wei and Tang Qi are not at the same level at all. Powerful talents should be left to powerful people. Only when the two strong forces join forces can they maximize their value. Now Tang Qi's talent is actually given to Jiang Wei, which is a bit of a waste. Having said that, Jiang Wei was not polite. It's not often that pie falls from the sky. He excitedly shook Tang Qi's hand. Brother, you have vision. Invest in me. You can't go wrong. You give me 3 talents, and I will give you a bright future. Well, keep working hard. Tang Qi pulled his hand back coldly, and turned away. Hey! Wait a minute. Jiang Wei took 2 steps forward and put his arm around Tang Qi's shoulders. Brother Tang, why did you give me your talent? I'm actually a little curious. Tang Qi opened the beer and took a sip. Nothing. Impossible. There must be a reason. Jiang Wei insisted. Tang Qi put one hand in his pocket, leaned against the wall, thought seriously, and asked, Do you remember the Hongmen banquet you and Sister Ying held? The smile on Jiang Wei's face disappeared instantly, and he thought of the companions he had killed. I argued with you at that time and thought your path was wrong. Tang Qi said, Now it seems that you have a good vision, and you are right. Forget it. Jiang Wei lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Fortunately you didn't leave at that time, otherwise you would have been killed by me. I am the one who deserves to die the most. I have killed many people. Don't blame yourself too much, it's all fate. Tang Qi patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder. Come on, create a better future for us, and for the dead teammates. Jiang Wei's eyes were wet. He immediately went to the refrigerator to take out a bottle of beer, opened it, and clinked glasses with Tang Qi. Brother. Just for what you said. Even if the enemy is a god, I, Jiang Wei, will beat him hard. Tang Qi was stunned for a long time, smiled and raised the bottle. I'm watching you. Chapter 1135. Can you do some ideological work on Tang Qi? Dohu was still not giving up and looked at Qining. Little Ying. Don't call me that, it's disgusting. Qining felt a cramp in her stomach. Sister Ying. Dohu had no moral integrity. Aren't you Tang Qi's former boss? Please persuade him to give his talent to me. He must have his reasons. Qining said. This is unscientific. Dohu was very excited. The role played by Jiang Wei is definitely not as great as mine. This is an indisputable fact. Dohu looked at Gao Yang. Xiao Yang on. Say something. Gao Yang nodded. In terms of combat power alone, you are definitely stronger. Let's see. But, Gao Yang interrupted. No matter how strong you are, you can only fight one dead beast. We have to deal with 7 dead beasts at the same time. It is more reasonable to have a more balanced combat power. Jiang Wei's confidence is 100% immune to mental damage. This card is very strong, but he has no combat power, and has always been difficult to use well. Now that he has combat power, it will greatly change the situation. Second. Zhuke said. Second. Jiuhan said. Second. Qining said. Long gently raised the coffee cup. What a sin! Dohu was speechless and wailed. He picked up the list again and studied it. This bumblebee is okay, with average talent. Who is he going to give it to? Raven Shark. Jiuhan said. Late at night, on the 2nd floor of the villa, in the bathroom. Raven Shark was wearing a swimsuit, soaking in the bathtub, happily playing with a small shark toy floating on the water. The door was pushed open, and a fat figure walked in. It was Bumblebee. Raven Shark, why haven't you finished washing yet? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Raven Shark hurriedly sat up, wiped his face, and stared at Bumblebee's knees. He was not taking a bath, he just liked to soak in the water, and he could soak in it all the time if he had nothing to do. There is a bathroom upstairs. Raven Shark finally uttered a few words after a long time. Bumblebee waved his hand. No, I don't want to use the bathroom. I want to tell you something. Oh! Raven Shark stood up from the bathtub, soaking wet, and looked down at Bumblebee's big belly. Raven Shark, I decided to be an ordinary person. What about you? Bumblebee asked. I continue to fight, Raven Shark said. I knew it. Bumblebee smiled warmly. In fact, I don't want you to join the battle. If something happens to you, Elder Suzaku will really be unable to survive. You are the only one left among the few people closest to her. Raven Shark didn't speak, but clenched his fists. Haha, I know it's useless for me to persuade you, you must want to protect Elder Suzaku. Raven Shark nodded. So I give you my talent, you must protect Elder Suzaku, and also protect yourself. Neither you nor Elder Suzaku can be in trouble. Raven Shark didn't say anything. Why? No confidence? Bumblebee asked. Raven Shark nodded quickly. Yes. That's right. Bumblebee patted Raven Shark's wet shoulder. Okay, you continue to soak in the water. What about you? Raven Shark raised his head and looked at Bumblebee. Me? I go home after I transfer my talent to you. Bumblebee's eyes flickered with infinite longing. Catch up on the anime that should be caught up, draw all the new card pools, get all the figures you want to buy, and participate in more comic exhibitions. Bumblebee said happily, but suddenly froze and smiled sadly. If Boss Lou was still here, I would definitely muster up the courage to invite her to play my favorite anime character. Dohu held a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth and slapped the table. Everyone, I will choose the remaining talents first. Who agrees? Who opposes? I oppose, Suzaku said. Why? Dohu was anxious. You and Gao Yang can't choose. What are you against? Let the most powerful people choose first. Suzaku looked at Long. Long was sipping coffee silently, and suddenly someone called his name. He raised his head and blinked innocently. I don't need it. You don't want it? Suzaku was a little surprised. One talent is enough for me, and I'm not the main force in the final battle. Long paused and added, besides, I want to keep it pure. What do you mean? Johan didn't understand. Literally. Long continued to drink coffee, and it seemed that he didn't intend to explain anymore. Zhu Kei shook his head helplessly. Okay, Dohu, you choose. Oh yeah. Dohu was so happy, like a child who had the right to be the first to enter a toy store and choose toys. He squatted on a chair, holding the list, and began to struggle between several candidates. He wanted this talent, and was reluctant to give up that talent. Everyone also began to discuss the allocation of talents. Gao Yang listened silently, and made some supplements from time to time. A few minutes later, Gao Yang's mobile phone rang. With the technical support of Dr. Jia, everyone was not worried that the mobile phone signal would be tracked and located by the dead beast, and they all used it normally. Gao Yang glanced at the caller ID, and was stunned for 2 seconds. He stood up and avoided it. A minute later, Gao Yang answered the phone and returned to everyone. Everyone noticed Gao Yang's abnormality. Zhu Kei worriedly asked, who called? Gao Yang didn't answer, he picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Who called you just now? Zhu Kei continued to ask. Gao Yang still didn't answer and continued to drink tea. Gao Yang. Shuchua's tone sank, and he grabbed Gao Yang's hand. Look at me. Gao Yang slowly raised his head and looked at Zhu Kei. His face was pale, and his eyes were both panicked and confused. Your hands are shaking, Zhu Kei said. Leicheng, a small town in the suburbs, a self-built cement house. Under the osmanthus tree in the front yard, a man sat on a small bamboo stool, wearing an apron and gloves, killing fish. There was an old mobile phone on the ground next to it, stopped at the call record interface. He had just talked to his 19-year-old nephew, and now he is hung up. Today is the man's 48th birthday, the 4th year of his birth. According to custom, he should celebrate with wine, but my uncle is afraid of trouble and doesn't like socializing, so he plans to have a simple birthday. However, it's still too lonely to celebrate a birthday alone. He got up early and went to the vegetable market to buy a lot of vegetables. He planned to make a sumptuous lunch and call his nephew and niece to eat together. Uncle! A high school girl wearing a beautiful and exquisite black Lolita skirt and double ponytails ran out of the hall. Look, is it beautiful? The uncle had already killed the fish. He took off his gloves, turned on the faucet beside him to wash his hands, and looked back. It looks good, but why are you wearing black? After all, It's my uncle's birthday. You should wear a red skirt. Uncle, you don't understand. Black is solemn and ceremonial. Gao Xinxin smiled happily. Today is a big day, and you should wear black on a big day. Okay, Uncle doesn't understand the preferences of young people. Uncle picked up the fish and the kitchen knife, stood up and walked to the kitchen. But Uncle knows your stomach, and I will make you a delicious meal today. Uncle is great. Gao Xinxin was very happy. Her big black eyes turned cunningly. By the way, will my brother come? Of course, he dare not come. Uncle pretended to be serious. Didn't you just say that today is a big day? Yeah. Gao Xinxin nodded heavily, looked at the blue sky outside the yard, and smiled softly. I can't wait. Chapter 1136. At 1 p.m., the living room was bright, the kitchen door opened, and the uncle walked out from the curling smoke, holding a large bowl carefully in both hands. The last dish, cuttlefish meatball soup. Wow, it smells so good. Gao Xinxin, who had already set up the dishes, sat at the table and cheered happily. The uncle brought the soup to the table, set it up, and looked at the table full of dishes, with a little pride in his satisfaction. Huh, I haven't had such a big show for a long time, it really makes me tired. Uncle, sit down quickly, I help you rub your shoulders. Ha ha, okay. The uncle sat down at the main seat, and Gao Xinxin walked behind the uncle obediently to help him massage his shoulders. Huh? The uncle finally reacted. Yang hasn't come yet? Yes, brother hasn't come yet, Gao Xinxin said. Uncle glanced at his watch. It's been an hour and a half, we should be there even if we are slow. Is there a traffic jam on the road? Gao Xinxin said, but her eyes were staring at the yard outside the living room door. It's not a holiday, there won't be a traffic jam. Uncle frowned. It shouldn't be. Yang has always been reliable. Xinxin, you call and ask your brother about the situation. Gao Xinxin hesitated for a moment. Uncle, you call. My phone is out of battery. Okay. Uncle took out his mobile phone, dialed Gao Yang's number, turned around and handed it to Gao Xinxin. Come on, talk to your brother. Gao Xinxin was stunned for a moment, and continued to massage Uncle's shoulders. My hands are busy, Uncle, you just talk to him. Uncle looked at Gao Xinxin. Xinxin, why are you a little strange today? Really? Gao Xinxin blinked. I thought you and your brother would come together, but you came here alone first, and you were so shy. The uncle was slightly startled, then realized, Xinxin, did you have a fight with your brother? Gao Xinxin's unnatural expression was fleeting, and she pretended to be relaxed. No. Impossible, it's definitely a conflict. Uncle was very sure. In fact, there are some things, but it's not a quarrel. Gao Xinxin was vague. What's the matter, tell Uncle. Uncle was very concerned. Oh, I can't explain it. Uncle, don't worry, it's just a small matter, Gao Xinxin said. Uncle sighed. Okay, you are at your age, it's hard to understand. I remember Yang was also very rebellious in those 2 years. What's the word, middle school? No. Gao Xinxin was anxious, and a little disdainful. I'm not middle school, I hate middle school people the most, stupid. Let me see. Uncle was about to say something, and suddenly saw a taxi appear outside the yard gate. Haha, here it comes. Uncle smiled and stood up. Gao Xinxin was stunned for 2 seconds, with a look of burning expectation in her eyes. She walked out of the yard, past her uncle, and rushed out of the yard in one breath. Brother, you are finally here. Gao Xinxin was full of joy, but her smile froze instantly. A blond boy got off the taxi. He wore brown sunglasses, a dark-colored trendy spring outfit, and a heavy gift bag in his hand. He slammed the car door, and came to Gao Xinxin's side. He was a head taller than the girl. Under the warm April sun, his blonde hair was dazzling and his smile was flamboyant. He lowered his head slightly, and took off his sunglasses casually. Hey, isn't this Xinxin? Gao Xinxin's face was already extremely ugly. She turned her back to her uncle, lowered her voice, and squeezed out a few words from her teeth. What are you doing here? Today is my uncle's birthday, I came. He's my uncle, not yours. Gao Xinxin interrupted angrily. Hey, what's the relationship between us? Why be so formal? Wang Zikai walked around Gao Xinxin, and was about to enter the yard. Besides, a birthday party is more lively when there are more people. Go away. You are not welcome here. Gao Xinxin grabbed Wang Zikai, and refused to let him in. Hey. Wang Zikai hurriedly shouted to the man in the yard, Uncle. Happy birthday. When the uncle saw that it was Wang Zikai, he was surprised and happy. Isn't this Xiaokai? You came with Yang? Wang Zikai grinned. No, I came alone. Today is your birthday. I came to join in the fun and brought you some gifts. Haha, Xiaokai is really thoughtful. Uncle walked forward, took the gift bag and took a look. Oh. No, this is too expensive. Uncle, please keep it. Wang Zikai pushed it to the uncle. Since I ate the meal you cooked last time, I have been thinking about it. Today I finally got the chance to come and have a meal again. Haha, you flatter me well. Uncle was very happy. I'm serious. Uncle, with your cooking skills, you can be a chef starting from 5 stars, and there is no upper limit. Wang Zikai became more and more excited. Okay, let's talk about it later. The uncle was very happy. He took Wang Zikai's gift bag. Come in quickly, you're just in time, the dishes have just been served. No! Gao Xinxin shouted and stopped Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai, today is our Gao family's birthday. You, an outsider, don't come here to get in the way. Xinxin. The uncle was a little embarrassed. How can Xiaokai be considered an outsider? It's okay, more people will make it more lively. No! Absolutely not. Gao Xinxin said out of character. Why? Uncle was confused. Because? Gao Xinxin blushed, but couldn't explain why. Uncle was stunned, and suddenly understood everything. He first looked at Gao Xinxin carefully, then looked at Wang Zikai carefully, and sighed. Oh, so that's what happened. Uncle smiled bitterly, turned and walked into the living room. You two, follow me into the house. Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin looked at each other, and the previous quarrel suddenly became unimportant, and followed Uncle into the hall. Inside the house, the hot pot and dry pot on the big round table were still hot, crackling, and the steam was curling. Uncle sat in the upper seat, Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin sat on the left, and the three of them were silent for a long time. The uncle poured himself a small glass of white wine, took a sip, then picked up the chopsticks, and ate a bite of cold bean sprouts. He looked up at Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin, who were motionless, and raised his eyebrows helplessly. Why are you standing there? Eat. Gao Xinxin hesitated and whispered, My brother hasn't come yet. Don't wait for him, the food is cold. The uncle said. But Gao Xinxin was about to say something, but Wang Zikai interrupted immediately. Okay, don't wait for him. Who made the kid late? He deserves to eat leftovers. Wang Zikai picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Gao Xinxin stopped talking, picked up the chopsticks, picked up some food and put it in the bowl, but he was not in the mood to eat. After a while, the uncle drank half a glass of white wine. He put down his chopsticks and sighed earnestly. Your uncle, may be a little confused about small things, but I can still make sense of big things. I know what you two are planning, but before you meet Yang, you have to get past your uncle first. Gao Xinxin looked up quickly. Wang Zikai's action of picking up the dishes slowed down slightly. 3 seconds of silence. Uncle. Gao Xinxin looked a little sad. It's none of your business. No. Uncle interrupted. You and your brother's business is my business, and I, your uncle, must take care of it. Gao Xinxin and Wang Zikai were speechless for a moment. Uncle looked at the two of them meaningfully. Tell me, when did it happen? Gao Xinxin lowered his head and said nothing. Wang Zikai stopped pretending, put down his chopsticks, and smiled frankly. April 1st. I knew it, it won't be long. Uncle said, frowning. Isn't it Yang birthday? How could you choose that day? Gao Xinxin looked up at Uncle. This is not something we can decide. Hey. Uncle shook his head. How sad your brother must be. He definitely can't accept it. Yeah. Wang Zikai smiled. He looks very shocked. Hey. Uncle sighed deeply. What are you two going to do? Gao Xinxin's eyes were no longer sad, and became colder little by little. Today, I want to end it with my brother. Chapter 1137. Xinxin. Uncle opened his eyes in disbelief. He is your brother. How can you say such cold words? Uncle glared at Wang Zikai again. And you and Yang have such a good relationship. Can you really bear to lose such a good friend? Aren't you afraid of regretting it in the future? Wang Zikai lowered his head, and played with the empty teacup on the table. Uncle, there is no going back. What a fool. Uncle slapped the table, angry and anxious. I know that some things can never go back to the past once they happen. Uncle has also been in a relationship. How can I not understand? But can't you control your feelings first? Feelings? Gao Xinxin raised her head blankly. Your feelings with Wang Zikai. Uncle said, as a matter of course. You two fell in love early, and Yang found out, right? Ah? Wang Zikai was also dumbfounded. Under the table, Gao Xinxin stomped Wang Zikai hard. Oh, right. Wang Zikai changed his words in time. Gao Xinxin and we fell in love over time, and when we found out, it was too late to go back. Xiaokai, uncle has never doubted your character. Uncle said earnestly, although you have a playboy face, from your friendship with Yang Ang, I can see that you must be very loyal in your feelings, and you are a good child. But? Uncle slammed the table again solemnly. Gao Xinxin is only in the first year of high school this year. You are in a premature relationship. This is wrong. If I were Gao Yang, I would definitely be angry too. The uncle felt a little sad, as Gao Yang's best friend. Even if you like your best friend's sister, you should at least wait until she goes to college, right? If you do this now, I would have beaten you up if I were Gao Yang. Wang Zikai learned his lesson this time. He glanced at Gao Xinxin first to make sure that he would not be stomped again before continuing. I'm sorry, uncle, I was wrong. Don't say sorry to me. Wait for Yang Yang to come and apologize to him. The uncle was very serious. Also, promise him that before Gao Xinxin goes to college, you two can only be friends. Don't have any thoughts about that. Do you understand? I understand. Wang Zikai nodded. And you? The uncle looked at Gao Xinxin. This is your first time in love. It's inevitable that you are overwhelmed by love. You are so crazy that you even said something like end it. It's just nonsense. Gao Xinxin turned her head away and dodged. Xinxin, I'm going to say something inappropriate. With your conditions, you can find a good partner in the future. You can pick one at will, but you only have one brother. If you don't cherish him, you will cry in the future. I know I was wrong. Gao Xinxin pretended to admit his mistake. Okay, it's all right now. The uncle was relieved. When Yang Yang comes, uncle will persuade you and help you three untie your knot. Thank you, uncle. Wang Zikai smiled and glanced at Gao Xinxin. I told you, it's right to find uncle. Gao Xinxin glared at Wang Zikai fiercely, and was about to say something, but the light from the side dimmed. Her heart trembled slightly, and she slowly looked to the side. Wang Zikai and the uncle also looked at the door, at almost the same time. A tall and thin figure stood at the door with a slight backlight, wearing a white shirt, black trousers, black leather shoes, and side-parted hair. The bangs on one side were combed behind the ear. He was only 19 years old, but his temperament was becoming more and more mature. The uncle was distracted for a while, before recognizing his nephew in front of him. Yang Ang, you are finally here. The uncle stood up to greet him, but Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin did not move. Uncle, I'm sorry, I'm late, happy birthday. Gao Yang smiled happily, put down the cake box in his hand, stepped forward, and hugged the uncle. The uncle was stunned. He didn't expect Gao Yang to be so intimate. He patted Gao Yang on the back a few times. Good boy, you have matured a lot in a short time. I almost didn't recognize you. Gao Yang let go of the uncle. Uncle, I ordered a cake for you, which delayed me a little. What cake? The uncle smiled. We used to eat longevity noodles on our birthdays, not this thing. Come, sit down, I just ate. I was afraid that the food would get cold and I didn't wait for you. No need to wait. Gao Yang stepped forward and sat down opposite Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin. He naturally picked up the chopsticks, and took a bite of hot food and put it in his mouth. Yeah, delicious. Gao Yang gave his uncle a thumbs up. I can eat 3 bowls of rice today. Haha, okay, nothing else, but enough rice. The uncle also picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and winked at Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin. The two still froze, and didn't move. The uncle was so disappointed that he had to bite the bullet and said, Ahem, Yang Yang, uncle already knows about Xiaokai and Xinxin's affairs. Gao Yang's hand trembled as he picked up the food. You. No. They confessed to me. The uncle sighed. I have criticized them well. In any case, this matter must wait until Xinxin goes to college. Now they can only be friends. There must be no crossing of the line, and it must not affect Xinxin's study in life. Gao Yang's stiff smile became subtle. The uncle continued, as the saying goes, guard against day and night, but it is difficult to guard against thieves in the house. The sister who has been spoiled for so many years was abducted by her best friend. Who wouldn't be angry? However, Yang Yang, you should also think positively. Your sister will grow up sooner or later, and have her own love. Xiaokai is a good person. You know him better than me. Besides, you know each other well. If it really works out in the future, it will be a good thing for you to be close relatives. Gao Yang's smile reappeared on his face. He already knew what was going on. Uncle reached out and patted Gao Yang's shoulder. Yang Yang, today, just give uncle some face. You and your sister, and Xiaokai, make peace. Uncle glared at Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin. Why are you standing there? Apologize. Wang Zikai tried to hold back his laughter. Brother, I'm sorry, feelings are really uncontrollable, but you can rest assured that I have principles and bottom lines, and I promise to abide by the agreement between uncle and me. Gao Xinxin spoke. Brother, don't be angry, I will break up with Wang Zikai now, and I will never fall in love too early or quarrel with you again. Uncle is right, I can choose any boyfriend in the future, there are many, but I only have one brother. Wang Zikai held his forehead with one hand and glanced at Gao Xinxin secretly. I don't want face, right? Gao Xinxin pretended not to see it. Gao Yang smiled faintly. Okay, let's call it a day. Ha ha. Uncle was very pleased. That's right. Come on, cheers. Wang Zikai also raised his drink cup. Celebrate Uncle's birthday, and also for us to get back together. Well said. Uncle raised his glass and stood up. Come on, let's have a drink. Everyone stood up, picked up their glasses, and clinked them crisply. The four of them sat down and started eating. Several people talked from time to time, but they were all trivial matters. The atmosphere was harmonious with a hint of weirdness. Wang Zikai picked up the dishes and said casually, Brother, you didn't come today, I really thought you were angry and didn't come. Chapter 1138. Gao Yang ate the food, his tone relaxed. How is it possible? I will definitely come. But there are so many things to do recently that I am a little overwhelmed. Brother, you have changed. Gao Xinxin was a little unhappy. You used to be indecisive. I have to change. Gao Yang smiled bitterly and met Gao Xinxin's eyes. The world is changing too fast. It's not good to be as stubborn as before. Yang Yang is right. The uncle drank the wine, his face was ruddy, and he agreed with a smile. People must learn to adapt, otherwise they will suffer losses in society. Brother. Wang Zikai looked up at Gao Yang, his expression solemn. I didn't celebrate your birthday well last time, and I didn't have time to give you a gift. I have always felt bad. It's not a big deal. Gao Yang smiled. No, this must be compensated, just as an apology. Wang Zikai said, then you pick another time, I will celebrate your birthday again. No. Gao Xinxin interrupted hurriedly. Brother, I didn't catch your birthday last time, and I also prepared a gift for you. I will celebrate your birthday. It's boring for you to celebrate with him. Wang Zikai laughed. Xinxin, I obviously proposed it first. How can you steal the fruits of victory? Bullshit. I had this idea a long time ago, but you said it first. Gao Xinxin was unreasonable. Brother, don't pay attention to him. Celebrate with me, we are a family, he is an outsider. So much drama. Why don't the three of us celebrate together? The uncle didn't understand. Birthdays are more lively when there are more people. Well, let's do it together. Gao Yang said. Okay, I'm okay. Wang Zikai agreed hurriedly. Gao Xinxin was stunned, and it was not easy to refuse. Okay, let's spend it together. Wang Zikai looked at Gao Xinxin with a sly smile. Xinxin, do you remember the bet we made last time? Let's compare, and see whose gift your brother likes more. Humph, let's compare, you will definitely lose. Gao Xinxin pouted. That's not necessarily true. Wang Zikai was very confident. He looked at Gao Yang again. Brother, you pick a date, I have time anyway. Me too, I can take a leave. Gao Xinxin said. Gao Yang put down his chopsticks and thought seriously. I'm a little busy recently, maybe I won't have time until next month. What date? Gao Xinxin asked. How about the 20th? Gao Yang said. The 20th. Wang Zikai touched his chin. Okay, a good day, let's go that day. Gao Xinxin smacked her lips. Brother, you really know how to pick a day. I have a monthly exam that day, and I'm very tired. Then don't ask for leave, have a good rest after the exam. Gao Yang said. Haha, I was kidding you. Gao Xinxin laughed. It's just a small test, it won't tire me out, just look forward to my gift. I think it's okay. The uncle also laughed, and suddenly he thought of something. Hey, Gao Yang, why don't you bring your Shaoqing with you that day? No. Gao Xinxin's face fell immediately. No. Birthdays must be more lively with more people. The uncle insisted. Besides, how can you celebrate your birthday without inviting your girlfriend? The uncle smiled delicately at Gao Yang. Yang, your father told me that it's hard to find a girl as good as Shaoqing. You must cherish her, and don't neglect her. Okay. Gao Yang nodded. I plan to bring her. No. Gao Xinxin became more and more excited. Why, are you afraid that your gift can't compare to others? Wang Zikai laughed at the side. Gao Xinxin, is this all your confidence? You? Gao Xinxin finally held back her temper and sat down angrily. Okay, then bring sister-in-law along. Brother, Don't regret it later. Okay, it's settled. Uncle didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Today is my birthday party after all. You can't keep talking about Gao Yang's birthday. Blame me. I started a bad start. Wang Zikai stood up quickly and picked up the drink. Come on, uncle, I toast you another glass. I wish you good health, good luck, delicious food and spicy drinks, and get out of single life soon. Ha ha. You little bastard, you are insulting me. Uncle laughed heartily. Then I also wish you good fortune and longevity. Gao Xinxin followed. I wish you good health and everything goes well. Thank you, everyone. The uncle raised his glass. Cheers. After the toast, everyone sat down again. The uncle didn't rush to pick up the chopsticks. He looked at the table of dishes, a little absent-minded. After a while, he sighed deeply, slowly raised his head, and looked at the three children in turn. Gao Xinxin found something wrong. Uncle, your eyes are so red. Are they smoked by the hot pot? Where does the smoke from solid alcohol come from? Wang Zikai smiled. Gao Yang guessed that the uncle was crying, but he didn't say anything. The uncle's eyes were wet. He didn't raise his hand to wipe it off, and let a tear slide down his face. Uncle, I am sad. Why should I be sad? Isn't it fine? Gao Xinxin blinked. The uncle shook his head. How could such a good family become like this? Wang Zikai's eyes narrowed, and he smelled blood. Uncle's hand, hidden under the table, was holding a small, sharp black hairpin. The hairpin cut the palm of his hand, and blood oozed out of his fingers and dripped onto the ground. This hairpin was infused with the energy mark of Gamer. Gao Yang secretly put it into his pocket when he hugged him, and his uncle had discovered it long ago. Black. Instantly, a kind of majestic, authoritative, and powerful energy field was activated. Gao Yang felt a trance, and everything around him disappeared. The sky turned black, and the earth turned white, both of which extended infinitely in all directions without end. The original dining table disappeared, and was replaced by a Dharma table formed by the gathering of golden energy. Uncle sat behind the table, holding a small golden hammer in his hand. On one side of the Dharma table sat Gao Xinxin and Wang Zikai, and on the other side sat Gao Yang, with a golden Libra totem under his feet. At this moment, the three people all showed different degrees of confusion and surprise on their faces. But the three of them did not panic at all, and soon accepted and calmed down. Prince Kai smiled, even with a hint of playfulness. The uncle raised the golden hammer and spoke slowly. His voice was tinged with majesty, strong power, and a certain ancient rhythm. Eyes of justice, heart of fairness. Blood judgment is balanced, spiritual sacrifice is harmonious. The killing intention arises, the contract is signed. On May 20th, the heir of God Gao Yang will challenge the dead beast's jealousy and pride. Before that, the three of them cannot have any form of duel, nor can they have any form of duel with anyone else. Violators will die immediately. Additional rules. Gao Yang alone will deal with jealousy and pride. The duel is unfair. As compensation, on the day of the duel, Gao Yang can bring a companion named Qing Ling to challenge jealousy and pride one after another. The ruling is complete and takes effect immediately. Dong. Chapter 1139. Bang. The golden hammer in the uncle's hand hit the table hard, and the table instantly exploded into energy fragments flying all over the sky. Then, the whole field fell apart in a violent tremor. In a trance, the familiar world came back. The four of them returned to the bright hall again, surrounded by a table of dishes. The hot pot soup gurgled, the oil stains in the dry pot sizzled, and the air was filled with the aroma of various foods and drinks. It was a subtle and short silence. Wang Zikai put down his chopsticks and sighed softly. Gao Xinxin, I told you long ago that it was not a good idea to find uncle, but you didn't listen. Gao Xinxin didn't say anything, just looked at the back of his left hand, on which there was a Libra totem mark without knowing when. Wang Zikai's right hand also had a similar mark. Since Uncle Gao is a human, Uncle is most likely also a human. Since he is a human, awakening is a matter of time. After all, there are not many ordinary people left now. Gao Xinxin still didn't speak. Wang Zikai looked at Uncle calmly. The move you just used was judgment. Uncle's face was heavy and pale, and he didn't answer. Law talent, quite interesting. Wang Zikai stood up, stretched, and moved his arms. Uncle also stood up almost uncontrollably, and strangely made the same movements as Wang Zikai, as if it was a mirror image. Then, Wang Zikai put one hand in his pocket and smiled crookedly. Uncle didn't repeat the same movement with Wang Zikai. His pupils suddenly enlarged and were covered with golden bloodshot. While Uncle vomited blood, and blood mist filled the entire dining table. The delicious food was suddenly covered with a layer of strange red frost. The uncle held the table with both hands, and it was very difficult for him not to fall down. Gao Yang watched quietly on the side without saying a word. He had already activated the 7th level spiritual armament, and at the same time observed the situation and thought about countermeasures. It was the most dangerous to act rashly. Wang Zikai took out the paper on the table, stepped forward, and wiped the blood from the corner of the uncle's mouth. I can break your law by force, but it's very tiring, and there's no need for it. Wang Zikai tilted his head and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, I was planning to kill you again on the night of Songjie. I knew you would definitely come to me that night. Gao Yang was silent. The Wang Zikai in front of him made him familiar and strange. He seemed to be the same Wang Zikai, but also seemed to be a terrible monster with the appearance of Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai smiled faintly. We are brothers, I have to give you a chance. During this period, other dead beasts will not bother you again. You should prepare yourself, and don't let me down. Wang Zikai said, and looked at Gao Xinxin. Let's go. Gao Xinxin's eyes were red, and she looked aggrieved and sad. She also felt a little regretful in her heart. She really shouldn't have come to see her uncle. Gao Xinxin stood up and smoothed the wrinkles on her skirt. Uncle, I'm sorry for ruining your birthday. I didn't intend to do it in front of you. Uncle's eyes were full of pain. Xinxin, I am sorry for you. I promised your parents to take good care of you two siblings, but in the end it turned out like this. Is there really no room for maneuver between us? Uncle was unwilling. I didn't set a life and death duel between you, actually. Uncle, please don't. Gao Xinxin immediately interrupted Uncle's words, and her dark eyes without good and evil blinked smartly. I dream of my brother dying in my hands. Uncle, thank you. I know you love me the most. The uncle opened his pale lips stained with blood, and the blood in his chest froze instantly. He finally understood why Gao Yang had said nothing from beginning to end, and had no intention of redeeming. Because he knew better than anyone that any redemption was futile, and would only increase despair and push him into the abyss of collapse again. But at this moment, Gao Yang could not collapse. Absolutely not. A few seconds later, there was no expression on the uncle's face, and his eyes were cold and resolute. I won't see you off. Gao Xinxin stopped talking. She looked at Gao Yang with resentment and reluctance, turned and walked out of the door, and flew away in an instant. Wang Zikai put one hand in his pocket and walked out of the house slowly, without leaving any farewell words. He had a confident and leisurely smile on his face, as if nothing had ever let him down, and he only needed to wait calmly for fate to develop according to his will. Everything he wanted would be satisfactory. At this moment, the yard was full of people. Dou Hu, Zhu Kei, Qing Ling, Jiu Han, Chuning, Lulu Zhongwei. Most of the awakened ones are here. Everything started with a phone call from Uncle to Gao Yang. Yang, do you know what day it is today? Today is Uncle's birthday? Haha, I didn't expect you to remember it. Uncle, happy birthday. Yang, come to Uncle's house for lunch. Xin has come, she is on holiday today. Uncle, time flies so fast. I am 48 in a blink of an eye, the days before are like a dream. Yang, will you come? Yes. Okay, Uncle will wait for you. Gao Yang hung up the phone, and immediately had the answer in his mind. Uncle has awakened. Uncle is not a hypocritical person. He would not say such words for no reason. This is obviously a hint to Gao Yang. As for Uncle's identity, Gao Yang asked Johan to confirm secretly, when he first established Jussi, that Uncle was an ordinary person, who had not awakened. Gao Yang was not surprised by this result. He just hoped that Uncle would never awaken. Gao Yang had considered that Gao Xinxin might use Uncle as bait to lure him out, and he had thought of many backup plans, not without preparation. As long as Uncle does not awaken, his situation is not dangerous. Fate plays tricks on people. What you fear will come true. Uncle actually awakened, and took the initiative to give Gao Yang a secret code. It seems that he is not an ignorant person. This is the real reason why Gao Yang lost his composure after receiving the call from Uncle. Fortunately, Gao Yang is not fighting alone, he has companions. Everyone immediately held a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Since the uncle has awakened and has some understanding of the current situation, it means that the uncle's identity is not simple, so everyone can take advantage of this advantage. In the end, Gao Yang decided to go to the appointment and not use the clone, because the clone's strength is simply not enough to save the uncle. However, Gao Yang later lied to Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin that he used the clone, which was to confuse the other party. When Gao Yang went to the appointment, Johan hid nearby with his men and tried to contact the uncle with sound transmission. The two successfully contacted, and the uncle was indeed not a simple individual. The situation was urgent, and both parties had no time to talk nonsense. Johan quickly explained the rescue plan. The plan was only halfway through, and the sound transmission was inexplicably interrupted. Wang Zikai came to visit. Chapter 1140. The appearance of Wang Zikai caused the voice transmission to be interrupted, and all plans were disrupted. Fortunately, there was wind ears, which could remotely monitor the four people's dinner, and everyone heard the hidden meaning in the words. Johan was anxious and confused for the first time. He didn't know whether to continue to wait and see or to support immediately. At this moment, Dabo, Gao Yang, Gao Xinxin, and Wang Zikai suddenly disappeared. In fact, they entered the judgment field. Qingling's face sank, jumped on the Tang sword and flew away immediately. Johan also made a decision, and everyone rushed to the scene immediately. Who knew that just as they arrived in the yard, the target four people reappeared in the house. The two dead beasts had already noticed everyone, and everyone didn't plan to hide anymore, and were ready to fight at any time. Hearing the conversation between the four people in the house, everyone realized that the two dead beasts were restrained by Dabo's judgment and could not kill the awakened before the curtain call, and they were relieved. Everyone looked at their former companion Wang Zikai, who was now an arrogant enemy, and felt mixed emotions. However, this complex feeling did not last long. Wang Zikai only looked up at everyone, and in an instant, the overwhelming pressure overwhelmed everyone. Although reason told everyone that Wang Zikai must abide by the constraints of the judgment, they still instinctively felt great repression and fear. They were like a group of tiny ants, enveloped by the shadow of Wang Zikai's careless feet. This was a deliberate show of force from Wang Zikai. He did not kill them now, but it did not mean that he would treat them well. Everyone in the yard bowed their heads uncontrollably. Even Qingling, Douhu, and Zhu Ke had to work very hard to overcome their inner fears before they could barely look at Wang Zikai at eye level. Only one person looked normal. Zhang Wei's eyes were red, and his expression was sad and unwilling. He clenched his fists and couldn't help but step forward. Brother Kai. Zhang Wei, you are here too. Wang Zikai didn't look at anyone's face, and then he found Zhang Wei in the crowd. Brother Kai, why is this happening? Zhang Wei was puzzled. I don't think you have turned into a beast. Isn't this the same as before? You have such a good relationship with Brother Yang. Why did you go to this point? Wang Zikai also stepped forward. Zhang Wei, do you still remember what you said? What did you say? Zhang Wei asked. You said I'm a god? Wang Zikai raised his head slightly, his handsome face engraved with unquestionable arrogance. Gods have things to do. Killing Gao Yang is me. You're bullshitting. Zhang Wei shouted. Since you're a god, you should be omnipotent. Do whatever you want. Don't do what you don't want to do. Zhang Wei stretched out his hands, excitedly grabbed Wang Zikai's shoulders, and leaned his whole face over. Because of his excitement, his saliva flew. This scene shocked everyone. It felt like a naughty child who was ignorant of the world and accidentally fell into a tiger pit while visiting the zoo. All the tourists outside the pit were scared, but he walked over and pinched the tiger's face. Brother Kai, I don't believe you really want to kill Brother Yang. You definitely don't want to, right? You are a god. You are not subject to any will, and you don't need to obey any bullshit mission. Wang Zikai was stunned. After a few seconds, he suddenly laughed. Ha ha, ha ha. Wang Zikai laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He could hardly stand up straight. He stretched out his hands, put them on Zhang Wei's shoulders, and leaned on him to support himself. Ha ha ha. What's so funny about this? Zhang Wei was a little angry, but more puzzled. Did I just say it wrong? Wang Zikai finally got tired of laughing, and he stood up again. Zhang Wei, you're wrong. I'm not the god you think I am. I'm the god created by humans. You created me, and I respond to your requests. You hope for redemption, and the end is redemption. The end of humanity is the end, and the end of the end is God. Wang Zikai patted Zhang Wei's shoulder lightly. Do you understand? Zhang Wei opened his mouth slightly, and found that he couldn't speak at all. Wang Zikai tilted his head and tapped his temple with his hand. Zhang Wei, think carefully, think hard, and don't be a confident IQ depression anymore. Wang Zikai seemed to have lost interest in the whole thing. He no longer looked at other people, as if they were just a background worth mentioning. He put one hand in his pocket, walked out of the yard slowly, stood by the road, put on his sunglasses again, looked around. Well, the weather is really good, suitable for going home to play games. Swish. Wang Zikai disappeared, leaving only a breeze. Of all the people present, only a few barely caught the afterimage of his departure. At this speed, if an attack was launched within 30 meters, even Douhu, who was fully focused, would hardly have time to draw his sword, let alone fight. How pathetic. The last time Do Who felt this kind of complete pathetic was when he witnessed his drunken father beating his mother in childhood. What others felt was no longer powerlessness, but unspeakable despair. He's gone. Qining spoke softly, as if just to confirm that he could still breathe. Qining could sense all advanced life forms within a diameter of 3 kilometers, and Wang Zikai's departure took only a few seconds. Qingling and Zhu Ke rushed into the house first. The uncle had fainted on the ground, covered in blood and pale. Gao Yang squatted beside him, and injected him with special adrenaline. Zhu Ke stepped forward, grabbed the uncle's hand, and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, Zhu Ke opened his eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's dangerous, but I'm not going to die. Chapter 1141. 9 p.m., Millennium Building -6F, Sheep Gate. In the bright and clean medical room, a middle-aged man in hospital gown lies flat on the bed. His chest rises and falls slowly, and his breathing is a little weak. There is an IV tube inserted in his arm, and vital signs monitors are connected to various parts of his body. Beside the bed is a swivel chair. A woman in a white coat sits with her legs crossed, her chin supported by one hand, her mobile phone on her thigh, swiping the phone boredly. Every few minutes, she gently raises her hand to hold the man's wrist, senses for a few seconds, confirms safety, and then lets go. The man on the bed is Gao Xian, Gao Yang's uncle. 8 hours ago, at 1 p.m., the uncle prepared a Hongnan banquet for the 2 dead beasts and Gao Yang, at the cost of serious injuries and coma. Afterwards, the dead beasts left, and Gao Yang and others rescued Gao Xian. After weighing the pros and cons, everyone decided to change their hiding place. They dared to stay in the Ghost Group villa before because the dead beasts were not sure that the awakened ones had returned to the city. Now, Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin already know about this. Although they are bound by the rules of the judgment, and will not attack any awakened ones before the 3 hours of the Songjia, they cannot guarantee that other dead beasts will not give up. For safety reasons, Gao Yang decided to change to a place that neither Wang Zikai nor Gao Xinxin had been to. Millennium Building 6F is such a place. Although it was blown up, it was later repaired by Songdao, and was originally a good base. Of course, Millennium Building 6F is only a relatively safe place. The real insurance still depends on Chen Ying's perception, Gao Yang's absolute barrier in time and space group migration, Chu Yu's portal, etc. Gao Xian, who was in a coma, survived under Suzaku's emergency treatment and then received ordinary medical treatment. For safety reasons, Suzaku took care of him throughout the whole process. At this moment, Suzaku paused her slender index finger that was swiping the phone. She keenly noticed that the breath of life in front of her was a little fresher. She looked up and found that Gao Xian had opened his eyes without knowing when. Mr. Gao Xian, how do you feel? Suzaku's voice was gentle and polite. Ah, much better. Gao Xian was very weak and his breath was unstable. Where is this? Our base is very safe. Suzaku said. You are? My name is Suzaku. Suzaku's eyes were frank, Gao Yang's companion. Gao Xian's tired eyes froze for a few seconds and suddenly brightened. You are? Suzaku, elder of the Qilin Union? Suzaku was stunned, and then smiled faintly. It's a thing of the past. There is no Qilin Union now. No. Gao Xian was a little surprised. A lot of things happened in the meantime. Zhu Ke said. In short, the leader of the Awakeners is someone else now, including your nephew. Ha, leader. Gao Xian laughed. This kid is really promising. Mr. Gao Xian, we have a lot of questions to ask you. Zhu Ke said. But you are still very weak now, take a rest. Miss Zhu Ke. My name is Xiao Li. You can just call me Xiao Xia. Zhu Ke said. Xiao Xia, you have a good relationship with Yang, right? Gao Xian asked. Zhu Ke didn't rush to answer, thinking about why Gao Xian asked this. Yang trusts you very much, right? Gao Xian continued to ask. I think so. Zhu Ke nodded. Otherwise he wouldn't let me watch you the whole time. That's good. Yang trusts you, and I trust you too. The uncle tried to move his body, and wanted to sit up from the bed. Zhu Ke hurried forward. The energy path in your body is seriously damaged. Although I have helped you make preliminary repairs, you'd better not move around, it will be painful. Gao Xian frowned, already feeling the pain. He gave up getting up, slowly calmed his breath. Xiao Xia, I have something to ask you. Please promise me. Zhu Ke wanted to say tell me what it is first, but after meeting Gao Xian's tearful eyes, Zhu Ke did not say it. 3 seconds later, she nodded, and said solemnly, Okay, I promise you. The next day, At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Rat Gate. The Awakened held a general meeting, and the meeting was hosted by Gao Yang, Shu Kei, and Dohu. The new member participating in the meeting, Gao Xin. Everyone has a lot of questions to ask this new Awakener, or in other words, the scattered person who has been hiding for a long time. Zhu Kei briefly introduced each other, and went straight to the point. She looked at Gao Xin. Mr. Gao Xin, we have a lot of questions for you. Ask whatever you want, but don't be so polite. I'm the oldest here except for Monkey Master. You can call me Uncle Gao. The uncle was stunned and immediately changed his words. Call me Uncle Xin. Zhu Kei nodded. Uncle Xin, first of all, thank you very much for your help yesterday. Without your judgment, the consequences would be disastrous. The uncle sighed helplessly. Xiao Kai is too strong. I have no other way. I can only take it one step at a time. The situation was urgent at the time, and you did a good job. Dohu touched his chin and smiled sophisticatedly. It's a pity, the only flaw is that you can customize the rules in the field. Why don't you define? Let's talk about the duel rules. For example, if a group of us beat him up, and he can't fight back, it's also a duel. Hee. Gao Xin smiled bitterly. I can force the definition, but the cost is huge. If I really do that, I'm afraid I'd be a pile of ashes now, and it's impossible to succeed. Aha, so that's it. Dohu hurriedly smiled and apologized. I'm sorry, Uncle Xin, I don't mean to curse you to death. Gao Yang recalled the round-based duel launched by Ming Jing at the beginning, and immediately figured it out. The more seriously the definition of fairness is distorted, the greater the price that the gifted will have to bear. Yes. Gao Xin nodded. This is the real fairness. Arrogance and jealousy, especially arrogance, His Majesty is too strong. What is majesty? Johan asked what everyone was concerned about. Chapter 1142. I don't know what that is. I can only think of this word. Gao Xin thought for a moment. It is the resistance to my talent. The higher the majesty, the more I can't do anything to the other party. The more I force the other party, the more I will suffer. Gao Xion's face darkened a little. I feel that pride should have been able to forcibly break my law at that time, but there must be a price to pay. Can it be like this? Dohu couldn't hide his surprise. Others were also shocked. Is it not possible? Uncle asked back. Zhu Kei smiled bitterly. Uncle Xion, before this, we have never heard of anyone who can forcibly destroy the law field after being hit. Uncle also laughed at himself. I have only understood judgment for a few days, and I didn't know it was so strong. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. Judgment is of course very strong. How strong must pride be to be able to forcibly destroy judgment? Pa! Dohu clapped his hands vigorously, pulling everyone back from their pessimistic mood. Everyone, don't be discouraged. Uncle Xion's judgment is only level 3. If it reaches level 7, arrogance may not be broken. That makes sense. Zhang Wei echoed loudly. That makes sense. Do you think that after this lesson, arrogance will still give us the opportunity to activate the law talent? Gregor poured a bucket of cold water. Zhang Wei was speechless, and turned to Dohu for help. Dohu pretended that he had never said that, trying to get away with it. Everyone has gone off topic. This is something to discuss later. Zhu Kei brought the topic back. Uncle Xion, when did you awaken? Gao Xion narrowed his eyes, and recalled, 2 months ago. What is the first talent? Zhu Kei continued to ask. Magic. Gao Xion answered. Gao Yang recalled the information on the talent list. Magic, 120 miracle system. Talented people can use magic. Oh my god! Dohu's eyes lit up. I have never seen this talent in person. Everyone obviously hadn't seen it either, and they all looked at Gao Xion. Gao Xion was embarrassed by the burning gazes of the crowd, and smiled awkwardly. It's not a big talent, in fact, it's useless at all. This is magic. Hong Xiaoxiao was looking forward to it, and had already started to imagine all kinds of wonderful spells. What kind of magic is it? Johan was very practical. Gao Xion thought for a while. I know a little bit of the magic in the movie. Really? Hong Xiaoxiao became more and more excited. Although Nana on the side was still pretending to be disdainful, her eyes were straight. Gao Xion added, but the success rate is very low. The more powerful the magic, the harder it is to use. You may not be able to use it even after dozens or hundreds of times. Uncle Xion, show us your skills. Zhang Wei shouted. Yeah. Hong Xiaoxiao was also looking forward to it. Suddenly she thought of something. Why not forget it? Uncle Xion's injury hasn't healed yet. It's okay, I do the simplest one. Gao Xion smiled, and picked up the small spoon in the coffee cup, and held it in front of his eyes. He looked at the spoon intently. After 3 seconds, he shouted, "Change." No reaction. The spoon was still a spoon. Ahem. Gao Xian was a little embarrassed. He stared at the spoon more and more seriously, almost turning his eyes into a pair of eyes. "Change!" Gao Xian shouted. The spoon was still a spoon. "Change! Change! Change!" Gao Xian shouted more than a dozen times, and the atmosphere in the conference room became more and more awkward. Some people had already lowered their heads and held their foreheads, turned their faces away, and couldn't bear to watch anymore. Some people clenched their fists, wishing they could use their toes to dig out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment on the ground. But no one was brave enough to stand up and stop this farce. After all, it was too cruel for Gao Xian. Finally, Zhu Kei gently kicked Gao Yang's calf with his foot. "Change! Change! Change!" Ahem. Gao Yang remained calm and mustered up the courage to say, "Uncle, that, or pound." The spoon in Gao Xian's hand suddenly exploded, and the gorgeous colorful light splashed everywhere like popping candy, and soon disappeared without a trace. When everyone came to their senses, there was a cute doll in the uncle's hand, with big eyes, a small round face, a pointed chin, bangs in a 3:7 ratio, and a hairpin. It was the Q version Hong Xiao Xiao. Wow! Hong Xixia's girlish heart burst. It's really magic. Finally it worked. Gao Xian's forehead was covered with sweat. He smiled at Hong Xiao Xiao gratefully, because she was the only one who had been looking forward to magic throughout the whole process. "Your name is Xiao Hong, right? This is for you." "For me?" Hong Xiao Xiao was flattered. "Really?" "Of course." The uncle was sweating. "I don't want to change back again." "Thank you, Uncle Xian." Hong Xiao Xiao immediately activated telekinesis, and made the doll fly into her hands across the spacious conference table. Gao Xian was stunned. "What kind of talent is this?" "Telekinesis," Hong Xiao Xiao said. "I think yours is more like magic," Gao Xian said. "Uncle Xian, I thought you were being modest, but I didn't expect that this talent is really useless." Zhang Wei spoke without restraint. Hee. Gao Xian laughed awkwardly. "Why is it useless? There is no trash talent in the miracle system." Do Hu scolded. Zhang Wei apologized to Uncle Xian immediately. Oh. Zhang Wei apologized quickly. "Uncle Xian, I'm sorry, I sometimes speak without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." It's okay. Gao Xian waved. "That Uncle Xian." Do Hu changed the subject and showed a greasy smile. "I have a very good relationship with Xiao Yangyang, half-brothers. Rounding off, I am also your nephew. So, as a family member, there is something I don't know if I should say?" "You say." Gao Xian became inexplicably nervous. "You should know that the misty world is too dangerous. If anything happens to you, Xiao Yangyang and I will be so sad. Now, is there a possibility that you can retire and give up your talent? It hurts." Zhu Kei grabbed Do Hu's ear and pulled it up. "If you do this again, I will throw you out." "Sister, I was wrong. Do Hu begged for mercy. "He is just like this, Uncle Xian, don't mind." Zhu Kei smiled apologetically. "Haha, it doesn't matter." Gao Xian also smiled, looking relieved. "To be honest, the atmosphere here is better than I thought, like a big family. I feel relieved that Yangyang stays here. Everyone must take good care of him." After these words came out, silence fell again. In fact, this big family in Gao Xian's eyes was not so harmonious before. Everyone worked for different organizations, from checks and balances to mutual suspicion, and then to mutual killing and hatred, almost heading towards destruction. But it was Gao Yang, the young man who needed to be taken care of in Gao Xian's eyes, who united everyone and saved everyone. They were the ones who were deeply cared for by Gao Yang. "Uncle Xian." Zhu Kei continued to push the meeting forward. "Who told you about these things about the misty world?" Chapter 1143. The smile on Uncle Xian's face froze, and slowly turned into sadness. He lowered his head and sighed softly. "My brother told me." Gao Yang's body trembled slightly, and he quietly activated spiritual armor. Gao Xian also tacitly did not look at Gao Yang. He slowly recalled, "Before my brother died, he brought his sister-in-law to find me. As soon as my sister-in-law saw me, she shook hands with me. I thought it was strange at the time. This was not in line with her character, but I still shook hands with her and fainted directly." Uncle Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. "Later I learned that Lin Yu was confirming my identity through physical contact, wanting to see if I was a human or a lost beast. When I woke up, Lin Yu went back, and only my brother was by the bed. He said that I fainted due to anemia. I was confused at the time and didn't think much about it. That day, my brother stayed for dinner. We drank a little wine and talked a lot. Since he got married, we brothers rarely talked openly. At night, I asked my brother to stay overnight, but he didn't. Before he left, he solemnly took out a recorder and gave it to me, asking me to promise him something. He said, if one day I heard some strange sounds in my head and my body had obvious changes, I must not tell anyone, and I must not go to the doctor. I should find a place where no one was and turn on the recorder. I didn't understand what he said. He repeatedly emphasized that I would understand when things happened. At that time, I would understand everything as long as I turned on the recorder. Gao Shou asked me to swear, the most poisonous oath, that I would never turn on the recorder before that. I had never seen him so serious before. I believed that he must have his reasons, so I agreed. Gao Xian's eyes were red, and he finally turned his head and looked at Gao Yang. Yang, your parents had an accident a few days later. When I received the bad news, I realized that your father was telling me about his funeral that night. I vaguely guessed that your parents' death must be complicated, but I believed in Gao Shou and swore a vow, so I kept on not opening the recorder and continued to live my life. Gao Yang was silent. Gao Xian continued to recall, until 2 months ago, I awakened and understood magic. I couldn't wait to open the recorder and listen to it all night. At that time, I really felt like I was going crazy. It took me a few days to slowly accept these bizarre things, and I also began to pay attention to the lost beasts around me. In your words, I became a scattered person. Uncle, since you know everything, why don't you come to me? Gao Yang spoke, his voice very calm. Hey, the first thing I thought of was to find you. Gao Xian lowered his head and smiled embarrassedly. But uncle is too weak, you have seen it, my talent is useless, it is just a burden, and it will only drag you down. I listened to your father's words to me again, and thought about it for a long time, and decided to continue to pretend to be an ordinary person. When uncle has the ability, I will come to help you again. Until your birthday, you brought Xiaokai and Qingling to me. I hesitated at that time whether to take this opportunity to confront you. As a result, you left quickly, and then I heard the horn. Gao Xian's face was heavy, and he didn't say anything. There was another silence. Gao Xian continued, when the horn sounded, I felt uneasy. I immediately called you, but you didn't answer. I called Xinxin, but she didn't answer either. I immediately went to the city to find you, but the house was empty. Uncle sighed, another week has passed, and I have comprehended the judge. I thought I couldn't wait any longer and had to find you. For this reason, I also did some research. I found that the Awakened seemed to have secretly left signals to Sanren on the internet. Of course, I might have thought too much. Anyway, I left a code word, but I didn't receive a reply. Chen Ying immediately explained, Uncle Xian, those social accounts are all mine. I have been using various methods to find Sanren. After the dead beast awakened, I didn't care about these, and haven't looked at them for a while. I see. Gao Xian looked at Gao Yang. Yesterday morning, Xinxin came to me, and said she was celebrating my birthday, and asked me to call you. I tried to call, and the call really went through. You all know what happened next. Gao Yang's eyes moved and continued to be silent. Johan said, Uncle Xian, how did you find that Gao? Jealousy was not right. Hey. The uncle sighed with some sadness. Xinxin, that girl, it is impossible for her to remember my birthday. Every time, she only sent me a text message after her father reminded her. This time, she not only remembered it, but also took a special leave to come and celebrate my birthday. It's too abnormal. If the two siblings came together, it would be barely understandable, but she came alone and asked me to call Gao Yang to come. It's too weird. And I have judgment, in your words, it comes with a hidden domain. I can feel Gao Xinxin's majesty. This majesty is very strong, and the lost beast has I already know that Gao Xinxin is not a human, so I can only think of the worst. Uncle lowered his head, pinched his knuckles subconsciously, and his voice trembled. Then, Wang Zikai also appeared. The terrifying majesty of him almost made me lose my balance. I was stunned in the yard for a long time. Fortunately, Gao Xinxin and Wang Zikai were arguing outside, so they didn't notice my abnormality. Gao Xian looked up at Gao Yang with a sad look. Yang, I actually wanted to warn you on the phone and tell you not to come. Uncle has also awakened, and will find a way to fool you. If you can't fool it, it's just a death, at least it won't implicate you. Uncle didn't say this. We came here. Zhu Kei said. Yes, you are here. Gao Xian smiled bitterly. You came to save me. I can't let you die. Gao Xian looked at Johan. When Wang Zikai came, your voice transmission was cut off. I don't know if he found you, but I have to prepare for the worst. Everyone was silent. After seeing Wang Zikai's majesty up close, everyone believed that this was possible. Uncle Xian. Dohu held an unlit cigarette in his hand, his eyes full of respect. I thought you were a little impulsive at the time, but now it seems that you made a perfect decision. Uncle Xian smiled bitterly. I didn't care too much at the time, I just did it based on my feelings. Dohu is right, you may have saved all of us. Zhu Ke was very grateful, and then brought the topic back. Uncle Xian, can we listen to the content of the recorder? Chapter 1144. Sure. The uncle took out a black recorder from his pocket and pressed the switch, but there was no response. Uncle Xian, the magic failed again? Zhang Wei half-jokingly wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but it didn't work. It should be out of power. The uncle explained. Swish. Qing Ling raised her hand, and the recorder with a metal shell flew into her palm. She held it gently for more than 10 seconds, then pressed the switch, and the electronic screen of the recorder lit up. Qing Ling returned the recorder to Gao Xian, who operated it, and pressed the play button. Zzz. A burst of noise came from the recorder, and soon Gao Shou's hearty laughter appeared. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, brother. You are also an awakener. What talent did you realize? It's the voice in your head. It's probably not as good as me. I am absolute defense, ranked 9th. Brother, when you hear this recording, I should be gone. Don't be too sad. This ending is what Lin Yu and I chose together. We don't regret it at all. To be honest, compared with you, an old bachelor, my life is worth it. I married a beautiful wife, raised 2 good children, and can be a hero before I die. This is enough for me to brag about on the road to the underworld. Okay, let's not talk too much. You must be very anxious now, and want to know what happened to you. Don't worry, there will be answers. The next words are very long and crazy. You will definitely find it difficult to accept them for a while. Hey, when my son told me these things, I was also completely collapsed. In short, you have to listen repeatedly and listen carefully. Okay, I have said everything I should say, and there should be nothing missing. Brother, since you have awakened, I can entrust the 2 children, Yang Yang and Xin, to you without any worries. However, you don't have to force yourself. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. As adults, we should do our best, and leave the rest to fate. The following words are for my son, so don't listen to them. If you have a chance, please give them to him for me. Gao Xian pressed the pause button and pushed the recorder towards Gao Yang along the smooth conference table. Swish. The recorder slid to the edge of Gao Yang's table. He picked it up slowly, and felt that it weighed 1,000 pounds. At this moment, everyone in the conference room followed Gao Shou's words in the recorder, and roamed for more than half an hour. They unknowingly reviewed the homework of the entire foggy world again, although now it seems that many knowledge points are wrong. It was Zhu Ke who broke the silence. Uncle Xian, I don't have any problems here. I don't have any more either. Gao Yang seconded. Long drank coffee quietly, and raised his hand gently. I'm fine too. Dohu quickly took over the conversation. He was still not dead, and asked with a smile, Uncle Xian, we are about to implement the plan of having the combat power. Let me briefly tell you about this plan. In less than 2 minutes, Dohu made things clear. Yes, it's a good plan. Gao Xian agreed. So what are your plans? Dohu stared at Gao Xian, and almost wrote, I want your talent on his face. Gao Xian thought seriously, I stay. Why? Dohu asked. My trial is still in progress, and it will not end until the day of the duel. If I transfer my talent in the middle of the process, I don't know what will happen. Suzaku sneered, Dohu, I can help you try, but if I take over judgment, I will definitely take Uncle Xian's serious injury with me, and there may be other side effects. Ah ha ha. Dohu looked embarrassed. Let's not do it. I'm not afraid of being at a disadvantage. I'm just afraid that if something unexpected happens, and Uncle Xian gets hurt, Xiao Yangyang will fight me to the death. Zhu Ke looked as if it was expected. Then this meeting is over. Adjourn. Everyone left one after another, and soon, only Gao Yang and Gao Xian were left in the meeting room. Gao Xian looked at Gao Yang, wanting to say something but stopping. At this moment, he realized that the sensible and obedient nephew in his impression had disappeared long ago. It was just a play, he was acting because he was afraid that his uncle would worry. The young man in front of him was silent, melancholy, and his eyes were deep. This was the Real Gao Yang, the leader of the awakened, the hope of the foggy world, and the heir of God who shouldered the mission of saving the world. Gao Xian knew very well that whether as an uncle or a newly awakened, he no longer had the ability or qualifications to enlighten the young man in front of him. Hey! Gao Xian stood up and patted Gao Yang's shoulder gently. Yang, when you need uncle, feel free to find me. Uncle, thank you. Gao Yang said calmly, you go find Hong Xiaoxiao. She will take you to familiarize yourself with the base and arrange accommodation. Okay. Uncle walked out of the conference room door. Gao Yang was still looking at the recorder in his hand, just looking at it. 2 o'clock in the morning, Shimen, single dormitory. There was no bed in the room, only an old sofa. Gao Yang sat on the sofa and had not fallen asleep yet. He was busy until the early morning before returning to the room, and then he sat there like this, holding the recorder in his hand, but he never had the courage to open it. The dim space was extremely silent, as if even the whispers of fate had turned into countless dust and slowly settled. Gao Yang finally mustered up the courage and pressed the play button of the recorder. Zizizi. Yang, it's me, Dad. Gao Yang quickly turned it off, his face pale, his chest heaving. Sure enough, he still couldn't do it. If he didn't activate spirit armor, he didn't dare to listen at all. But this time, he didn't want to cheat with spirit armor anymore, he hoped to face it bravely. If he couldn't even face his father's last words, how could he face Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin later? He had been avoiding it, but there was always an end to avoidance. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and a tall and light figure walked in. Qing Ling was wearing pink bear pajamas that matched the dormitory, holding a seafood sandwich and a box of pure milk in a carton. She didn't even look at Gao Yang, walked straight across the room, walked to the kitchen counter, turned on the microwave, put the sandwich in, and set the heating time. After finishing all this, she walked to the sofa and sat down next to Gao Yang. The microwave in my room is broken, Qing Ling explained. Yeah. Gao Yang looked at Qing Ling sideways. Her short hair was longer than before, and the ends of her hair were a little moist. Strands of hair stuck to her snow-white neck, exuding a faint fragrance. She should have just come back from the training room, took a shower, and wanted to eat something. Qing Ling quickly and accurately tore open the carton of milk, raised her head, and drank it all in one breath. As usual, there was a little milk left at the corner of her mouth after drinking it. This time, she didn't need others to remind her. She stretched out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, and solved the slippery fish. Suddenly, Gao Yang felt as if he was in another world. How is the training effect? Gao Yang asked. Qing Ling nodded, very slow, but useful. Gao Yang nodded and stopped talking. The battle force having plan has begun. Since Suzaku can only make one exchange per day, it must be implemented immediately, so that all talent transfers can be completed before the curtain call. The first person to give out talents was anonymous. Her first talent was blank, serial number 177, Reinforcement System. Chapter 1145. This talent is useless just by the name. It has no other skills except making the talent slightly better than ordinary people. But this talent has a strong passive ability, that is, when the owner comprehends the second talent, he can break through level 4 without touching the rune circuit, and the second talent will get a 0.3 times permanent bonus. Imagine if the second talent of the blank owner is the first 12 talents, then this 0.3 times permanent bonus will be quite terrifying. Unfortunately, the second talent of the anonymous is exercise, serial number 180, Reinforcement System. This talent is also magical. As long as you keep exercising, you can continuously improve your physique and energy, but the speed is very slow. You must know that whether it is an ordinary person or an awakened person, there is a limit to physical fitness. Once the limit is reached, it is impossible to break through unless you comprehend a new talent, obtain new energy, and have a new opportunity. But exercise ignores the ceiling of the human body. It is like a snail, with an extremely slow speed, but it can climb up along the wall. Theoretically, if a person has longevity, or can continue to live by equivalent exchange, then as long as he perseveres in training for hundreds, or even 1,000 years, he is likely to become the strongest on Earth. This is similar to infinite evolution. Afterwards, Anonymous realized the third talent, Element Conversion, serial number 139, Element System. The main mechanism of this talent is, you can convert any two existing elements around you, but it is only a conversion, not a control. For example, standing on the side of the road, you can immediately turn the metal street lamp next to you into a cement statue, or you can immediately turn the cement road under your feet into metal, but that's all. You can't control these two elements to transform and fight. For Qing Ling, this is not a problem, because she can already control metal and lightning freely. If these two elements can be converted freely, her combat capability will be greatly improved. However, Qing Ling's favorite is training. Although she only has 1 month left for training, Qing Ling likes the feeling of becoming stronger as long as she keeps working hard. Along the way, she has always believed in this truth and carried it through. Therefore, Qing Ling specifically asked for Anonymous talent. Anonymous obeyed the unified deployment, and the two successfully completed the talent handover with the help of Suzaku. After getting the new talent, Qing Ling immediately started training, sometimes fighting Dohu, sometimes fighting other people. Of course, there must be at least 3 other people, otherwise it is not enough for Qing Ling to warm up. During this period, Qing Ling also considered using Ishi's seed of hatred to make both parties fight with murderous intent, so that the growth mechanism of infinite evolution can be triggered. If the other party is killed accidentally, Hong Xiaoxiao will be resurrected. The theory seems feasible, but there are many problems in practice. First of all, in order to trigger the mechanism of infinite evolution, both parties must fight to the death, with strong killing intent. Qing Ling's mental resistance is very high, plus the immune mechanism of infinite evolution. Seed of hatred will disappear immediately after it has a little effect on Qing Ling. Moreover, the energy extracted from the opponent by Qing Ling's infinite evolution is not copy and paste but cut and paste. Qing Ling permanently extracts 7% of the energy, and the opponent will permanently reduce 7% of the energy, which is a typical case of harming others and benefiting oneself. Not to mention others, at least Do, who is reluctant to let Qing Ling steal energy. Fighting with Qing Ling is Do, who's bottom line. If Qing Ling really wants to fight him to death, Do, who will never agree and run away. Ding. The food in the microwave is ready. Qing Ling got up, took out the sandwich, and quickly returned to Gao Yang. Qing Ling stood up straight, her feet together, holding the sandwich in both hands, eating seriously and devoutly. At that moment, except for the real food in her hands, and the taste buds slowly awakening on her tongue, nothing in the world mattered. Qing Ling ate almost half of it before she realized that Gao Yang was looking at her quietly. Qing Ling always understood Gao Yang very well, but at this moment, she could not read any useful information from Gao Yang's face and eyes. The way she found the answer was very simple. She asked directly, "Are you hungry too?" Gao Yang was not hungry. The reason why he watched Qing Ling eat was because Qing Ling's selfless state when eating could calm Gao Yang's heart. The world seemed not as big as the sandwich at this moment. Gao Yang felt that it was too troublesome to explain all this, so he simply followed Qing Ling's words and said, I'm a little hungry." Qing Ling looked down at the sandwich in her hand, hesitated slightly, and seemed a little reluctant. Finally, she took a small bite to make sure she ate half of it. An obtuse triangle became an equilateral triangle. Qing Ling handed the equilateral triangle to Gao Yang. "Eat it." "Yeah." Gao Yang was not polite, took the sandwich, took a big bite, and chewed mechanically. This time it was Qing Ling's turn to watch from the side, and she frowned quickly. Qing Ling felt that the sandwich was really pitiful, being ruined by someone who didn't know how to enjoy food. But she didn't say anything. It was good for Gao Yang to eat something. Since Gao Yang established Jussi, she rarely saw Gao Yang eat a serious meal. After a while, Gao Yang finished the sandwich, just like completing a job. Qing Ling waved her hand, and a black gold dart carrying a box of tissues flew over. She took out 2 pieces of paper, one to wipe her mouth, and one to Gao Yang. Gao Yang didn't take it. Qing Ling was stunned and found that Gao Yang was crying. Big tears silently slid down his cheeks, and Gao Yang stared at the dim wall in front of him, as if staring at nothingness. His voice was like the sea at night, with deep sadness hidden under the calm. "Uncle's dishes are delicious. Gao Xinxin and I both like them. Last time I took you and Wang Zikai to eat, you also said they were delicious." "Yes," Qing Ling said. "Is it because of the delicious dishes, or the people who eat with you?" Gao Yang asked. "Both," Qing Ling said. "From now on, you can never eat it again," Gao Yang said. Qing Ling was silent. "Never eat it again," Gao Yang repeated. Qing Ling finally reacted. Gao Yang made an important decision at this moment. It is not difficult to stick to lofty beliefs and ideals, but it is difficult to put this perseverance into a flesh and blood body. Leading mankind to chase the dawn and defeating the enemy at all costs, Gao Yang has never wavered in this. But what if the enemy becomes his close relatives and close friends? Gao Yang chose to escape. Qing Ling knew this very well, and believed that Gao Yang would come back sooner or later, but he never thought it would be such an ordinary moment. "Have you decided?" Qing Ling asked. "I have decided," Gao Yang replied. "Then say it." Qingling said. The dead beast is the enemy. I will kill the enemy. Gao Yang said. Not enough. Qingling said. Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin are enemies. Gao Yang burst into tears. I will kill the enemy. A short silence. Qingling said lightly, You are in pain now. Gao Yang nodded. Qingling wanted to help Gao Yang and relieve his pain. She tried to recall what she would do if she were her sister. She would probably let Gao Yang lie down, massage him, relax him, chat with him about daily topics, or sing for him. But Qingling couldn't do any of these. Qingling relaxed her body, sank into the soft sofa, gently leaned against Gao Yang's shoulder, and said nothing. Gao Yang shed tears quietly, and his tense body slowly relaxed. He also sank into the sofa and said nothing. In the dim and silent room, 2 clusters of flames burned quietly. The dust that had settled for a long time seemed to fly again, turning into the whispers of fate. Chapter 1146. Early May, 3 a.m., Nepal. In the deep and cold sky, a girl with gray and purple hair wearing a sailor suit, a one-eye patch, and a witch's cape was flying in the wind. She was holding a heavy packing box in her right hand, and holding a girl in a gray sweater, and a short ponytail in her left hand. The two were flying at high speed towards the endless desert. Blue, white, red, and gold lights flashed frequently on their faces. What caught their eyes was the battle between heaven and man in the heart of the desert 1 kilometer away. It was the pale lightning that pierced the sky, the blue knife light that tore through the night, the red flames that burned the sky and the earth, and the golden lotus flowers blooming everywhere. In this grand energy bombardment, like a fireworks show, 2 figures, one blue and one gold, chased, collided and entangled at high speed, like 2 bullet balls thrown into a drum washing machine. TSK, TSK, TSK. Leilei's smacking sound was blown away by the strong wind, and she had to speak loudly. If I hadn't known in advance, I would have thought that some Taoist couple was going through the tribulation sweetly. Humph! Nana sneered. A mere mortal realm, not even 1/10,000th of the appearance of my king going through the tribulation. Oh my, so amazing. Leilei laughed evilly. Don't change your words when you see me later. Nana's face stiffened, and the speed of flying slowed down unconsciously. It's just a false name, not worth mentioning, just know this matter. Haha, yes, yes. Leilei stopped teasing Nana and changed the subject. Nana, do you think Gao Yang and Qingling are a couple? Absolutely impossible. Nana yelled, scaring Leilei. Why is it impossible? Aren't they a good match? And everyone calls them brother and sister-in-law, and they haven't explained it. That's because she doesn't want to explain. Nana became more and more excited. Leilei became interested and smiled playfully. Nana, you're not right. Nana simply couldn't accept that a woman who could suppress her bloodline would have such a vulgar thing as love between men and women. It was too low, but she couldn't tell the truth. Suddenly she thought of something. What about Chushue? Leilei was stunned. Yes, how could she forget Chushue? She had briefly supported this couple before. It's been a long time since she saw Chushue, and Gao Yang didn't mention it either. Could it be that the two broke up? That shouldn't be the case. If they broke up, Bailu wouldn't be able to help Gao Yang anymore. Then Chushue must have made other arrangements. With Gao Yang's style of being as steady as an old dog, he must have kept some tricks up his sleeve. Leilei is best at slacking off at work, and supporting CP is one of her main pleasures. She is not picky. She supports whatever she can. Supporting everything will only make her nutrition balanced. Nana, how about we make a bet? I bet Gao Yang and Qingling are a couple. Absolutely impossible. Nana insisted. Well, the loser must unconditionally agree to a reasonable request from the other party. Humph, my king accepts your challenge. Wait for your defeat. Nana confidently accepted the challenge. 3 minutes later, the tribulation in the heart of the desert gradually stopped. Gao Yang and Qingling stood in the desert full of elemental residues, looking at each other across a sand dune, and each of them had some battle damage. That's it for today, Gao Yang said, and the golden sword formed by the energy in his hand dissipated. Well? Qingling raised his hand, and the black gold weapon surrounding his body turned into more than a dozen white lights and disappeared rapidly. Qingling's training this time has reached the limit. If he continues to fight, he will have to overdraw his energy and fight for real, which will not be worth the loss and violate the principle of exercise. During this period, except for Dohu, it was difficult for others to help Qingling improve the training effect. Dohu also had his own things to do, and had no time to fight with Qingling every day, so the sparring work was handed over to Gao Yang. Gao Yang and Qingling's fight involved a lot of elemental battles, which were too destructive and 2 eye-catching and leeching, so the training ground was moved to the depths of the desert in Nigua. Gao Yang sparred for a week, and came to the desert every late night to help Qingling cross the tribulation once. Of course, Gao Yang's fighting with Qingling was not only to help Qingling improve, but also a kind of training for Gao Yang himself, which could improve each other's tacit understanding and be more conducive to the subsequent farewell battle. 2 Taoist friends. Is the tribulation going well? A cheerful voice came from above. Soon, a gentle breeze descended, and Nana and Lele landed smoothly. Come on! It's time to eat. People are like iron and food is like steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. Lele took the takeaway box from Nana's hand and took out food, water, and picnic utensils from it with swift movements. Lele laid the carpet, took out paper cups, bowls and chopsticks, alcohol stove, etc., and then brought out the packed food. Gao Yang came to his side with a teleportation, and then raised his hand, and a warm flame ignited next to him. Soon, the 4 of them sat on the ground. Nana changed her previous arrogant attitude and took the initiative to hand Qingling a clean towel. Qingling took it and tilted her head to wipe the sweat on her face and neck. Nana was not idle and took out another bottle of energy drink, unscrewed the lid, and handed it over. Qingling took it and raised his head to drink water in big gulps. Captain, drink water. Lele also handed Gao Yang a bottle of water. Gao Yang asked while twisting the bottle cap, Is the fold plan over? Well, today is the last pair. Hanju gave the talent to Tengu. Lele took out 2 lists from his trouser pocket and handed them to Gao Yang and Qingling respectively. The final list, please take a look. Gao Yang took the list. Qingling was holding things in both hands, so it was inconvenient for her to take it. Nana immediately took the list, opened it flatly, and held it in front of Qingling so that she could see it directly. Gao Yang participated in the discussion of the talent allocation meeting, and the specific implementation was handed over to Suzaku and Lele. Gao Yang's main and most important work is to allocate the combat power of the 7 dead beasts, which is related to the outcome of the curtain call battle and the life and death of everyone. This matter needs to be completed before the folding plan can be promoted. Gao Yang looked at it carefully. First is the list of designated gifts. Wang Weiyin, Iron Man, Purification, Damage Wheel, is transferred to Ming Yang, Damage Transfer, Labyrinth, Partial Guard. The third talent that Wang Weiyin comprehended is Damage Wheel, serial number 124, Damage System. Within a limited time, the damage to oneself or others can be magnified or reduced several times, and can be freely transferred to other parts, but does not include fatal injuries and special injuries. Ming Yang's third talent is Bias Guardian, and the previous owner was Brother Dao of the Qilin Union. Now Ming Yang has 6 talents, almost all of which are defense and damage mitigation types. It should be the most difficult awakener to die except for those with absolute defense and invincible talents, which makes Gao Yang feel relieved. Tang Qid, Organ Puzzle, Corpse Driver, Petrification, was transferred to Zhang Wei, Confidence, Disaster Prevention. Last week, Zhang Wei finally realized his second talent, Disaster Prevention, serial number 101, Guardian System. This talent is an active skill. Within a certain period of time after activation, it can prevent disasters for yourself or other targets, only one person once. No matter how much damage is done, it will not be destroyed or killed instantly. At most, it will enter a dying state. If you are not treated immediately in the dying state, you will still die. This skill can only be used once within 3 days. After getting Petrification, Zhang Wei's combat power increased greatly. Organ Puzzle and Disaster Prevention greatly increased his survival rate. Only Corpse Driver was relatively useless and difficult to use. But the good news was that Corpse Driver had a certain amount of mental power bonus, and Zhang Wei needed mental power the most. Canary, Rabies Taunt, Dodge, was transferred to Enhegi, Hidden Weapon King, Man in the Mirror, Attached Spirit, and Hegi's latest talent, Attached Spirit, serial number 140, Summoning System. Chapter 1147. Possession. The gifted person can possess any object and control it for a period of time. The higher the life form of the target, the greater the chance of failure. The best thing is to control objects. Gao Yang thought for a while, and found that Enhegi was a physical assassin with strong burst but very fragile skin. He was really a little fighting tiger. Bumblebee, Decay Dust, Hedgehog, Not Eating, was transferred to Raven Shark, Sea King, Dimensional Space, Dead Object, Professional Player. Bumblebee's third talent, Not Eating, serial number 173, Life System. The gifted person can enter a resting state to store energy, and can go without food and water for a long time. Raven Shark's third talent dead object, serial number 147 live system. The gifted person can put himself into the state of dead object, thus being immune to any toxin damage and having a small defense bonus to other damage. Raven Shark's fourth talent professional player, serial number 122, auxiliary system. Any game can be learned without a teacher, and it is proficient, including the game of life and death. Gao Yang frowned slightly. The matching degree of these talents is not high. If you have to position it, the crow shark is now a functional auxiliary with high survivability. Captain, eat something, otherwise it will be cold. Lele put on disposable gloves and picked up a fragrant roasted pigeon. She tore off a piece of pigeon meat and put it to Gao Yang's mouth. Come on, eat it directly, it won't delay your work. Gao Yang didn't think much and opened his mouth to eat. Lele was of course intentional. While feeding Gao Yang, she quietly observed Qing Ling's reaction. Qing Ling was being served by Nana and had no reaction to this. Lele muttered in his heart, "It shouldn't be. Did I really make a mistake? Qing Ling and Gao Yang are not a pair? I am the king of love gossip and have been in the workplace for many years, but today I am going to lose to Nana, this little kid?" Lele quickly realized, "Ah, I know, it must be because I look too safe. Qing Ling didn't take me seriously." Yes, that's definitely the case. Let's change people next time and let Sister Xia come to test it. Lele was just thinking about it. Gao Yang's voice came. Lele. Here. Lele was shocked, and the hairs on his body stood up. Gao Yang didn't even raise his head, chewing slowly while staring at the list. Did Dohu choose his own talent allocation? Yes. Lele laughed dryly. Do you think he will listen to others? Dohu had several choices, but he couldn't make up his mind, and he decided only in the last few days. Another reason for the delay was that Dohu was lucky and wanted to see who else could comprehend a stronger talent, but unfortunately, at present, except Gao Xian, who comprehended number 100 judgment, no one else comprehended the vacant 12 talents. Regarding this point, everyone has discussed it, and there are two guesses. The first guess, Song Dao's power is getting weaker and weaker, and it is stretched to the limit. Another guess, there are new awakeners among the remaining ordinary people, who have taken these powerful talents away. Chen Ying is still actively searching for new awakeners, but to no avail. Seeing that time is getting shorter and shorter, Dohu finally gave up and accepted the talent transfer. Gao Yang looked at the list again. Sa Qin, Blood Curse, Premonition of Disaster, Drunken Boxing, was transferred to Dohu, Killing Expert, Irritable. Sao Qing's third talent Drunken Boxing, the previous owner was Black Sparrow of Group 4 of the Qilin Union. What do you think of Dohu's talent? Gao Yang asked Lele. Lele tore the pigeon meat slowly. I feel that uncle who is a bit greedy, wanting to wait for a good talent, but in the end, he didn't get it, so he could only pick one from the remaining people to make do with. Sa Qin's talent is not strong, but I think it is very suitable for Dohu. Gao Yang analyzed. Drunken Fist has anesthetic properties. When injected into the black gold weapon, combined with Dohu's shock force, it can be said that the tip of the knife is poisoned, which is very insidious. Uh-huh. Lele laughed dryly. It's really Uncle Hu's style. Every move is aimed at killing people. Gao Yang continued to analyze. Although Disaster Premonition can't accurately see what will happen in the next 10 seconds like Prophet, Dohu has experienced hundreds of battles. Just by relying on a vague premonition of danger, he can control the rhythm of the battle in advance, guess the opponent's attack trajectory, and avoid fatal risks. It is not very useful for others, but Dohu can use it, at least 2 more lives. Well, this is easy to understand, but what about the blood curse? Uncle Hu is not the type who hides in the corner and draws circles to curse others. As Lele said, he tore off another piece of pigeon meat. Just as he was about to feed Gao Yang, he felt a chill on his back and felt a cold and sharp gaze. She turned around quickly and found Qing Ling looking at her quietly. Ha ha. You've taken the bait. You're jealous. I knew it. Wait, something is wrong. Qing Ling is not staring at me or the captain, it seems. It's the pigeon meat in my hand? Lula asked tentatively. Sister Qing, you also want some? Yeah. Qing Ling's eyes lit up. Oh, then I. Lula saw Qing Ling holding a list in one hand and a drink in the other. I feed you? Qing Ling didn't say anything. She opened her mouth generously, waiting for Lulu to feed her. Lulu didn't dare to neglect it, and hurriedly put the pigeon meat into her mouth. She chewed slowly, and her cold face softened little by little. The topic was awkwardly interrupted. Lulu was thinking about finding an opportunity to continue, but Qing Ling spoke first. It's not Dohu's style to curse others secretly, and I don't have the conditions, but Blood Curse is very practical for Dohu. Ah, is there? Lei asked. Gao Yang smiled faintly and reminded, think about his fighting style. Lei suddenly realized, battle damage. Yeah. Seeing Nana still looking confused, Gao Yang explained, every time Dohu fights with others, broken arms and legs are standard. The more disabled he is, the stronger he is. The probability of his blood spilling on the enemy is very high. Therefore, Dohu does not need to curse the enemy secretly, he can curse on the spot. My god. Lei stood in awe, uncle who even took this into account. Gao Yang's expression was subtle. He really wants to kill his father. What a loving father and filial son. Lei complained casually, and suddenly found that Qing Ling was still staring at her, or to be precise, the pigeon meat in her hand. It will get cold if you don't eat it, Qing Ling reminded. Right. Lei quickly tore the meat, and continued to feed Qing Ling. Qing Ling was satisfied and continued to look at the list attentively. Chu Yu, space transfer, shielding, self-destruction, mutation, was transferred to Jiuhan, weakness, sound transmission, Bird King, 3 heads and 6 arms. Chu Yu's 4th talent is mutation, serial number 135, life system. Talented people can make their bodies, energy and talents undergo temporary mutations, thus producing unexpected effects, which can be good or bad, strong or weak. Excessive use may lead to irreversibility, and the risk of death. Gao Yang thought Jiuhan was eager for revenge, and would want to get a stronger talent, but he has always been a team-oriented person, and should not have put himself at the top priority. However, Jiuhan's level 7 3 heads and 6 arms can be regarded as a magic skill that can achieve the combination of 4 people, producing an effect of 1+1+1+1 greater than 4, so Jiuhan's combat effectiveness depends not only on himself, but also on his teammates. Huiche, psychological suggestion, clairvoyance, novice aura, was transferred to Chening, psychic, master key, demolition expert, perception, time confusion. Huiche's 3rd talent is novice aura, serial number 149, miracle system. Chapter 1148. It sounds like a passive talent, but it is actually an active talent. When the talent opens the skill, he will have a newbie aura for a short period of time and be blessed with good luck, but the price is that some of his own abilities, knowledge or experience will become the state when he first mastered it, and he is a true novice. In Dohu's words, newbie aura and luck are the same stuff, both are magic talents. Chun Ying's 5th talent, time confusion, serial number 179, time and space system. In close range, it can make the target's perception of the speed of time passing confused, and can also affect some deeper perceptions, but the success rate is very low. Gao Yang thought for a while. Chun Ying's talents are very messy and not very useful, but if... Gao Yang was stunned and got the answer. Chun Ying is determined to be one of Jiuhan's combination objects. If these messy talents are shared together under the binding of 3 heads and 6 arms, they may have miraculous effects. Musi 2, Life Thief, Item Copy, Feng Shui, transferred to Juanma, Healing, Light, Jump, Fraud, Musi 2 2nd talent, Item Copy, serial number 128, Auxiliary System. Can copy any item once in a short period of time. The comprehensive effect of the item ranges from 30% to 60%. The more complex the item, the higher the chance of failure. Special items can only copy the appearance, not the core essence. His 3rd talent, Feng Shui, serial number 133, Knowledge System. Proficient in Feng Shui, good at setting up formations in advance, has a combat power bonus effect on positional warfare and ambush warfare. Juanma's 4th talent is Fraud, serial number 158, Knowledge System. The gifted can deceive the target in words, behavior, vision, concepts, etc. Once the deception is successful, it will cause damage to the target. The degree of damage depends on the content of the deception, and the degree of the target's deception. Extremely serious and perfect deception can even kill the target directly. Gao Yang slightly focused. Unknowingly, Juanma has changed from a traditional nurse to a multifunctional warrior, assisting, attacking, and healing. Gao Yang had some ideas in his mind, but he didn't diverge and continued to read. Ting Ting, Airman Listener, Cheating, was transferred to Hugin, King Kuan, Songxin, Gun God, Bao God, Chaos, Shuttle, Wind Ear, Health, Ting Ting's 2nd talent, Listener, serial number 182, Spiritual System. People who stay with gifted people can easily reveal their secrets unconsciously, which is very suitable for intelligence gathering. Her 3rd talent, Cheating, serial number 178, Miracle System. Theoretically, as long as there is enough time, the gifted can find any traps, difficulties, conspiracy bugs, and thus break the situation or produce unexpected positive effects. Of course, there is also a small probability that things will become worse and more dangerous. Lele also comprehended the ninth talent, Health, serial number 141 Life System. This talent is not suitable for the end of the world, but it is very suitable for the peaceful and prosperous times. As long as the gifted do not take the initiative to die, they can basically say goodbye to all diseases. Gao Yang smiled. Lele, congratulations, you have 12 talents and won the first place. Don't dare. Lele waved his hand hurriedly. They are all junk that can't be put on the table. How can they compare with your planes and cannons? Why did you choose Tingting's talent? You have better choices. Qingling asked. Why else? Gao Yang half-jokingly said, of course I'm afraid of death. Airman can survive. Ah ha ha. Lele laughed awkwardly. Although this is indeed the reason, I am still a little hurt that you think of me like this, Captain. So there are other reasons? Gao Yang pretended to be surprised. Hee. Lele was a little embarrassed. Actually, I'm interested in cheating. I don't understand. Qingling thought that cheating was special, but it didn't seem to be very practical. Sister Qing. This is the miracle system. As we all know, the miracle system is all fake. Lele was very excited. Who doesn't want to have a miracle talent? It's also good for good luck. You've been collecting stamps for a long time. Gao Yang had already guessed Lele's true intention. He didn't expose it, and deliberately used a joke to pass it over. Haha, the captain found out. I hope I can collect all 12 types of talents in my lifetime. Lele also cooperated. Gao Yang and Qingling continued to look at the list. Doufu, Divination Phantom, was transferred to Hong Xiaoxiao, Game Player, Invisibility, Telekinesis, Muscle. Gao Yang's eyes stayed on this line of words, read it 3 times, and sighed in his heart. Doufu's first talent Divination, serial number 126, Knowledge System. Good at divination of other people's recent fortunes, with an accuracy rate of up to 70%, and can also help others make certain improvements, but can only divination for others, not for himself. His second talent Phantom was only recently realized, and the previous owner was Zhonghe. Hong Xixiao's third talent Muscle was also only realized last week, and the previous owner was Huang Furong. Hong Xiaoxiao took the initiative to ask to inherit Doufu's talent. I agreed after discussing it with Sister Xia. Lele said. Why? Gao Yang asked. Lele subconsciously straightened his back and spoke seriously. The current situation is that the nurses are in short supply and generally weak, so we want to give priority to improving the survival ability of the nurses, and then strive to equip each action group with a nurse to minimize casualties. Gao Yang had no objection and glanced at Qingling. Qingling thought for a while and said, Muscle can greatly enhance Hong Xixiao's physique. With Phantom and Invisibility, it is very strong. Yes, she can be a warrior, an assassin, and can revive teammates. This wave of epic enhancement. Seeing that both leaders agreed, Lele spoke again. Gao Yang still had some concerns. Hong Xiaoxiao lacks practical experience. Don't worry, uncle who has accepted her as an apprentice and is training her every day. Lele said. How is the situation? Gao Yang asked. It should be good. Lele touched his chin and smiled evilly. Every day he is covered in wounds, and comes back to the dormitory to ask me to help him apply medicine. Sometimes he will suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and cry quietly. Gao Yang imagined the scene and finally felt relieved. He continued to look at the list. Chiefing, Bee Venom, Spider Venom, Gravity, was transferred to Nana. Big and Small, Thousand Faces, Wind, Dancer, Nana's latest talent Dancer, serial number 153, Reinforcement System. Proficient in various dances, can integrate dance movements in battle, strengthen their own strong burst, flexibility, mental strength, etc. It is said that the gifted person will become more elegant and light in daily life. This is the talent that Nana has always dreamed of. She can comprehend it, and it is a blessing. Gao Yang thought of something. Didn't Chiefing plan to stay? Why did you change your mind? Chapter 1149. Yes. Lele smiled with a bit of gloating. He was very hesitant at first, and Old Seven kept encouraging him, so he decided to fight to the end, until he realized Gravity last week and changed his mind at the last minute. With more talents and stronger, why did he retreat? Qingling didn't understand. Qi Feng didn't think so. Gravity reminded him of the tragic end of his previous 2 masters. He immediately became timid and said that this was not a good sign, so he backed down. Humph! Nana raised her chin proudly. The mortal body was trapped by power, and my king showed mercy and saved him. This girl, she got the advantage and still acted cute. Lele teased Nana deliberately. By the way, Nana, Akaji's talent is not given to you for free, he has conditions. What? Nana was quite surprised, eyes wide open. It is his supreme honor that my king accepts his talent. A mere ant dare to put forward conditions. Well, Akaji's condition is that before going to the battlefield, you must wear a bunny girl uniform and dance a house dance for everyone to boost morale. Lele said seriously. Let it go, let it go! Nana jumped up excitedly, her face flustered. My king's dance is also for you mortals. It doesn't matter if you don't dance, the talent will be taken back, Lele said. Nana was stunned, her face changed, and she was experiencing a painful struggle in her heart. On one side are 3 tempting talents, especially gravity. The feeling of automatically floating up and looking down on all living beings without controlling the wind is too cool. On one side, she was wearing a bunny girl uniform and dancing the house dance. Although she would hide away and dance occasionally, dancing in front of everyone was inappropriate and was a public execution. No, absolutely not. Nana held her head with both hands. The picture in her mind became stronger and stronger, and she felt sick. Okay, stop teasing her. Gao Yang couldn't bear it anymore. Ha ha. Lele laughed heartily. You lied to me. Nana finally reacted. You deserve it. Lele turned the tables. The talent of the life bank cannot be withdrawn after it is transferred. If you listen to the class seriously, you will not be deceived by me. You are so bold. My king. Nana was about to explode, but was stopped by Qingling's eyes. She immediately sat down obediently. My king will spare your life this time. Everyone continued to look at the list. Xiao Qingkai, Magic Hair, Lion's Roar, Split, transferred to Gregor, Plague Knight, Word Game, First Person Perspective, Xiao Qingcai's latest talent Split, serial number 108, Life System. The body can be split into up to 7 independent miniature versions of oneself, and the abilities will be distributed proportionally, and they can all act separately. Gregor's second talent Word Game, serial number 159, Auxiliary System. It is a rule-based talent, which can be used to manipulate words, language, such as taking out of context, stealing concepts, etc., so as to interfere with, restrict, and attack the target to varying degrees. Gregor's third talent First-Person Perspective, serial number 123, Spiritual System. Through physical contact, the target's 6 senses and thoughts can be shared for a certain period of time, truly entering the first-person perspective. Did Gregor choose Xiao Qingcai's talent himself? Gao Yang asked. Yes, Sister Xia, and I also think it is quite suitable, Lele said. Gao Yang nodded. Lion's Roar is really good when combined with Plague Knight. Yeah. Lele laughed again, but Mr. Gao is interested in Magic Hair and Split. The former can improve his hair loss problem, and the latter can increase his writing speed. However, he split into 7 selves and found that the writing ability of each of them was greatly reduced, which made him very disappointed. Gao Yang was stunned. For a moment, he felt that Gregor's reason was absurd but reasonable. As long as he is happy. Gao Yang briefly commented and picked up the list again. Wei Xiaoluo, Toys, Praise, Sensory Disorder, was transferred to Paho, Earth, Memory, Inch Strength, Intelligence. Wei Xiaoluo's third talent Sensory Disorder, serial number 151, Mental System. It can attack the target's 6 senses to a certain extent, causing amplification, confusion, synesthesia, cognitive dissonance, cognitive impairment, and other effects. Paho's fourth talent Intelligence, serial number 172, Knowledge System. It can extract the most useful information from the messy information, and can also find the true information from the true and false information, with a high accuracy rate. Dodgy, Fake Death, Monopoly, Mental Pollution, Transferred to Dead Pig, Self-Healing, Beast, Time and Space Conversion, Arm Strength. Dodgy's second talent Monopoly, serial number 183, Knowledge System. The gifted have a strong business mind, and can make a lot of money in any business. Dodgy's third talent Mental Pollution, serial number 132, Toxin System. The toxins created by the gifted will directly act on the target's mental level. Although it will not kill, it can cause many incredible negative effects. In severe cases, it can make the target completely crazy. Gao Yang stopped and thought about the tactics. Soon, he continued to read. Hung Mu, Negotiation Expert, Afterimage, Sleepless, Contract, Heavy was transferred to Lao 7, Finger Strength, Sixth Sense Referee, Obsessive Compulsive Disorder, Chatterbox. Lao 7's third talent Obsessive Compulsive Disorder, serial number 167, Mental System. The talent will interfere with the target's thinking, making the target unconsciously obsessed with a certain idea or a certain thing, and constantly getting stuck in a dead end. Lao 7's fourth talent Chatterbox, serial number 163, Auxiliary System. By constantly talking, it brings uncertain effects to everyone around, including himself, which can be good or bad. Gao Yang lowered his head and pinched his eyebrows. The talents are getting more and more diverse, and the combat power is really hard to distribute. Captain. Lele came over and pointed at Old 7 on the list. Can Old 7 be given to me? Gao Yang was slightly surprised. Do you have a dead beast you want to deal with? Yeah. Let me guess. Gao Yang thought for a moment. Laziness? Fuck. Lele was shocked. You haven't mastered mind reading, have you? Gao Yang shook his head. It's just a feeling. People of the same kind will attract each other. Whether friends or enemies, you and laziness have a similar aura. Haha, Captain, you are so tactful. Lele said self-deprecatingly. She is lazy, and I am afraid of trouble. We are the same kind of people. Gao Yang smiled but said nothing. Lele continued. Captain, I always think that if you want to deal with dead beasts, you have to start from their weaknesses, and the same kind is most likely to understand each other and find out their weaknesses, so I may be the most suitable to deal with laziness. Gao Yang thought for a while and nodded. Then laziness will be handed over to you. Who else do you want besides Lao 7? I don't ask for much. Lele said seriously. You and Long can do it. Gao Yang had no expression on his face. I'm busy, so Uncle Hu, Sister Xia, or Sister Qing can do it. Lele said. Gao Yang had no expression on his face. Haha, it's just a joke, you have no sense of humor at all. Lele laughed half-heartedly. I know you are all big guys, and you have to take the lead. I will choose someone after you have divided the team leaders. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Lele, you are already very strong, be more confident. Yes, yes, yes. Lele wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 1150. Gao Yang continued to look at the list. Lu Ding, slow, blood warrior, psychiatrist, transferred to Yishur, pharmacist, hatred seed, tracking status, Lu Ding second talent blood warrior, serial number 107, reinforcement system. The gifted can fight with their own blood, and their combat power is good, but despite their strong blood production ability, they will still die from excessive blood loss. Lu Ding's third talent psychiatrist, serial number 121, mental system. The gifted can treat others' mental illnesses, and can also amplify and worsen others' mental illnesses. Jiang Hao, empowerment, smell, deciphering, soul out of body, transferred to Dr. Jia, genius, memory tailor, blacksmith, car god, Jiang Hao's third talent deciphering, serial number 160, knowledge system. The gifted can decipher various codes, and are also gifted in translating various languages. His fourth talent soul out of body, serial number 114, life system. The soul of a gifted person can leave the body for a period of time and attack the souls of others. But this is very dangerous. The soul in the body is stronger than the soul floating outside. Dr. Jia's fourth talent god of cars, serial number 162, auxiliary system. He is self-taught in various means of transportation, and has some positive effects when driving. Jingshu, stand-in, plant, is given to Gao Xin magic judge. Gao Yang's heart was in turmoil. In fact, Gao Yang did not agree with his uncle going to the battlefield. His uncle was seriously injured after forcibly activating judgment, and before the duel on Sunjia night, he could no longer use judgment, and his combat power was very limited. But Gao Yang also understood his uncle's feelings. He couldn't just watch his nephew go to the battlefield and do nothing. As an individual, Gao Yang respected his uncle's wishes, and as a leader, he would not be partial. Lin Fu, talisman, personality killing, strongman, was transferred to Bai Lu. Lin Fu's third talent strongman, serial number 116, reinforcement system. As the name suggests, the gifted can become extremely powerful in a short period of time. Gao Yang looked at Lulu. Can the awakened talent be transferred to a ghost? Lulu smiled and shook his head. No. Failed? Qingling asked. Not really. Lulu smacked his lips. Sister Xia's original words were that Lin Fu's talent was converted into a composite energy and transferred to Bai Lu. Although it was discounted, it did make Bai Lu stronger. As for whether these three talents returned to Song Dao or were inherited by Bai Lu in another form. It is unclear. You dare to try this, it's really bold, Gao Yang said. Bai Lu took the initiative to ask for it. Lei Lei smiled bitterly. She said that since ghosts can eat the energy of awakened people, they should be able to take on energy. Even if something unexpected happens, she is not afraid of death. Lin Fu, as the transferee, will not be in danger, and he also agreed. Gao Yang was speechless for a moment, and said no more. Han Ju, longevity, consciousness conversion, was transferred to Tiango, space cutting, flight, requiem mute. Han Ju's second talent consciousness conversion, serial number 106, spiritual system. The gifted person can communicate with the target in an abstract way, or even exchange consciousness for a short period of time. To put it crudely, it can be understood as soul exchange. Han Ju relied on consciousness conversion to communicate with the deeply comatose Tiango, confirming that Tiango was willing to accept Han Ju's talent, and then let Zhu Ke take action. At this point, the full plan was completely completed. Gao Yang continued to read on. The remaining talents are as follows: 2 Universal, 4 Elemental Spirit, 5 Prophet, 7 Puppet Master, 12 Dealer, 22 Explosion, 25 Frost, 33 Water God, 39 Venom, 49 Mind Reading, 50 Dream, 54 Beast King, 61 Charm, 72 Heart Eye, 87 Plasticine, 88 Spiritual Blessing, 91 Bone Hyperplasia, 96 Spell. Uncertain, 105 Animal, 110 NPC, 115 Gambler, 116 Strongman, Uncertain, 117 Gourmet, 118 Stitched Monster, 127 Personality Killer, Uncertain, 134 Hypnosis, 136 Magic, 137 Simplification, 142 Actor, 145 Shooter Field, 146 Hollow Man, 148 Hunter, 152 Singer, 157 Stealing, 161 Bullseye Effect, 170 Golden Section, 186 Jianghu Rules, 190 Cockroach, 192 Patient, 193 Bribery, 194 Powerful, 196 Fireworks. There are still nearly 1/5 of talents left. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Lei Lei nodded. Yes, even if there are some talents in the hands of individual players that we haven't discovered yet, there are too many vacancies, and many of them are strong talents of the top 12. Lei Lei sighed. The final battle will be less than a week away. Song Dao is probably preparing for the 3 hours of Song Jie, and he really can't take care of us. Gao Yang was silent. His current luck is far from enough to comprehend a new talent. The information recorded on this list in his hand is all the cards Gao Yang can play. He has to start thinking seriously about grouping and tactics. Gao Yang looked up. Qing Ling, I can't accompany you to train. I have to go back to Liqing to prepare. I can think about tactics here, Qing Ling said. I haven't come into contact with many talents before. I want to fully understand them. I need to make some attempts on the spot before I can make a final decision, Gao Yang said. Qing Ling nodded. Okay, then you can find me a new sparring partner. There is still time, and I can make progress. Gao Yang smiled faintly at Lei Lei. Isn't there a ready-made one? Ah? Lei Lei exclaimed, his face pale with fear. No, with my strength, I can only be beaten, and I can't have the effect of sparring at all. You can try to outsmart her. Gao Yang looked at Nana again. Don't worry, the queen will help you. Ah? Nana also shouted. Wu Wu also wants to spar? Gao Yang smiled. I'm afraid so. Nana slowly turned her head, and met Qing Ling's cold eyes, and she was immediately startled. She jumped up exaggeratedly and hid behind Gao Yang. No! No! My king has something important to do. How can he waste time here? Swish. Gao Yang created a clone. The clone patted Nana's head in a friendly way. Don't be afraid, Nana. The 3 of us will deal with Qing Ling together. If we can't beat him, I call for more people. Very good. Qing Ling was very satisfied. She stood up slowly, raised her right hand, and a tang sword appeared in her hand. Let's start. No! Wait a minute. Sister Qing, you just ate something. Why don't you digest it first? She looked horrified. Yeah. Qing Ling thought it made sense and threw away the tang sword. Then I will fight you with 30% of my strength first. How can you digest food like this? Lei Lei turned to look at Gao Yang, almost begging. Captain Gao, why don't you change a sparring partner? I think I have more advantages in formulating tactics. Please let me help you share the work. Don't worry, I will need you. I will come to pick you up after 3 days when I have drawn up preliminary tactics, Gao Yang said. What? 3 days? Lei collapsed. I have to be beaten by a violent maniac in this shitty place for 3 days. These 3 days, it's hard. Gao Yang smiled. No, don't leave me. Captain! 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 Take me away, Captain! Lei cried, and was about to rush over to hug Gao Yang's thigh. Take my king with you. Nana also rushed to Gao Yang, but was stopped by Gao Yang's clone. Gao Yang picked up a plate of pigeon meat, activated space jump, and disappeared with a swoosh. Help! Help! Murder! Murder! Soon, waves of ghosts and wolves howled in the depths of the desert. Chapter 1151. Early morning, Millennium Building -6F, Rabbit Gate. The living room was messy and dimly lit. Zhang Wei and Gregor sat on the sofa with disheveled hair and dirty faces, each holding a red and white game controller, playing an old FC game called Hot Blood High School. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Zhang Wei shouted. Don't worry about these hooligans, just rush over. I can't run, oh he kicked me, I fell to the ground, hurry save me. Gregor was in a panic. Wait for me, I pick up a chain. Beat him to death. Bang! Dr. Jia pushed the door open and rushed in with a panic. Yingwu! Have you seen my Yingwu? Zhang Wei and Gregor were stunned, pressed the game pause, looked at each other, and then silently looked at the coffee table in front of them. There were 7 or 8 empty beer bottles, an ashtray filled with cigarette butts, and some fast food boxes, one of which had some tiny bones and a vaguely visible bird head. Gregor smiled embarrassedly. Your Yingwu? There's only a head left, neither of us likes to eat it. How about I heat it up for you? Zhang Wei still had a toothpick in his mouth. Don't mention it. This is my first time eating parrot meat. It tastes really good. Dr. Jia stayed there for several seconds. I mute. 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 I fight you. Dr. Jia rushed over in anger, took a mug from the table, and smashed it on Gregor's head. Zhang Wei only gave a look, and Dr. Jia's whole body was numb, and he staggered forward and fell. Zhang Wei hurriedly supported Dr. Jia and took the mug from his hand at the same time. Gregor reached out and pulled Dr. Jia to sit on the sofa. He patted Dr. Jia on the shoulder and said, This is obviously a joke, but you took it seriously. Play joke? Dr. Jia's eyes were red, and he was very excited. Is it really just a joke? Who would eat parrot meat? I heard it's super unpalatable. Zhang Wei laughed. Then what is this? Dr. Jia pointed at the bird head in the lunch box. Roasted pigeon. Zhang Wei said. At this time? Where did you order roasted pigeon? Dr. Jia was very worried. Nigeria cuisine. Zhang Wei was very proud. Brother Yang just came back from the desert. He guessed that we were still awake and brought us some midnight snacks. He is really, I am crying. Don't be touched. It's obviously his leftovers. He just did a favor. Gregor didn't think so. If it's a favor, it's not a favor? Zhang Wei said confidently. Brother Yang is busy with all kinds of things, but he still cares about us. Where can you find such a big brother? Don't be ungrateful for what you have. That's great, Yingwu is fine. Dr. Jia breathed a sigh of relief, and then he thought of something. No, that's not right. What about my bird? Why can't I find him anywhere? He went out with Johann early in the morning. Gregor happened to know. What for? Dr. Jia asked. I don't know, he should be following him to perform tasks. You study hard every day and don't play with it, so it will find someone to play with by itself. Performing tasks? Isn't that dangerous? Dr. Jia panicked again. Don't worry, it's not a dangerous task. Besides, if there is a real fight, Johann doesn't need your useless parrot. That's right, that's right. Dr. Jia finally felt relieved. Well, I'm a little sleepy, take a bath and go to bed. Zhang Wei yawned, got up and left. Gregor was not sleepy yet. He stretched out his legs and clamped a bottle of beer on the coffee table with his feet. Then he put his legs together, took the beer, opened it, took a sip, and glanced at Dr. Jia beside him, who was still sitting on the sofa. Old Jia, you just turned pale. Gregor said. Really? Dr. Jia touched his face, a little absent-minded, still thinking about the parrot that went out. Actually. Gregor turned sideways, crossed his legs, picked his feet with one hand, and shook the beer bottle with the other hand. Actually, there is also a character in my novel who loves pets very much. What do you want to say? Dr. Jia frowned. Gregor smiled slyly. I know that some people have deeper feelings for pets than for humans, so I want to understand their inner world in depth. so as to make the characters in my works more real and complex. Okay, you use me as material, right? Dr. Jia was a little unhappy. Don't you use our blood and energy as experimental materials every day? You are awesome for doing scientific research, but I am stupid for literary creation, right? Gregor argued. That's not what I meant. Dr. Jia thought about it and decided to be honest. Actually, that's what I meant. I think you literary people are all idiots. Just asking you, do you still want my energy in the future? Gregor said. Yes, Dr. Jia said. Then tell me now. Okay. Dr. Jia agreed, but you can't tell anyone else. Don't worry. You are not allowed to write it in the novel. Dr. Jia said again. Gregor was stunned and swore, I promise not to write it. What does a novel written by a computer have to do with me, Gregor? Dr. Jia hesitated, took a bottle of beer from the coffee table, opened it and took a sip, licked his lips, and asked, Do you know animal talent? I don't know. Gregor was not very interested in talents. Although he had looked at the table, he had forgotten most of it. Animal, serial number 105, life system. The ability is to transform into various animals. Dr. Jia explained. Why don't you just say druid? Gregor understood immediately, and he was suddenly shocked. Don't tell me that your parrot is actually a person. I don't know either. Dr. Jia smiled bitterly. You don't know either? Gregor's surprise turned into surprise. He had a feeling that this story would be very interesting. Come on, let's talk about it. Dr. Jia sighed, raised his head, and took a big sip of wine, and talked about the past many years ago. Dr. Jia had just turned 20 at that time, but because he grew up quickly and had the aura of genius, people in the awakening world thought he was in his 40s. That spring, Dr. Jia met an 18-year-old awakener named Green Bean by some coincidence, with the talent animal. This person is not actually called Green Bean, but Dr. Jia was too lazy to remember his name. He has a pair of green bean eyes, so Dr. Jia called him that, and the other party accepted it happily. Green Bean has a cheerful personality and a simple mind. He admires Dr. Jia very much and wants to apprentice with him. Green Bean became Dr. Jia's assistant and also Dr. Jia's nanny, taking care of his daily life, diet, and living arrangements. As an assistant, he is very useless, but as a nanny, he is meticulous and considerate. Green Bean is a good person, but he is stupid. Dr. Jia sighed. How can he be stupid if he can take care of you so well? Gregor saw through the truth. You are too smart, and ordinary people are stupid in your eyes. Okay. Dr. Jia admitted generously. That's it. As Dr. Jia's assistant, Green Bean has been very serious and hard-working, but still can't satisfy Dr. Jia. In Dr. Jia's view, Green Bean has to ask 7 or 8 questions repeatedly before he can understand something that can be explained in one sentence. He was clumsy when doing experiments, and Dr. Jia often felt that it would be easier to do it alone. In short, Dr. Jia was often irritated by Green Bean, sometimes so irritated that he couldn't eat, and stopped communicating with Green Bean. At this time, Green Bean would turn into an animal. Dr. Jia hated animals, so Green Bean deliberately turned into various animals to annoy Dr. Jia until Dr. Jia couldn't help but curse, and the curse vented his emotions, and the anger subsided, and the relationship between the two returned to the past. Dr. Jia continued to order him around, complaining about this and that, while Green Bean served him and worked hard, and then waited for the next time Green Bean got into trouble. Dr. Jia exploded again, got angry, and Green Bean tried to coax Dr. Jia. A good friend, Gregor commented. Chapter 1152. Friend? Dr. Jia frowned. No, Green Bean is not my friend, he is my assistant, or student. No, he is your friend. Gregor said bluntly. You just didn't realize it. Dr. Jia thought about it, and took another sip of wine. It doesn't matter, I continue. Sometimes, Dr. Jia also wondered, Green Bean has no talent for research, and his talent does not add to his intelligence. Why should he be a nanny for Dr. Jia and suffer from Dr. Jia's anger? Isn't this asking for trouble? Once Dr. Jia caught a bad cold, and was bedridden for 3 days. Green Bean was waiting on him. Dr. Jia was confused by the fever and asked Green Bean, Are you stupid? Why don't you leave? Green Bean was wringing a wet towel for Dr. Jia, and said cheerfully, Because I admire the teacher very much. The teacher is a genius, and knows a lot of things. I understand, but you don't understand. What does it have to do with you? Dr. Jia said. Green Bean put the wet towel on Dr. Jia's forehead. Hee, it doesn't matter, but as long as I think that the teacher is doing great research and I just happen to witness it, I'm very happy. Dr. Jia didn't understand Green Bean's idea at all, and he didn't bother to care. After recovering from the illness, Dr. Jia continued to indulge in research, and Green Bean continued to be an assistant, nanny, and punching bag. A year passed like this. Although Green Bean's talent was mediocre and his progress was slow, he did make progress after all. One day, Green Bean had a flash of inspiration and proposed an idea to try a small experiment. Dr. Jia thought it was very interesting and approved it. Green Bean was very encouraged and full of energy. He buried his head in the experiment. In that half a month, Dr. Jia obviously felt that his quality of life had declined because Green Bean spent most of his time on his own experiments. Did it succeed in the end? Gregor asked. No, it failed. Dr. Jia said. I helped him improve it a little bit, and then it succeeded. I was even sadder when I heard that. Gregor had a complicated expression. Hey, it's just a little gadget. It's interesting but useless. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. Dr. Jia paused for a few seconds and said uncertainly, I only now realize that the incident may have hit him hard. After that experiment, Green Bean still served as both an assistant and a nanny, but he rarely asked questions and no longer mentioned ideas, although most of the ideas seemed stupid to Dr. Jia. Dr. Jia was immersed in his own research and did not notice Green Bean's changes. Later, Green Bean made a mistake in a research project, which led to the failure of the experiment and almost wasted 2 months of Dr. Jia's hard work. Dr. Jia was furious and scolded Green Bean. I scolded Green Bean. How can you be so stupid? I would rather raise a parrot than you. A parrot at least does not cause trouble and can see me off. But you just want to piss me off to death, and now you are going to see me off. Dr. Jia looked at the beer bottle in his hand. My scolding was a bit harsh, but I was really angry at the time, and I am still angry now when I think about it. 2 months, my time is so precious. Harshness is secondary. The main thing is that it hurts my heart. Gregor said. Did you? Dr. Jia looked up at Gregor. Yes, Gregor said. Ah. Dr. Jia was a little annoyed and touched his sparse hair. In the next few days, Dr. Jia no longer paid attention to Green Bean. Even if Green Bean turned into an animal to bother him, he would never speak and locked himself in the laboratory all day. Green Bean would still bring him food on time every day. This lasted for a week. Dr. Jia summarized the lessons of the failed experiment and improved a better method, which greatly shortened the time of the next experiment. He felt refreshed and his anger subsided. When he came to his senses, he realized that Green Bean had not brought him food for 2 days. He walked out of the laboratory and searched the house, only to find that Green Bean was missing. I felt a little guilty at the time. Dr. Jia said, of course, the main responsibility is still on him. Gregor didn't say anything, knowing that there was something else. I went out to look for him for 2 days, but I didn't find him, so I gave up. Dr. Jia took another sip of beer. I think he might have gone to be a casual person, or joined the 3 major organizations, or he might have been eaten by a beast. Who knows? After that, I continued my research and found a nanny. Although she was not as caring as Green Bean, she was okay. But I always felt a little disappointed in my heart. Sometimes, I would suddenly be distracted and have auditory hallucinations, hearing some animal calls. You are missing Green Bean, Gregor said. Well, I miss him a little. Dr. Jia was unexpectedly frank this time. Maybe you are right. I actually consider Green Bean a friend, but I have a flawed personality and am not suitable for making friends. Gregor was in a complicated mood. He is indeed a genius, with a clear and accurate self-awareness. Dr. Jia continued, after that, I changed assistants twice, one of whom you all know, the hyena in the tail team. Hyena is a good assistant, quite smart, learns quickly, and makes me worry less. As a result, he worked for me for 2 years, learned a lot from me, and stole a lot of my research materials and ran away. I was very angry at the time, but not sad at all, and I didn't think of going to him to ask for the truth. Dr. Jia shrugged. After that, I never looked for an assistant again. Dr. Jia glanced at Gregor. Did I go off topic? Not really. Gregor said, this is a common technique in literary creation, highlighting the uniqueness of the protagonist through horizontal comparison. I see. I take back what I said before. It seems that literary creation is also useful. Dr. Jia said. Go on, otherwise I will really go off topic. Gregor smiled. Well, half a year later, I woke up one morning and found a gray parrot outside the window. Mung Bean? Gregor's eyes lit up. This is quite dramatic. Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it was Mung Bean who came back to see me, but was too embarrassed to do so, so he turned into an animal to greet me. Dr. Jia rubbed his nose. It turned out not to be. I talked to the parrot, but it could only imitate my words. We couldn't communicate, and it never turned back into a human. I used the instrument to measure the awakened to measure it, but it didn't respond. So it's really just a parrot? Gregor was confused. Dr. Jia was silent for 2 seconds. If an animal-gifted person turns into an animal for too long, he will never come back, and will become a real animal until he dies. So I don't know whether it's mung bean or a parrot. Dr. Jia shrugged again, but it doesn't seem to want to leave. It ate and drank for free at my house, so I kept it. Gregor was still unsatisfied. Is this the end of the story? Dr. Jia nodded. Isn't it? Aren't you curious whether the parrot is mung bean? Gregor asked. At first, I was a little curious, but not now. Dr. Jia said. Why? No reason, it just doesn't matter. Dr. Jia smiled dumbly. Anyway, one of us will see the other off to the grave. Chapter 1153. See you to the end? See you to the end? See you to the end? Anliang District, 3rd Hospital, rooftop of the inpatient department. Johan was holding a tactical telescope and monitoring the target. The gray parrot on his shoulder couldn't stand the loneliness, and finally started to cry noisily. It thought of funerals when it saw many people wearing white hospital gowns. See you to the end? See you to the end. Shut up. Johan interrupted coldly. The gray parrot was shocked and immediately became as quiet as a chicken. Its round eyes were motionless, and the 2 patients that Johan was monitoring were reflected in its eyes. Downstairs in the inpatient department, on the stone chair next to the fountain, 2 mentally ill patients were playing go-on-a-go board. The patient on the left was very young, with a weak temperament, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, about 25 or 26 years old, and everyone called him Xiao's son. The middle-aged man on the right was slightly fat, bald, with a fleshy face and a round nose. He looked quite blessed, and his nickname was Lao Tang. Old Tang. Xiao's son played first, placing the white piece on the Tianyuan. Have you heard of the planetary prison theory? Yes. Old Tang placed a black piece next to the white piece. Does it mean that this planet is a huge prison, and humans are prisoners exiled here, not native to this planet? The reason for this argument is that human ecological characteristics are actually not suitable for survival on this planet. If we follow the principle of survival of the fittest, humans should have been extinct long ago. Yes. That's it. Xiao's son followed with a white piece diagonally. What do you think? That's it. Old Tang placed a black piece parallel to the white piece. If I have to say, I think the physical prison theory is more interesting. Body? Prison? Xiao's son was stunned. Why does it sound a bit evil? What are you thinking about? Old Tang explained. It means that each of our bodies is the prison, and consciousness is the prisoner. Old Tang said. Oh, that's interesting. Xiao's son became interested. In short, our consciousness is immortal, and comes from the same place. As for our bodies, they are just independent small prisons, which are used to temporarily trap our consciousness. If you find it difficult to understand, just understand consciousness as soul. I understand. If that's the case, then what is our purpose? Xiao's son put down the 3rd white piece. What do you think? Old Tang blocked one end with a black piece. I don't know. Xiao's son was puzzled. Isn't this just eating too much? You're right not to understand. Old Tang raised his eyebrows. I don't understand either. As long as people are alive, they will never understand. Why? Xiao's son put down the white piece at the other end. Because when people are alive, they are in prison, they are prisoners. Prisoners are not the real me, so naturally they can't understand my thoughts. Old Tang blocked the other end with a black piece. What is the real me? Xiao's son continued to play chess. Consciousness. Old Tang continued to play chess. The consciousness that is neither born nor destroyed is the real you, the real me. Wait, I feel a little dizzy. Xiao's son held the white piece and hesitated. First, my consciousness is neither born nor destroyed. Yes. Xiao's son patted his chest. Then, my consciousness temporarily entered this body. Yes. Then I am no longer me. Yes. Why? Because when consciousness is caged, it is no longer pure consciousness, you are no longer pure you, and I am no longer pure me. Only when our bodies perish, consciousness escapes from the prison, and returns to the eternal realm of immortality, can we become our true selves again. At that time, we will naturally know why we had nothing to do, and got into a body to go to jail. So what you mean is that as long as I am alive, I will never know the answer? Xiao's son asked. Yes. Then if I don't live, I will know the answer? Xiao Sun reversed the argument. Yes. Xiao Sun thought seriously. But one of the motivations for my life is to solve this problem, as well as many other problems. If I don't want to live anymore, it means that I have no interest in these problems at all. Yes. But as long as I am alive, I will never be able to solve this problem. Xiao Sun came back. Yes. Okay. Xiao Sun laughed angrily. Old Tang, you are using this trick again, right? The perfect closed loop has made you understand the game. If you think so, I can't help it. Old Tang held the black piece and thought about the next move. Xiao Sun was not giving up. Can't you use your imagination and try to bring in the real you? If you are the real you now, why do you want to enter this body to go to jail? Don't say it. I really tried to think about it. Old Tang grinned. Do you have an answer? Xiao Sun's eyes lit up. Yes, but I can't say it. Old Tang looked mysterious. Why? Some answers are wrong if you say them out loud. Old Tang dropped a black piece, and 2 lines of 3 pieces appeared immediately. It was useless for Xiao Sun to block any of them. He lost. Okay. Xiao Sun was disappointed. You are pretending to be profound again. Ahem. A light cough came. The 2 patients stood up immediately, looking flustered. When they saw that they were not doctors and nurses, they breathed a sigh of relief. The visitor was a young woman wearing a capable professional suit skirt, tall and thin, with slender limbs, intellectual temperament, and holding an interview microphone. Hello, I am Isher, a reporter from Licheng TV station. I want to do a special report for the 3rd hospital. Is it convenient for you 2 gentlemen to accept the interview? Xiao Sun became reserved again. He stood there, not knowing where to put his hands. He licked his tongue nervously, and looked at Old Tang for help. Old Tang was also very nervous, and wanted to turn around and leave. 2 women in professional attire appeared. The shorter girl took a SLR camera and started to shoot. The taller woman carried a camera and started to shoot. Old Tang no longer had the calmness he had when playing chess. He lowered his head, as if he had made a mistake, and whispered, "We are mentally ill. You, find someone else." "It's okay, I just want to ask a question, it's very simple." Isher pushed the frameless glasses on his delicate nose. "Oh then?" asked. Old Tang didn't dare to look at Isher. "Excuse me, when did you awaken?" Isher smiled. Xiao Sun's face sank, and he ran away. But he didn't succeed. His feet were caught tightly by 2 black hands. The phantom under the feet of photographer Hong Xiaoxiao had already quietly come to Xiao Sun's feet. The reason why Xiao Sun failed to escape immediately was because the cameraman Chenning launched time confusion on him, causing him to misjudge the time. He thought he reacted in 1 second, but it actually took 3 seconds. Don't kill me!" Xiao Sun begged for mercy, his face pale. "Shoo, keep your voice down." Isher immediately stepped forward. "We won't hurt you. We are also awakened people, and we are looking for scattered people everywhere. Sanren are awakened people like you who have not joined the organization," Chenning added. "Really?" Xiao Sun was half believing and half doubting. "If I were to kill you, you would have died." Isher told the truth. "Yes, that's right." Xiao Sun calmed down a little. Hong Xiaoxiao quietly took back the phantom and found that his trouser legs had been cut by the phantom, and hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, I hurt you." "It's okay, it's just a minor injury." Xiao Sun smiled dryly, and it can be seen that he was still very nervous. "Xiao Sun? What is an awakener?" Old Tang looked at Xiao Sun with a confused look on his face, and then looked at Hong Xiaoxiao. "How can your shadow move?" "It's broken." Old Tang rubbed his eyes hard. "You should still take medicine on time. The condition has worsened again." "Is your patient a lost person?" Isher asked Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun was stunned, and didn't know how to answer for a while. Who is talking to me?" Old Tang suddenly looked around. At this time, a cool breeze drilled into the minds of others at the same time. "Jiuhan, Old Tang is not a lost person, he can receive my voice transmission." "Chenning, ordinary human." "Xiao Sun, wow. Who is talking in my head?" "Ah. Wait, why am I talking too?" "Lao Tang, Xiao Sun. Why are you in my head too?" "Xiao Sun, don't be nervous, this is a talent." Isher hurriedly explained. "Tell me first, what is the identity of this Lao Tang?" Xiao Sun looked at Lao Tang with a complicated look, and his eyes were red for a moment. Chapter 1154. 10 minutes later, in the ward of the 3rd hospital. Jiuhan locked the door, and Chenning activated perception again to check for danger. At the same time, he walked to the window and closed the curtains. Isher briefly introduced the Awakener organization and the purpose of this trip. Xiao Sun and Lao Tang both sat on the lower bunk and listened carefully. One understood and the other didn't, but their emotions were quite stable. Xiao Sun also briefly introduced himself. My name is Sun Hu, I'm 25 years old, and I've been awakened for 7 years. 7 years. Hong Xiaoxiao was surprised. Have you been hiding here all the time? Xiao Sun scratched his head, not at the beginning. He seemed to think of bad memories, and didn't rush to say anything, but looked at Isher. Well, how did you find us? Lao Tang and I hid very well, and were never discovered. Isher smiled. During the Chinese New Year, the organization I belonged to came to the 3rd hospital for a while. Ah, I remember that there were suddenly a lot of staff in the hospital at that time, and they left soon. I thought they were from some hospital for exchange and study. Sun Hu remembered. Yes, it was us. Isher looked at Sun Hu. I was idle those days, observing patients every day, and found that you and Lao Tang were very different. What's the difference? Sun Hu asked. You two are such a good match. No, Isher said, and quickly changed his words. You two are too much like mental patients. What? Sun Hu didn't understand. That's right. You two are too much like the mental patients in everyone's stereotype. Isher was quite proud. I have observed other mental patients, and they are normal most of the time except when they are sick, but you two are almost abnormal all the time, but this abnormality is very mild and harmless. This delicate balance must have a deliberate component in it. I felt something was wrong at the time. Of course, it was just a fleeting thought and I quickly forgot it. That's amazing, Sun Hu said. Chinning smiled and walked forward. I've been looking for Sanren, but unfortunately I didn't find anything. I talked to Isher yesterday, and she suddenly remembered you too, so she brought us here to try our luck, and we actually ran into you. Sun Hu was silent for a while. At this point, he decided to confess everything. Old Tang and I didn't mean to hide it. We were really scared, so we came up with this idea. Old Tang said that the most dangerous place is the safest place, so we came here to hide for a while, but the plan went wrong, and then it became like this now. Don't worry, talk slowly. Johan leaned against the door, with a cold look in his eyes. Sun Hu became more nervous when he saw Johan's serious face. My first talent is actor. Actor, serial number 142, auxiliary system. Superb acting skills, can act like anything. Hong Xiaoxiao immediately remembered the content on the talent list. Yes, I have been acting like a psychopath. Sun Hu glanced at Lao Tang. As for Lao Tang, his first talent is NPC. NPC, serial number 110, miracle system. He can turn himself into an NPC. Hong Xiaoxiao continued to explain. Ah. Sun Hu began to recall the past. 7 years ago, Sun Hu and Lao Tang were 18 years old and had just graduated from high school. A few friends went to swim in a river in the countryside. As a result, Lao Tang accidentally drowned. Sun Hu went to save Lao Tang, but his leg cramped. The two were about to drown, but suddenly they both learned to swim and swam to the shore by themselves. The truth is that both of them awakened and saved their lives with their innate abilities. The two were very excited and immediately shared this with their friends around them. As a result, 3 of their friends fainted on the spot, and one of them turned into a man-eating monster, the Devourer. The 2 were almost killed, but were saved by an awakened person passing by. The awakened person was also unlucky. He was riding a motorcycle and taking his beautiful girlfriend to a farm to have fun. Unexpectedly, his girlfriend was a furious beast. She woke up and transformed on the spot, and then was killed by her boyfriend. The awakened person killed the girlfriend, and then killed Sun Hu and Lao Tang's friends and saved the 2. After that, we completely bid farewell to our original lives, went home with him, and lived in his house. We were his distant relatives. We didn't know his name, so we called him Cousin. Sun Hu looked up and found that no one wanted to interrupt, and continued. Cousin told us a lot of things and taught us some survival methods, but he was very mysterious and rarely talked about his own things. But he was very fickle, often changing girlfriends and bringing them home. They were all lost people. Lao Tang and I were very dissatisfied, but he said that this was a necessary disguise. Sun Hu looked up again and licked his lips. Am I off topic? Continue, Johan said. We spent some time like this. One day, my cousin said he was going out to do something, but he didn't come home until the evening. Old Tang and I were very scared. Remembering my cousin's instructions, we hurriedly left his house and hid. Sure enough, my cousin had an accident. His relatives held a funeral for him. It was said that he had a car accident. How could this be possible? My cousin must have been killed. Why do you think it was a human? And not a beast? Johan got to the point. Sun, who was stunned, and answered seriously, because my cousin is very strong, the beast can't hurt him at all. At that time, my cousin revealed that he had contact with some mysterious organizations, but it was not confirmed whether the other party was trustworthy. My cousin was probably killed by them. That's why you're so scared when you see us. You think the awakened are more dangerous than the beasts. Jining suddenly realized. Sun, who nodded. After my cousin died, Lao Tang and I didn't dare to believe it. Sun, whose expression was somewhat painful. Those days were really unbearable to look back on. We hid from place to place every day, worried and frightened. We were almost killed by beasts several times. We had mental problems, and even thought about dying together. Speaking of this, Sun, who suddenly laughed, that day, Lao Tang and I went to the riverside and planned to jump into the river together. Suddenly, a man ran over and shouted. He was quickly caught. It turned out that he escaped from the mental hospital. He kept shouting, I want to bask in the sun, I want to bask in the sun. Lao Tang and I thought it was very funny. As we laughed, we suddenly didn't want to die. Lao Tang and I basked in the sun for a while. Lao Tang said, why don't we go to the mental hospital too, it feels good there. Then we went to the mental hospital. Lao Tang set up an NPC identity for himself as a mental patient. I played a mental patient every day. I have acting talent, and it is easy to play. But something unexpected happened. Isher brought the topic back. Sun, who nodded and glanced at Old Tang. Old Tang seems to have really become a mental patient. What do you mean? Sun, who turned around, found a worn wallet from the pillow, and took out a headshot from it. You can see for yourself. Chapter 1155. Jining was about to take the photo when Johan stopped her. Johan put on the combat gloves that had been empowered and took the headshot. It was a photo of two high school students. They seemed to have a good relationship. The boy was thin and small, wearing black-framed glasses, and looked very young. He was Sun, who a few years ago. The girl next to him was charming and beautiful, with dark eyes that showed a sense of cleverness, and a pair of eye bags that made her look even more cute. Isher was shocked. He looked at the photo, and then at Old Tang. Is this girl Old Tang? Yes. Sun, whose eyes were red, and he held his head with both hands, full of regret. Her name is Tang Xiaotsong. She set herself as an NPC, but she could never come back. Everyone was silent. Sun, who grabbed her hair. I try to stimulate her every day and ask her all kinds of questions to make things difficult for her, just to force her to make mistakes and then change back. But it's useless. She really turned into a mental patient, Old Tang. If this continues, I will go crazy too. Can it be like this? Jining looked at Johan. This is the first time I've seen this, but the talents of the miracle system are all very strange. Johan said. Suddenly, Johan thought of something and looked at Hong Xiaoxiao. Hong Xiaoxiao also thought of the same thing. How about I try Game Player? Game Player can return the target to the state a few minutes ago. In theory, the damage suffered by the target earlier cannot be restored, but the law concept imposed by the miracle system is different, and it will be regarded as a bug by the Game Player and restarted from the essence. Hong Xiaoxiao took out a black hairpin and walked towards Old Tang. What are you going to do? Old Tang was a little nervous. Don't be afraid, Old Tang. This is the latest high-tech psychiatric treatment. Treatment in the morning and discharge in the afternoon. Sun, who comforted him. You are talking nonsense. Old Tang shrank back to the corner in panic. You, don't come over here. If you come over again, I will scream. Don't be afraid, it's just a hairpin. Hong Xiaoxiao explained while extending the hairpin to Old Tang's head. Seeing his sparse hair, Hong Xiaoxiao hesitated and pinned it on Old Tang's collar instead. In an instant, a wonderful energy enveloped Old Tang. He felt light and a little dizzy. Old Tang slowly relaxed and began to talk nonsense. Xiao Sun, I feel that my consciousness is about to escape from the prison. I want to go back. I want to be free. Time reset. Hong Xiaoxiao opened her hands, and suddenly, a holy white light flashed in the room. Sun, who opened his mouth wide, watching Old Tang beside him melt into a ball of white energy, and then turned into thousands of strands of white energy light, connecting to Hong Xiaoxiao's 10 fingers, and reweaving a light cocoon under her control. 30 seconds later, the light cocoon turned into a human figure, and the light dimmed. Old Tang reappeared, still wearing a hospital gown, but it looked very loose. Under the clothes was a thin, fair-skinned girl who had fainted. Tang Xiaotsong. Sun Hu was very excited. Great. She's back. Really back. Wait 2 minutes and she wake up. Isher smiled and reminded, also, keep your voice down. Sorry. Sun Hu hurriedly lowered his voice, a little incoherent. I'm so happy. I'm really so happy. Soon, Tang Xiaosong woke up. She slowly opened her eyes. Her voice was vague. Here. Where? This is the 3rd hospital. Sun Hu excitedly helped her up. Boss Air, do you still recognize me? When Tang Xiaosong heard someone calling her a nickname, her memory came back instantly. She looked at the person in front of her in a daze. Monkey, how come you have become older? Being called a nickname by Tang Xiaosong, Sun Hu almost cried with joy. Boss Air, I have grown up. I am 25 years old this year. How come you are still 18 years old? Tang Xiaosong supported her head, suddenly. He opened his eyes wide, and remembered everything. NPC. I turned myself into a psychopath. Sun Hu got angry when he mentioned this. What a rubbish talent you have. It's too bad. You can't even change back by yourself. Haha. Tang Xiaosong's weak laughter was a little embarrassed. Actually, you can change back, but you have to set it up at the beginning. I originally planned to change for 7 days to see the effect, but I accidentally set it to 7 years. Sun Hu's face froze. Tears of joy were still rolling in his eyes, but they couldn't flow out. The atmosphere was a little subtle. Tang Xiaosong, is there something wrong with your brain? How can you be so careless? I reached level 3 with this talent after only using it a few times. I have no experience at all, and I overexerted myself. Tang Xiaosong laughed heartlessly. Haha, blame me. Laugh. You still have the nerve to laugh. Do you know how painful it is for me to act with a balding middle-aged mental patient every day for the past 7 years? How many times have I wanted to abandon you and walk away? I'm sorry. Tang Xiaosong felt a little guilty, and gestured in front of his eyes with his thumb and index finger. In fact, I still have a little memory of old Tang, so you are not completely wasted. After Sun Hu finished yelling, his anger subsided. When he saw the girl's smiling face, his heart softened. He sat down, turned his face away, and wiped his tears. Forget it. It's good that you can come back. Air Zone, we finally met a good organization. We don't have to hide anymore. We can live a stable life. A stable life? Isher smiled awkwardly and helplessly. Maybe it won't last for a few days. Chapter 1156. On May 18th, in the afternoon, the final battle meeting for the curtain call. After the full plan was completed, Gao Yang began to draw up a list of groups and tactics. After many adjustments, everyone finally determined the final battle list. Gao Yang directly announced, the curtain call battle is divided into 7 groups. The group leader is the highest commander, and has the right to decide everything. Others must obey absolutely. The first group leader is Xu Ke, and the members are Yasha, Bailu, Zhang Wei, and Song Jieyi. The 4 of you are responsible for finding and killing lust. The second group leader is Pohu, and the members are Siju, Mingyang, and Gregor. The 4 of you are responsible for finding and killing gluttony. The third group leader is Lele, and the members are Hong Xiaoxiao Nana and Lao 7. The 4 of you are responsible for finding and killing laziness. The fourth group leader is Dohu, and the members are Gao Xin and Isher. The 3 of you are responsible for finding and killing anger. The fifth group leader is Dohu, and the members are Gao Xin and Isher. The 3 of you are responsible for finding and killing anger. Team leader Johan, team members Chen Ying, Juanma, and Hegi. The 4 of you are responsible for finding and killing greed. Team leader Long of Team 6, stand by in the center of the city. You are responsible for flexible support. Team leader Gao Yang of Team 7, team member Qing Ling, the 2 of us are responsible for finding and killing jealousy, and then dealing with pride. There are only 6 hours. The team that completes the task ahead of time can flexibly support other teams, and the team in critical situation can urgently ask other teams for help. Dr. Jia, Sun Hu, and Tang Xiaosong will not participate in the battle, and will stay at the base to look after Tengu and Xiao Xian. Anyone who has any objections can raise them now. No one spoke. Gao Yang glanced at Long across the long table. He was drinking black coffee quietly, without any objections or additions. Gao Yang looked at Dohu beside him, and Dohu grinned. Everyone, time is running out. Everyone should eat and drink, and fulfill any wishes quickly. Don't leave any regrets for yourself. Zhang Wei was very surprised and thought he had heard it wrong. Why do you say it like you are eating your last meal before execution? Uncle Hu, this is not your style. Uncle Hu, don't set a flag when the war is about to start. Lao 7 echoed. Hee. Dohu took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, raising his eyebrows. If you don't set a flag, you won't die? Short words silenced everyone. It would be more tragic to die with a flag, wouldn't it? Dohu took out a kerosene lighter and lit the cigarette handsomely with a click. He took a puff and exhaled a cloud of old-fashioned cigarettes. Brothers and sisters, no one is sure about this farewell battle. We know very little about the true strength of the dead beasts, especially the arrogance and jealousy. Maybe they are not that powerful when bluffing, or maybe they are so strong that destroying us is like killing a bug. Maybe in the end, we will be wiped out like the last time, but there will be no next time, and there will be no turning point. No one remembers. No one knows what we did. Everything no longer exists and is meaningless. But this does not prevent us from being heroes for one night. Heroes can be great and tragic, but they cannot be ordinary. Fighting Tiger's voice was loud and moving. The conference room ushered in a tragic and passionate silence. That's right. Zhang Wei slammed the table and stood up. Brothers and sisters, let's fight with heroic spirit. Win and make a lot of money. Lose and you won't lose. Zhang Wei shouted loudly, thinking that there would be 100 responses and excitement, but the imagined scene did not appear. The scene was silent, and the atmosphere seemed to be extinguished by a bucket of cold water just when it was about to ignite. Zhang Wei stood like a piece of wood, not knowing whether to continue standing or sitting down. Did I say something wrong? Zhang Wei was not confident. Not really. Zhu Ke looked at him with a little distress. It's just that some words, if you say more, it will be too much. There is an idiom called adding legs to a snake. Gregor finished accurately. Zhang Wei suddenly felt a little guilty. He hurriedly sat down and looked at Dohu. Or you guys just pretend I didn't say it. Uncle Hu, can you come again? Well, add wings. Gregor felt desperate. Lele looked painful and couldn't help scratching the table with both hands. Oh no, I'm going to be embarrassed. Dismissed. Gaoyang saved everyone in time. Evening, Qianxi Building 6F, Nyoman. In the newly renovated laboratory, Gaoyang, Jiuhan, and Dr. Jia sat on a set of reception sofas. Dr. Jia's work and rest schedule was disordered. He had been working late last night and had just finished a phase of research. He felt sleepy and was about to go to bed when Gaoyang and Jiuhan came over. Dr. Jia wore pink pajamas, a green nightcap, and a mask around his neck, and a parrot pillow in his hand. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, picking his feet with one hand. It's already this time, and you still need to temporarily modify the tactics? Not modify, but improve. Jiuhan corrected. What's the difference? Dr. Jia was even more angry. It's been so many days, and I've been making some broken stuff for you every day. My own research has been put on hold for a long time. Everything is for the victory of the final battle. Only with victory, you will have more time to do research later, Gaoyang said. Don't make big promises to me. Dr. Jia was impatient. Hurry up. What are you going to do this time? Jiuhan went straight to the point. The final tactics have been determined. Greed will be dealt with by me, Chen Ying, Juanma, and Enhegi. Dr. Jia thought quickly and glanced at Jiuhan. Isn't it good to be alive? Jiuhan said seriously, Dr. Jia, do you also think we have no chance of winning? Huh. Dr. Jia changed his foot and scratched. A fool can see that. I don't know how strong greed is, but its ability is aimed at conceptual things like fate. Which of you four can be immune? Except for the captain and Long, no one can be immune, Jiuhan said. So, unless the two of them go, the rest will be given away for nothing, Dr. Jia said. Jiuhan shook his head. Captain and Long have more important tasks. Besides, if they are really asked to deal with greed, greed will not sit still and wait for death. I am afraid greed will not show up at all. That's true, Dr. Jia said. Gaoyang nodded slightly, his eyes moving. This is exactly what I am worried about, so I injected an absolute barrier mark into the people of Jiuhan Group. Once they encounter danger, it will be triggered immediately. In theory, the absolute barrier can isolate the blow of the law of fate. But you still think it is not safe, Dr. Jia guessed. Yes. Gaoyang nodded. First of all, the trigger of the absolute barrier must be hurt, but the blow of fate is likely not to cause physical harm to the people of Jiuhan Group. Moreover, even if the absolute barrier is triggered, the people of Jiuhan Group will be temporarily protected. Once the protection ends, whether the blow of fate can be completely interrupted or whether it can be hit again is unknown. Dr. Jia nodded. That's right. So after discussing with Jiuhan, I decided to add another insurance, Gaoyang said. Chapter 1157. Tell me about it. Dr. Jia was a little interested. Gao Yang did not reveal the answer, but just smiled. Dr. Jia looked at Gao Yang, then at Johan, and found that Johan was also looking at Gao Yang. Dr. Jia slapped his thigh and said, "Haha, this trick works. You are indeed a genius," Gao Yang said half flatteringly and half sincerely. Dr. Jia fumbled with his loose chin, with his toe-picking hands, and analyzed. Greed cannot spy on your and Long's fate. Theoretically, as long as I use your or Long's blood and active energy to refine a potion, when the target's fate is invaded, I will immediately inject this potion into the target's body, which can temporarily help the target resist the invasion of fate. But blood and energy are not fate itself after all, they are just stained with some ripples of fate, and the effect is very short, and the immunity time may only be a few seconds. A few seconds are enough, Johan said. What we want is to take them by surprise. Dr. Jia thought about it and frowned. The potion is easy to make, the problem is how to inject it. Gao Yang spoke. So I hope you can make a tool to ensure that once the people in Johan's group are occupied by greed, the potion will be automatically injected immediately to help them get rid of control for a short time. Difficult, Dr. Jia said. What's the difficulty? Johan asked. It's difficult to judge, Dr. Jia said. The intelligence level of the equipment I currently make is not that high. Gao Yang and Johan immediately understood. Dr. Jia still explained. For example, the positioning bracelet I developed for the Qilin Union before, as long as the awakened person uses the talent, the bracelet can immediately sense it, which is essentially a monitoring of the vital signs of the living body. Whether the target is injured, the mood fluctuates violently, the heartbeat accelerates, the body temperature changes violently, the energy path is disordered, etc., all can be used as judgment criteria. But the conceptual and law-based damage is difficult to judge, Gao Yang added. Yes, Dr. Jia said. Imagine that if Johan's fate is being occupied by greed, Johan's state is motionless, then my equipment cannot judge whether Johan's fate is being occupied, and whether to inject the potion immediately. Johan thought for a moment. So your equipment can't make such advanced judgments, only we can. Yes, but when you notice it yourself, you should not be able to act, nor can you inject the potion by yourself. That's simple, Johan said. We are responsible for judgment, and the equipment is responsible for injection. Dr. Jia was stunned, and slapped his smooth forehead. Oh, I'm really smart and stupid. Johan continued. Dr. Jia, you prepare a ring potion. Hidden in the ring, its judgment condition is very simple. Once someone wears this ring, if the finger does not move for more than 10 seconds, the drug will be automatically injected. Once I put on the ring, I will move my fingers every few seconds, and I will never forget it. Once my fate is invaded, I will be unable to move. After 10 seconds, the drug will be injected to help me break the situation. This is too simple. I can do it right away. Dr. Jia glanced at Johan. But, are you sure you can guarantee that there will be no mistakes in operation? No problem. Johan is very confident. I often do similar training. When fighting, I always prepare more than 2 sets of fake moves. I can do 2 or even 3 things at the same time for a long time. When I put on the ring, I will count down in my mind and will not stop until the end of the battle. That's no problem. Dr. Jia said. Come to me in an hour to get the goods, and I make you one. Make 2. Gao Yang said. Why? Dr. Jia just wanted to be lazy. Gao Yang didn't answer Dr. Jia, and said to the air, Don't hide, come out. 2 seconds of silence. Swish. A white light flew out from the glass surface of a petri dish, and appeared beside the 3 people. It was Enhegi dressed as an assassin. Johan frowned. Why are you here? I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Enhegi explained expressionlessly. I am responsible for covert patrols in the base. I know, but we are discussing important things. You should take the initiative to avoid it. Johan was unhappy. Enhegi was silent. Gao Yang's tone was quite understanding. It's impossible for her to pretend not to hear something about greed. Enhegi looked up and looked at Gao Yang with burning eyes. Captain, I also want a ring. It's not that I don't trust Captain Johan, but I want to have an extra insurance to ensure that revenge is foolproof, and I can do 2 things at the same time. Gao Yang didn't answer and looked at Johan. Johan thought seriously for a while and nodded. Then prepare a ring for Enhegi as well. Wholesale, right? Just give 1 to each member of your team. Dr. Jia said angrily. No need. Johan denied seriously. People who are not specially trained can't do it at the same time, and using it by all members will increase the risk of exposure. I know. Dr. Jia slapped his thigh and got up to get busy. Dr. Jia, wait a minute. Johan stopped. What's the matter? Dr. Jia shouted. You damn party A. Can't you just say your requirements at once? Johan glanced at Hegi. We have other things to discuss. Yes. And Hegi nodded and quickly left the laboratory. Johan glanced at Gao Yang. Is it safe? Gao Yang nodded. There was no outsider in the laboratory. Johan was worried, and took out the anti-eavesdropping interference ball and opened it. Johan finally spoke. Captain, 2 insurances are not enough. I want to add another insurance. Gao Yang looked at Johan, without saying a word. No. Dr. Jia got excited first. Are you done? Are you going to tire me to death? I haven't closed my eyes for 2 days. Don't worry. What you have to do is very simple. Johan promised. Okay. Dr. Jia sat back on the sofa and picked up the pillow again. Hurry up. Johan looked at Gao Yang, his eyes serious. Soon, Johan finished his plan. Captain, please approve. Johan said. Gao Yang was silent. Captain, please approve. Johan repeated. Gao Yang remained silent. Captain, please approve. Johan had made up his mind. Gao Yang finally nodded. Approved. Johan smiled with relief, and his clenched fists loosened. Thank you. Dr. Jia couldn't stand this strange atmosphere. He scratched his head and stood up on his knees. Okay, I go to work. Dr. Jia entered the laboratory inside, and the door closed with a click. Johan and Gao Yang also stood up. Captain, I actually want to ask you for one more thing. Johan said, smiling embarrassedly. Am I too busy? No. Gao Yang also smiled. Tell me, what is it? I have something to say to Chening. Johan said. Gao Yang was stunned, and then reacted. Do you need me to be there? Johan nodded. Won't it be embarrassing? Gao Yang half-jokingly. Johan said calmly, I can't, but Chening might. I see. Gao Yang sighed. Then I'd be an invisible witness. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the laboratory opened. Chening, wearing a soft and slim gray running suit, with her hair tied into a high ponytail and a dry towel around her neck, strode in. Laohan, I've been looking for you for a long time. You're here. Chening was a little surprised to see Johan standing alone in the laboratory. Are you done with your work? Let's go for a run. Chening has the habit of running in the morning, and Johan has the habit of running at night. After they got together, they decided to take a step back and run every evening. In just 1 month, the two fell in love with running in the evening, which means beautiful sunsets, sparkling river water, quiet time stretched by the evening breeze, and delicious dinners with gentle twilight, sweat from exercise, and the company of their loved ones. Johan leaned over, his brows were gentle, and he smiled faintly. Chening, you came at the right time. I have something to tell you. Chapter 1158. Late at night, Shimin. Gao Yang finished all the things for today and returned to the dormitory to rest. When passing by Dead Pig's dormitory, the door suddenly opened and Bailey walked out. Gao Yang was not surprised. Bailey had promised to talk to Dead Pig about Bachiochi before, and it seems that the talk is over now. Do you want to return the diary? Gao Yang asked. Bailey nodded. Yeah, I plan to have a cup of coffee and then go back. Gao Yang thought for a while and said, Have you told Dead Pig about the cute sheep? Bailey smiled but said nothing. Gao Yang had the answer in his heart. He hesitated for 2 seconds and asked, I learned the secret from Lu Qing. Can I tell Dead Pig? This is your freedom. Bailey said. I understand. Gao Yang nodded. What did you think about what you wanted to tell me before? Bailey asked. I thought about it, and decided to wait until we win the final battle. Gao Yang said, After all, if we don't win, everything will be meaningless. Bailey smiled as expected. Okay, then wait until you return victorious. Is this a blessing or a prophecy? Gao Yang asked. Bailey smiled. I hope it's a prophecy. Bailey quickly disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Gao Yang didn't leave in a hurry. He stood outside the door of the Dead Pig dormitory with his back against the wall, thinking quietly. Qing Ling appeared at some point. She was wearing a training suit, her face was covered with sweat, and she had a towel on her shoulder to wipe the sweat. There were no scars on her body. It looked like she had just finished training, or to be more precise, she had just tortured someone. Qing Ling saw Gao Yang and frowned slightly. What are you doing here? Then Qing Ling looked at the house number. It was the Dead Pig's dormitory. Gao Yang had only told Qing Ling about Meng Yang's secret. Qing Ling immediately guessed, Are you going to tell the Dead Pig? Gao Yang looked up, his eyes deep. What do you think? Qing Ling thought seriously for a few seconds. If you say it now, the tactics may have to be readjusted. Gao Yang understood what Qing Ling meant, and the dead pig might not agree to the cute sheep to go to the battlefield again. But? Qing Ling changed the topic and softened it. If you don't say it now, you may never have a chance. Gao Yang's mouth showed a bitterness. You didn't answer me at all, but repeated my inner struggle. Why should I answer you? Qing Ling said confidently. This is your choice, not mine. Gao Yang was stunned, and he had the answer in his heart. Take a shower and sleep. Qing Ling said and walked away. Gao Yang took a deep breath and knocked on the door behind him. Soon, the door opened. The dead pig was wearing an oversized pajamas. He was burly, like a wall, blocking the door. Maybe he was injured after the last battle with gluttony, or maybe it was just a problem of light. He looked a little more haggard than before. The dead pig was a little surprised. Captain Gao? Dead pig, I'm sorry to bother you for a few minutes. Is that convenient? The dead pig stepped aside. Please come in. Gao Yang entered the room. The dormitory was clean and simple, without any extra furnishings. The dead pig pulled the only chair next to Gao Yang. Sit for a while, I pour you a cup of tea. No need. Gao Yang didn't even move. It can be finished in a few words. The dead pig turned around and looked at Gao Yang seriously. He had a vague feeling that the matter was very important. Before Lu Qingying died, she left me a dream and passed Bailey Yi's diary to me. Gao Yang said. Well, Bailey Yi also told me. The dead pig said. Gao Yang nodded. But there is one thing that Bailey Yi didn't tell you. Ba Qiuqi actually has a child. The dead pig was startled, thinking he had heard wrongly. Child? Yes. Gao Yang added. Your child. The dead pig was stunned, and suddenly, the past came to his mind, and many doubts were connected. It turned out that Ba Qiuqi wanted to divorce for this reason. The room was much quieter, and only the heavy breathing of the dead pig could be heard. After a long time, the dead pig met Gao Yang's gaze again, mustered up the courage, and asked in a hoarse voice, Is the child still alive? Still alive, very healthy, very happy, and... Gao Yang paused, very brave. The dead pig opened his eyes in disbelief. The child, also awakened? Gao Yang nodded, yes. The dead pig's body shook, as if he was hit by a bullet in the heart. He staggered back 2 steps. His tall body was shaky. He reached out to hold the wall, forcing himself to stand firm. The dead pig gasped, his eyes were red, and his expression was both happy and painful. There was another long silence, during which dead pig hesitated to speak several times. Finally, all emotions were suppressed, leaving only confusion. Captain Gao, why did you tell me now? Gao Yang confessed. Before Bailey Yi appeared, I had many concerns. After he appeared, I was worried that it would change the cause and effect. Sorry, I should have said it earlier. Why do you tell me now? Dead pig had the answer in his heart as soon as he asked, Captain Gao, do you want me to decide? Gao Yang nodded. You are her real guardian. You can decide whether she goes to the battlefield. Dead pig was silent. After a long time, Dead pig raised his head again, his eyes firm. The child must go to the battlefield. Have you thought it through? Gao Yang asked. She is very brave, just like her mother. This is the path they chose, and I have to respect it. Dead pig clenched his fists. I will definitely protect her. As long as I have a breath, she will be fine. No one can guarantee victory. Gao Yang said. Then she should fight with us. Dead pig has made up his mind. If we lose, the child will not survive, and will only die more lonely and desperate. Gao Yang nodded. I understand. The tactics remain unchanged. Gao Yang left. Just as he walked to the door, Dead pig still called Gao Yang. Wait a minute. Gao Yang turned around. Something? Xiao Ba. Dead pig's hoarse voice hid a trace of gentle timidity. Did you leave me any words? Gao Yang tried to recall. No. Is that so? Dead pig lowered his head and smiled as expected. However, I overheard the conversation between Lu Qingying and Ba Qiuqi in her dream, and you were mentioned in it. Gao Yang said. The dead pig quickly raised his head, opened his eyes wide, and was as nervous as a child who was looking forward to the teacher calling on him to answer questions after reviewing seriously. Gao Yang repeated the original words. That child doesn't look like Lao Zhu at all. Do you think he will be happy or angry? The dead pig was stunned and stared at Gao Yang blankly, but in fact, he had seen some distant past. Gao Yang added, That's all I heard. After a while, the dead pig came back to his senses and nodded. Thank you. Gao Yang's heart was slightly hurt. It's really strange. So many people said thank you to him today. Why should I thank him? He obviously didn't help much. He was just a witness, who couldn't say whether he was lucky or unlucky. He caught up with all the excitement, but couldn't keep any laughter. After Gao Yang left, the dead pig was still standing there in a trance. It was unknown how long it had passed before he returned to the bedside and sat down dejectedly. He opened the album on his phone and found a photo of the last time he celebrated Ming Yang's birthday. At that time, Tiango and Baitu were still there, and the four of them took a group photo together in the amusement park. Ming Yang was wearing a festive red cotton jacket, with a bun on her head, holding a cotton candy in her hand. Her little fleshy face was red. She sat on the dead pig's shoulder. Her eyes smiled into thin crescents. Tiango and Baitu stood on both sides, posing in their own styles, and the person taking the photo was Juanma. The dead pig gently stretched out his thick fingers and enlarged the photo, and Ming Yang's smiling face also became bigger. The dead pig looked at it for a long time, smiled foolishly, and muttered to himself, "Indeed, it doesn't look like me. It's great. It doesn't look like me at all." A drop of hot tears fell on the phone screen. "Oh, it doesn't look like me. It looks like my mother. The child looks like my mother. It's great." The dead pig buried his head in the phone, laughing and crying. On the evening of the 19th, Daxu District, Millennium Building. The sunset was soft, the evening breeze was gentle, and the Ferris wheel on the roof stood quietly. From a distance, it looked like an eye in the sky above the city. But if someone stood at the foot of the Ferris wheel and looked up, it would change again. It looked more like a gear embedded in the sky. Under the cover of the bloody sunset, the gear looked dilapidated and lonely, as if foreshadowing the direction of the world. Swish! Qing Ling flew with his sword and landed at the foot of the Ferris wheel with Gao Yang. Gao Yang found a conspicuous position, squatted, put his hands on the ground, and activated Space-Time Ghost. Soon, a circular gray-blue aperture unfolded with Gao Yang as the center, and the pattern in the aperture was an abstract hourglass. This is a space teleportation point, which lasts for 12 hours. Gao Yang has set up a total of 12 space teleportation points, which are scattered all over the city. Space teleportation points can teleport to each other, but they are one-time and disappear after use. This is also Gao Yang's current limit. 7 combat teams have been dispersed in various places outside the city, looking for traces of the dead beast while waiting for the arrival of the 3 hours of the Sangjia. Once someone finds a dead beast, they will notify everyone, and each team will act according to the situation on the scene. If a team is far away from the target, they can rush there as soon as possible through the nearby teleportation point. Okay. Gao Yang finished arranging the space teleportation point. Where to go next? Qing Ling asked. Chapter 1159. Gao Yang shook his head. Nowhere, this is the last teleportation point. Yeah. Gao Yang turned around and looked at the city under his feet, which was dyed deep red by the setting sun. In the evening breeze, he could vaguely hear the white noise of the city noise. Beep. The public channel of the earhook intercom was turned on, and Hong Shishia's routine report came from it. This is the temporary investigation team 2. No trace of dead beasts has been found so far. Beep temporary investigation team 1. No dead beasts have been found so far. Johan reported. Beep temporary investigation team 3. Same as above. Lele reported. No more searching, the investigation team is disbanded, and everyone returns to their teams and proceeds according to the plan. Whether it is experience or intuition, Gao Yang is sure that the dead beast will not appear before the 3 hours of the Sangjia arrive. Zizi Yang, Captain, when will the moon turn white? Zhang Wei's voice came from the intercom. Early morning. Gao Yang judged. Why? Zhang Wei asked. Little genius, because it's not until after midnight that it's the 20th, and the moon is out, you can see for yourself. Do Hu spoke on the intercom. Oh my god. Really? Gao Yang no longer paid attention to everyone's chatter. He looked up. The sun hadn't completely set yet, and the moon did appear in the sky. It was very small and not obvious, like a shallow chickenpox that was about to heal. What to do next? Qing Ling asked. Gao Yang thought for a while. There's nothing to do for now, just wait patiently. Then wait here. Qing Ling jumped lightly, jumped onto a cabin of the Ferris wheel, and sat down casually. Swish. Gao Yang teleported to Qing Ling's side, and sat side by side. The two looked at the afterglow in the sky, and the city faded a little bit in their eyes, and slowly became dark. After several minutes, Gao Yang spoke. It may be the last time to watch the sunset. Yeah. Qing Ling was very calm, not at all regretful. Suddenly, Qing Ling's eyes flickered. It may also be the last time to have dinner. This time, the tone was a bit regretful. Yeah. Gao Yang smiled faintly. Qing Ling thought seriously. I want to eat pork ribs rice. What about you? Gao Yang thought about it. Same as you. No. Qingling refused. If she didn't order well, she could still exchange with Gao Yang. Then beef rice. Gao Yang said. Yeah. Qingling approved. Gao Yang took out his mobile phone to order takeout. No. Qingling jumped lightly and stepped on the flying tang sword. Too slow, I buy it myself. Okay. After Qingling flew away, Gao Yang sat alone in silence. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's almost dusk. A familiar voice came to his ears, and Gao Yang knew it was the system without even looking. On the Ferris wheel, the dormitory Annie was wearing a floral dress and sitting in the seat before Qingling, with her hands on the edge and her legs swinging briskly. She was obviously an adult, but she looked like a child. It's really appropriate. Gao Yang replied indifferently. Oh, don't be so pessimistic, you may not lose. The dormitory Andy smiled. Gao Yang looked sideways. Do you really think we can win? Uh-huh. The dormitory Andy was vague, and she stroked the hair on her cheek in the evening breeze. How should I know? I'm just a system. That's right. Gao Yang nodded. Report it. Okay. The dormitory aunt raised her hand, and a holographic screen appeared in front of her, showing Gao Yang's current abilities, stats, and talents. Latest accumulated luck points, 7706. Physical strength, 3919. Endurance, 3771. Strength, 2901. Agility, 3665. Spirit, 4563. Charm, 5151. Luck, 2766. Time and Space Ghost level 7. Absolute Defense level 7. Teleport level 7. Copy level 7. Flame level 7. Gecko level 7. Phantom level 7. Spiritual Armament level 7. Lie Detector level 7. Luck level 6. 7,680 luck points are required to comprehend a new talent. 5,000 luck points are required to make a wish. Congratulations. It's just enough to comprehend a new talent once. Do you want to try it? The dormitory aunt asked with her head tilted. What if it fails? Gao Yang asked. That's right. If you make a wish first, the chance of winning will be much higher, said the dorm aunt. If you make a wish first, you won't have enough points to draw talents, said Gao Yang. Yes. The dorm aunt tried to think of a solution. Although you can brush luck points while fighting dead beasts, it may take a long time. Duels between masters often end quickly. It's really difficult. Gao Yang was speechless. He had already considered what the dorm aunt considered. So let's just draw directly. The dorm aunt said, draw a miracle alone? No, said Gao Yang. Then make a wish. No. Then what should I do? Add all luck, said Gao Yang. Ah? The dorm aunt was quite surprised. Young man, are you serious? Seriously? Gao Yang half squinted his eyes and said calmly, failure to comprehend talent is a huge loss. Even if I succeed by chance, can I win with all things? Wang Zikai is afraid of mental damage, but it doesn't mean he is arrogant. And Gao Yang's eyes met the dorm aunt. I already have 2 talents in the top 12, and I always carry the rune circuit with me, but I still can't upgrade to level 8. So I think it's better to pray for good luck. Gao Yang raised his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Maybe with good luck, I can upgrade absolute defense to level 8, and then stand up and be a hero at a critical moment, just like my dad. Well, what you said makes sense. The dormitory aunt analyzed seriously. At the beginning, Zhu Yuan wanted to die with everyone because of a disagreement. Maybe the dead beast would do the same. Yes. Gao Yang sighed lightly. So I had all my luck and take a gamble. Okay, I listen to you. The dormitory aunt patted Gao Yang's shoulder lightly, and the data page in front of him showed that his luck quickly rolled over, and soon became 10472. Congratulations. The dormitory aunt clapped her hands happily. Luck has exceeded 10,000. Gao Yang waited quietly, but didn't wait for the next word. That's gone? The dormitory aunt blinked innocently. No, I just celebrated for you verbally. Didn't trigger a new page, unlock new functions, etc. Gao Yang didn't give up. No. Why are you getting more and more stingy? Gao Yang said casually. That is to say, is there a possibility that the current situation is normal, and I was too generous before? The system smiled in a pretentious manner. That's right. Gao Yang accepted it calmly. Let me be alone. Okay, I'm leaving. You have to cheer up. The dormitory auntie tilted her head and smiled, then disappeared. Gao Yang blew the wind alone for a while, until the last ray of afterglow in this world shone into his sad eyes, and then left mercilessly. He finally plucked up the courage, took out a recorder from his pocket, and turned off the intercom at the same time. Ding. Ziz is easy. Ha ha. Son, I'm your dad. No, start over. Ahem. Yang, I'm your dad. How does it feel? Okay, this is it. Ahem, Yang, leaving you a message like this is the best way your dad can think of. It's really hard to say goodbye in person, and if you knew what your mom and I were going to do, you would definitely not agree. When you hear this, your mom and I should be gone. I'm really sorry to make such a big decision without telling you, but this is our only choice. Yang, your identity is very special. Whether you like it or not, you have a great mission. As your dad, I'm proud, but even more sad. Because I know this means that you will have to suffer more in the future, experience greater hardships, and endure suffering that ordinary people can't even imagine. If possible, as parents, we still hope that our children can live a happy and peaceful life. Yang, do you still remember the trip to Nyo Erdive? Chapter 1160. That afternoon, I was watching you surfing on the beach and fell asleep. When I woke up, you were gone. I was terrified and asked everyone I met if they had seen my son. We couldn't communicate at the time and I was in a wheelchair, so I was so anxious. At that time, Dad's mind was full of one thought: I lost my son. How can I explain to my family and my life? I must find my son. I must find him. Later, you came back by yourself. At that moment, I was so happy. Although it was still raining outside, in my heart, the whole world was sunny. Dad was obviously very happy, but he was furious with you, and asked you to comfort me and give me a way out. I am really an incompetent father. I have always felt guilty about this matter, and have been thinking about it. I want to say sorry to you. Yang, I would occasionally dream about that day. I was sitting in a wheelchair, guarding the beach. The sea was windy and rainy, and the clouds were thick, like a fog. I shouted your name to the sea. I seemed to hear your answer, but it seemed not. That feeling is hard for me to describe. Really lonely, helpless, and melancholy, and then I woke up. I told your mother about this dream. We talked for a long time, and we reached a consensus. Now, I want to tell you this view. In fact, it is not us parents who create children, it is the children who choose us parents. Yang, it is not your mother and I who created you, it is you who already existed who chose your mother and me, and came into this world as our child. So, it seems that fate has given you a special identity, and it seems that fate has chosen you, but in fact, it is not the case. You have chosen fate. No matter how many people leave you in the future, no matter how many difficulties are waiting for you in the future, don't be afraid, don't hesitate. Laugh or cry, just move forward, just move forward. Mother, you also come and say a few words to Yang. Hey, come on, say a few words. You have to leave a memory for the child. Ziz is easy. Yang, I am your mother. Your father has said everything that should be said, so I will say a few words to you. I have heard this since I was a child, and have always kept it in mind. Ching Ling stood in front of the counter of a restaurant. 1 pork chop rice, 1 beef rice. 1 pork chop rice, 1 beef rice. Do you want to order anything else? The cashier quickly wrote the order. Ching Ling hesitated. Add 2 more fried eggs. Everything has its origin. In the depressed old city, a business car was parked on the roadside with the window rolled down. In the back seat of the car, Zhang Wei was excitedly gesturing with his mobile phone, sharing a recent online novel with Bai Lu. The driver Zhu Ke got out of the car, leaned against the rear of the car, smoking, and communicating with Lele, Hong Xiao, Nana, and Lao 7. Soon, the 4 members of the Lele group disappeared hand in hand, leaving a gust of wind behind, ruffling Zhuchua's hair. Everything has its way back. Downtown, Wanggongmen Restaurant. At the table by the window, the monkey, the dead pig, the cute sheep, and Gregor were eating the whole family pot, and the cute sheep couldn't let go of the children's toys given to them. The dead pig held the French fries dipped in tomato sauce, and patiently fed the cute sheep. Gregor was drinking Coke while talking on the phone. On the other end of the phone was Dohu. Dohu was sitting on the carousel in the abandoned amusement park, smoking and communicating with Gregor about their respective situations. Isher was squatting on the grass nearby, looking serious, checking his medical bag for the nth time. We have no way of knowing. On the roof of the teaching building of the abandoned number 11 middle school, a large group of crows were circling, and their black feathers were constantly falling, like a heavy black snow. Johan and Chinning leaned against the rusty iron guardrail. Chinning bit a chocolate bar, and Johan drank instant coffee. Juanma and Nhegi sat cross-legged on the reservoir. The two were not awkwardly silent, looking at the same twilight, missing their respective old friends. We don't need to be afraid. Tapingkiao's cemetery, The tomb of the ghost horse. A cluster of fresh white flowers was placed in front of the tombstone. The androgynous beautiful boy sat in front of the tomb for a long time. He slowly raised his head, looked at the approaching night, and slowly tied up his beautiful black long hair. Fate has its own arrangements. Bang! On a snowy night, the red-faced, drunk man kicked open the bedroom door that had been locked for a long time. The thin boy who was making an airplane model under the desk lamp was as if facing a great enemy. He stood up and hurriedly swept the homemade model parts into a large cardboard box. You are tinkering with your damn junk again. Are you a junk collector? Not junk. The boy lowered his head. His voice was very soft, but very stubborn. Although most of them were disassembled parts of some beverage bottle caps, food packaging boxes, and daily necessities, they were transformed into model parts by the boy's ingenuity to make various airplanes and spacecrafts. This is the boy's only hobby. He explained it to his father, but his father didn't want to listen. It's just some junk. Only stray dogs would go through the trash every day. Why don't you learn boxing if you have time? Can't afford it? I have plenty of money. I don't like it, the boy replied in a muffled voice. Boxing is a hobby that men should have, not rummaging through the trash every day. I don't like it, the boy repeated. Shut up, little bastard. Today I'm here to teach you what boxing is. The man rushed forward and knocked the boy to the ground with one punch. What are you looking at? Don't look at me like that. I told you not to look at me like that. The man kicked the boy again and knocked him over. Don't think I don't know that you have always looked down on me in your heart. You think I am a loser. Why did I fail? It's because I met your mother and gave birth to a little bastard like you. If it weren't for you, how could I be here today? Get up. Fight back. Stand up quickly. Stand up like a man. The boy stood up slowly, wiped the blood from his nose, and stared coldly at his drunken father. Very good. Ha ha ha. That's it. The man clenched his fists, shrunk his neck, arched his back, jumped on the spot, and swung his fat body, thinking he was back in the boxing ring when he was young. Come on. Swing your fist. Little bastard. Swing your fist. Shijing District, an empty alley. Dohu sat against the wall, looking up and closing his eyes, taking a nap. Suddenly, he opened his sharp eyes, and his right hand subconsciously touched the dagger at his waist. Someone was approaching. The footsteps were familiar, and Dohu let go. At the alley entrance, Isher came over with some food, with a look of disbelief on her face. You just fell asleep? Yes. Dohu grinned. I was dreaming. You are indeed a man with a big heart trained by many battles. You can still sleep at this time. Isher really admired him. She couldn't sleep until dawn last night. Isher took out a pack of cigarettes from her bag and threw it to Dohu. Dohu took it, tore open the paper box skillfully, and took out a cigarette with his mouth. What time is it? 11:31. Isher said worriedly. It's half an hour before dawn, and no one has found the dead beast yet. Dohu narrowed his eyes slightly. Really? Do you think this is a conspiracy? In fact, we have all been fooled. Isher herself did not realize that her voice was a little trembling. Could it be? The dead beast deliberately led us to leeching, and then launched some large-scale attacks to directly eliminate us, just like the last Scarlet Tide. Isher? Dohu reached out and patted the concrete steps beside him. Come, sit down. Isher hesitated and sat down next to Dohu. You are too nervous, Dohu said. How can I not be nervous? I am scared to death. Isher looked sad, and she suddenly thought of something. Where is Uncle Xian? Why hasn't he come yet? He has other tasks temporarily, Dohu said. What? Isher's face turned pale. It's not just the two of us who can deal with fury. Why you don't trust me? Dohu grinned. How about V50 to show you how strong I am? Isher didn't follow Dohu's joke and was very pessimistic. Captain Dohu, I heard that last time you and Qingxi were together, you couldn't force out Fury's second form. Bullshit. Dohu was very excited. That's because we didn't use our full strength. Besides, my combat power has greatly increased now. Don't worry, follow the plan, and you will win. Follow the plan. Isher became more and more uneasy. I'm just a nurse. Without Uncle Xian to cooperate, can I only watch from the side? Yes, you just watch carefully, Dohu said. Ah? Isher was stunned. Are you crazy? Isher, do you know what is the most important thing in a game? Dohu lit a cigarette and took a puff pretending to be profound. Isher shook his head blankly. Dohu fired his cigarette, which he had just taken a puff of, towards the opposite wall, splashing sporadic flames in the darkness. Audience. Chapter 1161. Nanji District, Licheng University. At this point, Fallen Street was bustling, with bright lights, crowded vendors, smoke and fire, and crowds of people. The entertainment of college students had just begun. A gust of unnatural wind blew quickly over the street. It was the Lele group flying in the wind, and in stealth mode. Look at the time. Lele's voice appeared in the air. 11:45, almost midnight. Hong Xixiao's voice was a little nervous. Hee, my king has already felt that the bell of the final fate is about to ring. Look, the moon seems to be a little bigger than before. Lao 7 was a little excited. Is it? Why don't I feel it? Lele said. It's really bigger. Lao 7 was sure. You are just acting psychologically. Ah! Hong Xiaoxiao shouted. Get ready for battle. Lele shouted. Ah, no, don't be nervous, no enemy found. Hong Xiaoxiao said hurriedly. Sister Hong, please don't be so startled. Lele breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, can we go to the roof of the hotel in front? Hong Xiaoxiao said. Queen Nai, please help me. Lele said. Humph, just this once, never again. Nana was arrogant, but her body was honest. She immediately changed the wind direction, and flew to the hotel in front with her invisible teammates. Soon, the four of them lifted their invisibility, and stood on the roof. Hong Xiaoxiao grabbed the guardrail with both hands and looked forward. Not far away was a residential building. Most of the lights were off, and only a few windows were still lit. Where is your home? Lele guessed Hong Xixiu's intention. Hong Xiaoxiao smiled shyly, the third unit of the second building on the left, the top floor. Everyone immediately noticed that there was a small window on that floor. That's my brother's room. Hong Xiaoxiao said. He's still not asleep so late, he must be playing games secretly. Lele laughed. Not necessarily, maybe it's something else. Old Seven smiled wickedly. No way. Hong Xiaoxiao was very excited, my brother must be studying. Haha, I'm just joking, don't be angry, Sister Hong. Old Seven said. Yeah, I know. Hong Xiaoxiao looked at the window again, her tone became proud, but also a little sad. My parents moved to the city, so that we could go to a good school. The housing prices in this community are not high, but it is still a heavy burden for my family. We chose the top floor because it is cheap. It's okay in winter, but in summer, without insulation, the house is like a big steamer. At that time, the family was very tight, and couldn't afford air conditioners. We could only buy one air conditioner, and put it in the living room. At night, everyone slept in the living room together. It was really inconvenient. Once I got up to go to the toilet at night, and accidentally stepped on my brother's hand. He screamed and woke up the whole family. We thought there was a thief. Hong Xiaoxiao was obviously recalling some embarrassing things, but there was a smile on her face. My brother is very sensible. His grades are always in the top 3 in the class. He always says that he wants to grow up quickly, and make money to reduce the burden on the family. He also hopes that I will not be a salesman, because my personality is not suitable for it. He hopes that I can find a job that I like. Hong Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped talking because she was afraid that she would cry. She turned around and smiled embarrassedly. Let's go. I won't leave. I wait here. Lele smiled gently. It's tiring to fly in the sky all the time. Humph. My king won't get tired. Nana stood on the guardrail with her hands on her hips. Flying is like breathing to me. Nana didn't lie. With gravity and strong wind, flying consumes very little energy for her. She can fly all day without any problem. Lele glanced at her watch. It was almost dawn. She suddenly smiled apologetically. You three are so unlucky to be assigned to my group. I should be the weakest among all the team leaders. If the ending is not satisfactory, I hope you don't blame me. No. Lao 7 patted his chest. Since I chose to stay, I have already put life and death aside. I heard that you took the initiative to ask Brother Yang for me, which means you must have tactics. I have seen your IQ. I believe you. I believe you too. Hong Xiaoxiao encouraged him. Just give me orders when the time comes, I will do my best. Humph. Don't worry. Nana opened her hands towards the night sky. Follow my king. You will surely return triumphantly. Lulu wanted to remind Nana that return triumphantly and return were repeated, but she held back. Lele looked at the night sky and sighed. When I was a child, I encountered some things that made some people hate me very much and wish I was dead. I was very unwilling to accept it. I thought that I must live well, and live longer than those people. I always thought that I relied on my hatred for them to support myself to this day. But in fact, those people are not important at all. I just need an imaginary enemy, Because if there is no imaginary enemy, I have to accept that I don't know what I am living for. I just figured it out recently. Lele turned around and looked at his companions. I don't need to find the meaning of life at all. I just want to live. I'm just afraid of death, so scared. To be honest, when I think about the battle with the dead beast, my legs tremble. Not only this time, but every time I fought before, my legs trembled. I don't know how I managed to hold on until now. Actually, I'm also afraid of death. Hong Xiaoxiao laughed. I'm scared to death. Haha, it's human nature to be afraid of death. It's not shameful. Lao 7 also laughed. Although I'm prepared for the worst, I don't want to die if I can. Humph. Nana agreed, but she couldn't lose her dignity. Of all the things my king controls, I hate death the most. Lele stretched out his hand to his companions. Come on together, and work hard to survive together. The three smiled at each other, and stretched out their hands. Dongyu District, the sea pier. On the quiet shoal, the 4 members of the Johan group are on standby. Johan and Chining stood on the shore, absent-mindedly looking at the bustling night scene on the other side of the river. Juanma and Enhegi sat on the riverbank not far away, quietly confirming several sets of tactics that had been prepared long ago. Chining glanced at her watch, a little heavy. There are still 10 minutes to the early morning. Johan slowly glanced sideways. Are you afraid? Yes. Chining nodded, very afraid, not afraid of death, but afraid of losing, afraid of not being able to avenge everyone. Johan was silent. Chining hesitated, but still asked the doubts hidden in her heart. Johan, can the 4 of us really beat greed? Chapter 1162. Johan was speechless. Chining looked back at Juanma and Enhegi on the riverbank with a worried look on her face. Although the having plan has made us much stronger, we have also made full preparations for tonight's decisive battle. But objectively speaking, our group is still the weakest, but the greed we have to deal with is very dangerous, and its strength may be second only to jealousy and arrogance. Greed's ability is strong at the level of the law of fate, not fighting. Johan said. I understand. So to deal with greed, we will have a greater chance of winning if we outsmart us. Chining was still uneasy, but in terms of intelligence, our group is not outstanding. Johan nodded. Only the captain and Long can perfectly restrain greed, but they have more important tasks, and if they come to deal with greed, greed will probably not show up easily. Chining smiled bitterly. Of course I know this, I just... Chining shook her head. Forget it, it's meaningless to say all this. We have to believe in the captain. Johan said firmly. We have to believe in ourselves more. Yeah. Chining nodded. Although there was no reason, she felt a lot more at ease with Johan's words. The cool night breeze quietly came ashore on the sparkling waves, ruffling Qin Ying's long hair and messing up her vision. She subconsciously pushed her hair behind her ears. Johan's eyes were cold, and he found something. He stepped forward, lifted Qin Ying's hair, and found a small red dot on her neck, as if she had been pricked by a needle. When was this left behind? Johan asked. Chining looked innocent. She reached out and touched it. What is this? Juanma. Johan's voice was full of urgency. Juanma jumped and quickly came to the two of them. Chining seems to have an injury on her neck. Check it out. Johan said. Juanma's expression darkened, and his right hand wearing the empowering glove immediately touched the small red dot on Qin Ying's neck, flashing a faint green halo. 7 or 8 seconds later, Juanma breathed a sigh of relief and retracted his hand. She has no injuries in her body, no other strange energy, and the energy circuit is also stable. Are you sure? Johan asked. Are you sure? Juanma was very sure. Lao Han, you are too nervous. Chining smiled. It may just be a mosquito bite. I am too suspicious. Johan said. Sorry. Why do you want to apologize? Chining was touched and took Johan's hand. You care about me. Ahem. Juanma coughed twice. Nothing else, I'm leaving. Go, go! Chining pretended to be a little bird and took Johan's arm, tilted her head and smiled. Let's enjoy the world of two people again. Juanma also smiled, just about to turn around, suddenly stopped. God Jie. A bird called from above, and soon, a crow landed on Johan's shoulder. He was pitch black, and his black eyes seemed to be stained with some kind of gloomy air. Qin Ying's smile froze, and when she came to her senses, she had already let go of Johan's arm. For no reason, her heart sank slightly, as if she was spoiled by this ominous crow, or disturbed by the wind whistling by the train of fate. Jie. Johan's face was stern and his voice was low. If you find anything, go to Apple Island immediately. Shanqing District, Qingshan. The top of the mountain was quiet, the night wind was bleak. Suke, Bailu, and Zhang Wei stood on the highest observation deck, overlooking the bustling city at night. Zhang Wei stood on a marble guardrail, with his hands around his mouth, shouting at the city below the mountain. Lust. Come out. The hatred of stealing love. I am mortal enemies. Tonight it's either you or me. Zhu Ke and Bailu stood behind him, with 3 parts of indifference and 7 parts of disgust on their faces. Although Zhang Wei repeatedly emphasized that he was using this provocation to find the dead beast, Zhu Ke and Bailu insisted that Zhang Wei was more for venting his hatred. Bailu had silver hair and red eyes, a black retro cord dress, and long white lace gloves. She was beautiful and noble under the moonlight, and her manners were dignified. How long will this idiot shout? Bailu asked. Zhu Ke wore a neutral plaid shirt and jeans, a baseball cap, and a ponytail with slightly long wool curls. She had no makeup on, but she applied bright lipstick. She took the last puff of her cigarette in the night breeze, and put out the cigarette, but with a faint lip print on the lid of the trash can. I don't know, but it's almost the 20th. Bailu looked at Zhang Wei's back, with a little pity in her tone. Why deceive yourself? Regardless of whether there was lust or not, Jinning would not choose him. Suzaku smiled. Some people would rather lose to the enemy than to themselves. Bailu also smiled. That's right. If you lose to the enemy, you can still seek revenge on the enemy, but if you lose to yourself, you really lose. Beep. Just then, the awkward and nervous voice of Crow Shark came from the intercom. Elder Suzaku. Come to Qingyang Bridge. Found a dead beast. Crow Shark belongs to the Suzaku group, but Suzaku did not bring him with him. Instead, he hid in the waterway and searched for dead beasts in a larger area through the radiation of the water. Finally, there was progress. Don't move, we be there soon. Suzaku ended the call, and the fear in his eyes was gone. She took a deep breath and pretended to be relaxed and shouted, The pure love god of war over there, let's go, revenge. Anliang District, a neighborhood near Anliang Market. A commercial vehicle was driving slowly on the night road. The driver was Gregor. The team leader Pohu was sitting in the passenger seat, and the dead pig and the cute sheep were sitting in the back. Although it was not the first time for the cute sheep to fight, it was the first time for her to participate in such a strong battle, so she was particularly excited when she woke up early in the morning. She was too energetic during the day, and she felt sleepy not long after dinner. She fell asleep quickly, and didn't wake up until half an hour ago. After waking up, the cute sheep cried sadly because she dreamed of Uncle Guima and Sister Baitu. The dead pig coaxed the cute sheep clumsily for a long time before coaxing her. At this moment, the cute sheep was no longer sad. She clenched her little fists and cheered up to welcome the upcoming battle. Dead pig took out a black gold bracelet from his pocket, grabbed Ming Yang's hand, and put it on her. What is this? Ming Yang raised her hand, looking at it carefully with a pair of bright eyes. Uncle Dead Pig gave you a gift. Dead Pig smiled honestly, with a strong nasal tone. Why give it to me? Ming Yang asked. Because? Dead Pig thought for a while. Because from today, Ming Yang is a soldier. This is a very meaningful day, and I need a gift to commemorate it. Yeah. Ming Yang did not doubt it. She shook the bracelet on her hand, feeling a little happy and proud. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked up at Dead Pig. Uncle Dead Pig, do you also have a soldier's gift? The dead pig was stunned, and Ba Chiochi's bright and moving smile instantly appeared in his mind. Of course, my gift is the best gift in the world. The dead pig reached out and rubbed the cute sheep's head. Monkey. Gregor, who was driving, endured for a long time, and finally spoke. There is something I want to ask you for a long time. Haha, you are really attentive in finding materials, and you don't even let an old man like me go. The monkey smiled indifferently. Ah-ha-ha. Gregor felt a little guilty. Look at what you said, the war is imminent. Just chat casually to relieve the tension. Asked. The monkey said. How do you feel about gluttony now? Gregor slowly turned the steering wheel. To be honest, if it were me, I might change my enemy to avoid fratricide. The monkey narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a while he slowly spoke. At my age, life and death are not that important. Gregor thought seriously. What is important? The monkey said in an old voice. If there is something important, it is to make a conclusion. Gregor was not sure if he understood, so he did not rush to speak. The monkey continued. Who can live a lifetime without regrets and confusions? Who cannot owe a debt of conscience? Whether it is relief or forgetfulness, it will always pass. Many people, when the days are coming to an end, often only have one thought left, that is, to seek a good death. A good death means a good end? Gregor confirmed. Yes, a good end. The monkey nodded slightly. Everyone's good end is different. For me, a good end is to make a good conclusion. It's like putting a full stop to the story? Gregor tried to understand. Yeah. The monkey smiled, and the wrinkles on his face were like the old time salvaged from the river of life. We have been brothers for life, and this story just needs a full stop. What I can do is to put a full stop to it. I've learned a lesson. Gregor thought thoughtfully. Uncle Gao. The cheerful voice of the cute sheep came from behind. She had just talked about happy topics with the dead pig. What's wrong, cute little sheep? Gregor switched to gentle mode in a second. Eneen said that your adventure game is super fun. The cute sheep said. Haha, of course. Don't you see who wrote the game script? Gregor was very proud. Why, you want to play too? Yeah. Okay, after defeating the dead beast, we call Eneen to play together. Gregor said. Great. Mingyang was already looking forward to it. Brother Crowshark, Sister Xinshin, Brother Gaoyang, let's play together. I want to be an elf. In order to let Mingyang fight with confidence, everyone lied to her. All the dead beasts were cursed by the evil dragon. As long as the dead beasts were defeated, the curse would disappear, and they would become familiar friends again, just like in the game. No problem. Gregor smiled and patiently introduced the profession. Elves are good, they can fly, sing, do magic, and archery. Stop! The dead pig suddenly shouted. Chapter 1163. Bayong District, Botanical Garden. The moonlight was cold, and the sea of flowers was quiet. Swoosh! The two figures flying with flying swords flew close to the ground, raising a gust of wind, which pushed aside the sea of flowers, and the petals flew to both sides like waves. A few minutes ago, Gao Yang, who was waiting in the Millennium Building, received the information that the insects she controlled found traces of suspected dead beasts in the botanical garden area. He and Qing Ling immediately went to the vicinity through the time and space teleportation point, and then rushed over at full speed. The two jumped off the Tang sword and stood in the sea of flowers, surrounded by large patches of yellow sunflowers, which were gray-blue in the moonlight. In the center of the sea of flowers was a throne that looked like blood. Behind the red crystal-like throne were 6 slender and gorgeous blood-colored wings, which stretched out to the sky. Their shapes seemed soft and harmless, but their luster was evil and sharp. Above the throne, there was nothing. It's jealousy. Qing Ling identified the enemy with just one look. After all, these 6 wings looked too familiar. Gao Yang checked the surroundings and said coldly, She's not here. Qing Ling looked down at the phone. There's 1 minute left until 12 o'clock. Beep, a voice came from the intercom. This is the Fighting Tiger team. We found the Throne of Wrath. In the West Suburb Park. No dead beasts have been seen so far. Isher's voice. Lula team. We found the Throne of Laziness. In the fallen street of Licheng University, we are rushing over. Hong Shishu's voice. Jiuhan team. The Throne of Greed is on Apple Island, and the target has not appeared yet. Jiuhan's voice. The Monkey team. The Throne of Gluttony is in Onliang Market, and the original body has not appeared yet. Gregor reported. Suzaku Group. Crow Shark found the Throne of Lust in the middle of Qingyang Bridge. We will rush over immediately. Suzaku said. Gao Yang pressed the intercom. Gao Yang Group. The Throne of Jealousy is in the Botanical Garden. IM's is easy. The signal was interfered. Gao Yang frowned and tried again, but the signal was completely cut off. Look at the sky. Qing Ling opened his hands, and a weapon appeared in his hands. Gao Yang looked up, and the full moon hanging high in the night sky turned into pure white at some point, like a white hole in the black curtain. Gao Yang was about to speak, and some huge sense of dislocation came. It was as if God grabbed the whole world with both hands, and shook it violently and briefly. Gao Yang felt that his energy, consciousness, and even soul were forcibly stripped away for a second, and then returned again. When he came back to his senses from the weird feeling of withdrawal, the world had changed. The white moon above is huge. It is cold, mysterious, and deep. It silently presses on everyone's head. The white light it emits illuminates the whole world. No, it is more appropriate to say that it is bleached. The world under bleaching has lost its rich colors, leaving only black, white, and gray, as if this is its essence. But this essence is not absolute, and is in a subtle state of flow. Gao Yang found that as long as you stare at a certain detail, such as a flower in the sea of flowers, you can quickly clear the fog of black, white, and gray and see its original color: yellow petals, brown heart, green stems and leaves, and the real moonlight covering them. However, as long as you are not careful, these colors will disappear and turn back to black, white, and gray. It seems that the observer is the only condition to prove their existence. As for Gao Yang's own color, it was barely maintaining normal. Gao Yang looked at himself. The color and details of his skin and clothes were still there, but they were covered with a very light gray mist, which seemed to be diluting Gao Yang's original color bit by bit. Is this the 3 hours of Songjia? Qing Ling also noticed these changes and asked. Gao Yang nodded. It should be. What did Song Dao do? Qing Ling asked. Gao Yang was silent. He continued to observe his surroundings in depth and found another thing. There were no insects in the garden. All animals seemed to have disappeared. In fact, not only here, but all animals in the entire Licheng, even the lost, disappeared, as if they were completely cleaned up, leaving only dead animals and awakened people. This is no longer Licheng. Gao Yang boldly speculated. You mean? We have entered the territory of Song Dao. Qing Ling followed his thoughts. It is possible that Song Dao copied the Licheng, similar to the surface world and the inner world, to facilitate our battle here. Gao Yang just finished speaking and immediately realized that something was wrong. He took a breath. No, Licheng is still the same Licheng, but its essence has changed. Qing Ling was shocked and figured it out. Has it entered the superposition state? I think so. The current Licheng is both existing and non-existent. Gao Yang's face was heavy. Song Dao pulled us and the dead beasts to the superposition state of Licheng. The dead beasts will inevitably be weakened, because the essence of the beast is the concept of both existing and non-existing. Here, their state will be more unstable. Qing Ling was stunned and realized in an instant. It seems that the dead beasts are not actively trying to fight with us, and they have no choice. Tonight, we and the dead beasts will definitely be pulled to this arena by Song Dao. Yes. Gao Yang also figured it out. He boldly speculated, this is the last chance Song Dao gave us to fight for. If we still can't win tonight, I'm afraid there will be no chance. Gao Yang didn't finish because he noticed something. Be careful, the enemy is coming. Qing Ling also noticed it. A girl appeared on the throne of jealousy 50 meters away. She appeared suddenly, as if she had come into existence from non-existence. The girl was slender, beautiful, with twin ponytails, and a pair of innocent black eyes. She wore a black Lolita dress, clasped her hands together, and sat obediently on the blood-red throne. She still retained her own color, and was not drifted back to the original black, white, and gray by the moonlight. From a visual point of view, she, like Gao Yang and Qing Ling, seemed to be covered with a very light gray mist. Brother, I'm here. Gao Xinxin raised her head slightly and blinked. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Chapter 1164. 1 hour ago, Millennium Building. The lobby is luxurious and magnificent. When people walk into the revolving door, walk on the red carpet, and look at the dazzling giant crystal chandelier above their heads, they will think they have traveled to the palace. There are 2 staff members sitting behind the lobby reception desk, 1 male and 1 female, both of whom look very young. At this time, there are very few people entering and leaving the lobby. The 2 young people lowered their heads to play mobile games, blatantly slacking off. At this time, a man walked through the revolving door. He was of medium build, dressed in black, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, and his face could not be seen clearly. The 2 staff members heard the footsteps, and the male receptionist stood up immediately. The female receptionist was still sitting there, staring at her mobile phone, concentrating on operating it. She didn't even raise her head, but her voice was very businesslike. Sir, how can I help you? Borrow the toilet, the man said. Oh, go straight on the left and turn right. The male receptionist was polite, and showed the man the way. Thank you. The man walked through the lobby, and went to the toilet. Halfway through, he suddenly turned left and entered a hidden corridor, with a private elevator. He took out his ID and swiped it, and the elevator door opened. The man stepped into the elevator, and pressed -6F. Ding. The elevator opened and the man walked out. He was very familiar with -6F, and the access control was green all the way. He first went to the rabbit gate. About 3 minutes later, the man came out with a heavy black metal box full of technological texture in his hand. Soon, he came to the sheep gate. The man stood at the door, raised his hand to adjust his baseball cap, and pushed the door in. In the advanced nursing room, the light was soft, and there were several fully automatic beds inside. Tengu and Xiao Xian were sleeping on the 2 beds in the middle. Both of them had 4 tubes inserted into their arms, and various vital sign detectors were connected to their bodies. The man walked to the middle of the 2 beds, and sat down on a chair. He put the heavy black metal box on his legs and pressed the button. Ding. The metal box flashed a cool colored light band. Gotcha. 3 seconds later, the box slowly opened, and a cloud of cold air came out. It turned out that this was just a small freezer with some crushed ice, and a few bottles of ice-can beer. TSK, you are so exaggerated even for ice beer. You are worthy of being the former money warrior of the 12 zodiac signs. The man took out a bottle of beer, took off his cap and mask, and it was Chifeng who had become an ordinary person. Chifeng opened the beer and took a sip. Ah, it's not bad. He smiled and put the ice beer on Xiao Xian's face. Brother, cheers. Chifeng drank alone, and unknowingly, the 3 beer cans were empty. His face was rosy, and he talked more. Old Xiao, I don't envy anyone now, I just envy you, really? You are so fucking foresight, you can sleep and love whoever you want. Humanity is going to be doomed. You will die in your sleep anyway, you won't know anything, and you won't be tortured physically and mentally. Humanity is going to win, you will wake up to a new world, win. In comparison, we who are awake are really miserable. Either continue to fight, or be a turtle. Let's not talk about the fighters. It's not easy to be a turtle either. As long as I think about the end of the world, I can't eat well or sleep well, and my days are like years. I might as well sleep like you. Old Xiao, I told you last time that the probability is 0. I don't know what you think, but I think humans can't win at all. Really not at all. Look at the previous few sessions, how big the advantage humans had, and they still lost. How can we win this time? The only advantage we have this time is that the heir of God is still alive. Yes, the heir of God sounds very powerful, and everyone believes in him. But why is the heir of God so powerful? Isn't it because he brought a? It is said that man can conquer nature, but in fact, man can never conquer nature. Nature just doesn't care, and doesn't bother to pay attention to us, which gives us the illusion that humans can win. Old Xiao, don't think I'm pessimistic, because this is the truth. In fact, I know very well that I will die if I join the war, and I will die if I don't join the war. Compared to this, I might as well join the war, at least I will die more gloriously. Although there will be no audience, and no one will remember me, at least I can still be moved by myself at the moment of death. Hee, in the end I still backed off, because my hands couldn't stop shaking. I know that everyone will die sooner or later, but my body still can't overcome the fear of death. So even if I bite the bullet and go to the battlefield, I will be dragged down by fear. In this case, it is better to leave my talent to those who are more fearless of death, maybe it can increase the slight chance of winning a little. The chattering Chifeng suddenly stopped, staring at the ceiling, and his eyes became moist. He squeezed the wine jar tightly. After all, I still won't give up. I know that man can't defeat God, but I just won't give up. As long as people are alive, they will never give up, but God doesn't care because he has no heart. Could it be that our only advantage over God is this? Ha. Chifeng wiped the tears from his eyes. I was really drunk. I said something nonsense. Click. The door opened. Who? Chifeng threw the bottle away, pulled out the pistol from his waist, and pointed it at the door. Although he became an ordinary person, he still left a weapon. It was not for self-defense, but in case he was still targeted by other high-level beasts, at least he could give himself a quick death. Don't shoot. It's me. A girl walked in from behind the door. It was Jingshu. Jingshu? Chifeng was a little surprised. Why are you here? I stayed to take care of him. Jingshu smiled. My family is gone. I have nowhere to go anyway. Chifeng was alarmed, took back the pistol, and bent down to pick up the empty bottle. Why are you back? Jingshu walked to the bedside and skillfully checked the infusion and vital signs of Tengu and Xiao Xian. Chifeng picked up the bottle and sat down again, just passing by, so I came to take a look. Just pretend. Chuyu stood at the door without knowing when, holding a large bag of cooked food and wine in his hand. Old Chu, why are you here too? Chifeng was surprised and happy. Why else can you say that? Chuyu smiled bitterly. It's almost 12 o'clock, I can't sleep anyway, I might as well come back to keep watch. Haha, us too. Tingting walked in holding Wang Wei's hand. Everyone come in. It's not the enemy invading, it's Chifeng and Jingshu. Chuyu shouted to the back of the door. For a while, many figures rushed into the room. Bumblebee, Wei Xiaoluo, Xiao Qikai, Hengmu, Muzi Tu, Hui Che, Lin Fu, Canary, Chu Yu, Daji, Lu Ding, Han Cicada, Jiang Hao Tofu, Anonymous, Sachin, Tankid, these ordinary people are all back. Chifeng looked at these familiar faces, and was speechless. Haha, everyone feels the same, worrying about their companions on the battlefield. Hengmu adjusted his glasses. We made an appointment in the group to come here to keep watch. Brother Feng, I sent you a text message, but you didn't reply, and you didn't answer the phone call. Bumblebee's face was rosy, and he looked much better. It seems that he has been very happy these days. Chi Feng quickly took out his mobile phone and saw, it's dead. Lin Fu looked around. Where is Dr. Jia? Is he also on the battlefield? How is it possible? He is in the laboratory, saying that time is precious and he must hurry up to study. Two young people from the lobby front desk appeared at the door, and the girl at the front desk took over the conversation very familiarly. Chapter 1165. Suddenly two strangers appeared, and everyone was on guard instantly. Don't be nervous. Jingshu hurriedly introduced. Her name is Tang Xiaosong, and the one next to her is Sun Hu. Both of them are newly joined awakeners. They didn't fight half as hard, and they didn't go to the battlefield, so they stayed to look after the house. Oh, there are new companions. Chuyu was overjoyed and stepped forward to shake hands. Sun Hu immediately stepped forward and shook hands for Tang Xiaosong. We hid in the mental hospital and pretended to be mentally ill, but we were discovered by Sister Isher. Now our superficial identity is the hotel receptionist. Haha, not bad. Chuyu smiled. Which job do you like? Mental patients are more idle, but they have to take medicine every day. Tang Xiaosong answered seriously. The receptionist is busy during the day, but you can get paid. Haha. Sun Hu smiled bitterly. I just don't know if I can finish the first month smoothly. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly became much heavier. Why are you all standing? Chi Feng had been pessimistic before, and didn't want to be pessimistic again. He actively saved the situation. Go to the conference room to move some chairs, and go to the cafeteria to get some more food. People who are awake and asleep tonight are all here to keep watch. I think it's okay. No problem. Good idea. Everyone responded enthusiastically and took action immediately. Soon, a group of people were in the same room, eating and drinking, laughing and talking. Everyone tacitly didn't mention the upcoming curtain call, and talked about the daily life after returning to ordinary people, but the atmosphere changed as they talked. Ah. Hui Che sighed. I went on a trip with two girlfriends. We had agreed a long time ago, but after the trip, it was not as happy as I imagined. Me too. I was planning to try all the delicious food in the city, but I got acute gastroenteritis on the third day and stayed in the hospital for a week. Ting smiled bitterly. I've become an ordinary person again, and my iron stomach is gone forever. Haha, who said it wasn't? Hengmu pushed his glasses. I used to think I was a good speaker, but I found it was just an illusion after I lost my talent. My mother and the neighbor aunt had a quarrel, and I couldn't solve it after mediating for a long time. Yes, ordinary life is not easy either. Jianghao said, the previous talent really helped us a lot. Am I the only one who doesn't miss the talent? Sa Qing ate melon seeds. Without that crappy talent, life is so much more comfortable. Really? Xiaowei Luo looked at Sa Qing in surprise. Sister Qing, I feel that you are much younger, and your eyes are brighter. Really? Sa Qing was very happy, and a girl's joy appeared on her face. Let me tell you, the day before yesterday I was shopping with my friends, and a boy actually asked me for my contact information. It was the first time in my life. Haha. Congratulations. Me too, I didn't feel uncomfortable. Xiao Qingkai smiled. I went back to the previous supermarket to work as a cashier. Last week I met my ex-boyfriend who dumped me. He got married with his wife and children. He looked very happy. Wow, Xiao Qingkai, you don't stutter anymore? Lu Ding noticed it then. Xiao Qingkai smiled and nodded. Yes, my stuttering couldn't be cured even after awakening. Now I have become an ordinary person, and I don't stutter anymore. It's incredible. Everyone. Chuyu took a half bottle of wine, slowly stood up, and looked around at everyone. In fact, we all know that no matter what, awakening is awakening, and it is impossible to go back to the past. Otherwise, we would not be gathered here tonight. Everyone was silent. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fu stroked his mustache and sighed. When a person wakes up, he wakes up. Whether he wakes up by himself or is woken up by someone, it is impossible to fall asleep again. The taciturn Tang Qi glanced at his watch. Everyone, it's almost 12 o'clock. Everyone was silent again. Although they were in different moods, they were tacitly waiting for a certain moment to come, as if they were at a concert where they personally handed out tickets, but reluctantly returned to the venue to wait for the opening music. We will win, right? Ting subconsciously hugged Wang Weiyin in her arms. No one answered, because no one had an answer. Everyone. Chuyu raised his glass. If we win tonight, we will welcome them. If we lose tonight, we will visit their graves on Qingming Festival. Yes. Chi Feng also stood up excitedly. If they sacrifice, The talent may be concentrated back on us, then we will take over and continue to fight. That's right. Never give up until the last second. Yes. This is the awakened. Fight for survival. My fate is in my own hands. Everyone shouted passionate slogans, and courage turned into invisible warmth, dispelling the cold and despair in people's hearts. Jingshu sat in front of the bed, and followed everyone to echo. She looked down inadvertently and found that a leaf of a potted plant on Tengu's bedside table had withered. She reached out, held the withered leaf, and injected plant energy. Soon, the withered leaf turned back to new green, and glowed with vitality. Everyone quieted down, and was unconsciously attracted by this scene. Everyone seemed to see a small, but tenacious hope. But Qifeng didn't see this. He shouted, Jingshu, didn't you give your talent to someone? Everyone suddenly realized, Jingshu's stand and plant had been transferred to Gao Xian, and she should be an ordinary person now. Jingshu was stunned, knowing that she was exposed and couldn't fool around anymore. She lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you. Why did you lie to us? Qifeng was anxious and a little aggressive. I? Jingshu hesitated. Jingshu, it's already this time. What else can't you say? Weiqi also advised. Jingshu struggled for a while and confessed. Actually, I didn't give my talent to Uncle Xian. Sister Zhuke asked me not to tell anyone. Why? Don't you trust us? Qifeng continued to ask. No. Jingshu hurriedly explained. It's because... Without any signs, Jingshu disappeared. This scene was so weird that everyone was stunned. Ah! Weiqi let out a terrified scream, and Tiango and Xiao Xian on the bed were also gone. What's going on? Qifeng turned around to ask Tang Xiaocong and Sun Hu, but he didn't finish his words, because the two were also gone, leaving only 2 chairs. Chapter 1166. 1140, Grave Mountain. Ha, ha. Gao Xian supported himself with his hands, and knelt on his knees, sweating and panting, his body covered with fresh soil, and his shovel was thrown beside him. Behind him was a newly filled grave. Stinky, stinky boy. You have made it. You dare to dig your grandfather's grave. Gao Xian turned over and lay on the ground. Oh, I'm so tired, so tired. Gao Xian was a little collapsed at this moment. Half an hour ago, Gao Xian brought some paper money and wine to the mountain. He originally just wanted to visit his family's graves, but it turned out that he didn't come. When he came, he found that his father, that is, Grandpa Gao Yang's grave, had been dug. Gao Xian knew about the dead beast and immediately guessed that it was Gao Yang who dug it on April 1st, but Gao Yang didn't tell Gao Xian that the grave had not been buried since it was dug. The ancestral grave has been dug up and left outside for so many days. How can this be tolerated? Gao Xian was so anxious that he quickly found a shovel and started digging the pit. Fortunately, Gao Xian came half an hour earlier. If he had come earlier, he would not have been able to bury the grave. He would have died with regrets. He would not know how to explain to the old man when he went back to the grave. Gao Xian rested for a minute and looked at his watch. The time was just right. He casually shook off the dirt on his body, took out incense, candles, and paper money from the small bamboo basket, poured white wine, and quickly worshipped in front of his father's grave according to the customs of his hometown. Then he went to worship in front of his mother's grave, and finally went to the grave where his brother and sister-in-law were buried together. Of course, they had to chat a little, but they did not dare to tell the truth. The truth was too cruel. Gao Yang would have to kill each other with his best friend Wang Zikai and his closest sister Gao Xinxin. If Gao Shou and Lin Yu knew about this, who would they bless? Bless their son or daughter? The palms and backs of the hands are all flesh. No matter which choice is wrong. Gao Xian sat on the grave, poured himself a glass of white wine, drank it all, and his body warmed up little by little. He looked up at the starry night sky. Brother, when you and your sister-in-law just left, I was really upset and felt that you were not worth it, but now I have changed my mind. You two are really cool. It was so grand, leaving as soon as you said, leaving such a mess for me, asking me to take care of these 2 children. It's so easy to say. No matter what the result is, you two don't blame me. I have been a loser since I was a child. I tried my best, really tried my best. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Xian coughed violently before he finished speaking. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. He coughed for a long time before he recovered, took away his hand covering his mouth, and his palm was full of blood. It's time to go. Gao Xian stood up with some difficulty, patted the tombstone with his bloody hands. Don't worry, I'll talk to you two later. Gao Xian picked up the shovel on the ground. He hesitated, but still treated the shovel as a magic broom, placed it between his legs, and made a take-off gesture. He smiled embarrassedly. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Luckily no one saw it. Gao Xian held the stick with both hands, concentrated his mind, and shouted, "Take off!" There was no response. Gao Xian had expected it. Take off. Take off. Take off. In the silent forest, the awkward shouting of a middle-aged man echoed, and frightened birds flew out of the woods from time to time. Swoosh. Finally, a shovel carrying a man flew out of the forest and rushed into the night sky, leaving a magical trail of colorful stars under the full moon. 2 minutes later, Gao Xian relied on the magic shovel to fly to the location of the original dry well. Now there is no dry well there, replaced by a magnificent but dilapidated scarlet palace. In the center of the palace is a large platform, on which is the throne of arrogance. The blond boy leaned lazily on the throne, and the heart behind him seemed to be connected to the pulse of the earth, beating vigorously. Gao Xian and Prince Kai have a contract of judgment, which can accurately sense his position, and can also sense the positions of Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin. But seeing Prince Kai in person can make Gao Xian feel more at ease. Gao Xian stood under the platform. He wanted to walk onto the throne, but he didn't know whether he was too weak or the invisible pressure from arrogance was too strong, making it difficult for him to move. He simply sat cross-legged and looked up at the platform, just like looking up at a giant. Soon, Wang Zikai's voice came from the platform. Are you here to confirm whether I have followed the rules? Yes, if you go to Gao Yang now, he has no chance of winning. Gao Xian said, blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, you didn't break free from my rules at the beginning. Now you can't break free. Wang Zikai smiled faintly. Even if you don't use judgment to restrain me, I will wait for Gao Yang here tonight. His opponent can only be me. This is the fate I set. Is that so? Gao Xian didn't regret it, and smiled. So, I worked in vain. Not really. Wang Zikai supported his face with one hand, and put the other hand on the armrest of the chair. Although I don't care, the other dead beasts may kill all the people who get in the way first. You restrain me, and my will restrains them. From this level, you have indeed bought the most time for you. Hee hee, is this a consolation? Gao Xian's face became paler. Yes, it's just a consolation. Wang Zikai looked at the man at his feet lazily. You should know very well that everything you do is in vain. In vain, is it? Gao Xian slowly lowered his head, his voice getting smaller and smaller. Is it? I don't know how long it has been. The man stopped talking and his body stopped moving. To judge two dead beasts and an heir of God at the same time, it is destined to pay the price of life. This is what Gao Xian knew from the beginning, but he didn't hesitate for a second at the time. However, since the contract officially took effect on May 20th, Gao Xian's life was able to survive until this day. Swish. The moment Gao Xian died, the moon in the sky became huge and pure white. The entire Licheng was bleached, leaving only black, white and gray. It has entered a superposition state of both existence and non-existence. Prince Kai and the palace around him still maintained their original colors. He sat on the throne, watching the tiny man die below the stage, watching his body withering bit by bit. Plop. 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 The heart behind the throne still beats alone and powerfully. The 3 hours of the Sangjia are coming. The curtain call battle begins. Chapter 1167. 0 o'clock, Qingyang Bridge. When Zhu Ke, Bailu and Zhang Wei drove to the bridge, the sound of 12 o'clock came faintly from afar. The three looked out the car window, and the moon turned white at that moment. The world faded all the bright colors, leaving only monotonous, indifferent, lonely gray and black. At the same time, the signal in the intercom was also cut off. Raven Shark. Raven Shark. Zhu Ke shouted at the intercom while driving, but there was no response. Zhu Ke immediately switched to the public channel. This is the Zhu Ke team. Please reply if you receive it. Please reply if you receive it. This is easy. Except for the noisy sound of electricity, there was nothing. Stop, Bailu reminded sharply. Zhu Ke was startled and quickly stepped on the brakes. The car stopped in the middle of the bridge, and a touch of red appeared in front, like the only bright spot in the black and white picture that had time to be colored. It is the throne of lust. A slender, gorgeous high-backed king's chair, with a pool of thick blood flowing under its feet, boiling strangely, constantly creating large and small blood bubbles. The blood bubbles floated around the throne, and if they were not careful, they would burst and return to nothingness. Dead beast Lust Zhou Qing was sitting on the throne. Just like the last time they met, she was not wearing any clothes, only simple scales covering her body, and her body was covered with faint red patterns. There was a red luster that was almost flowing out of her narrow eyes, which was naked desire. Zhou Qing crossed her long legs, leaned forward, elbows on knees, supported her chin, and smiled charmingly. Two women and one man, Yin and Yang, are out of balance. Boom. Before the voice fell, a giant water column exploded on the river surface under Feiyong Bridge, and a mosasaur composed of many fish, shrimps, water plants, sand and stones, and blue energy appeared. Because of the energy blessing of Sea King, fish and shrimps, and other life forms also entered the 3 hours of Sangjia. It blocked out the sun and the sky, and its bloody mouth was like an abyss that fell from the sky. Zhou Qing, Zhu Ke, Bailu and Zhang Wei were all not spared. Boom. The Sanglong swallowed the 4 people on the bridge, and turned into 2 floods, rushing along the 2 ends of the bridge. The vehicles, stone piers, and other public facilities on the bridge were instantly washed away. That scene reminded people of an advertisement for a certain intestinal cleansing medicine. In a blink of an eye, only large and small pools of water, and countless stranded fish and shrimps were left on the bridge. Zhu Ke, Bailu and Zhang Wei, who were in the invincible state, stood in place and escaped. The throne of lust in front of the 3 people had disappeared, replaced by a blood ball suspended 1 meter high on the concrete ground. This blood ball has a diameter of 3 meters, and is composed of countless drops of blood rotating at high speed. Swish. The blood formed a curtain of beads and spread out in all directions, and Zhou Qing inside was unharmed. The blood-colored bead curtain began to gather again, and turned back into a pool of blood under Zhou Qing's feet. Zhou Qing narrowed her eyes, staring at the crow shark who was already standing behind Zhu Ke, and smiled in surprise. Haha, 2 men and 2 women, that's right. She was not in a hurry to attack, but walked towards the 4 people slowly. The pool of blood under her feet was like a living fountain, rising and falling with the rhythm of her footsteps. Every time it rose and fell, it seemed that you could see the male's chest and the female's hair swinging in love. Do you choose it yourself, or do you choose it for me? Zhou Qing pressed her lower lip with her index finger, and the light of desire in the depths of her eyes was breathtaking. Hey, it's not easy to tell. The yin is strong and the yang is weak. Zhang Wei was immediately furious when he heard it. He was about to yell "you fart," but he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. It goes without saying that Suzaku is handsome, and he has 3 of the 12 talents. In terms of seniority and status, he is much higher than Zhang Wei. As for Bailu, her beauty is already the ceiling level, and she is the current head of the ghost group, and her ability is also very strong. He, Zhang Wei, and Yasha want to pair up with these 2 goddesses. It seems, maybe. It's a bit high. Where's Long? Zhou Qing asked. Why didn't he come? I like him so much. Is that what you call liking? You are just greedy for his body, you are cheap. Zhang Wei finally got the chance to show off his tongue. Haha, isn't that right? Lust continued to move forward, staring at Zhang Wei. Besides this skin, what else do you have? We still have hearts. We still have love. Zhang Wei thought of the sad story of losing the goddess Chengning, and became more and more angry. How can a low-level creature like you with a yellow mind understand? Humans, you are so hypocritical. Even if you carve desire into flowers, it is still desire. Lust stopped, and more blood-colored bubbles were born from the pool of blood and drifted around. Desire is the gift given by the Creator to all life, and the desire for reproduction is the honey wine in this gift. Without it, no life can continue. The desire for reproduction is so great, you are so eager, but you still spit on it hypocritically. Lust smiled lightly. Humans, how pathetic. Swish. Zhou Qing disappeared, and appeared beside Zhang Wei in an instant, holding his face gently with both hands, looking at him charmingly with eyes full of desire. It happened so suddenly that no one could have expected it. She was still more than 20 meters away from Zhang Wei, but she appeared next to him in an instant. This was something that only teleportation could do. Of course Zhou Qing couldn't teleport at will, but she could swap positions with any blood bubble. These bubbles were desires that were everywhere, and lustful Zhou Qing could move freely in these desires. The 2 sides seemed to be arguing, but in fact, from the first second they met, the undercurrent of killing each other was silently surging. Bailu's ability had a certain restraining effect on Zhou Qing, but the distance was too far, the effect was weak, and he couldn't launch an attack immediately. The same was true for Suzaku's ability. The first move of the crow shark failed to succeed. His decay dust attack was too obvious, and would be immediately noticed by Zhou Qing, so he didn't rush to attack again. For tonight's battle, the Suzaku team prepared several sets of tactics to respond to emergencies. Zhang Wei relied on petrification to launch a surprise attack to open the situation, which was one of the tactics. The dead beast currently does not know that Zhang Wei has petrification, but has a certain understanding of Zhang Wei's character, who likes to talk nonsense. Zhang Wei uses his own character disguise to launch a secret petrification on Zhou Qing while arguing. This move has a slow effect, but the enemy cannot easily detect it. When the enemy detects it, it is often too late. Zhou Qing did not notice the petrification in time, but she noticed the change in Zhang Wei's lust. Zhang Wei has no love for Zhou Qing, but Zhou Qing has her own charm, and no one can be completely immune. As long as you look at her, your body will have some instinctive lust. For Zhou Qing, the lust of life is like a smell, which she can smell keenly. Just as the two were talking, Zhang Wei's smell changed subtly, becoming more restrained and introverted, which means that Zhang Wei wanted to kill Zhou Qing, and this interfered with his lust. Zhou Qing took action. Countless blood turned into blood-colored bubbles, floating around, seemingly at random, but one of the almost transparent bubbles was close to the ground, and under the cover of gray, white and black, it quietly came to Zhang Wei's feet. Zhang Wei was concentrating and carefully launching the secret petrification, and he had to act at the same time, so he couldn't notice it at all. So, at the moment when Zhang Wei's petrification was finally about to show its fangs, Zhou Qing took action in advance and teleported in front of Zhang Wei through the bubble. "Little cutie, I caught you." Zhou Qing held Zhang Wei's face and smiled dotingly. Chapter 1168. Invincible. Suzaku quickly jumped aside and activated Invincible at the same time. For a moment, she, Bailu, and Crow Shark all entered the ghost state, but Zhang Wei did not. He still maintained his entity, sticking to Zhou Qing, with his face held in her hands. Suzaku was shocked. It turned out that Zhang Wei's left hand had been cut off by one of Zhou Qing's blood tails. The black gold ring on the ring finger that had been empowered with invincible energy was naturally disconnected from Zhang Wei. Zhou Qing still looked at Zhang Wei lovingly, and through her soul-stirring eyes, she continuously injected the catalytic power of lust into Zhang Wei. In less than 10 seconds, Zhang Wei will become a monster with only thoughts of mating, and will frantically chase the female companions present. At that time, Suzaku and Bailu will fall into a struggle of whether to kill their companions or not, which will inevitably reveal more flaws, giving Zhou Qing an opportunity to take advantage of. Of course, whether Zhang Wei's desire is satisfied or not, he will turn into countless desires in a few minutes, that is, those pink bubbles flying all over the sky. When Zhou Qing thought of that scene, a trace of joy appeared on the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, this joy disappeared. Zhou Qing's body felt numb, and her skin showed cracked fine lines. That was a sign of petrification. The petrification power that had been vaguely acting on her before did not disappear, but deepened further. How could this be possible? Zhou Qing finally reacted. Zhang Wei was not dominated by her lust power. On the contrary, he was looking at her confidently, with a slight curl of his mouth. Zhang Wei's confidence is immune to all mental damage and domination. Although Zhou Qing's lust power is not a pure mental attack, it accounts for a large proportion of mental energy. Although Zhang Wei is burning with desire at this moment, it only stops there. He has not lost his reason and humanity, and the energy path in his body is only disordered, not mutated. At this moment, Zhang Wei transformed the fire of desire in his body into a blazing fire of hatred, burning Zhou Qing without reservation. The hatred of stealing love, irreconcilable bastard. Red bite. Zhang Wei shouted, and the violent mental power in his body instantly broke free from the shackles of lust, and the visualized mental rays turned into red venomous snakes, tightly entangled him and Zhou Qing, and bit Zhou Qing's body everywhere. Zhou Qing's body accelerated petrification. She held Zhang Wei's face with both hands and tried to twist his head off, but her hands were already entangled by the red venomous snake. The flexible blood tail behind her tried to cut off the red venomous snake to help herself get away, but this red snake was not a physical object, but a manifestation of mental power, and it was impossible to destroy it. Her skin, veins, blood, and bones began to accelerate petrification, and the skin on her face fell off layer by layer, like an eggshell peeled after being cooked. Zhou Qing was not afraid or panicked, and the light of desire in her eyes became more blurred. This man is quite strong. What a pity. If it was one-on-one, I really want to enjoy it. Caw caw caw. Zhou Qing's petrification was still accelerating. In less than 10 seconds, she turned into a hard and pale stone statue, and Zhang Wei was still in the arms of this stone statue. Zhuke, Bailu, and Yasha kept a safe distance. Although they did not intervene, they were ready to finish the knife at any time. It's over. Bailu was not sure. Zhu Kei frowned slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. She felt a strong breath of life. Not dead. Hiss. As soon as the voice fell, a red spear made of coagulated blood rushed out from Zhang Wei's back, corresponding to the position of the heart. A fist-sized hole appeared on the petrified Zhou Qing's chest, where the blood rushed out. Crash. The stone statue broke into pieces and turned into a pile of rubble, like a snake shed skin. The blood quickly flew into the sky, and at the same time, the flying blood bubbles gathered towards it, and instantly turned into a pool of blood between liquid and gas, like a blood demon. This is the second form of the dead beast's lust. Wow! Zhang Wei's heart was crushed, he vomited blood, fell heavily, and a pool of blood soon appeared on the ground. This pool of blood was so dazzling, but soon it was bleached into black, white, and gray by the light of the white moon. Zhang Wei seemed to be dead. Suzaku, Bailu and Yasha did not feel any sadness. On the contrary, the three of them were extremely excited and immediately attacked Zhou Qing's second form. Everything was as planned, even smoother than planned. Zhu Kei never expected that Zhang Wei could force out the second form of lust with only the surprise attack card of petrification and confidence. Zhu Kei was not worried that Zhang Wei would die, because he also had the death-proof card of disaster prevention. No matter how big the damage was, he would have a chance to survive and turn into a near-death state. Since he had taken the resurrection medicine beforehand, his life would definitely be saved. Swish, swish, swish. Bailu took the lead in launching the attack. Countless pools of water on the bridge surface instantly floated, turning into thousands of dark purple bullets, attacking the second form of lust. The first move of the Raven Shark was to sneak attack Lust on the one hand, and to create a better fighting environment for Bailu on the other. Lust was immediately riddled with holes by countless bullets, but did not suffer any damage. Although these bullets were powerful, they only passed through a pool of blood floating in the air. Bailu had expected this scene. She was lifted up by the purple water and flew off the ground. Her black skirt fluttered, her silver hair flew, and her red eyes were dazzling. She opened her arms and closed them with force. Pop! In an instant, the bullets that were fired produced energy resonance and immediately connected into countless bead curtains. From a distance, they looked like hundreds of purple water lines, which crossed in a mess, blocking the entire space around Lust and her body. ZZ. A second later, these water lines flashed a cold purple light and turned into sharp purple lasers. Lust's second form looks like a ball of blood and mist, but there must be a minimum unit. Bullets cannot cause damage to it, but lasers may not. Hee hee. Lust made a weird laugh and responded at the same time. It became closer to gas, almost a ball of red mist. Bailu waved her hands, elegantly and passionately, like the conductor of a symphony orchestra. The purple laser received the command and began to cut at high speed, turning into a dimensional killing array. Lust was forced to split into 7 or 8 smaller blood mists, constantly turning and moving, and dangerously avoiding the dazzling cutting of the purple laser. Others who watched that scene would have a strange illusion. The white dew above the bridge really became a musician, composing a bloody sorrow on the purple three-dimensional line score. Lust did not sit still and wait for death. It dodged while trying to break out of the dimensional killing array. It almost succeeded several times, but was forced back. Swish. Above the head, the door of dimensional space opened. Wow! A thick yellow gas rushed out of the door. From a distance, it looked like someone lit a large yellow waterfall firework in the sky in the middle of the bridge. The waterfall rolled down and submerged the entire dimensional killing array. Chapter 1169. That is the decay dust of the Raven Shark. This move is quite lethal and has a large range, but its disadvantage is that it is slow to start. It must first rush out of the Raven Shark's body in the form of dust, and then attack the target at normal wind speed. A strong enemy will never give a chance and can easily escape. Therefore, before the battle, the Raven Shark released the decay dust and put it into the dimensional space, waiting for the right time to release it to make up for its slow attack. Lust in the dimensional killing array was surrounded by the decay dust, and it immediately realized that this was a chronic poison gas that would continuously weaken its own life and energy. Lust, who was attacked from both sides, finally realized that he had underestimated the enemy. It became serious, and 7 or 8 blood mists suddenly shrank together and condensed into an extremely bright red sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. Ah! 1 second later, the sphere let out a terrifying scream, and powerful red energy swirled around, blowing away all the decaying dust surrounding it. At the same time, the purple lasers around it seemed to be immersed in the red high temperature, and began to dim, twist, and then burst. Pa, pa, pa! Finally, they turned into pink bubbles one after another. This is the corrosive power of lust, and no living thing can resist it. Although these purple lasers are not living things, they are composed of water elements and lose energy, so they can also be corroded, and at the same time, they can backfire into Bailu's body to a certain extent. For a while, Bailu's face was flushed and she was burning with desire, but that was not natural lust and instinct, but an extremely distorted and evil energy pollution. Bailu was unwilling, but she immediately cut off her control over the water element, and the entire dimensional killing array immediately turned into a mist and slowly dissipated in the air. Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Lust returned to the blood demon state. Her laughter was excited and crazy. Come on, be happy, accept the creator's reward, and melt into nothingness together. Suddenly Lust stopped laughing. It realized that the space around it was already in a closed state of energy blockade. This is the field force field. It suddenly discovered that a woman was standing under its feet. Sudden Bird opened its arms and embraced Lust above its head, with its eyes flashing bright blue light. This series of attacks by teammates has bought her precious time, allowing Lust to be locked by her energy in a relatively stable state, and the field was expanded with this as the center. In order to ensure that this field is strong and solid enough, Suzaku simultaneously launched equivalent exchange to give himself a threefold energy increase. This is the trump card of the Suzaku team. Welcome to. Suzaku's mouth shed a trace of blood, and she smiled slightly. Strange field. 0 o'clock, on Liang Market. Stop! The dead pig yelled. Gregor immediately stepped on the brakes. The dead pig opened the car door and got out of the car with some difficulty. The others also got out quickly. In front of them was the big square at the main entrance of Anliang Market. A strange scene appeared in the center of the square. It was as big as a landscape rockery, shaped like a bloody mouth full of rugged fangs. The fangs kept dripping with bright red and sticky liquid, like the saliva of a beast under extreme hunger. In the open mouth was a throne in the shape of a tongue, and no one was sitting on the seat. It's gluttony. This element was too obvious, and the dead pig, who had fought with gluttony, guessed it at a glance. Gregor had already turned on the intercom to report the situation. The monkey group. The throne of gluttony is in the Anliang Market, and the real body has not appeared yet. Mo Yan was a little scared when she saw the scene, but she still mustered up the courage and forced herself to face it. The dead pig stepped forward and protected Ming Yang and the others behind him, while being alert to the surroundings. The 3 hours of the Sangjia came at that moment. The moment the four people felt the strange sense of withdrawal, the world had been wiped out of color, leaving only gray, white and black, and the few passers-by on the street were also erased. At the same time, an old man in a black training suit appeared on the throne of gluttony, and it was the dead beast Lu Tang. Faced with this sudden scene, the hearts of the four people were immediately clenched. Hello? Hello? Gregor found that the signal in the intercom had been lost. The dead pig quickly observed this strange world and soon made a judgment. Is this the domain of the dead beast? At this moment, Lu Tang also slowly raised his head and looked at this world without color, and then looked at his withered hands. He still had color, but was covered with a layer of white moonlight like mist, which seemed to be dyeing him. Gregor keenly noticed the reaction of gluttonous Lu Tang, and he grinned. It seems that the opponent is also a little confused. It should not be his domain. It was Song Dao's arrangement. The monkey had an answer. We should have entered the battlefield arranged by Song Dao. Ha, it feels like a game. Gregor was nervous in his heart, but pretended to be relaxed on his face. Lu Tang quickly accepted the situation, and his eyes slowly fell on the monkey's face. Shitzi, you are here. The monkey's tone was as natural as going home. Ah, I'm here. It's good that you're here. It's good that you're here. Lu Tang nodded slightly, and repeated with satisfaction. The two of them stood in silence for a while, and it seemed that there was nothing more to say. Then let's start. Lu Tang opened his left hand towards the four people. The monkey said nothing and took a fighting stance. Wait a minute. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, Gregor suddenly shouted, Is there something I want to confirm first? Lu Tang said nothing and looked at Gregor. Are you going to kill us or eat us? Gregor asked. Is there a difference? Lu Tang asked back. Of course there is a difference. Killing is killing, eating is eating. Gregor said. Isn't the result death? Lu Tang said. No, no, no. Gregor said seriously. Killing means immediate death, but eating does not necessarily mean immediate death, or even certain death. Do you know bears? They do not kill their prey, but prefer to eat them alive. So some prey will not die for a while, and some human prey can even call for help while being eaten by bears. Although they are missing limbs, they have survived. Gregor laughed. So I care a lot. Do you want to kill us or eat us tonight? Hee hee. Lu Tang laughed. There is no point in worrying about these, I will eat you. So you may not kill us. Gregor insisted. No, you will die. Lu Tang said. At least you may not die immediately. Gregor emphasized again. Lu Tang was slightly stunned, and came to his senses. Gregor was changing the concept. But he did hesitate for a moment because of Gregor's words. Although this hesitation was short and absurd, it still took effect, as if he was pressing a fingerprint on a contract. Then, some kind of law-like energy acted on his body. Although it was very slight, it really had an impact on him. Lu Tang's face darkened slightly, and he finally remembered a talent among the awakened. Haha, it turned out to be word game. Gregor said confidently, all is fair in war. Lu Tang stopped talking. He would not have any verbal communication with the other party, and he raised his hand again. Chong chong chong. Two huge high walls suddenly rushed out of the ground on both sides of Lu Tang. After rising to about 20 meters, they began to close towards the middle. In just a few seconds, a large tunnel was built, and Lu Tang happened to be in the middle of the tunnel. During this short process, Lu Tang certainly did not sit and wait for death. It raised its hands and launched a long-range attack on the four people. Four mouths that appeared out of thin air swallowed the original positions of the four targets, leaving a vague and weird black gap in the space. The dead pig hugged the cute sheep and jumped away in time, and Gregor and the monkey also jumped in different directions. Lu Tang adjusted his arms and clenched his teeth-covered fingers quickly. Two rows of black teeth immediately appeared above and below the heads of Gregor and the monkey in midair, and they were about to eat them in one bite. Crack. The two rows of teeth bit down. Chapter 1170. Swish. The monkey and Gregor, who were in midair, suddenly moved towards each other, like two magnets attracting each other, thus escaping the disaster. That was Gregor's magic hair. Before he jumped away, he controlled a strand of hair to tie up the monkey's waist. At this moment, he pulled the hair hard, and they flew towards each other. A second later, Gregor and the monkey quickly held each other's hands. Swish. At the same time, the dead pig activated time and space conversion, switched positions with a black gold coin thrown by Gregor, appeared next to Gregor, and also held one of Gregor's hands. This was a tactic that the three had rehearsed many times, and it had already been as smooth as flowing water. The two forces of the monkey's sensory disorder and the dead pig's spiritual pollution were quickly injected into Gregor's body. Gregor activated Lion's Roar and Plague Knight at the same time. His throat became thick, his chest bulged exaggeratedly, and his clothes were stretched open. Ah! A second later, his chest collapsed, his throat moved exaggeratedly, and a violent energy sound wave rushed out of his almost torn mouth. It was mixed with the energy of mental pollution and sensory disorder, and at the same time carried the poison wind in front of him, rushing towards Lu Tang, like a black train that just filled the entire space and rushed into the tunnel. Lu Tang in the middle of the tunnel had nowhere to escape from both sides, and was instantly swallowed by the powerful sound wave. Boom boom boom. The tunnel built temporarily by the earth element soon couldn't withstand the sound wave attack, and it exploded section by section, turning into rubble and dust flying all over the sky. Ha, ha, ha. Gregor had already landed. He supported his knees with both hands, gasped for breath, and his face was pale. He didn't hold back on this move, and he wanted to kill with one blow. In the previous confrontation, they were already very clear that conventional attacks were ineffective against Lu Tang. The only attack method that has been confirmed to be able to hurt Lu Tang is the poisonous wind. How? How? Gregor slowly straightened up and looked at the monkey. Is he dead? The monkey's old eyes looked forward, and the gully on the square extended all the way to the back of the main entrance of the big market. After a few seconds, the monkey shook his head slightly. No. Are you sure? Gregor was not giving up. He and I have telepathy. Although it is not strong, we can definitely sense life and death. The monkey explained. Is he injured? Asked the dead pig. The monkey nodded and looked at the Onlyong big market in front of him. It hid. It wants to delay time and recover from its injuries, said the dead pig. Gregor gritted his teeth. We can't let it succeed. We must seize the opportunity to win, otherwise it will be even harder to win later. The monkey thought for a few seconds and made a decision. We will find it out. Be careful. The four of them immediately entered the Onlyong market. Although the world has lost its color and all the lost people have disappeared, the market is still the same market. It accommodates almost all daily commodities of all sizes. The houses are all unified three-story buildings. The shops on the first floor are for business, and the second and third floors are for commercial and residential use. 8 buildings form a group, forming a square building complex. The buildings are separated by horizontal and vertical roads, forming another huge square building complex. Under the monotonous colors of black, white and gray, all the closed storefronts look almost the same. People who are in it will feel a huge sense of loneliness and uneasiness. It seems that I am just some data, falling into an infinitely extended electronic maze. Over there. Ming Yang sat on the dead pig's left shoulder, and she pointed forward. Grandpa is over there. Ming Yang, are you sure? The dead pig's face was heavy, his eyes were alert, but his voice was subconsciously gentle. Ming Yang shook his head. I don't know either, but it's different over there. Ming Yang's maze can use the surrounding environment to build a maze, and she has a strong perception of the terrain. If there is any tampering, she can vaguely sense that something is wrong. Now there is no one else in this maze-like market except them, and the dead beast, so Ming Yang made a judgment. The 3 adults understood Ming Yang's meaning and exchanged glances. None of them has the reconnaissance talent of perception. Bird King. Kuan King. So it is definitely unrealistic to check each building one by one, and they can only rely on Ming Yang. Turn left. Turn left. Turn right. Turn left. Next, Ming Yang kept pointing the way, and everyone looked for Lu Tang's traces while guarding against possible ambushes. After walking for about 20 minutes, the monkey stopped. What's wrong? Gregor felt something was wrong. The monkey pointed at his feet, where a small stone monkey statue grew on the ground beside the road. This was the mark the monkey had made before. We are back. Gregor looked at the cute sheep and smiled bitterly. Cute little sheep, you don't feel it very well. No. The cute sheep was a little excited and blushed. I really felt it. Is he deliberately taking us in circles? The dead pig had a guess. No, it's not that simple. The monkey looked heavy and began to think. Suddenly, his pupils trembled, and he was the first to feel something was wrong. Get out of here. On. It was too late. The 4 of them felt an inexplicable force field unfold at the same time, and the whole person became heavy. It felt like walking in the snow in bloated clothes. Crack, crack, crack. Irregular cracks appeared on the road around the 4 people, and countless black teeth the size of fire hydrants rushed out of the ground, like pieces of black crystal. In a blink of an eye, the entire Anliang market turned into a strange black crystal mining area, but these black teeth were not aggressive. They were just countless small hubs to maintain the energy of the force field. The 4 people turned around and ran without hesitation. They decided to leave the Anliang market, and soon they ran to the exit, but they stopped one after another. The exit was blocked by a row of black teeth, like a row of concrete roadblocks. The roadblock was less than 1 meter high, and they could easily jump over it, but they just couldn't do it. Some kind of rule constrained them. This weird rule made them become stupid characters in the game. They were flying in the sky and into the ground when fighting, and they were all very cool, but once the battle was over and they started to run around the map, the obstacles in front of them, even if they were just a wooden box, the characters could not jump over them no matter what, and they could not destroy them. Boom boom. The earth began to tremble, and a tsunami-like violent sound came from the road on the left. The 4 of them looked over, and saw a huge black sphere at the end of a road. It was just level with a 3-story house, and its diameter just matched the width of the street, rolling over. Slowly, everyone saw it clearly. Although it looked like a sphere in general, it was actually very irregular, twisted and soft, like a ball of sticky asphalt, or a balloon filled with water. In the front of this sphere, a dark gray crack was spreading. This crack was like 2 irregular water waves, slowly opening and closing. When it opened, a terrifying black vortex appeared inside, and the vortex was covered with fangs in the form of energy. The 4 people finally realized that it was a mouth. Run. The monkey made a prompt decision. The dead pig held the cute sheep on his shoulder with one hand, and turned around and ran. Gregor also turned around and ran, but he did not give up. While running, he controlled the wind of poison and blew it towards the black spherical monster, the second form of Gluttony. Swish. Gluttony opened its twisted mouth, and the wind of poison was directly sucked into the black vortex by it. Boom boom. Gluttony did not stop, and did not seem to be hurt at all. It continued to roll forward, its huge mouth opening and closing, swallowing everything along the way. Damn it! My poison is useless to it. Gregor shouted anxiously. Chong chong chong. The monkey raised his hand, and 3 stone walls rose from the ground, blocking the road in front of Gluttony. Pound. Gluttony ate and bumped, breaking through the obstacles, and continued to move forward. At this moment, there was nothing in its eyes, only the abyss-like hunger drove it to eat crazily. In the gluttony domain, everything can be its food. Chapter 1171. Don't panic, think of a way while running. The monkey stabilized his morale. Boom boom. Gluttony kept opening and closing his mouth, rolling all the way. All that was left on the road behind him was a strange and sticky black blood clot, as if even the space was eaten up, revealing the most naked essence. This way. Boom boom. Quick. Boom boom. Don't go over there. It's a dead end. Boom boom. At this time, if anyone looked down from a high altitude, they could see several figures running wildly on the maze-like market street. They couldn't leave the maze, nor could they hide in the houses on both sides of the road. The only space for them to escape was the tic-tac-toe roads that were getting smaller and smaller. At the same time, there was a huge black sphere in the maze, which was constantly rolling. Wherever it rolled, it left only a trace of incomprehensible black. There were more and more black lines on the map, and fewer white lines for escape. This scene was very similar to a game called Pac-Man. Gluttony is Pac-Man, and the 4 Awakeners are the 4 ghosts in the game. In the early stage of the game, the ghost chases Pac-Man, and in the later stage, the invincible Pac-Man chases the ghost. Left. No, right. The cute sheep on the dead pig's shoulder kept pointing the way, but gradually it was not as accurate as before. The cat-and-mouse game lasted for an unknown period of time. Gregor had no concept of time. The last time he felt so long was the 3,000-meter long-distance race at the sports meeting during his school days. No, I die of exhaustion if I keep going like this. Gregor was sweating and panting. Although he relied on his talent to greatly enhance his overall physical quality, he did not have a warrior-type talent after all, and his physical fitness could not compare with that of the monkey and the dead pig. Meng Yang can't remember the map anymore. Dead Pig was also a little out of breath. He was too heavy, and running for a long time was a big burden for him. Meng Yang relied on the blessing of Labyrinth to concentrate on remembering everyone's escape route and draw a rough map in his mind, but if he continued, the map would be wrong sooner or later. Meng Yang. Although Paho was old, he was the most relaxed among the 4. He breathed steadily. How much space do we have to move around? Gregor was afraid that Meng Yang didn't understand, so he quickly added, what monkey meant was, we, how many places have we not run through? I don't know. Meng Yang frowned and clenched her fists. It's okay, you can give me a rough idea. Meng Yang closed her eyes and tried to review the map in her mind. She said softly with uncertainty, maybe. There is still half. No, if this goes on, it will be eaten sooner or later. Gregor ran and looked behind him. A few dozen meters away, the huge black ball was chasing tirelessly. Is there no flaw in this domain? Dead Pig asked, time limit, or other weaknesses. Theoretically, yes. The monkey looked calm. All domains consume the energy of the gifted, and there is no absolutely invincible domain. It's over. Gregor became more pessimistic. I feel that Gluttony has sufficient energy, and I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on until then. Wait. What did the dead pig find out? Why didn't it make the domain smaller, so that we would have nowhere to run? 2 possibilities. The monkey replied, Gluttony is afraid that we will find out in time, so it arranges the domain large enough to ensure that we will be caught. That makes sense. The second possibility. Gregor panted. The monkey said calmly, some domains are fixed in size from the beginning, just like Wangshu's domain, which covers all places that the fake moon can shine on. Gregor thought of the fake moon and had an idea. Wait, I discussed it with Lele before. Lele thought that if you want to break the situation, you have to go deep into the core of the domain, that is, the body of the dead beast. She wanted to pull me into the group at that time, and wanted me to use poison to deal with the fake moon and force Wangshu to release the domain. Well, this is indeed a method. The monkey looked back at the gluttony that was chasing him. But you used poison on it, and it didn't seem to work. No, it shouldn't be. Gregor panted. It worked last time. There must be something wrong. We have to figure it out. Do we still have time? Dead Pig was not optimistic. No risk, no gain. Gregor made up his mind. If I drag him down, I die. Let's take a chance. What do you want to do? The Dead Pig asked. Gregor didn't explain. He slowed down his pace slightly, raised his right hand, and shouted, Split! Swish! Gregor's entire right hand flashed with blue light, and quickly melted into a ball of blue light liquid and fell to the ground. Soon, the ball of blue liquid slowly stood up, and turned into a human form, turning into an arm-sized Gregor. Small Gregor stood in place, looking at the black Pac-Man that was about to run over him with a fearless attitude. Boom boom. Crack crack. 10 seconds later, small Gregor was swallowed by Gluttony. Ah! Gregor, who had lost an entire arm, immediately felt all the pain that the miniature Gregor had endured. He screamed and fell to the ground. Hold on. The dead pig turned around quickly, picked up Gregor, and continued to run forward. The wound on Gregor's broken arm, which had not bled, suddenly burst open, and blood gushed out. Gregor was confused and almost fainted. Gregor, cheer up. Uncle Gao. Quick, see potion. Ah! Half a minute later, Gregor woke up with a start. He only felt his body shaking, and then he realized that he was at the waist of the dead pig. Gregor. Are you okay? The dead pig asked. I can't die. Gregor's face was pale, and he was covered in cold sweat. So scary. How is your split little man? The dead pig asked. It was digested quickly. Gregor was still in shock, but luckily, it ate too much and suffered from indigestion. Even if it could digest the life form in advance, my split little man only lasted for 30 seconds. Gregor said weakly, my split little man took the opportunity to launch first-person perspective, shared Gluttony's feelings and thoughts, and found a lot of information. To make a long story short, Monkey's guess was right. Gluttony's domain is so big, so it chose the battlefield in Anliang Market, which was tailor-made for it. The dead pig was not surprised. Since we are prepared, how could the dead beast not be prepared? Gluttony's energy does have a limit, just enough for it to eat the entire domain. We will definitely die, Gregor said. Is there really no hope? The dead pig's heart sank, and the weight from his shoulders suddenly turned into a mountain. It's not completely hopeless. Gregor smiled bitterly and unyieldingly. Chapter 1172. Gregor spoke faster. Gluttony has a big side effect of eating recklessly like this, which is indigestion. It is because of indigestion that my split man was not digested by it in the first place, but this also helped it a lot. Toxin wind? Dead pig guessed. It was mixed with other things eaten and could not be digested in time, so it did not cause any harm to Gluttony. Yes. As long as Gluttony keeps eating, the digestion of toxin wind can be delayed until it eats us, and then it will spit out the toxin wind immediately after stopping eating, and it will win. Gregor subconsciously made a metaphor. It hid my poison in a small iron box and swallowed it. As long as the small iron box is not broken, it will be fine. Can you still control the toxin wind? Asked the monkey. No, they are isolated. I can't sense them. Gregor looked back at the huge black ball behind him and shuddered. Unless I am eaten by it, I will die soon. Gluttony can choose. No, it will definitely digest the living organisms first. This is instinct. It also costs a lot to enter the second form and open the Gluttony field, that is, it will suffer from huge hunger, which has made it lose its mind. Unless it eats real food, this hunger will not be relieved. Once the hunger is relieved, the field will become weak, and we have a chance to break through. You mean? Dead Pig tried to understand. This field is like a game. When the game starts, both the enemy and us have to follow the rules. Either the glutton's energy is exhausted or the glutton's hunger is satisfied. The game can end. Almost. Gregor resisted the urge to curse. Song Dao is such a jerk. If we weren't in this black and white world, the lost in the big market wouldn't have disappeared. Gluttony might have been full if it kept eating like this. Now, there's no living thing in the whole big market except the four of us. If Gluttony doesn't eat us, its hunger will never be satisfied, and the game will continue. I didn't expect that Song Dao would actually make things worse. The monkey sighed slightly. How about you throw some more split people to it? The dead pig tried to think of a countermeasure. It's useless. Gregor was very sure. It requires a complete life form, which includes spiritual power, spirit, etc., and the flesh alone cannot satisfy it. So there is only one way to break the deadlock. The monkey said, sacrifice one of us to be eaten by Gluttony. Gregor smiled bitterly. Although it is cruel, it is indeed the only solution I can think of. Gregor, it's you. The dead pig looked serious. I throw you into its mouth. You try to live a few more seconds, and by the way, use your poisonous wind to mess it up. Ah! Gregor wanted to cry, but had no tears, seeing that he had been lifted up by the dead pig with one hand. Really embarrassed me. Although I also think I seem to be the most suitable. Otherwise we should be fair and vote first. Haha, this is not up to you. The dead pig threw it hard. I haven't finished writing my novel yet. Gregor flew out. He closed his eyes, and this thought flashed through his mind. Swish. 2 seconds later, Gregor was caught by a pair of thin, but strong arms. Gregor suddenly opened his eyes, and found that he was being held in a princess hug by Monkey. Gregor turned back quickly, and saw the dead pig standing there, smiling at Gregor and Monkey, while picking up the cute sheep and intending to throw her to the monkey. "If you can win, I leave the child to you," the dead pig shouted. "Dead pig, you." Gregor couldn't say anything more, and it would be hypocritical to say anything at this time. The monkey didn't say anything either, and responded to the dead pig with a firm look. In fact, when Gregor said the solution, the monkey had the best candidate for sacrifice in his mind, which was the dead pig, and the dead pig had the same opinion. The cute sheep was naturally not considered, and the possibility that the monkey and Gregor could fill the gluttony and make him temporarily slow down was very low. If you want to talk about the most nutritious, chewy, and filling food, it must be the dead pig. Boom boom. Behind him, the huge glutton rolled over fiercely, and the terrifying mouth kept opening and closing, and the black vortex inside was madly devouring everything. The dead pig raised the cute sheep. "Little cute sheep, be good and listen." "I don't want to." The cute sheep shouted, "I want to protect you." The dead pig was stunned, and saw the cute sheep's eyes were red, her eyes were firm, and her face was stubborn. At that moment, she was no longer a child, but a warrior. The cute sheep lowered her head, and bit the dead pig's arm, and at the same time activated the localized Iron Man. Ah! The dead pig's arm was bitten into a bloody mess by the iron teeth. Not only that, the cute sheep also activated the damage wheel, which amplified the damage and pain tenfold. The dead pig felt dizzy, and almost couldn't stand steadily. When he came to his senses, the cute sheep broke free from his hand, and rushed towards the glutton behind him. "Cute sheep." The dead pig immediately chased, but found that his steps were so slow that he couldn't even catch up with the little girl. He suddenly realized that Meng Yang had activated Guardian Bias, which enhanced his physical and mental defenses and reduced his mobility. Meng Yang's natural combination skills were originally prepared for the enemy, but at this moment, they were all used on the dead pig. Meng Yang was wearing a little red skirt, with 2 buns on her round black head. She rushed towards the giant monster that was swallowing the world in front of her at an astonishing speed, like a brave deer rushing towards a lion. In the blink of an eye, the abyss-like giant mouth came to Meng Yang's head. Meng Yang jumped hard and jumped into the black vortex in the giant mouth. "No!" The dead pig roared and pointed his hands in the direction of Meng Yang. Time and space conversion. The dead pig had no time to lock Meng Yang. The time to lock a high-level life form is longer than the time to lock a marked dead object. If the locked dead object is still an empowered black gold equipment, the speed can be achieved instantly. The dead pig locked the black gold bracelet on Meng Yang's wrist. In fact, the gift that the dead pig gave to the cute sheep was not the bracelet, but the self who would rush to her side at the first time no matter what danger there was. In an instant, the dead pig flashed to the cute sheep, opened his strong and powerful arms and hugged her tightly, just like a big umbrella protecting the still delicate sapling, letting it be blown by the wind, rain, lightning and thunder. It was no longer scary. Gaw! Gluttony ate the dead pig and the cute sheep in one bite. Dingling. Not far away, a suspended black gold bracelet fell to the ground, rolled half a meter alone, fell to the ground, rose, and fell a few times, and finally returned to silence. Boom boom. Boom boom. The Black Pac-Man did not stop. Chapter 1173. Leicheng University, Fallen Street. The lazy throne of the dead beast appeared on the roof of the Border Walker store. The 4 members of the Liao Liao group found it at a glance, when they rushed back from the sky. Hong Xiaoxiao had just had time to report the situation on the intercom, and the 3 hours of the Sangjie came. The signal was interrupted, and the white moon appeared. The lively crowd and colorful colors on Fallen Street disappeared in an instant, as if a living dragon was stripped of its scales and flesh, leaving only a monotonous skeleton of black, white and gray. When the 4 people witnessed this terrifying scene, they were attacked by a strange sense of withdrawal before they could be shocked, and almost fell from the sky. The 4 people landed on the roof of a house, stabilized their position, and looked at the lazy throne from a distance of dozens of meters. There was still no figure on the seat, but above Fallen Street, a huge full moon had been suspended at some point, as if it was within reach. The moonlight emitted by this fake moon is quiet and gentle, looming in the black, white and gray background, like a wisp of silver-gray wind. The real white moon, in the higher night sky, quietly watched all this. The whole picture has a weird silence, twisted horror, which makes Lele's sanity value drop wildly. How come this laziness has a second form, as soon as it comes? Lao 7 looked up at the fake moon and said the obvious fact. What should I do? Hong Xiaoxiao also felt uncomfortable and could not hide her nervousness. She completely forgot that she was already a senior in the workplace and the combat power of this group. Wait and see. Lei made a decision. Huh? Just what I want. Nana also thought that the person who took action first was very uncool, so she immediately floated up to ensure that she was at the same level as the moon. No, slightly higher than it. Nana did this because she couldn't lose the momentum, and she also wanted to monitor Lazy from different angles, fearing that it would play some tricks secretly. However, no one expected that Lazy didn't play any tricks. This stalemate lasted for 20 minutes. During this time, Lei roughly figured out the truth about the 3 hours of the Blue Tribulation, and also thought about some countermeasures. At the same time, he speculated what Lazy wanted to do, and why he didn't take action. Finally, Lei got the answer. It seems that Lazy is determined to drag it out in the second form until the end of the 3 hours of the Blue Tribulation. This is the laziest tactic, but it may not be the most stable tactic. After all, the current battlefield is not favorable to the dead beast. Anyway, the dead beast is not in a hurry. Waiting until the end of the 3 hours of the Blue Tribulation will have a greater advantage. Is it trying to delay time? Sure enough, even Lao 7 saw it. Very likely. Lei answered calmly. Bang, bang, bang. Lao 7 couldn't bear it anymore and immediately fired more than a dozen air bullets at the fake moon above his head. It was useless. The fake moon seemed to have no real entity, like a phantom. Old 7 was anxious. Lei, we must act. I feel bad if we delay any longer. Lei nodded, and she decided to act. Let's talk about the talent first. I go first. Lei's thinking was clear. My airman, chaos, and heart are restricted, but cheating, gun god, bow god, shuttle, and wind hearing ears can still be used. Hong Xiaoxiao immediately replied, my divination and telekinesis are restricted, but phantom, game player, invisibility, and muscles seem to be fine. Except for the sixth sense referee, I can use everything else. Old 7 said. Humph. Nana in the air put her hands on her waist and shouted loudly, the power of my king cannot be sealed by a dead beast. You are overestimating yourself. The implication is, all her talents can be used. Lei quickly reviewed the talents that could still be used in her mind, and she already had a tactic. To be more precise, she chose a tactic from the many sets of tactics she prepared. Lei stretched, sat down, and crossed her legs. No. Why are you sitting down? Old 7 was surprised. Aren't you going to fight? No hurry. Lei smiled pretentiously. Old 7, get to know him first. It's so rude to fight right after meeting. Old 7 was stunned for 2 seconds, grinned, and understood. Lao 7 immediately started talking, transformed into an E-man, and chatted enthusiastically with the fake moon above his head. Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Lao 7, I'm 29 years old, Libra, blood type O, and have been single since birth. What kind of fate is it that we can become opponents in such a romantic place today? As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to be able to ride the same boat, and 100 years to be able to sleep on the same pillow. For our fateful duel, it will take at least 1,000 years. Should I call you Dead Beast Lazy or Washu? To be honest, Dead Beast Lazy sounds more classy, but the abbreviation becomes laziness, which sounds very strange, like cursing. How about calling you Washu? Washu is a nice name. It seems to refer to the moon? Wow, you are indeed a cultured person. You are so particular about naming. Miss Washu, do you have a boyfriend? Haha, you are so beautiful, there must be many people chasing you. My personal suggestion is that you can have more relationships, but don't get married easily, especially don't get married on impulse. I have a friend who got married on impulse, and it ended up in a mess. I think that before getting married, you should travel together at least once. Traveling is definitely a touchstone. Any problems between the two parties can be exposed. Although I also like pets, I think fierce dogs really can't be raised in the city. The hidden dangers are too great. Nowadays, the development is too fast. Technology is constantly breaking through, but people's spiritual world is barren. Many people have intelligence but no wisdom. They pursue material things and ignore their hearts. The poor and the rich, the successful and the unsuccessful, are all unhappy. So what is true? What is false? Is false freedom real? Is the falsehood of freedom false? Is existence equal to self? Does the self really exist? For a full 10 minutes, Lao 7 talked non-stop, spitting and not breathing. Hong Xiaoxiao and Nana's temples exploded, and they had a mental breakdown. They were forced to cover their ears. As for Lulu, he directly activated the reverse wind ear to completely block his hearing, but even so, he could not completely eliminate the influence of chattering because it comes with spiritual pollution. He persisted for another 10 minutes. Lele, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyebrows could not hide his joy. It was indeed the right thing to bring Lao 7 with him. In fact, Lele had started cheating from the beginning, but the effect was too slow. At this time, relying on Lao 7's chatty indiscriminate interference, she accelerated to find the bug in the lazy night field. And this bug basically confirmed her previous guess. The fact is confirmed. Let's give it a try. Lele stood up, looked up at the moon, raised the corners of his mouth, and showed a long-lost high-spirited smile. The last time he smiled like this was in the summer of his childhood. Plan 4. Execute. Chapter 1174. Yes. It worked. Old 7 was very excited. It seemed that his talk therapy was not in vain. The three of them immediately moved closer to Lele. Hong Xiaoxiao had an extra black gold Mobius strip in her hand. She raised her hand, and a phantom turned into a spear, carrying the black gold strip and piercing the cement floor under Lele's feet. Lele took a deep breath and forcibly activated King Kuan. In an instant, Lele's body was bright and clear. It was the invisible moonlight that surrounded her and began to erode her spirit and will. The mountain of sleepiness pressed down on Lele. Lele did not hesitate. She pulled out the dagger and inserted it into her chest. The pain of dying made her wake up immediately. But this wakefulness only lasted for 4 or 5 seconds before she was attacked by a stronger sleepiness. Can't sleep yet, hold on a little longer. In this way, Lele became the rope being pulled in the tug-of-war game, with painful death on one side and strong sleepiness on the other. To others, the moonlight around La La became brighter and brighter, almost like a lamp, while the moonlight in other places dimmed rapidly. It was obvious that the moonlight in the entire dark area was gathering towards La La, like a pair of invisible and gentle hands, constantly soothing and soothing. Being awake is a sin, and suffering is the result of evil. Tired people sleep well, while the night is getting darker. Sleepy hearts dream and enjoy eternal happiness. Dead beast who overestimates his own abilities. Submit to the queen's wrath. Nana made a move. She stood on tiptoe and spread her arms with the grace and lightness of a dancer. In an instant, the gravity around her increased to 20 times. Lele and Lao 7 all knelt down, supporting themselves with their hands, looking painful. If they were ordinary people, their spines would have been broken and their internal organs ruptured. Also affected by gravity were the large amount of moonlight gathered around Lele. At this moment, they were like solidified butter. Heavy! Lao 7 knelt on the ground and could no longer move. He tried to raise his hand, put it on the toes of Nana beside him, and activated Heavy. Suddenly, the energy of Heavy was injected into Nana's body, and Nana was converted into gravity. For a moment, all the lives on the roof felt the double heaviness of body and mind, and everyone was deeply trapped in the swamp from which they could not extricate themselves. At this moment, Lele had reached the limit of his life and died while sleeping. However, there was another person outside the swamp, and that was Hong Xiaoxiao. According to the plan, she dodged in advance and kept a maximum distance of 30 meters from her companions. At this moment, she opened her hands and activated Time Reset. At once, all the space within 20 meters with Lele as the center will be reset to the state 3 minutes ago. The dead Lele will be resurrected, Old 7 will be reset. Nana has no resurrection chance, so she will not be affected, but the most important thing is that the strong moonlight beside Lele will be reset. This is all about Plan 4. These days, Lele has been thinking about what the real mechanism of Wangshu's night domain is. This is the key to defeating Washu. Through the last confrontation, Lele has already made a preliminary guess. The silent law of the night domain is not an indiscriminate attack, but a quick and timely targeted attack. That is to say, although the range of the night domain is ridiculously large, all places illuminated by the moonlight belong to the domain. But this domain is just a fake range. It does not have any time to activate the silence effect indiscriminately, because if you want to do this, it will consume a huge amount of energy, and it will not last long. Imagine a domain that can cover the entire city in moonlight, and can activate the silence law for any place in the domain every minute and every second, and can last for at least 6 hours. What is this concept? Even if it is an auxiliary rune circuit, the indiscriminate silence effect only covers one 11-level rune hole. A rough comparison is equivalent to saying that Wangshu is hundreds of times more powerful than the auxiliary rune. Is this possible? So, excluding the above possibilities, there is only one other possibility left. Washu is just using moonlight as a medium to cover a super large domain. When someone in the domain tries to activate some specific talents, Washu can rush to the other party at the speed of light and silence the target in a targeted manner. To be precise, it is a very strong hypnotic power. This also explains why Washu has no entity behind his second form, and the fake moon above his head is just a monitor, monitoring the every move of the targets in the domain. The real entity of Wanshu's second form is hidden in the ubiquitous moonlight, or in other words, the moonlight itself. According to this logic, everything is clear. When someone in the night domain tries to activate some forbidden talents, the fake moon can monitor it immediately, and Wanshu's second form will instantly reach the target with the moonlight as the medium, hypnotize the target, make the target fail to use the talent, and fall asleep at the same time. Theoretically, catching these special moonlights is equivalent to catching Wanshu in the second form. If you catch Wanshu in the second form, you can launch an effective attack on her, thus breaking the realm of darkness. However, the above is just speculation after all. Laylay's team only has one chance, so they must be cautious and cautious. In order to prove that her guess is correct, Laylay can only rely on cheating. This talent, as long as the time is long enough, will definitely find the opponent's flaws. If you already have the answer in your mind, you can find the flaws faster with the answer. But even so, it is still too slow. Laylay let Lao 7's chatter add fuel to the fire. Sure enough, Wanshu was disturbed to a certain extent, and the moonlight as the main body showed emotional ups and downs. Laylay finally found the bug and confirmed her speculation. She made a prompt decision and implemented Plan 4. Why 4? Because this is a life-threatening plan and people will die. The plan is simple. Laylay activates King Kun to attract Wanshu in the second form. In order to make the moonlight more concentrated and stay by her side longer, Laylay does not hesitate to use the pain of suicide to fight against Wanshu's hypnosis. Then, Nana's gravity and Lao 7's heaviness work together to further trap the moonlight. Hong Xiaoxiao is responsible for closing the net and activating time reset to catch them all. If the plan succeeds, Wanshu's second form will be reset to 3 minutes ago. In theory, she will return to human form and be unconscious for a few minutes. Laylay can be resurrected, and Lao 7 is reset and also unconscious. But Nana and Hong Xiaoxiao, who are immune, are still awake and can kill the unconscious Washu immediately. On. Thousands of white energy threads rushed out from between Hong Xiaoxiao's fingers, surrounding the entire roof and weaving a dense silk cage. More threads, like living tentacles, began to record everything in the cage by touch. The moonlight around Laylay began to struggle. It wanted to escape, but was powerless. At least, it was impossible to escape from this net in the form of moonlight. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hong Xiaoxiao shouted in her heart, trying her best to speed up the reset. Even if it was only a few seconds faster, the result could be very different. Suddenly, the world dimmed for a second. The moonlight in the white cage quickly gathered into a figure, which quickly materialized. It was Washu. The only difference from before was that his eyes were empty. Washu, with empty eye sockets, stood beside the dead Laylay, raised his right hand, aimed at the fake moon above his head, and squeezed and pulled hard. Whoosh! The huge fake moon suddenly split in half, condensing into 2 small meteorites, and fell towards the roof where everyone was at a high speed. Not good. Hong Xiaoxiao felt something was wrong, and immediately stopped the time reset, shouting, "Run!" Fortunately, the worst-case scenario was also considered by Laylay, and a plan was prepared. Nana retracted gravity, controlled the wind to lift up Old 7, who was lying on the ground, and evacuated quickly. Boom! 3 seconds later, 2 meteorites fell, and the house that was hit collapsed, directly cracking from the roof to the foundation. Boom! Then, the energy shock wave blew a meteorite crater on the ground. At the moment of the explosion, Nana took Old 7 and flew towards Hong Xiaoxiao, who immediately summoned a phantom ball to protect the 3 people inside. The phantom ball was lifted into the air by the shock wave. Nana inside controlled the gravity, and made the ball float in the air and stabilize. After confirming that the explosion was over, the phantom ball turned into countless phantom threads, and returned to Hong Xiaoxiao's body. The 3 of them were suspended in the air under Nana's wind. At this moment, 2/3 of the houses in Fallen Street were destroyed and turned into a meteorite crater. Wanshu floated in the center of the meteorite crater. The 2 halves of the moon had condensed into 2 white ambers, rotating around Wanshu, and finally swooshed into her empty eye sockets. Wanshu's head suddenly tilted back, her pink hair flying, as if she had been hit by 2 bullets. Soon, she raised her tilted neck, nodded slightly, and her beautiful gray-blue eyes returned. At the same time, the other 3 were not idle either. Nana and her companions quickly approached the crater, and Hong Xiaoxiao opened her hands. Reset time. Lei Lei had thought about the possibility of failure of the plan, so she also hit a hairpin on her body. Even if Hong Xiaoxiao failed to reset the space, she could still reset her to revive. Soon, white energy fragments appeared in the air, like living snowflakes, quickly gathered towards Hong Xiuxiu's hands and turned into a human-shaped light cocoon. When Wangshu found his eyes again, Hong Xiaoxiao had successfully resurrected Lei Lei and led everyone into stealth mode. Wangshu's feet slowly landed on the ground and stepped into the crater. She stretched softly and let out a long sigh. It was a close call. I was almost killed. Chapter 1175. Wangshu put her pink bangs behind her ears and looked up at the sky. Why do we have to fight? Why don't we just sit there and fish until dawn? You're really calculating. Old Seven's voice appeared in the air nearby. Wait until the 3 hours of the Sanjia are over before you kill us, right? Oh no. Wangshu stuck out his tongue. We've been discovered. Old Seven stopped talking, and the 4 people quietly changed their positions in the invisible state. Wangshu was not in a hurry. She stopped unfolding the night domain and slowly walked out of the meteorite crater in human form, walking towards a house that was still basically intact. The store on the first floor was the convenience store she used to go to. 2 minutes later, Wangshu came out of the convenience store with a black and white lollipop in her hand. She tore open the wrapping paper and put it in her mouth. Wangshu spoke to the air. Can we chat now? Swish. The 4 members of Lei Lei's group appeared on the rooftop 50 meters away, and the unconscious Lei Lei quickly woke up after the injection of the drug. Lei Lei's face was still a little pale, and she forced herself to cheer up. Okay, let's chat. Wangshu bit his lollipop. If I can't catch any fish, I can only work. Yes, although I also have procrastination, but I have to be serious when the deadline comes. Lei Lei secretly clenched his fists and calculated in his mind. At present, Wangshu's forced termination of the domain should have caused her considerable trauma, and coupled with the weakening of her by the 3 hours of Sanjia, it is conservatively estimated that her strength is still half. Lei Lei's total strength is about 80%, plus the tactics that have been prepared long ago, if they really fight. It is still unknown who will win. Lei Lei, you are so smart. Wangshu suddenly smiled. Lei Lei was stunned. No, we are going to fight to the death. Shouldn't we say some harsh words? Why are we praising each other for business? Thank you. Lei Lei tried to be neither humble nor arrogant. Since you are so smart, let me ask you a question. Don't lie to me. Please answer seriously. Wangshu looked very serious. You ask? What do you think is the odds between me and you tonight? Wangshu asked. Lei Lei was silent. What kind of trap is this? Should I bluff? Or tell the truth? Or keep silent? Lei Lei looked at Wangshu's sincere eyes, hesitated, and decided to tell the truth. 50-50. Haha, you should not lie. Wangshu nodded. My intuition is the same. Lei Lei was silent. What tricks does this Wangshu want to play again? Actually, I have an immature suggestion. Wangshu tilted his head and smiled, took out the lollipop in his mouth. Do you want to listen to it? Qingyang Bridge. The world under the white moon is left with only countless cold black lines, and gray and white surfaces. In the middle of the bridge, the dead beast Lust and the Suzaku group all disappeared, leaving only a colorful strange field, like a glass ball, quietly suspended in the middle of the bridge, becoming the only bright color in the black and white picture. My name is Zhang Wei Taurus, blood type B, 19 years old this year, just a freshman. I live in an ordinary, but happy family of 3. I am confident, cheerful and energetic. I started my new college life with excitement and anticipation. I have always hoped to meet a 100% girl who belongs to me and start a romantic, sweet, and unforgettable love. The gentle and intellectual elective teacher, the noble and elegant club sister, the shy classmate, the upper bunk brother who I spend every day with, who is waiting for my true love. Damn! What a shameful narration. Zhang Wei found himself in a university dormitory, and heard Zhang Wei's narration above his head, but it was not said by Zhang Wei. There was a boy lying on the upper bunk in the dormitory, Crow Shark. Crow Shark turned over, popped his head out, and looked at Zhang Wei sitting on the lower bunk. Obviously, we entered a love game. You are the male protagonist, and we are both your CP line that you can choose to attack. I understand the truth. But why would you also become my CP line? Isn't this game too outrageous? Zhang Wei still couldn't accept it. There are not enough people, so I can only make up for it, Crow Shark said. Wait! Zhang Wei discovered something and jumped up from the bed in surprise. Isn't it difficult for you to speak? How did your speech suddenly become better? I don't know. Yasha thought seriously. Is it because of my talent? Professional player? Zhang Wei reacted. This talent can master various games. Apparently, Suzaku's strange domain pulled everyone into a love game, and Yasha's professional player was automatically triggered, which was equivalent to cheating. Very likely. Yasha nodded. Then why aren't you the protagonist? Zhang Wei didn't understand. Maybe Elder Suzaku's strange domain can't be completely decided by himself, it has to be based on the situation. Just like your CP line can't create non-existent characters out of thin air. You must have an internal reason to become the protagonist. Oh my god! You really seem to have changed into a different person. Zhang Wei was surprised. Professional player is so strong? It's my first time using it too. Crow Shark smiled shyly, finally feeling like Crow Shark. Okay, since you are so strong, tell me how to play this game. Zhang Wei made the right judgment immediately. According to the game's idea, if you can conquer one or more characters and establish a romantic relationship within a limited time, the game will be considered complete. Crow Shark said. Ah! I understand. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. I want to conquer Zhou Qing in this game. Does success mean killing her? Crow Shark nodded. It should be like this. What did the stupid narration just now say? Zhang Wei tried to recall. With the help of professional player, Crow Shark has an excellent memory. He repeated word for word. The gentle and intellectual elective teacher, the noble and elegant club sister, the shy classmate, the upper bunk bed with whom I spend every day. Stop, 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 that's it. Zhang Wei called out. Who are the first three? Crow Shark thought for a moment. The gentle and intellectual elective teacher is Elder Suzaku. Are you sure? Zhang Wei asked. Yeah. Crow Shark smiled like a little fanboy. Elder Suzaku is super nice. Zhang Wei thought for a moment. That noble and elegant club senior. Must be Bai Lu. Crow Shark nodded. The shy and introverted classmate is the dead beast Zhou Qing, your target for strategy. Yeah, that makes sense. Zhang Wei was stunned and found the problem. No, Zhou Qing is not shy at all. She should be wild and unrestrained. Contrast. Crow Shark suddenly became professional, and the holy light of knowledge seemed to flash behind him. The usual routine of game character setting is to give a character two completely different faces, which not only facilitates plot reversal, but also increases the charm of the character. When the player triggers the hidden plot and sees through the true face of the character, he will have a huge sense of accomplishment and the pleasure of only I know your secret, which greatly enhances the fun of strategy. Stop, 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 I get it. Zhang Wei rolled up his sleeves. Hurry up and get started. Ding. There was a sound from Zhang Wei's pocket, and he took out his phone. The screen automatically lit up, and the main interface of the classic love game appeared inside. Zhang Wei clicked on his silly virtual image, and a 5-dimensional picture popped up immediately. Charm, 10. Humor, 10. Physique, 10. Knowledge, 10. Confidence, 100. There is also a wallet below, 300 yuan. Zhang Wei studied it, and then clicked on the daily table next to the virtual character. Today's actions can no longer be freely allocated and changed. They are, class in the morning, go to the club to sign up in the afternoon, and return to the dormitory at night. What's going on? Zhang Wei asked. Crow Shark explained. On the first day, the protagonist will meet all the characters that can be conquered. In the morning, he will meet the teacher and classmates in class, and in the afternoon, he will meet the club senior sister when signing up for the club, and in the evening, he will meet me when he returns to the dormitory. Awesome. You are worthy of being a professional player. Well, this arrow should be the key to quickly jump to the scene. Crow Shark said. Really? Zhang Wei clicked curiously. Swish. Instantly, Zhang Wei found himself standing in a university classroom, surrounded by college students whispering to each other, but these people were all shadows, exactly like those unimportant background characters in the game. Student, don't stand there stupidly. Suddenly, a familiar female voice came from behind. Chapter 1176. Zhang Wei turned around and saw a young woman standing on the podium. She had brown curly hair, a delicate oval face, a slightly drooping mouth, a pair of frameless glasses, a professional white shirt with a dark hip-wrap knee-length skirt, black stockings with black high heels, and a pointer in her hand. It was Suzaku. Zhang Wei was stunned for a few seconds, and he had a thought with shame. It seems that the university teacher who is trying to capture him in the love game is not. No. Absolutely not. Zhang Wei immediately slapped himself in his heart. He is still thinking about it when he is on the verge of life and death. Suzaku looked calm and had the dignity of a teacher. Classmate, find a place to sit. The class is about to start. Oh. Zhang Wei looked around and found that the only empty seat was in the corner by the window, and the only female classmate who was not Shadow was sitting next to the seat. As Crow Shark expected, this shy and introverted classmate was Zhou Qing. To be precise, it was the game character played by Zhou Qing. She wore a loose t-shirt and jeans of ordinary style, and her original hot body was completely invisible. She tied her hair into a bun and wore a pair of large and heavy black frame glasses. The lenses reflected and covered her eyes. She shrunk her neck, pulled her shoulders inward, and buried her head very low, just short of writing the words "I am a little transparent" on her face. No, she acted so professionally. Zhang Wei recalled the dead beast lust that crushed his heart, and looked at the introverted girl in front of him, and was a little split for a while. He glanced at Zhu Kei, who had a blank expression on his face, and waited quietly. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, and sat down next to Zhou Qing. Duh. Zhu Kei knocked on the blackboard. Okay, let's start the class. Today we are going to discuss the relationship between physical health and emotional value. For example, a cigarette after a meal, and a cup of milk tea late at night are bad habits that are harmful to health. But we must admit that it can bring people happiness and a pleasant mood. And a pleasant mood is good for health in a certain sense. No. What kind of mess are you teaching? Zhang Wei held back his complaints and began to observe his desk-mate Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing still buried her head. If she had a turtle shell, she would have shrunk into it. Zhang Wei, stay calm, don't panic, Brother Yang is possessed. Analyze calmly. First of all, it can be confirmed that we must all abide by the rules of the game. We can no longer fight and kill, but must decide the winner in the form of a game. It is indeed a strange field, so strange, for some obvious reasons. I, Zhang Wei, got the script of the chosen male protagonist, so the initiative is in my hands, and I am the key to victory or defeat. What I have to do is definitely not to capture teammates, although Sister Zhu Kei is really charming, but to capture the enemy, that is, the dead beast Zhou Qing in front of me. But whether Zhou Qing was really brainwashed into a game character, or was forced to play a game character, I don't know. There is a difference between the two, but is it a big difference? It seems. Not very big. No matter what, she has to abide by the rules of the game. According to Crow Shark, as long as I follow the rules of the game and keep brushing her favorability, I can trigger a specific plot, and Zhou Qing will gradually fall in love with me until she completely falls. At that time, she will definitely die. In summary, this is a horrible love game where whoever falls in love will die, and I, Zhang Wei, will never fall in love with Zhou Qing. But whether Zhou Qing falls in love with me or not is not up to her. He. Zhang Wei gained confidence, with the corners of his mouth curled up. He shook his hair and smiled at Zhou Qing. Hello, my name is Zhang Wei, Taurus, blood type B. My hobbies are singing, playing basketball, and playing games. Zhou Qing was slightly startled, and buried her head lower because of shyness. TSK, this reaction is too routine, nothing new. Zhang Wei hurriedly smiled. I don't mean anything else. We will be classmates in the future, so I want to get to know each other. On. Zhou Qing's mobile phone in her pocket vibrated. She took out the phone and took a quick look, immediately put it back in her pocket, and began to pack her textbooks. Zhou Qing packed it quickly. She grabbed her bag, her face turned red like an apple. She glanced at Zhang Wei very nervously, and said in a very low voice, my name is Zhou Qing, nice to meet you. I have something else, I'm leaving first, bye. Zhang Wei wanted to say something. Zhou Qing crouched and slipped out of the classroom from the last row. Zhang Wei was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled evilly. Good guy, you are playing hard to get for me, right? Woman, you have successfully aroused my interest. Zhang Wei got up and chased her, but when he walked to the back door of the classroom, he found that he could not pass through. Zhang Wei then remembered that this was not reality, but a game, and the game scene was strictly limited. Zhang Wei's schedule today was to come to the classroom for class in the morning, and his action points had been used up. Zhang Wei. What are you doing? Chase her. The voice of Suzaku came from the podium, not as a game character, but as an awakener. Ah! Zhang Wei was startled. So you were just acting? Nonsense. Suzaku rolled his eyes at him. I was acting because I was afraid that Zhou Qing would wake up. She has been forcibly brainwashed by the strange field. This is only temporary. Huh, that's good. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhu Kei again. So you don't have to really go to class? Do you think it's necessary? Zhu Kei pointed to the shadow students under the podium. They were like rough NPCs, doing what they should do and turning a deaf ear to the conversation between the two. That's right. Zhu Kei was a little anxious. Zhang Wei, hurry up. Although the time in the field is different, I can't hold on for too long. I want to too. Zhang Wei was helpless. But the action points in the morning have been used up. What do you mean? Zhu Kei has never played a love game. Zhang Wei quickly explained to Zhu Kei. I see. Zhu Kei nodded. Okay, don't waste time here, jump to the scene quickly, and jump to the unimportant plot directly. Okay, see you later. Zhang Wei picked up the phone and pressed the jump button. Swish. Zhang Wei entered another game scene. This scene is quite special. It looks like a classroom, but the desks have been removed. One wall is full of clear French windows. The white gauze curtains sway gently. The afternoon sun shines in and shines on a tripod piano. White spots of light jump on the smooth piano cover. A graceful woman with silver hair and red eyes sits next to the piano. She wears a low-shoulder white dress. The dress is thin and beautifully made. Her soft silver hair spreads out and falls smoothly on her white shoulders and back. She closes her eyes slightly and plays a sad piano piece elegantly. Although this game has no logic at all and the character setting is a bit outdated, Bai Lu is too beautiful. Zhang Wei was stunned and looked at the beautiful senior sister for a few seconds. After a few seconds, Zhang Wei came back to his senses and walked quickly towards Bai Lu. Puff, he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 1177. After all this time, you're just playing nonsense, Zhang Wei said. Bai Lu lost her composure in a second, looked up and glared at him. I can't play the piano. After saying that, a line of game values appeared above Bai Lu's head. Favorability -1. Bai Lu raised her hands, and sure enough, the piano keys moved by themselves, and the piano sound continued. Junior, you came too early, the club doesn't start until 3 o'clock. Bai Lu was as cold as ice, and immediately explained. The previous sentence is the game's prescribed lines. Sorry, I was attracted by the piano sound when I passed by, and I couldn't help but come here first. Zhang Wei was also controlled by a certain force to finish the prescribed lines. This plot is so cliché. Why don't you knock on the door? What's going on now? Ah, sorry, the piano sound of the senior sister is so beautiful that I was immersed in it unconsciously. The situation is that the time in the strange field is limited, and I have to capture Zhou Qing as quickly as possible. Is it beautiful? But the teacher said that although the music I played was accurate, it lacked emotion. Then hurry up. But I clearly felt a lingering sadness in the piano music of the senior sister. I think the senior sister is not lacking in emotion, but just hasn't met someone who understands you. Damn, the fixed lines are finally over. Zhang Wei took out his mobile phone. Have you played love games? Bai Lu shook his head. I only play fighting games. Okay, I explain it briefly, and I may need your help later. Okay. Zhang Wei briefly explained the rules of the love game. In short, Bai Lu concluded, I, Suzaku, and Crow Shark will try not to waste your time, and at the same time collect more information about Zhou Qing to help you conquer faster. Yes, I'm leaving, see you later. Zhang Wei took out his cell phone and pressed the jump button. Swish. Zhang Wei returned to the dormitory, and was sitting side by side with Yasha at the computer desk playing games. Hello, I'm your roommate Yasha, you can call me Little Shark. Yasha said the prescribed lines. I'm Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was also forced to introduce himself. Student Zhang Wei, I heard that milk tea shops, coffee shops and bars are recruiting part-time jobs. I'm considering doing odd jobs. You can also consider it, Yasha said. Okay. You are not familiar with the school yet? I'm a live map. You can ask me at any time, Yasha said. Thank you. Ding. Zhang Wei's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that the game interface updated the map option. Clicking it in, it was a brief map of the university and the surrounding area. After a while, the two finished the fixed lines. Zhang Wei didn't dare to delay and immediately opened the schedule. Haha, I can finally choose freely. Zhang Wei studied, morning, afternoon, evening, late night. You can act 5 times a day, but the morning and late night permissions are not enabled. You can give gifts to the dormitory teacher and quickly establish a good relationship, and you should be able to open the late night action round, Yasha said. Okay. Zhang Wei silently wrote it down and asked again, how should I act tomorrow? Yasha thought for a while. Continue to attend classes in the morning. I should be able to see Zhou Qing and continue the strategy. Don't go to the club in the afternoon. Go to the library. It suits her personality, and I should be able to meet her by chance. What about the evening? Zhang Wei asked. In the evening, try to go to the bar. Ah? Zhang Wei frowned. Shouldn't we go to the playground, the lakeside, the coffee shop, etc.? Listen to me. Crow Shark was very confident. Okay, I jump in. Wait a minute. Crow Shark called Zhang Wei. Study the interface again, there should be other functions. Zhang Wei took his phone and clicked around, and soon made a new discovery. Wow, really, you can also shop online. Let me take a look. Zhang Wei clicked in. Cute dolls, perfume, lipstick, bags, necklaces, flowers, game discs, snacks, beautiful girl figurines. Crow Shark found the key point. How much is the beautiful girl figurine? 300 yuan, gosh, that's all the money I have. Buy it, Crow Shark said. Ah? Zhang Wei was puzzled. Aren't I going to capture Zhou Qing? Will she like the figurine? Not for her, but for the dorm supervisor. The information I show here shows that he is a senior ACG. If you can deal with him, you will have one more late-night action opportunity every day, and you can do more things. You don't need gifts to capture Zhou Qing at the moment, so you should improve your favorability first. Professional. Really professional. Zhang Wei gave a thumbs up to Crow Shark. You are simply a genius. Crow Shark smiled a little embarrassedly. It's a talent. No, I'm very good at judging people. Even if you don't have talent, you are quite smart, Zhang Wei said. Crow Shark was stunned, and a line of values popped up above his head. Favorability +1. Zhang Wei spent money to buy a beautiful girl figurine online, made a schedule for tomorrow, and pressed the jump button. This time, he didn't change the scene immediately. Zhang Wei entered the darkness, and soon, his various data appeared around him. Zhang Wei took a look and saw that his knowledge had increased slightly, his money was 0, and other attributes were basically unchanged. Zhang Wei pressed the confirmation button that popped up. Brush. Zhang Wei appeared in the classroom in the morning. It was almost the same as yesterday, but Zhou Qing's seat was empty. Teacher Zhuke on the podium was telling the students how a mortician spends a day. Sister Zhuke, where is Zhou Qing? Zhang Wei shouted. She didn't show up. Zhuke replied. Okay, no delay. Zhang Wei pressed the jump button. Swish. Zhang Wei appeared in the library. The library was very quiet, and there were not many people in the reading room. Sure enough, a familiar figure was sitting by the window. It was Zhou Qing. She was still dressed the same as yesterday, and was concentrating on reading a book. The afternoon light shone on her through the window, and the warm light spots danced on her hair, adding a bit of the quiet beauty of the years. Zhang Wei was distracted, and actually got into the play a little. Calm down. Calm down. She is a dead beast. An enemy. Zhang Wei shook his hair, cheered up, picked up a book at random, and walked to sit opposite Zhou Qing. He was thinking about how to start, and suddenly, he was startled. Zhou Qing's shoulders trembled, her eyes were red, and her face was full of tears. She was actually crying. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. Zhou Qing couldn't stop crying. She took off her thick reflective glasses, revealing a pair of narrow and blurred tearful eyes. Zhang Wei was stunned and found that there was an extra white handkerchief in his hand. Zhang Wei didn't think much and handed it over. Classmate, here. Zhou Qing looked up in panic, and found that it was Zhang Wei. She hesitated for 2 seconds, took the handkerchief, and choked. Thank you. Zhang Wei smiled and said no more. Although he was eager to push the game progress quickly, he also understood a truth. Haste makes waste. A few minutes later, Zhou Qing's mood stabilized. She glanced at the wrinkled handkerchief. I give you a new one tomorrow. No, it's just a handkerchief. Zhang Wei smiled. It's not mine anyway. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting lively, Zhang Wei quickly tried to find a topic. What book are you reading? Zhou Qing hesitated for a moment, then closed the book, allowing Zhang Wei to see the cover clearly. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded again. Chapter 1178. It turned out to be Journey to the West. This is indeed a good book, but Zhang Wei can't remember which plot in the book can make people cry like this. I saw the 3 fights with the white bone demon, Zhou Qing said. Oh, it turned out to be there. Zhang Wei quickly recalled the content and said, Tang Monk is too confused. Sun Wukong is too wronged. When I was a child watching TV, I was also angry and cried. No. Zhou Qing sniffed. White bone demon, it's so pitiful, it just wants to eat Tang Monk's flesh. What's wrong with that? It tried so hard, but was discovered by Sun Wukong again and again, so pitiful. Jiang Wei was stunned, and the world spun in an instant, as if countless complex formulas were stuffed into his head. Jiang Wei. This is a test. Can't lose. Absolutely can't lose. Ahem. Jiang Wei tried to keep up with the dead beast's strange train of thought. Yeah, think about it. It was originally a skeleton, and it took countless years of gathering the spiritual power of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, to finally cultivate into a spirit, and finally climb to the top of the food chain. Is it easy for it? Just because it wanted to eat a bite of Tang Monk's meat, it was beaten to death by Sun Wukong with a stick. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Why can people eat animal meat, but monsters can't eat human flesh? Yes. Zhou Qing couldn't help crying again. It's really, really pitiful. Yes, yes. Jiang Wei began to get into the play. It's really fate. People who work hard to live are always hurt the most by life. The more people who are eager for the stage, the farther away from the spotlight, and the more people who believe that they are the protagonist, the more like a clown. Zhou Qing was stunned. A large number of numbers appeared on his head. Favorability +1 +1 +1 +11. Zhou Qing wiped her tears, smiled, and put on her glasses again. Jiang Wei, I'm very happy to chat with you today. I have something else to do, so I leave first. Zhou Qing stood up and left. Jiang Wei stood up and watched Zhou Qing leave, with mixed feelings in his heart. Although the process was strange, the result was unexpectedly smooth. Jiang Wei, you are really a genius. That's it. Within 3 days, I will definitely take her down. Ding. The phone rang. Jiang Wei picked it up, and saw that the game interface had a communication function. Crow Shark sent a message. The stuff has arrived. Jiang Wei quickly replied. The stuff? What? A figurine. So fast? I bought it last night, and it's here today. What kind of amazing logistics? I can deliver it for you. Okay, you can deliver it to the dormitory supervisor for me. Jiang Wei continued typing. No, you become fluent, but why are you so hesitant when chatting online? The game is limited. The signal is unstable. Okay, I have to hurry up too. Jiang Wei pressed the exit button. Swipe. I let go of you only when I'm humbled, and I look back only when I'm lonely. From now on, I no longer believe in everlasting love. If time could go back, I'd rather never have it. Your hypocritical tenderness. The deafening music and drum beats almost blew Jiang Wei's eardrums apart. He found himself in the middle of the bar's dance floor, with dazzling lights and shadow NPCs all around. Everyone was indulging in music and having a blast. Jiang Wei looked around and spotted Zhou Qing at a glance. After all, it was too obvious to see a real person standing among a group of shadows. Zhou Qing changed her school look. She wore heavy makeup, bright golden waves, a cool camisole, a pair of tattered denim hot pants, and bare long legs, dancing on the dance floor. Jiang Wei was amazed. The contrasting character is understandable, but why did the hair color change? The game is so capricious, the style can be changed. Jiang Wei pretended to dance to the music, while slowly approaching Zhou Qing. Jiang Wei was thinking about how to make it look like a natural encounter, and what kind of opening remarks would be more appropriate. Suddenly, a man, actually a shadow man, appeared behind Zhou Qing. He moved ambiguously against Zhou Qing's back, and twisted his body with Zhou Qing. Soon, his hands became restless, and touched Zhou Qing all over. Zhou Qing, who was immersed in dancing, slowly realized that something was wrong. She turned back, and glared at him and walked away. The man was relentless, and soon pestered Zhou Qing again. He even put his mouth close to Zhou Qing's ear, and said something. Although it was just a shadow, Jiang Wei could also feel the man's frivolity. Zhou Qing's face immediately sank, and she turned to leave. The man suddenly grabbed Zhou Qing's hand, pulled her into his arms, and hugged her tightly. What are you doing? Zhou Qing pushed the man away angrily and slapped him. The man was stunned for a moment, slapped Zhou Qing in the face with his backhand, and cursed. I'm mute. Jiang Wei, who witnessed the whole process, got excited and rushed forward to punch the shadow man in the face. Unexpectedly, the shadow man dodged lightly, and kicked Jiang Wei at the same time, and Jiang Wei was kicked to the ground. No, I am the protagonist of the game. Why can't I beat an NPC? Just as Jiang Wei was about to stand up in pain, the shadow man came forward and punched and kicked him. Jiang Wei was no match at all, and could only be beaten. Damn, the pain was so real. What a strange place did the funding of this broken game go? Jiang Wei looked up while being beaten, and Zhou Qing was gone. Jiang Wei curled up on the ground, protecting his head tightly, and quickly took out his mobile phone to open the game interface and press the jump button. Swish. Jiang Wei returned to the dormitory and entered the late night time. The late night action round authority was enabled, but because of his injury, he could only rest in the dormitory this round. He sat on the lower bunk with a bruised face and nose. Crow Shark took a cotton swab and disinfectant to clean Jiang Wei's wound. Ah. Be gentle. It hurts. Jiang Wei grinned. Crow Shark was a little clumsy, explaining, "Don't fight casually now. Your physical fitness is only 10, and you can't beat anyone." "How do you increase your physical fitness?" Jiang Wei asked immediately. "Working, playing basketball, going to the gym, and learning boxing can all increase your physique, and learning boxing is the fastest," Crow Shark said. "I go learn boxing tomorrow." Jiang Wei was furious. "Next time I see the grandson, I punish him." "You don't have money, so you can't go," Crow Shark said. "What a rubbish game, I'm the protagonist." Jiang Wei was furious. An NPC actually stepped on the player's head. There is no user experience at all. Crow Shark ignored Jiang Wei's personal emotions and continued to analyze. According to this plot development, Zhou Qing will disappear for a few days. In the next few days, your main task is to improve the 5-dimensional map, work to make money, collect clues, and wait for the next plot to be triggered. "Okay, I listen to you." Jiang Wei calmed down after venting his anger. "The dormitory manager likes your gift very much, and allows you to enter and leave the dormitory late at night. You have a little more action value every day." Jiang Wei hurriedly took out his mobile phone and checked the content of the late-night action. There are many things you can do. Night running, singing late-night KTV, going to the woods to pretend to be a ghost to scare couples. What's the connection? Raven Shark cleaned the wound. The wound is healed. Jiang Wei picked up the mirror and saw that the wound on his face was gone. "Thank you," Jiang Wei said, and thought of something else. "By the way, can I check the progress of the strategy character?" Raven Shark shook his head. "This progress is usually hidden." "Hey." Jiang Wei sighed. "I don't know how long Sister Suzaku's domain can last. I'm so anxious now that I can't wait to take down Zhou Qing." "Believe in yourself, you will definitely succeed," Raven Shark encouraged. "Do you really think so?" Jiang Wei was very happy. Crow Shark was stunned. In fact, he didn't believe it, but the bug of professional player drove him to encourage his teammates, which was more beneficial to clearing the game. "Really?" Crow Shark said calmly. "You are the most charming man I have ever seen. If I were Zhou Qing, I would definitely not be able to resist your charm." "Haha, it's over, it's over." Jiang Wei was in a good mood. He raised the mirror, moved his face left and right, touched his chin, grinned, raised his eyebrows, and shook his hair. "Well, this face is really good. Zhou Qing, wait for me, I will definitely take you down within a week." Jiang Wei rekindled his confidence, raised his mobile phone, and pressed the jump button with a beep. Chapter 1179. West Suburb Park, Central Lake. There is an artificial lake in the middle of the vast grassland. In the middle of the lake is a sesame-sized island, on which a fairy tale-style cabin is built. Tonight, the cabin was razed to the ground, replaced by the angry throne of the dead beast. It was a rough red king's chair, behind which stood a unicorn's spiral horn, like a chimney of a large factory rising straight into the night sky. Hundreds of strange horns also rushed out of the lake's surface around the island. From a distance, they looked like hundreds of dead trees growing in the lake. Mark sat on the king's chair, naked from the waist up, wearing boxer shorts on his lower body, his hands on his knees, leaning forward, his head down, clearly motionless, but exuding a manic and violent atmosphere. In the playground half a kilometer away, two figures, a man and a woman, stood on the high-altitude track of the roller coaster, using tactical binoculars to monitor Mark from a high position, without approaching rashly. It has been a while since the third hour of the Sangja came, and Dohu has almost figured out the current situation. Ishur gradually lost his patience, and he looked around. Why hasn't Uncle Xian come yet? Dohu squatted on the track, hunched his back, and moved like a big cat. He squinted slightly, holding a cigarette but in his mouth. Dohu took the last puff, spit out the cigarette but stood up and stretched his body. Didn't I say that he won't come? He really won't participate in the battle? Ishur thought Dohu was lying to her. Why? What mission is more difficult than the final battle? He died? Dohu interrupted. What? Ishur couldn't believe it. At dawn, he will die without a doubt. This is the price of being a judge. Dohu looked at Ishur. Have I made it clear enough? But, This bad news was too sudden, and he sure couldn't accept it. He was afraid that this would affect Gao Yang, so he asked Chu Kei to help him play a trick. Dohu touched his chin. I just found out yesterday. Then there are only two of us. Isher's face was ashen. Deal with anger? No. Dohu grinned. It's me alone. Isher was shocked again, and his pupils dilated. Dohu. You're crazy. Isher, let's go. Dohu waved his hand. If you stay, you will definitely die. I'm not afraid of death. Isher roared, and then he felt guilty. No, I'm actually afraid of death, but I can't look at you. Isher. Dohu retracted his smile, and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. This is my family affair. No one can interfere with me tonight. Don't refuse a toast. Even if it's a teammate, I will kill it. Isher felt a chill on his back, and his heartbeat stopped for a few seconds. Dohu wasn't kidding. He was serious. He would really kill anyone who stood in his way. Dohu. Isher forced herself to overcome her fear, her voice trembling. I know the grudge between you and Mark, but now is not the time to act rashly. I'm going to act rashly. Dohu sneered and took a step forward, forcing Isher to choke, and she almost fell off the track. The end of the world has nothing to do with me, and the victory of mankind has nothing to do with me. I'm going to act rashly today. What can you do to me? Isher was very scared, but did not give in. Dohu, even if you want to kill me, I can't abandon you. Dohu was stunned, and his cold disguise collapsed. Girl, do you really want me to tell the truth? Dohu sighed. In terms of explosive power and destructive power, anger is only inferior to arrogance. If we fight, you won't be alive, and there won't be any corpse left. Isher, you are only distracting me here, holding me back, and making my chances of winning even lower. Isher was silent. Without Uncle Xian's cooperation, she was indeed a burden. Let's go. Don't worry. I will kill anger, Dohu said. Isher's eyes were red. She was convinced because of the reasons he gave, and more because of the faith and determination he showed. Suddenly, she had a strong premonition that this separation would be forever. A short silence. Deputy Captain, be careful. Isher solemnly extended her hand. Dohu held her hand. 2 seconds later, Isher wanted to pull her hand away, but found that Dohu did not let go. His face had returned to a nonchalant look. I say, you really just shook hands? Hurry up and give me a status. Isher was amused and started status. You think I'm in the way? Don't you think you don't need it? Haha, I wanted to pretend, but I pretended too much. Dohu gradually felt a stream of energy entering his body, and he frowned. This little bit is not enough for anyone, and if Fury sees it, he will think I can't afford it. Turn it up to the maximum. Isher frowned. Are you sure? The side effects will be great, and you will become extremely tired in 20 minutes. A duel between masters will not take a few minutes. Dohu smiled confidently. Okay. Isher injected the highest status into Dohu, and after 5 minutes, Dohu's physical and mental state will reach its peak. Okay. Isher let go of Dohu's hand, hesitated, and asked, if. Do you have a message for someone? Dohu folded his hands, pouted, thought seriously, and shook his head. No. Isher nodded. Then I go. Oh. Dohu remembered. Tell Qingling that the weapon belongs to her. Isher was stunned. Okay. Isher jumped off the high-altitude track and left quickly. Dohu took out another cigarette and lit it, took a deep puff, and then put the cigarette on the edge of the track, as if this cigarette was lit for someone else. Bang. Dohu jumped hard and landed on the grass. He walked quickly towards the angry throne in the center of the artificial lake. In the world of black, white and gray, the night wind blew quietly, and the green grass under his feet seemed to have the sketch lines of the painter's pen, swaying back and forth, layer by layer. For no reason, Dohu thought of his mother. In fact, his mother's face in his memory was already extremely vague. But he still clearly remembered the bright blue sky in May, the smell of the sun shining into the damp wooden floor of the living room, and the sound of the steak slowly cooking in the frying pan, which was like the collapse of countless small expectations that no one cared about. That day, the mother put on makeup and tried to hide the bruises on her face. She wore a black skirt and a gray knitted coat. Her black hair gently fell down, so that the scars on her body disappeared. Today, the father was not at home, and the mother made a hearty lunch for her son. This was rare. In the past, lunch was just something to get by. The mother poured a glass of orange juice for Dohu, and a glass of red wine for herself. She was in a particularly good mood today, and she was in good spirits and talked more. She talked about her hometown and childhood. There was an orchard behind her house. In May, it was full of citrus fruits, which were particularly sweet. She and a few friends went to the orchard to steal citrus fruits to eat, but they were discovered by the big yellow dog and fled. One little boy's pants were bitten, exposing his buttocks, and he was laughed at by everyone for a whole summer. His mother described it vividly, and Dohu listened with great interest while eating a not-so-delicious steak. For the first time, he thought optimistically, maybe his mother's illness will really get better slowly, maybe everything will get better. After lunch, Dohu went back to the room to tinker with the model, and his mother carried a canvas bag on her back and planned to go to the nearby supermarket to buy some things. Until dark, his mother did not come home, and his father did not come home either. They were probably drunk again, and then fell in the toilet of a bar or on the street. The next morning, neighbors found Dohu's mother's body in the small lake on the farm. She took a lot of sleeping pills and drowned. The sun was still very good that day, and the air was fresh. Dohu stood by the lake and watched his mother's wet body being covered with a white cloth, put on a stretcher, and carried into the car. At that moment, Dohu was more understanding than sadness. Yes, he seemed to understand his mother. Why has my mother been in so much pain these years? No matter how much medicine she takes, she can't get better, because she has never been able to accept and change her fate. Why was my mother so happy yesterday, as if she had recovered from a serious illness, because she found a third choice besides acceptance and change, that is, letting go. Let go of life completely. Is this choice brave or cowardly? Is it beautiful or cruel? Is it right or wrong? Dohu thought about it for a long time, but there was no answer. Later, Dohu gradually stopped thinking about it, and even forgot about it. Somehow today, he thought of this question again. He finally realized that all the unresolved problems in life will never really disappear. They will only melt into your flesh and blood, carve your soul, until one day in the future, it will turn into the bell of fate and knock on your chest. Romantic people give it a beautiful and gentle name, self-salvation. Chapter 1180. Mark slowly raised his head and looked at Dohu by the lake. A satisfied smile appeared on the old man's thin and sharp face. You are finally here. Dohu pulled out the dragon-killing giant sword on his back and grinned. Sorry for the long wait. Why, you don't bring some helpers this time? Mark on the throne moved his neck slightly. Song Dao has not weakened me as much as you think. Helper? Dohu raised his hand and pointed the tip of the sword at Mark's eyebrows. Do you understand what it means to keep family disgrace in the family? Besides, of course, you have to enjoy such a good thing as killing me alone. Not bad, you are finally like a man. Mark smiled. This is my son. Bang. The word son seemed to anger Dohu, and he almost disappeared on the spot, turning into a gray wind, skimming on the lake, and killing Mark. Chong chong chong. Mark didn't stand up. He still hunched his back and lowered his head like a boxer taking a break, but the giant horns scattered on the lake's surface stabbed at Dohu. Dohu quickly slashed out his sharp sword light, cutting off the attacking horns, and dodged left and right at the same time, using some horns as stepping stones, constantly detouring, and approaching Mark in the center of the lake little by little. Dohu's body movements were agile and smooth, almost very easy. No matter what tricky angle the giant horn stabbed at him, he seemed to be able to perfectly predict it. Mark had confirmed through testing that Dohu was much stronger than last time. He sneered, stood up slowly, and moved his shoulders. Not far away, Dohu shrunk his legs to avoid the two horns stabbing at his lower body, and used them as stepping stones to leap swiftly and fly straight to Mark. The horns along the road stabbed at the same time, trying to stop Dohu. Dohu smiled, and he exerted force with both arms and threw the giant sword at Mark. The giant sword turned into a silver cannonball and rushed straight to Mark before the horns gathered. Clang! Mark raised his left arm, which was as hard as steel, and threw the giant sword away with force, and it flew to the top of his head. Swish! Dohu appeared above Mark's head, caught the giant sword steadily with both hands, and chopped it down. Mark's eyes tightened, and he raised his hands to cross and block. Boom! The dazzling gray sword energy brought by the giant sword hit Mark and his throne, and the terrifying energy of the shock force turned into a semicircular light ball and spread around, and the entire island was razed to the ground in an instant. The artificial lake seemed to have fallen into a small meteorite, and the lake water surged in all directions, turning into a huge fountain. Swoosh! While the energy ball was still spreading around, two figures had already flown out, moving and entangled at high speed on the wide grass. Bang bang. Boom boom. Mark and Dohu were like two high-speed impact balls, dragging two long energy trails, frequently colliding at high speed, with fist shadows, sword lights, energy ripples, and explosive energy waves everywhere. Looking down from the sky, the entire grassland seemed to be bombarded by artillery fire. Dohu did not lie. If he sure participated in the battle, she would not have left a complete body. When she died, she would not even know who killed her. In the first 10 seconds of fierce confrontation, the gray impact ball had a strong offensive and put great pressure on the brown impact ball. Bang! Soon, the brown impact ball that had just jumped into the air was chased and hit by the gray impact ball, and fell rapidly in the direction of the amusement park in an oblique line, and smashed the foundation of a Ferris wheel 2 seconds later. Crack, crack, crack. The Ferris wheel collapsed to one side. Dohu, who was still in midair, rushed to the place where Mark fell. Suddenly, Dohu's eyes flashed and were illuminated by some strong light. Boom! A huge brown energy shock wave, like a laser cannon, rose from the ground, instantly melting most of the Ferris wheel, and shot obliquely towards Dohu in midair. At that moment, the black, white, and gray world was stained with a layer of violent dark brown. Dohu had no way to avoid it, and he didn't intend to avoid it. His veins bulged, and the dragon-killing giant sword in his hand vibrated with dazzling gray energy. He slashed at his feet, and the sharp and narrow gray sword energy split the brown energy shock wave in half. The brown shock wave was like a waterfall flowing back to the sky, split by a hard and stubborn gray stone, and rushed to the two ends of the night sky in a Y shape. However, in the middle of this brown waterfall, a darker brown energy sphere rushed towards Dohu. That was Mark. His body became taller and stronger, with bloody spiral horns growing on his head, and two high-speed rotating horns in his hands. He got serious and his overall combat power doubled. Swish! Mark pulled his arms back fiercely, and the two horns in his hands turned into a pair of brown scissors, cutting Dohu in the waist. Dohu swung his knife to block. Boom! Two intersecting energies rushed into the night sky, leaving a cross scar. Dohu barely blocked the attack, and the giant sword in his hand was actually shaken away and spun towards the sky. Dohu himself fell rapidly towards the ground. Mark took advantage of the victory and turned into a drill, drilling straight down. Dohu's mouth was bleeding, but his face was not panicked at all. He pulled out the blue dog demon sword and injected energy, flipped over and landed, and quickly flashed to the side. Air. Drill Mark smashed down, and for a moment, energy exploded and the soil flew. Dohu, who had escaped the catastrophe, was blown away by the powerful energy. 2 seconds later, he landed steadily on his feet and rushed back to Mark with a bang. Dohu changed from the dragon-killing giant sword to the blue dog demon sword. Although the destructive power decreased, the action was more agile. On the other hand, although Mark's combat power increased greatly, his body was twice as tall, and his agility decreased. In the next 10 seconds, two high-speed impact balls, one large and one small, began a dazzling entanglement and fighting again. The central area of Shiju Park was constantly scratched by two sharp lines, one gray and one brown, and sparks and energy ripples were blasted from time to time. The brown impact ball chased the gray impact ball frantically. Although it was fierce and brutal, it was always one step slower than the opponent. However, it was impossible to win by dodging blindly. Finally, Mark found an opportunity, and hit hard from bottom to top, knocking Dohu's weapon away again. Dohu's arms were numb and almost dislocated, and the whole person flew towards the sky. Mark didn't hesitate at all, kicked his legs and chased straight into the sky. Dohu was covered in wounds, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes looking at the night sky quickly focused after a brief distraction. The warm-up was over. Chapter 1181. Swish. In an instant, the dragon-slaying giant sword that had been thrown into the sky returned to Dohu's hand. This was not a coincidence. Dr. Jia had empowered the dragon-slaying giant sword, and the black gold knife holder behind Dohu with Qing Ling's metal power. Dohu could also remotely control his weapon. Although the effect was far less flexible and ever-changing than Qing Ling's, it was still no problem to quickly get the weapon back to him. Dohu held the dragon-slaying giant sword high with both hands. At this moment, the state in his body had reached its peak state, and the trump card left by Zhu Ke for him would also play its maximum effect. Equivalent exchange triple strengthening. Murder expert tooth for tooth. Black. Energy rushed out of Dohu's body crazily, and the giant sword in his hand melted in an instant, turning into a dazzling gray energy like dark cloud. Mark, who was chasing Dohu, was shocked. He felt Dohu's sudden strength. But he was fearless. He had turned into a drill. Not to mention Dohu, he would drill a hole in the sky. Dohu's eyes almost turned into two balls of white light. He had a ferocious smile on his face. He held the gray dark cloud above his head high, as if he was holding a hammer of Thor. Pound. The gray hammer hit the brown drill hard. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sky and the earth lost their color. The violent and chaotic energy turned into dazzling thunder, which spread rapidly above the sky, almost tearing the sky into pieces. 3 seconds later, the brown drill lost. Swish. It fell to the ground instantly like a line drawn by God with chalk. Empty. The ground exploded, and the surrounding grass, trees, buildings, and entertainment facilities were all twisted and turned in waves under the energy ripples, and collapsed. Soon, the earthquake disappeared and everything returned to silence. In the center of the large crater, Mark knelt on the ground, his wounds all over his body split open, and countless bloody horns rushed out of his body. He felt unbelievable that he had lost in that blow. He was just about to stand up. Pound. Dohu fell from the sky, and the dragon-killing giant sword in his hand chopped Mark's neck, like an executioner responsible for beheading. Nothing. Mark's head, which was about to be raised, drooped again, his feet sank deep into the ground, and the horns in his body exploded further, turning into a blood-red coral. Of course, Mark could not be beheaded by Dohu, and even if his head was chopped off, he would not die, because his real heart was his horns. However, kneeling in front of his own son, what a humiliation. Ah! Mark's veins popped up all over his body, and in an instant, most of the horns that rushed out of his body retracted into his body, and he suddenly exerted force to raise his head. Pound. Fighting Tiger also burst out with even greater energy in an instant, raised his foot, and stepped hard, pressing down the heavy giant sword, and the giant sword pressed Mark's head down again. Crunch, creak, creak. Countless blood-colored horns rushed out of Mark's body again, spreading a large area of coral around, more than last time. Mark was shocked. How is it possible? Compared to the previous second, Fighting Tiger's strength has increased again. Mark was forced to lower his head. He couldn't see that Fighting Tiger's left hand had pierced his chest, triggering the dying state of murder expert, so his strength doubled again. This is the so-called the higher the virtue, the higher the devil. He, Fighting Tiger, wants to suppress his father tonight, and make him feel the greatest humiliation. The blood on Dohu dripped onto Mark's body. Dad, does this scene look familiar to you? Dohu's face was covered in blood, but he was as happy as a child. You are looking for death. Mark was angry. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, a beam of energy rose from the ground, illuminating the world. It was a strong brown at first, but it was soon replaced by gray, and finally offset perfectly. The crater on the surface doubled again, sinking more than 10 meters deep, surrounded by gray and brown energy fragments, like a polluted crystal mine. The result did not change. Mark still could not break free from Dohu's suppression, still kneeling on the ground, his head touching the ground, with a huge sword on the back of his neck. Because Dohu launched the instant curse of blood curse at the cost of reducing his life by 10 years, Mark fell into a short-term weak state, and the effect of anesthetic also gradually became apparent. At that moment, Mark felt confused for the first time. The second form failed to start successfully. Dohu's face became paler and paler, but he always maintained a slightly more proud attitude. Dad, you won't forget that scene, then I have to help you recall it. I watched that game hundreds of times. Before the game, you boasted that you could finish the opponent in 3 minutes, but in the end, you were beaten down by the opponent. A newcomer you never even looked to beat you to a pulp. You lay on the ground, waiting for the referee to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You really want to get up, but you can't. You are as miserable as a mad dog beaten to death on the roadside. Yes. Just like now. Exactly the same, ha ha ha. Nothing. Dohu stepped hard and stomped Mark's head to the ground. Stinky old man. You have lived in anger all your life. You have been venting your anger on others, and taking revenge on life all your life. But the anger in your heart has never subsided. Have you ever thought about why? Nothing. Dohu continued to step down, and Mark's head sank into the ground. Because all your anger comes from the fear of your own incompetence. Because you are the real coward, you don't even have the courage to face fear. Do you think that bullying the weak can prove your strength? Do you think that the world will hear your accusations if you tear apart the beauty? Do you think that as long as you keep angry, fate will respond to your desire? No. No. Never. God is not your father. He will not wipe the ass of a giant baby like you. He will only watch the show while clapping his hands, and when he is tired of watching, he will kill you and send you back to the furnace for recreation. Empty. Fighting Tiger's last kick, huge energy overflowed, The world seemed to be pale for a second under the flash, and Mark's head was crushed. And I, your son. I am your ferryman of hell. 3 seconds of silence. Swish. In an instant, all the blood-red horns retracted into Mark's headless body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The earth began to tremble, and Mark's body began to melt, emitting a hot and dazzling brown light. At the moment when Mark's head was crushed by the fighting tiger, he forcibly entered the ultimate form of the second form at the cost of his life, the horns of anger. Countless horns rushed out of the ground, grew wildly in the crater, and gathered towards the center. In the void, Mark's voice came. I am angry. Chapter 1182. Late at night, in the amusement park. It was pitch black all around, with the only light coming from a carousel decorated with lights, which played cheerful music, but this cheerfulness seemed even more lonely in the empty darkness. The cute sheep sat on the carousel, holding the iron handrails with both hands, smiling brightly. The dead pig followed behind, pushing a beam of the carousel with brute force, as if he was pulling a millstone. He also smiled, and looked a little honest. Are you happy, cute little sheep? The dead pig said in a gentle voice. Yes. Happy. The cute sheep nodded vigorously. Our cute little sheep is 1 year older. Have you made a wish? The dead pig asked. Not yet. The cute sheep said. Then you have to make a wish quickly, or it won't work after 12 o'clock. The dead pig said. Yeah. The cute sheep sat on the ups and downs of the carousel, and his clear big eyes turned. I hope I can find my parents. The dead pig was slightly stunned and continued to push the carousel. Cute little sheep, have you ever thought about what your parents would look like? I have thought about it. The cute sheep smiled shyly. Actually, I dreamed of my mother. Hee hee. The dead pig laughed. Cute little sheep's mother must be very beautiful. How do you know? The cute sheep was a little surprised. I guessed. The dead pig said. Hee hee, the mother in the dream is very beautiful. She pinched my face and made faces at me. After I woke up, I told the dream to Sister White Rabbit, and she asked me to draw it down so that we can go find my mother, but I can't draw it well. You are still young. When you grow up, you can draw well. The dead pig said. Yeah. The cute sheep nodded seriously. The dead pig was still pushing the carousel. Sweat appeared on his face, and he began to breathe heavily. The cute sheep noticed. Uncle Dead Pig, stop pushing, put me down. It's okay, Uncle is not tired. The dead pig lowered his head, wiped the sweat off his face, and deliberately hid his eyes. Little cute sheep, have you dreamed of your father? The cute sheep shook his head and answered honestly, no. Hee hee. The dead pig smiled and stopped talking. The cute sheep hesitated for a moment and smiled embarrassedly. But I thought about what my father would look like. Really? The dead pig said. Well, it must be the same as Uncle Dead Pig. Gotcha. The dead pig stopped suddenly, and the sound of damaged parts came from inside the facility. Woo! The current disappeared, the lights of the carousel were all extinguished, and the cheerful music stopped abruptly. The dead pig raised his head, tears streaming down his face. Uncle Dead Pig. Ming Yang was startled. Why are you crying? The dead pig didn't say anything, just looked at Ming Yang with great pain. In a trance, the carousel disappeared, the world was empty and dark. Only a weak flame floated between Ming Yang and the dead pig, illuminating each other's faces. Uncle Dead Pig, where is this? Ming Yang suddenly felt bone-chilling cold. I'm so cold, so scared. The dead pig slowly squatted down, opened his arms, and hugged Ming Yang into his arms. Don't be afraid, Ming Xiaoyang, don't be afraid. Uncle will protect you. Ming Xiaoyang. Nothing will happen. The dead pig's voice was gentle, but weak. Ming Xiaoyang will grow up happily, will find his parents, and will live a happy life. Ming Yang wanted to say something, but she smelled a pungent smell of blood. She was startled. The dead pig hugging her was rotting all over. His arms had no skin. The flesh and blood kept rolling and evaporating rapidly. Many places had exposed white bones. At the same time, fresh blood and flesh tissues were growing wildly, trying to repair, but their speed was far less than the speed of rotting. No! Don't! The dead pig looked horrible at the moment, but Ming Yang was not afraid at all. She hugged the dead pig tightly and activated damage transfer. Ah! The huge damage in the dead pig's body was continuously transferred to Ming Yang's body. Ming Yang immediately felt the pain of being tortured, but in return, the dead pig's body rotted slower, and the speed of body repair was almost the same as the speed of rotting. Stop! What are you doing? Meng Yang? Stop! You will die! Meng Yang? Listen! Meng Yang? Stop now. Don't save me. The dead pig screamed at the top of his lungs. He couldn't push Meng Yang away, otherwise he couldn't protect her, but he couldn't stop the damage in his body from constantly transferring to this weak and stubborn body. No, no. The skin on Meng Yang's body began to fall off, revealing bright red muscles. Although she could absorb great damage in a short period of time, she was almost at her limit. I want to protect you. I want to save you. I don't want to lose you again. Meng Yang cried in pain. She finally remembered that she and Uncle Dead Pig were eaten by the black monster. They were being quickly digested in the body of gluttony. If it weren't for Song Dao weakening it, Gregor's word game would have a certain law restriction on it, and if gluttony had swallowed too many things, they would be completely digested in less than 20 seconds. The dead pig relied on its powerful self-healing power to support and protect the cute sheep, but this safe haven was so fragile and short-lived that it could not last too long. The cute sheep could never accept that one important person after another left her, and she transferred the damage in the dead pig's body without reservation. The mutual rescue of the two extended the death time again, but it was only extended. The dead pig wailed in pain, and later almost begged, "Cute sheep, please, don't save me anymore. Don't let me go to hell." The cute sheep could no longer hear, her eyes were bloodshot, and the damaged storage in her body reached its limit. Finally, the cute sheep slowly loosened her hands and began to move away from the dead pig, and the dead pig no longer had the strength to grab her. The two seemed to be poor people thrown into outer space, wandering forever towards their own trajectories. When dying, the dead pig suddenly grasped the inspiration of hope. He finally stretched out his almost bony hand and grabbed the cute sheep's hand with force. "Cute sheep," the dead pig shouted, "keep absorbing damage. Keep going. Cute sheep, cheer up. You want to save me. Don't give up." The cute sheep, who was almost unconscious, heard the dead pig's call, and her bloody little hand slowly clenched the dead pig's skeletal hand. Chapter 1183. At this moment, most of the flesh and internal organs of the dead pig have been digested. Under the shocking ribs, the beating heart protected by the energy path also began to dissolve and dissipate little by little. "Meng Yang, I'm sorry, Dad shouldn't underestimate you. You are a brave warrior like your mother, and you don't need anyone to protect you. You will survive, you will see the real dawn and move towards a new future. Dad and Mom will always protect you." The dead pig opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. "Dad, I love Shuba and Xiaoyang the most." The dead pig's half-flesh and half-bone face showed a relieved smile, and he finally let go of the little girl's hand with confidence. Without the delay of damage transfer, the remaining body of the dead pig quickly melted into the absolute darkness. Meng Yang's body slowly floated away in the opposite direction, but the decay on his body stopped. Suddenly, the cute sheep's body flashed a dazzling golden light, like an elf about to break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. When the damage in the cute sheep reaches the critical point, it will be automatically transferred. If there is no target to take the damage, the cute sheep will explode. The cute sheep's damage transfer can be transferred across species when it breaks through level 6. The cute sheep is in the body of the glutton. In theory, the glutton will automatically take over the cute sheep's damage. When dying, the dead pig thought of this and decided to take a gamble. Instead of deceiving himself and letting his daughter die half a minute later than himself, it is better to use his own damage as a weapon for the cute sheep and let her give it a try. At that moment, the dead pig unconditionally believed in his daughter and his companions, just like he believed in his lover and his friends back then. Human beings deserve a miracle. The cute sheep, who was about to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, slipped into that dream again in a trance. She was small, lying in the crib, and could only wave her chubby hands. She wanted to catch the blue in front of her, and the white fluffy thing on the blue. She didn't know that it was the distant blue sky and white clouds. Hello. The big face of a beautiful woman appeared in the world of the cute sheep. She was wearing a fresh suspender skirt and a sun hat with sunflowers on it. She reached out and pinched the cute sheep's little face. "Boss Xiaoming, are you awake?" "Hee, Mommy took you to see the sea. Do you like the sea?" "Idiot, she can't see the sea from this angle. She can only see the sky." Another woman's voice came from the side. "Haha, that's right." The beautiful woman in the sun hat had curved eyebrows and bright eyes. "Boss Xiaoming, I'm your mother, Ba Qiuqi. This is your aunt." "Get lost." "Haha, this is Aunt Lu. Although you are still so young, I believe you must be as smart as your mother, and you can definitely remember your mother, right?" "Hey, you pout, what do you mean? Do you want to see your father?" "Your father is not here, but Mom has a photo of him, I show you." The woman took out a very small headshot, with herself on the left and a man on the right, But unfortunately, the photo was reflective and could not be seen clearly. Meng Yang tried hard to see clearly and remember what his father looked like, but he couldn't see clearly. Wow! Oh, why are you crying? The woman was anxious. Another woman's sneer came. I'm afraid you cried because of Lao Zhu's ugliness. Nonsense! Her dad is just a little silly, not ugly at all. You can donate your eyes to people in need if you don't need them. Wow, wow! Ah, why is she crying so sadly? Come on, help me comfort her. Are you mom or am I mom? I put on such a beautiful makeup today, I haven't taken a photo yet. Mom, I can't see dad clearly, I can't see clearly, that's why I'm so sad. Meng Yan wanted to speak, but she couldn't speak, she could only cry. She was really anxious, because she knew it was a dream, and she was about to wake up from the dream. Sure enough, the blue sky, white clouds, and the woman disappeared, the dream was shattered, and the endless cold darkness drowned her like a tide. Meng Yang slowly opened her eyes. Finally, she saw clearly that there was a blurry man in the darkness moving away from her and smiling at her. Meng Yang knew it was Uncle Dead Pig. But for some reason, at that moment, Uncle Dead Pig's smiling face overlapped with the blurry face in the photo in the dream. Dad. The cute sheep called out softly. Damage storage exceeded the critical point. Damage automatically transferred. Damage amplified 10 times. Fuck. Witnessing the dead pig and the cute sheep being eaten by gluttony, Gregor couldn't help but swear. This swear word highly summarized all his feelings at the moment. Shock, anger, sadness, despair, helplessness. Fight it. Gregor, who lost an arm, broke free from the monkey's obstruction and staggered towards the black monster that was crushing him. Chong. Gregor only felt his feet shake, and when he came to his senses, he had been pushed into the air by a large stone pillar, and soon, he was level with gluttony in front of him. Gregor. Not lost yet. Gregor glanced sideways, and saw that Monkey was also standing on a stone pillar. The stone pillar continued to rise, allowing Monkey to overlook the entire market. The monkey looked sad but determined, and shouted, Don't be afraid of death, let's make a bet. Not afraid? Gregor responded loudly. I'm going to die anyway, so why should I be afraid of anything? Okay. I take you in, and help you buy time to the greatest extent. Gregor was stunned, and immediately understood Monkey's tactics. Ha ha. Let's do it. Gregor felt his blood boiling. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were like torches, and he was ready to die. The monkey slowly closed his eyes, and moved his chi to his dantian. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes, his pupils shook, and golden brown light overflowed from his eye sockets. Wrath of the Earth Dragon. Chong chong chong. Instantly, dozens of golden brown energy veins burst out from all over the market. They were the double marks of Earth and toys that the monkey had left while escaping. The monkey had originally planned to use this trick as a last-ditch effort, but now the situation was urgent, so he could only do it in advance. Ha! The monkey shouted loudly, and his arms formed a Tai Chi, and suddenly raised up. Boom boom boom. All the buildings near the energy veins began to collapse, and the ground cracked. They decomposed into a large amount of mud and rocks that flew into the sky around the light column, instantly forming dozens of upside-down mud and rock waterfalls. Dozens of waterfalls gathered above the market, and soon outlined bones and veins, and more mud and gravel were filled with flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, a brown earth dragon that covered the sky and the sun hovered over the market. Roar! The earth dragon roared, twisting its huge and long body, and leaned over to rush towards the giant black Pac-Man Gluttony. The earth dragon's body, like a moving spaceship, flew past Gregor and the monkey, stirring up a terrible gust of wind. Go up! The monkey shouted. Chapter 1184. Gregor did not hesitate, and quickly jumped onto the body of the earth dragon. At that moment, he felt like a tiny barnacle attached to a giant whale, waiting for a distant and unknown voyage. Boom boom. Gluttony felt the unprecedented huge food coming. It did not push it away, and quickly opened its mouth. No, it tore its mouth, almost turning the inside out, like a black pocket that was taken out, and the volume of the black vortex was 3 times larger than before. 2 seconds later, the head of the earth dragon plunged into the black vortex, like an infinitely long tram driving into an infinitely deep tunnel. Bang bang bang. Roar. Bang bang bang. Roar. The second form of gluttony frantically devoured the earth dragon composed of earth elements. The body of the earth dragon seemed infinitely long, because at its tail, there were dozens of light beams that split and combined more earth elements, continuously supplying the earth dragon. This process lasted for nearly a minute. All the houses in the area, including the deep foundations under the houses, collapsed and then reorganized into the body of the earth dragon, and drilled into the abyss of gluttony without hesitation. The big market under his feet was not even a ruin, but a clean giant pit. Finally, the tail of the earth dragon was also swallowed by Pac-Man. The infinitely long earth dragon has a limit, and the infinitely large gluttonous stomach also has a limit. In the center of the giant pit, the monkey stood on a lonely stone pillar. His face was pale, his lips were blue, and the wrinkles on his face were much lighter because of his excessive weakness. The monkey smiled slightly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Brother Goozy, are you full after this meal?" The black pocket that swallowed the whole earth dragon retracted and turned back into the black sphere before. But it stopped rolling and entered a strange state of stillness. Its mouth was open, and its whole body began to tremble. It seemed that it could no longer maintain this form. Swallowing too many lifeless dead things made it seriously indigestible. Puff, puff, puff. Gluttony opened its mouth and began to vomit. There were constantly half-digested or undigested dead things flying out of the black vortex in its mouth. It felt like a broken toy, madly ejecting small parts in its body. Puff, puff, puff. It was still vomiting. It was impossible for it to be really choked to death by food. The monkey's attack could not kill the second form of gluttony, but it could buy time. This was exactly the monkey's purpose. The winner was not him. Puff, 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 puff. After vomiting for about half a minute, Gluttony's body suddenly froze completely, as if someone had pressed acupoints. Gurgle, gurgle. The black sphere began to tremble violently, and in this trembling, it expanded rapidly, like a ball of fermented black dough. Soon, it turned into a giant black balloon, slowly floating up, and the scene was even a little funny. The monkey watched the huge sphere in front of him rise into the air, and did nothing else, just waiting quietly. Finally, the black sphere was level with the monkey on the stone pillar. It stopped trembling and expanding, but the color began to fade and become transparent little by little. At that moment, the huge amount of damage poured out of the cute sheet from the gluttonous body pushed it to the critical point. Hiss. A wisp of gray wind turned into a poisonous needle, piercing the sphere from the inside. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Then, countless poison needles pierced it from the inside out. Soon, these poison needles gathered above the sphere, forming a terrifying skull. That was Gregor's toxic wind. Relying on the cover of the Earth Dragon, Gregor was not digested in the first time. He quickly established a connection with the toxic wind and launched an attack from the inside. 3 seconds of silence. Boom. Finally, the second form of gluttony, this huge sphere floating in the sky, exploded. All the things it devoured, those that were half digested or not digested at all, turned into large and small ruins and fell from the sky. The gluttony domain collapsed, and the black, white, and gray world returned. The ruins rained smashed to the ground. They were like messy ruins blocks, filling up the huge pit under their feet again. In this huge rain of ruins, an inconspicuous black cocoon appeared. If you look closely, you will find that it is a protective shield woven from countless hairs as hard as steel wire. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, the black hair faded, and a man stood in the cocoon. Gregor. He was covered in blood and flesh, and was obviously corroded by the digestive power of gluttony. He had lost one arm, and the other arm was firmly holding a comatose little girl. Some of the magic hair on his head also wrapped her in 3 layers inside and outside, which was the safest swaddling clothes. Swish, swish. After a while, after confirming that it was safe, Gregor took back all the magic hair, and the unconscious cute sheep appeared in his arms. Her face was full of tear marks, but her face was as clean as before, and she was almost not hurt. Gregor, who was only half alive, gasped and put the cute sheep on the ground. He turned around, pulled out a swivel chair from the ruins, sat down, and took out a blood-stained cigarette case and lighter from his trouser pocket, took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a puff, and the smoke lingered on his torn face. One of his eyes was blind, and he squinted hard. He squeezed out a scary and funny smile, and took another puff of the cigarette. This period is really hard to write. Soon, all the ruins had fallen to the ground, leaving only dust flying all over the sky. At some point, it started to rain heavily and leaching real rain. In the gray heavy rain, there stood a lonely stone pillar, and an old man sat cross-legged on the top of the stone pillar, with his head down and no longer breathing. The monkey's energy was exhausted, and his luck was over. In a sense, it was the end of his life. His hands were hanging on his legs, his palms opened upwards, and raindrops fell on his withered palms, stayed for a short time, and then slipped through his fingers. On a rainy day, the 2 brothers took shelter from the rain under a broken hut near the field. "Sheepsy, I dreamt last night that Mom made dumplings for us, stuffed with pork and cabbage. They were so delicious. When I took a bite, my mouth was full of oil. Brother Goozy stopped talking. I'm hungry. The sweet potato rice at noon didn't fill me up at all. Sheetsy, I told my dad that I won't go to school after elementary school. I go to work and earn money to support your studies. Don't. Sheetsy, you're smart and good at studying, but I'm not. I fall asleep as soon as I read the textbooks. But, don't say buts. You must. Study hard, only with knowledge can you change your destiny, and make a lot of money, then we can eat dumplings every day. Okay? Okay. Okay, then we have a deal. But I still prefer dumplings stuffed with pork and celery. You know shit. Cabbage is the perfect match. No. Celery is the perfect match. Cabbage. Celery. Cabbage. Come on. Cabbage is the perfect match. No. Celery. Celery is delicious, haha, ha ha ha. Stop scratching. Cabbage. Cabbage is the perfect match. Chapter 1185. Early morning, Apple Island. Johan, Chen-Ing, Juan-Ma, and Enhegi got off a small truck and walked into the flat and open wasteland. Under their feet was moist brown soil and low weeds everywhere. The white moon above their heads stared at the earth quietly, and the world faded, leaving only white, black and gray. There was a vague red light in the depths of Apple Island. It was an ancient and strange red chair, with large and small red vertical eyes floating around it, and the eyeballs were turning tirelessly, as if they were afraid of missing anything. The four of them were sure at a glance that this was the greedy throne they were looking for. On the way to the enemy, Chen-Ing and Johan used their talents to carefully investigate and guard against ambushes and traps. Juan-Ma also observed the layout of the battlefield through feng shui. Soon, he concluded, not quite right. What's wrong? Johan asked in a deep voice. Juan-Ma frowned. It's too empty here. It's obvious. Enhegi said. I'm not talking about space. Juan-Ma explained. There is no gathering of energy here, no accumulation of luck, no focus, just like a fist hitting cotton. Can you put it in a more popular way? Chen-Ing said. I can only feel this layer. Juan-Ma thought for a while. If I have to interpret it, our battle may be in vain. The worry on Chen-Ying's face intensified a little. Is there any way to deal with it? Juan-Ma was silent for 2 seconds and answered truthfully. It is unlikely to change your luck. The general way to deal with it is to stay away from it as much as possible and avoid it. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became more solemn. The four of them knew that they had no choice but to escape. They had to find and kill greed within 3 hours of Sanjia. But my calculations may not be accurate. Juan-Ma added, trying to stabilize morale, but the effect was a little pale. Proceed as planned. Johan said in a deep voice. The four walked forward for a while. Johan suddenly stopped and raised his hand quickly, and the 3 people behind him immediately became alert. 10 meters ahead, a coin-sized red vertical eye appeared, watching them quietly. The 4 people suddenly felt a slight discomfort, as if the secret veil deep in their hearts was being peeled off layer by some malicious force. Swish. Juan-Ma's fingertips gathered a pulse of light energy and shot it at the eye. It was extremely fragile, and instantly exploded into a ball of blood mist and dissipated. The slight discomfort in the hearts of the 4 people slowly subsided. Chen-Ing frowned. Greedy eyes, there is indeed a big problem. The captain guessed correctly. If we are stared at by these eyes for too long, our fate will be spied on by them, and then it will be possessed. Johan nodded. We must not give greed a chance. No matter how many eyes there are, as long as they dare to approach, I can solve them immediately. Juan-Ma is very confident that his 10,000 lights can restrain a large number of scattered targets. Johan does not distrust Juan-Ma, but greed is too cunning, so it is not too cautious. He decided to follow the plan, merge. Chen-Ing, Enhegi, Juan-Ma walked towards Johan and put his hand on Johan's shoulder. Johan activated the level 7 3 heads and 6 arms, and his body immediately exploded with a golden light, which spread into a beam of light, engulfing the 3 people around him. 3 seconds later, the beam of light disappeared. 4 people became 1 person. This person is over 2 meters tall, with a tall and muscular androgynous appearance. 6 of his 8 arms are located on his back. He has only 1 head and 1 face. His facial features are harmonious, but if you look closely, you can find the characteristics of 4 people. Although the 4 people merged into one, they still performed their duties, and did not give the enemy a chance to take advantage. A few minutes later, the merged 9 colds approached Greed's throne. On the throne sadly, a corpse controlled by Greed. She seemed to guess that the horse would destroy all the eyes at the first time. At this moment, the eyes around the throne disappeared, and even the vertical eye between Li's eyebrows was closed, leaving only a pair of gray and cold dead eyes. Li slowly stood up, with the unique stiffness of a corpse, and her whole body exuded a breath of decay. Her gray body was wrapped in complex layers of black mist, like a retro dress. Soon, countless tiny eye slits appeared on Li's face and neck, controlling her expression, throat, and vocal cords. My opponents are you? Greed's voice was slippery and gloomy, like a poisonous snake from the underworld. Yes. The combination of the four answered. The Arab god can't be so stupid as to send you four to die. Greed said. Johan said nothing. 2 seconds later, a golden light exploded behind him. Swish. Jiuenma left Johan's body and returned to an independent state. He smiled coldly. Since you have discovered it, there is no need to hide. Captain, be careful. The combination looked serious. Yes. Jiuenma nodded. You too. Greed was slightly surprised. Jiuenma was Gao Yang in disguise. The thought just came to her mind, and it was immediately cut off. After the four people stepped into Greed's territory, they were observed by her eyes. Although the time was very short, Greed was sure that the fate of the four people could be spied on, which meant that there was no Long and Gao Yang among them. Suddenly, she felt a weak damage to her body. Li smiled stiffly. So, it was a scam. It seems to have succeeded. Jiuenma sneered. It's a pity that the time was too short, and the damage to me was negligible. Li took a step forward. The trick ends here. You have no chance of winning. Greed, you overestimate yourself. Kill you. The four of us are enough. Jiuenma has been separated from Johan, and cannot be reunited in a short time, but he didn't plan to do so. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. This is the principle Gao Yang taught him. Li no longer paid attention to Jiuenma's words, so as not to be scammed by him again. She opened her arms, and was about to activate her ability, but suddenly, she was startled and noticed something approaching. Li glanced slightly to the side, and on her left, a small truck was slowly approaching. Strangely, there was no driver in the driver's seat, and there was no awakener hidden in the car. Because of this, even if the truck quietly entered Apple Island, she didn't notice it at the first time until she got close enough. After Li found the small truck, it immediately accelerated and drove towards the crowd. Go! Johan gave an order, and Hegi's hand threw countless black gold hidden weapons at Li. Chen Ying's hands pressed a remote control with one hand and activated her talent with the other. At the same time, the horse leaped with all its strength, turned into a cannon, and disappeared into the night sky. Li was confused by the enemy's messy actions, and had no idea what they wanted to do, but she still instinctively controlled the black mist outside her body to block the dazzling hidden weapons. Suddenly, she found that Johan had disappeared. In fact, at the moment of throwing countless hidden weapons, Johan turned into a white light and drilled into the smooth surface of a black gold hidden weapon. Greedy was shocked. These are all feints. The real attack is... Boom. Chapter 1186. The truck exploded. A hemisphere of flames expanded rapidly, instantly engulfing most of Apple Island. The black and white-gray world was stained with a layer of dazzling red, and even the white moon in the sky was eclipsed and briefly wiped out by the red light. A minute later, the explosion was basically calmed down. A huge pit appeared in the heart of Apple Island, surrounded by scorched earth and residual flames, but the color had faded, like a war scene in a black and white movie. Somewhere in the scorched earth, there was an intact black gold plum blossom dart. Swish. A white light flew out from the surface of the plum blossom dart, and it was Johan, Chening, and Hegi who were still in the state of fusion. While 3 heads and 6 arms reached the time limit, and the 3 separated in a golden light. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky above the 3 people's heads. It was Jiuenma. His 2 black gold saws were equipped with small jets, which allowed Jiuenma to stay in the air for a while to avoid the impact of the explosion. Boom. Jiuenma turned off the jets on the soles of his feet and landed from the sky. Johan glanced at Chening, who immediately understood, closed her eyes, and activated perception. A few seconds later, Chening shook her head slightly. There are no other advanced life forms nearby. Johan didn't say anything. To be on the safe side, he activated Bird King and summoned flying animals to search for greed in a larger area. Plan A succeeded? Jiuenma himself was a little unconvinced. Plan A was the first plan Gao Yang made for Johan's team. Gao Yang knew very well that Johan's team had a low chance of winning in a head-on confrontation with greed, but he could take advantage of greed's suspicion and catch her off guard from other angles. The plan was simple. First, make sure greed really showed up and could hurt her. Junma's scam had confirmed this. Then, Enhegi quietly activated spirit attachment and controlled the small truck to approach greed. The truck was full of explosives, and Chen Ying's explosive expert energy was injected in advance. If it was detonated at close range, the destructive power would be multiplied by dozens of times. Before the explosion, Junma avoided the explosion by jumping and the flying jet on the soles of Wu Jin's feet. Jiuhan, Chen Ying, and Enhegi were still in a combined state, and they could hide in the Wu Jin hidden weapon by Mirror Man and escape. No matter what ambushes and traps greed had set up on the wasteland of Apple Island, they didn't care at all. They just blew them all up and put an end to it. Another minute passed, and a crow flew over Johan's head, made two hoarse and piercing cries, and then flew away. Johan shook his head. Greed was not found on the entire Apple Island. Unless you have special abilities, you won't have time to escape from an explosion of this magnitude. Enhegi said. Greed is really dead? Chen Ying was a little uneasy. She thought that Plan A could hurt or even severely injure Greed, but it was a bit too smooth to kill him in 1 second. Others had the same feeling. The four looked at each other and fell into silence. No. Suddenly Junma's face darkened. I succeeded in the fraud. Chen Ying was stunned. What do you mean? Of course it should succeed. No, it should fail. Johan looked solemn. Ah! Chen Ying reacted. The execution of Plan A itself was also a fraud against Greed. Greed failed to guess that the fraud in which Junma participated was judged to be successful, which would naturally cause damage to Greed's body. However, the premise is that Greed is still alive. If Greed is wiped out in the explosion, there is no such thing as a successful scam. Now Junma's scam is successful, but it is a failure, which means Greed is not dead. How is it possible? I can't feel her existence. Chen Ying activated perception again, and 2 seconds later, horror appeared in her eyes. It appeared again. Right next to us, everyone be careful. The four people had no time to figure out how Greed escaped, and how he appeared out of thin air. The danger has come. Gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. There were strange tiny sounds around, and dense cracks appeared in the air. These cracks seemed to tear open the space and grow red vertical eyes. They were like a static red hail, surrounding the four people. All the eyeballs in the vertical eyes looked at the four people. In an instant, thousands of sights turned into cold pinholes, suspended on the surface of the four people's skin, and pierced down little by little. 10,000 feet of light. The horse raised his hands high, and a golden spiral nebula immediately gathered above his head. This nebula rotated rapidly, continuously throwing out golden streams of light. These golden streams of light turned into light arrows and shot in all directions, rapidly shooting down the large and small red vertical eyes around. Although these eyes were strange, they were extremely fragile. Once pierced by the light arrows, they immediately exploded and turned into a ball of blood mist. Although there were thousands of eyes, they would not regenerate. However, the number of arrows of light element depended on the energy of the horse. The horse's level 7 light could make 10,000 feet of light last for 3 minutes, shooting 100,000 light arrows in all directions. Swishing. Swishing. In fact, it took far less than 3 minutes. Only half a minute had passed before all the red vertical eyes were shot out by the light arrows and turned into balls of blood mist. The blood mist spread, like a thick red mist. The four people were in the red mist, and their vision was greatly limited. Thanks to Songdao, the color of the red mist was quickly taken away, and everything returned to black, white and gray, and the vision was much clearer. None of the four people took it lightly, and they turned their backs to each other, concentrating on searching for the true body of Greed. After another half a minute, the bleached blood mist in the air completely dissipated, and settled on the scorched earth, turning into a thin layer of frost. Chen Ying, who was concentrating on sensing, felt a tightness in her chest, and she shouted, "Watch your feet." In fact, the others also noticed the abnormality a second later than Chen Ying. A gloomy energy emerged from their feet. Woo! Without any sign, a giant white eye opened, and the four of them were like 4 dust particles floating on the eyeball. It turned out that these pierced vertical eyes turned into bursts of blood mist, all settled on the ground, and quietly outlined a huge eye totem. Because this totem is too huge and has no color, the 4 people in it can't detect it at all. Come closer to me. Chen Ying stretched out her hand to bite her finger to trigger the absolute barrier, to help herself and her companions resist any harm. It was too late. Swish. The white eye on the ground emitted a short and dazzling strange red light, like a fake camera with a synchronized flash, freezing the fate of the 4 people. The first step, spy. Complete. Chapter 1187. At the moment of being photographed, the 4 people all had similar illusions, as if they were ants that accidentally climbed onto the copier and were scanned once. The 4 people felt a slight dizziness, but that was all. Their fate was not occupied and dominated. It seems that everything is as speculated, and it is still in the spying stage, and it will not occupy their fate immediately. Quick! Absolute barrier! Johan shouted. Chen-Ing was stunned. I can't do it. Chen-Ing? Johan quickly turned around, and Chen-Ing behind him stopped talking. She stared straight ahead, and there was obviously nothing there. No, it's not that there is nothing, but only Chen-Ing can see it. When Johan understood, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and felt a certain gaze, which was like a silk thread, piercing his chest. Johan slowly turned around, and took a breath of cold air. Not far in front of him, stood a tall, thin, short-haired man. A golden thin line connected the center of the man's chest, and the other end of the thin line connected to Johan's chest. This man was Johan himself. In an instant, Johan understood everything. The Johan in front of him was his fate slice. He was a replica of Johan's past. Johan realized that he must destroy the replica of himself, otherwise, he would be replaced by the replica of himself. This is also the reason why Chen-Ing did not trigger the absolute barrier. Even if they temporarily hid in the safe house, their replicas would not disappear. As the stay time increases, they will only become stronger and stronger, and eventually replace the original owner. This is our former self, weaker than us. Get rid of it immediately. Johan made a prompt decision and rushed towards his own destiny slice. The other 3 did not hesitate and rushed towards their former selves. Johan's enemy was Johan from a year ago. The other party was wearing a fashionable gray-black combat uniform, with a badge of Group 4 on his arm, and a golden Kirin brooch on his chest. He had short black hair, a strong facial line, a slightly raised chin, and a proud light in his eyes. He was stunned for 2 seconds, probably thinking about why he was here, and who was this person, who looked exactly like him, but had a completely different demeanor and temperament. He didn't know that he didn't really exist, but was just a replica of a slice of fate. He firmly believed that he was Johan and accepted the reality that he had to fight, because the man on the opposite side had already rushed over with a resolute murderous intent. He couldn't die. He was the guardian of the Kirin Union and the leader of the 4th Action Group. He still had responsibilities, and teammates. He had to live. Johan was shaken for a moment when he rushed towards the replica Johan. Because at that moment, he understood the look in fake Johan's eyes, and understood what he was thinking. This reminded Johan of the past, when he was weak but inexplicably confident, ignorant but arrogant. Oh, at that time, he was really a fool, a happy fool. Ah! Fake Johan rushed towards the enemy, without any hesitation, punched the enemy's heart. Johan raised his hand to parry, easily resolved, and the 2 began to fight in close combat. Fake Johan quickly realized that the enemy's strength was comparable to his own, and he was very familiar with his moves. This would only consume physical strength, and he began to think about countermeasures. Johan, you are not a good captain. Suddenly, a cool breeze drilled into fake Johan's ears. Who is talking? Replica Johan was startled, and the enemy grabbed his arm. Replica Johan was shocked, and punched back, forcing the enemy to retreat. Johan, all 4 groups are dead. Replica Johan calmed down and realized that the voice came from the enemy. The enemy wanted to interfere with him, but he would never let the enemy succeed. Replica Johan was shocked, and the enemy suddenly rushed towards him, twice as fast as before. Replica Johan hastily punched and met the enemy's fist. Pound. The 2 fists intersected, and Replica Johan's 5 fingers felt a sharp pain and fractured. Johan, you are determined to take revenge. Pound. Replica Johan bit the bullet and hit the enemy's second punch again, but he didn't know that this was 4 times the damage against 7 times the damage. Replica Johan's 5 fingers were all broken, and his arm was fractured in many places, and he was in great pain. Johan, the road to revenge is difficult. Replica Johan staggered back and roared, "Don't talk to me, get out of my mind." The enemy approached and sped up again. Replica Johan had already seen the huge gap in their strength, but he did not retreat. He waved his almost crippled arm and punched the enemy for the 3rd time. Johan, I want to kill my enemy. Voila! At the moment when the 2 fists intersected, the enemy's fist suddenly became soft and slippery, and directly passed by the side of Replica Johan's fist. Replica Johan's fist was like hitting soft jelly, because the enemy used mutation to cause a short-term mutation in part of his body. The enemy brushed past Replica Johan, and his left fist unexpectedly hit Replica Johan's heart. Wow! Replica Johan spurted out a mouthful of blood, staining half of the enemy's face red. Johan must kill first. The enemy did not hesitate and punched again. Gala. The chest of the Replica Johan dented, and his back suddenly bulged. Johan, my former self. The enemy threw a third punch. Pound. 49 times the damage. A hole was blown directly in the chest of the Replica Johan, and he flew out and fell to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. His almost burst eyeballs were unbelievable, and he stared at the void unwillingly until it was completely dim. The battle was over. Johan looked coldly at the dead Replica Johan, and a thought flashed through his mind. If he had died under Xiangge's bullet, he might have had such a face before he died. Wow! The Replica Johan disappeared, just like the possibility that might have happened in Johan's life, but did not happen. Chapter 1188. The Replica Qining originated from Qin Ying's faith slice a year ago. She picked up a pistol, pointed it at the identical self, and warned loudly, "Don't come over. I'm shooting." Qining walked towards the Replica Qining without fear. She had had similar nightmares before, dreaming that her dark side appeared and wanted to kill herself. She was so helpless and desperate in the dream. Never expected that now the dream would shine into reality, but the identities were swapped, and the so-called dark side was actually herself. Bang! The Replica Qining fired a bullet, and a bullet hit Qin Ying's feet. "Don't go forward. The next time I hit you." Qining stopped and showed a sad and helpless smile. "Body?" The wording is so rigorous, not even the head or heart. The Replica Qining was stunned. Qining looked directly into her eyes. "You don't have the courage to kill anyone at all. You have never killed anyone, and you don't want to kill anyone. What's wrong with not wanting to kill anyone?" The Replica Qining was puzzled. "No, that's right. Humans shouldn't kill each other. We should unite and protect each other." Qining smiled gently. "By the way, you swear to give Xiaotian a happy childhood, never let him go hungry, cold, bullied, lonely and afraid, and never repeat your childhood." "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Qining shouted. "Where is your Xiaotian? Where did he go?" Qining asked. Qining suddenly opened her eyes wide and asked herself, "Yes, where is Xiaotian? Why am I here? Where is this?" Qining had no answer, and she didn't know that she had been psychologically suggested. Qin Ying's first step was to shake Qin Ying's determination to kill, and the second step was to rely on Xiaotian to arouse Qin Ying's inner softness and further weaken her killing intention. Qining seized the opportunity and rushed towards the Replica Qining. Bang, bang, bang. The Replica Qining came to her senses and shot at Qining, but she subconsciously avoided the vital parts and shot at Qin Ying's knees. The Replica Qining had been practicing shooting, and her accuracy was not bad. Even if Qining was running, it was impossible for all 3 bullets to miss. But Qining also activated the novice aura and got extremely good luck. Only 1 bullet grazed her trouser leg, and the other 2 bullets were empty. Ah! Qining rushed towards the Replica Qining, and the two wrestled together. Compared with her past self, although Qining had a lot more talents, her physical strength was very little enhanced. In addition, she had just had a battle with greed, resulting in the two people's strength being evenly matched. Both of them grabbed the pistols, and tried to bend the muzzle towards each other's chest. "Xiaotian is dead. You killed him!" Qining suddenly shouted. The Replica Qining was stunned. It was only a brief hesitation, but 2 seconds had passed. Qining activated Time Chaos, which made the Replica Qin Ying's perception of time faster. Bang! The gun went off, and a bullet hit the Replica Qin Ying's chest. Bang bang. 2 more bullets. The Replica Qining slowly loosened her hands and lay on the ground, with blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. She was pale, her pupils dilated, and her face was full of sadness and unwillingness. Qining gasped, wiped the blood off her face, and slowly climbed up from her body. She trembled all over, and her own roar echoed in her ears. "Xiaotian is dead. You killed him." Clang clang. Ding ding. And Hegi and the Replica and Hegi started a fierce battle. The 2 men threw out their hidden weapons and engaged in close combat, and for a moment they were evenly matched. "Come on! Is that all you can do?" And Hegi activated Taunt, and the Replica and Hegi instantly became furious, and the 2 of them exchanged swords again. Although the Replica and Hegi became more impulsive after being taunted, she had practiced her moves thousands of times and had long since become instinctive, and she was very familiar with her moves, so Hegi didn't get much advantage. Soon, and Hegi found the right time and stabbed the replica and Hegi with the triangular thorn in her hand, and the opponent responded with the same moves. However, at the moment of the confrontation, and Hegi's movement suddenly became stiff, as if her soul had shed its shell, leaving only an empty shell that relied on inertia to move. The replica and Hegi did not miss this opportunity, easily avoiding Hegi's attack, and at the same time dodged to the side, and stabbed the triangular thorn into Hegi's throat. Swish! The replica and Hegi rolled over and stopped behind Hegi, and was shocked. She missed. How could this be possible? At such a close distance, she would never miss. Puff! A second later, a dart pierced the back of the replica and Hegi's head. She trembled all over and fell to the ground, looking confused. The replica and Hegi never figured out why she lost. When the two of them clashed, and Hegi had already activated dodge, which gave her a 1/3 chance of avoiding any damage. This move was a gamble, but Hegi had a backup plan. Even if dodge failed, she had taken the resurrection medicine in advance. She knew very well that her attack could not seriously damage the brain and heart, and even if she was killed, she would most likely be resurrected. While clashing, Hegi launched spirit attachment, allowing her consciousness to leave her body and attach to a dart, and then control the dart to kill the replica and Hegi. Soon, Hegi regained consciousness. She turned around and looked at the replica of Hegi at her feet. She was about to die, her lips slightly parted, as if she was reciting 2 words, which were the name of a Chinese medicine. Hegi watched the replica of Hegi disappear little by little, as if bidding farewell to the past that could never return. She whispered to herself, "Cherish the days when he is still here, and leave the revenge to me." Chapter 1189. The replica horse lost his legs and sat in a wheelchair. When he saw the horse, he was very surprised and felt it was absurd. He almost didn't recognize that the person in front of him was himself. He never thought that one day he would really lose weight successfully. No, it was more than losing weight successfully. He was completely reborn. Whether it was appearance, temperament, or eyes, they were all completely different. The replica horse was furious. He raised his hands and launched a light element attack on the horse. The horse dodged flexibly and summoned a light shield from time to block, while slowly approaching the replica horse in the wheelchair. The horse had just used 10,000 feet of light, which consumed a lot, but it was more than enough to defeat the useless horse in front of him, who had lost his legs. But he disdained to waste too much energy on this waste. After all, the real enemy is greed. How dare you live? You're still alive. Why don't you just die? You're the one who deserves to die the most. The replica horse kept controlling the light element to chase the horse, while shouting and screaming, helpless and furious. The horse dodged and answered, "Because the white rabbit wants me to live." The replica horse was startled and stopped attacking. He looked painful, but his resentful eyes softened a little. "No, this is impossible. The white rabbit left me a suicide note. She actually likes me," the horse said, and took out a folded file from his chest. "I still have the suicide note. You can read it yourself." After the horse finished speaking, he folded the file and threw it to the replica horse. The replica horse was startled and didn't care too much. He immediately reached out to take it and opened the suicide note. A second later, he was disappointed. It was not the suicide note of the white rabbit at all, but a list of folded plans. Juanma activated item copy. Except for special items, he could copy any items he touched within a day for a short time as long as he had enough energy. Juanma copied a folded plan list and threw it to the replica Juanma. "You liar." The replica Juanma knew he was fooled and roared. Just as he was about to activate light, he felt a pain in his chest, and the energy path was short-circuited for a second. Scam success. Bang. Juanma saw the right time and activated jump, approached Juanma at a very fast speed, and stabbed the dagger into the replica Juanma's heart. Wow. The replica Juanma spat out a mouthful of blood. When he was dying, he looked at Juanma with hatred. "Why? Don't you die?" "Because White Rabbit's jump is with me," Juanma said coldly. "I want to live with her talent. I want to remember her forever. It's that simple." Swish. Juanma pulled out the dagger, and the replica Juanma flipped off the wheelchair and slowly disappeared. In less than a minute, all members of the Johan team finished the battle without any delay, killing their former selves at the lowest cost and in the fastest time. The 4 of them moved closer again, back to back, alert to the real enemy's greed. Soon, Chen Ying's voice sank. "It's here, right in front of me, 60 meters away." Voila! In the black and white wilderness, a ball of black flame suddenly ignited out of thin air. The flame had a strange shape, like a black energy between gas and liquid. Soon, this ball of energy condensed into a solid, transformed into a certain Li wearing a retro dress. She floated 2 meters above the ground, with a cold smile on her pale face. She didn't speak, but her chest, which was wrapped in the thick black fog, made a gloomy sound with the echo of the abyss. "Why don't you run away?" Johann said nothing and raised his hand slightly, meaning, "Don't communicate with greed." Johann's 3 heads and 6 arms will be activated again soon, and the 4 of them can combine to fight greed. Do you want to make a break with your past self? Greed's chest continued to make a sound that seemed to penetrate everything. Haha, what a good show. But don't you humans often say? It's hard to cut off, and it's still a mess. The more you want to let go of some things, the harder you can't let go. The thread of fate is the same. Go! Johann opened his hands. 3 heads and 6 arms. Silence. No one approached Johann. Chen-Ying, and Hegi, and Juanma stood there, motionless, and even couldn't make a horrified expression. In fact, Johann failed to successfully activate his talent after shouting 3 heads and 6 arms. In just a moment, thousands of invisible threads pierced into his flesh and blood, penetrated into his nerves, entangled his consciousness, and dominated his soul. Everything of Johann no longer belonged to him. Johann's fate began to give way. In fact, if the 4 people immediately escaped from Apple Island and escaped from Greed's peeping field after seeing their own fate slices, Greed would not be able to connect with the deep-seated fate of the 4 people. But the 4 people did not consider the option of escape at the beginning, and directly chose to fight. Greed did not replicate the fate slice with similar combat power to the 4 people, but a fate slice weaker than the 4 people, hoping that the 4 people could kill himself quickly. The 4 people really took the bait, and they killed themselves. Step 2, Connection. Completed. Step 3, Possession. Start. Ha ha ha. A greedy laugh came out of Li's chest. Your fate, all belongs to me. Li closed his eyes happily, and opened his arms to the sky, as if to embrace the whole world. Johann, Chen-Ying, Juanma, and Hegi's bodies had long been pierced by invisible threads of fate. These threads connected the greedy eyes in Li's chest. Fate was like data, which was continuously directed to greed through these network cables. Puff. Suddenly, a plum blossom dart pierced Li's arm. Li was startled. Swish. A white light rushed out of the plum blossom dart and turned into a thin girl in black, who was Hegi. Relying on the potion on the ring, she temporarily got rid of Li's fate, quickly threw the dart, and then cooperated with the man in the mirror to come to Li's side in an instant. Hegi didn't hesitate and bit Li's arm. Launch rabies. The manic energy was injected into Li's body in the form of a virus, which immediately affected the greedy body that dominated Li. Rabies can make the target enter a violent state, greatly increasing the combat power, but the price is to interfere with the opponent's mind. Hegi knew that she couldn't kill greed. Her advantage was her high agility, and ability to get close to the enemy unexpectedly. What she had to do was to buy Johann another 3 seconds. Ah! The moment Li was bitten, his mind was indeed disturbed by excitement. She immediately concentrated her mind, and recontrolled the countless threads of fate. Z. A portal opened above Li's back, and a figure rushed out from behind the portal and rushed to Li's back. It was Johann. He also relied on the potion in the ring to temporarily get rid of Li's fate, and used the time gained by Hegi to activate the portal. Fate control. The situation was urgent, and Greed immediately cut off the fate threads of the other 3 people, and concentrated his energy to regain Johann's fate control. Li knew very well that Johann's weakness was terrible, but he needed to hit 3 punches. Greed could not give him this time. He could only hit 1 punch at most. Wow! 1 second later, Johann hugged Li from the back. Li was shocked. Johann had no intention of punching at all. Johann's face, arms, and even his whole body had a lot of cracks, and the deep cracks flashed with dazzling hot light. Johann could no longer speak, and even could not think anymore. His fate slowly returned to Greed's hands, but the corners of his mouth had already been smiling. A few seconds ago, Johann got rid of the control of fate, opened the portal, and launched self-destruction without hesitation. Once the self-destruction is launched, it is irreversible, but it will take some time for the explosion. The transformation and explosion of energy are already a fait accompli. Johann's will cannot be changed, and the greed that recontrols Johann's fate cannot be changed, because Johann's fate of self-destruction is already a fait accompli. Even if greed succeeds in taking possession, it can only accept it. No! Chen-Ying, who has escaped the control of fate, rushed towards Johann with a desperate look on his face. Swish! Juanma grabbed Chen-Ying with one hand and transformed a light element dagger with the other hand to stab Chen-Ying's arm. Qining was injured, and the golden mole on the center of his eyebrows exploded, transforming into a small absolute barrier that locked Yuanma and Qining inside. Boom! Outside the barrier, the dazzling red light drowned everything. Chapter 1190. Qingyang Bridge. The love game in the strange field is still going on. For a whole week after that, Zhang Wei lived a fulfilling life under the guidance of Yashadi. Every action was clear in purpose and never wasted. In the morning, he went to class normally, 1 to meet Zhou Qing, 2 to increase knowledge, and 3 to exchange information with Zhu Ke. Unfortunately, Zhou Qing never came to class again. In the afternoon, he skipped class to work, increase physique and make money. In the evening, he continued to work, increase physique and make money. Zhang Wei did not rush to the bar or other places where he might run into Zhou Qing. Yasha believed that Zhang Wei's current 5-dimensional attributes were too low, and it would be difficult to trigger the plot even if he ran into Zhou Qing. There were some strange options late at night, such as running in the playground to increase physique, going to the woods to pretend to be a ghost to scare couples to improve humor, etc. Zhang Wei tried them all. A week later, Zhang Wei had grown physically and his wallet was full. He gave out gifts and opened the early morning time, which gave him one more opportunity to act every day. Zhang Wei felt that he had won the game, so he discussed with Crow Shark that night, "I go to the bar tonight. It would be best if I ran into that bastard NPC again. I beat him up." "Don't go," Crow Shark said. Zhang Wei rolled up his sleeves excitedly. "Don't worry, I'm not the same person I was a week ago." Crow Shark shook his head. "Even if you go to the bar, you can only get some clues, and you won't trigger the same plot again. Why do you have to go anyway? The same clues can also be learned from other game characters." Crow Shark said, "No need to waste an action opportunity and money." Okay, I listen to you. Who told you to be so smart?" Zhang Wei said. Favorable +1 appeared on the top of the Crow Shark's head. He began to arrange Zhang Wei's schedule for tomorrow. "You continue to practice singing in the morning to increase your charm, go to class as usual in the morning, go to the club in the afternoon, go back to the dormitory in the evening, and make a temporary decision late at night." "Okay." Zhang Wei took out his mobile phone and operated it. Swish. Zhang Wei appeared in the classroom. He looked back and saw that his deskmate Zhou Qing was not there again. Suzaku was giving a lecture. Today's topic was the pros and cons of women dating mature men and young brothers. If it were a normal day, Zhang Wei would definitely buy a bag of melon seeds and sit down to listen carefully, but now every second counts. He interrupted Suzaku's lecture. "Zhou Qing didn't come again today." "Didn't show up," Suzaku said. "She disappeared for a week and can't be found anywhere," Zhang Wei said. "Go to the dormitory to find her." Suzaku looked serious. "I would like to, but there is no such option on the game map." Zhang Wei shrugged. "What a crappy game," Zhuke complained. Zhang Wei was a little worried. "Sister Xia, how long can this field last?" "Don't worry, it can still last for a while." Zhu Chua's face was normal. "You play normally, love is like this, haste makes waste." "What a love, who would like a dead beast?" Zhang Wei complained bitterly. "You got the advantage and still act cute." Zhuke laughed. "If it were a fighting game, you wouldn't have enough lives to die." "Haha, that's right." Zhang Wei took out his mobile phone and pressed the jump button. "Let's slip away first." Swish. Zhang Wei instantly came to the club classroom. Bai Lu was sitting in front of the piano under the floor-to-ceiling window, and there were some insignificant shadow NPCs in the room, making white noise like chat sounds. Zhang Wei got straight to the point. "Do you have any clues about Zhou Qing?" "Any clues will do." Bai Lu shook her head. "According to the setting in the script, I don't know her at all." "Is that so?" Zhang Wei touched his chin and smacked his lips. "It's difficult. She disappeared for a week. Now I have all my skills but no place to use them." Bai Lu thought for a moment and said, "I have a few new dialogues here. See if they are useful. Hurry up and tell me." Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. The first paragraph. "Since I met you, my piano playing has changed. It seems that I have more abundant emotions and have been praised by the teacher." "Yes," Zhang Wei interrupted. The second paragraph. "It has been rumored recently that the grove in the school is haunted. Junior, be careful and don't go there at night." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Wei laughed awkwardly. Next one. The third paragraph. "There is a concert to be held recently. I really want to go, but it's hard to get a ticket." "Stop," Zhang Wei interrupted. "It feels like it's all about your strategy line. It's useless." "Yeah." Bai Lu nodded. Just as Zhang Wei was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, there is something I'm curious about. I didn't come to see you for the past week. How did you spend it? Right here, Bai Lu replied. Always here? Zhang Wei was surprised. Always here, the scene never changed. Bai Lu explained, for me, you have only appeared twice. The last time was a few minutes ago, and then this time. After you appeared, I will synchronize some information here to know that a week has passed. Oh my god, so scary, it's like a game. Zhang Wei was a little scared. Bai Lu was very calm. Suzaku has limited energy, and it must be used on the blade. It's very difficult to brainwash Zhou Qing and serve you as the protagonist. Then why didn't she choose Raven Shark as the protagonist? He has professional player, which is more suitable than me. Zhang Wei said. I don't think Raven Shark can capture Zhou Qing. Bai Lu said bluntly. Why? Zhang Wei asked. The temperament is not right. Bai Lu tried to compare. If we use idol drama as an analogy, Raven Shark doesn't look like the male protagonist, but like the younger brother of the female protagonist. So I am suitable for the male protagonist? Zhang Wei was secretly happy. Bai Lu had learned Zhang Wei's correct user manual from Gao Yang, and she squeezed out a not-so-stiff smile. Of course, you look like the protagonist at first glance, come on. Don't worry. Wait for my good news. Zhang Wei shook his hair and pressed the phone. Swish. Zhang Wei returned to the dormitory and immediately reported the situation to Raven Shark, of course, omitting Bai Lu's evaluation of Raven Shark. Raven Shark was also a little confused for a while. Or, you should go to the bar tonight. Didn't you say that the same scene will not trigger the same plot? Zhang Wei said. Crow Shark hesitated. It's possible that he's a third-rate game screenwriter. Okay. Zhang Wei didn't say much, quickly processed some content on his phone, and entered the next scene. Zhang Wei came to the bar, the lights, the music, the NPCs, everything was the same as last time, nothing changed, except that Zhou Qing was not there. Zhang Wei was very disappointed, and found 3 NPCs to chat with in the bar to ask. Only one NPC said that he had an impression of Zhou Qing, but she hadn't been here this week. Zhang Wei got nothing and returned in disappointment. Returning to the dormitory again, Zhang Wei discussed with Crow Shark. There is another action point late at night. The options are as follows. 1. Review homework to increase knowledge. 2. Go to the playground for a night run to increase physique. 3. Go to the grove to pretend to be a ghost to scare couples to increase humor. Crow Shark was at a loss for a moment, and let Zhang Wei choose for himself. Zhang Wei decided in 1 second. Let's go to the grove. Ah! Why didn't I think of that? Crow Shark suddenly had an idea. Bai Lu's 3 dialogues. 1 and 3 are for the CP line, but 2 is very abrupt. Maybe it's hinting at something. Zhang Wei, you're really amazing. Ah? Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Wei smiled guiltily. He didn't think too much. Scaring off the couple just made him happy. Swish. Zhang Wei went to the late-night scene, the grove. Chapter 1191. It was a dark and windy night, with heavy shadows from the trees. Zhang Wei stood behind a camphor tree. In fact, the trunk could not completely block Zhang Wei, but others still could not find him. The game's setting was unreasonable. In the thin moonlight, Zhang Wei vaguely saw a young man and woman leaning against each other, whispering and being affectionate. 3 options immediately popped up in front of Zhang Wei. 1. Pretend to be a ghost and scare people. 2. Go forward and break it. 3. Leave directly. Zhang Wei chose 1, and a set of white sheets appeared out of thin air, covering Zhang Wei's head, with 2 holes on the sheets just corresponding to his eyes. As long as Zhang Wei jumped out from behind the tree and said a few nonsense words, the other party would be scared away, and then Zhang Wei succeeded in scaring people, humor +5. Zhang Wei was already familiar with the route. He waved his arms twice perfunctorily and said weakly, Hey, I'm a ghost. Isn't it scary? Hee. Oh my god. There is a ghost. The 2 NPCs ran away. As usual, they would soon rush out of the grove and disappear, and the plot would come to an end. But tonight, the situation was different. In the past, the 2 figures would run away together, but this time the tall male figure pushed the woman away and ran away by himself. The woman who was pushed away fell to the ground and immediately turned into a real person. Zhang Wei recognized it at a glance. It was Zhou Qing dressed in a bar scene. Help! Help! The NPC fled in a hurry and fell halfway. Zhang Wei, who was still covered with a bed sheet, took a closer look. It was really a narrow road for enemies. Although the other party was just a shadow, Zhang Wei recognized it even if it turned into ashes. It was the NPC who beat him last week. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Zhang Wei immediately chased after him and kicked him in the ass, causing him to fall to the ground. No, don't kill me, don't. The NPC rolled and crawled, but Zhang Wei had already thrown his business out of the window and chased the NPC, punching and kicking him all the way until the NPC disappeared at the border of the grove. Huh? After taking revenge, Zhang Wei felt refreshed. He pulled off the bed sheet covering his head and broke into a sweat. At this time, he finally remembered his business and hurried back to the grove. Fortunately, Zhou Qing didn't leave. She squatted under a tree, hugged her knees, shivered, and sobbed softly. When she heard footsteps approaching, she shouted, "Ghost! Don't come over, don't kill me. Zhou Qing, don't be afraid, it's me, Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei slowly approached Zhou Qing. Zhang Wei? Zhou Qing recognized Zhang Wei, was stunned at first, then burst into tears and hugged Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was hugged by Zhou Qing, and suddenly felt a sense of chivalry, and even forgot her identity as a dead beast. He stroked Zhou Qing's back, and was a little into the play. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." "Ghost, there was a ghost just now." "No ghost, someone was playing a prank." Zhang Wei said, "I was running in the playground at night, and I heard a sound here and came over. I chased the prankster away. So, it's like this. I was scared to death." Zhou Qing calmed down, hurriedly left Zhang Wei's arms, turned her face away, and wiped her tears. "Anyway, thank you." "You're welcome, it's my duty." Zhang Wei pretended to be confused. "By the way, it's late at night. What are you doing here?" "Oh, that." Zhou Qing hesitated to speak. Zhang Wei continued to pretend. "I just saw the man who flirted with you in the bar last time. He must be following you, that pervert." "No." Zhou Qing quickly denied. "Actually, he is my boyfriend." Zhou Qing remembered the scene of him abandoning her just now, and her face fell. "He is already my ex-boyfriend." Lust, you are worthy of it." Zhang Wei pretended to be surprised. "Ah, then I misunderstood him last time? I even had a fight with him." In fact, Zhang Wei was the one who was beaten unilaterally. Zhou Qing smiled awkwardly. "We had a fight, and he came to me to make peace that night. I didn't want to pay attention to him, but you misunderstood me. Blame me, I was too impulsive." Zhang Wei said. "No, you care about me, I'm very touched." Zhou Qing blushed a little, then smiled apologetically. "It's just that you discovered my other side, and I didn't know how to face you for a while, so I ran away in a hurry. After that, I thought about apologizing to you, but my ex-boyfriend came back, and I got back together with him, so I didn't know how to face you anymore." "So you don't come to class anymore?" Zhang Wei said. Zhou Qing nodded. "Hey, it's not a big deal." Zhang Wei pretended to be generous. "No matter what, you still have to come to class." Zhou Qing was stunned and asked softly, "Zhang Wei, do you really don't mind?" "Mind what?" Zhou Qing avoided Zhang Wei's gaze. "I'm actually not a good girl." "I don't mind," Zhang Wei said with a guilty conscience. "I think you are more real, straightforward and cute now." Zhou Qing raised his head and stared at Zhang Wei in surprise. "Really?" "Of course," Zhang Wei said. Zhou Qing smiled happily. Her face flushed again. She folded her hands, walked around Zhang Wei, and slowly walked out of the grove. "Zhang Wei, thank you. You are the first person to evaluate me like this." Zhang Wei followed slowly. "How do others evaluate you?" "People who don't know me think I'm boring, and people who know my other side think I'm a scumbag." Years of experience reading novels and cartoons told Zhang Wei, "The opportunity has come." "Bullshit!" Zhang Wei shouted and chased Zhou Qing, holding her shoulders with both hands, trying to put on a loving face. "I don't think you are a scumbag at all. It's those people who are too superficial, they only covet your face, and never thought about entering your heart." Zhou Qing stared at Zhang Wei in a daze, her eyes red. "Do you really think so?" "Of course, in fact, from the first time I saw you, I thought you were a good girl. You are not a scumbag at all. You are special and different, they don't understand you at all." Zhang Wei became more and more excited as he spoke, and he was almost moved. "Yeah." Zhou Qing nodded vigorously, smiling and wiping her eyes. "You're right, they don't understand me. I'm just dating 7 or 8 people at the same time. How can I be considered a scumbag?" The air was quiet for a few seconds, and Zhang Wei's smile froze a little bit. "No, sister, are you serious? Dating 7 or 8 people at the same time? You are such a scumbag." Chapter 1192. Zhang Wei finally remembered that the person in front of him was the dead beast Lust, and he slowly took his hands off Zhou Qing's shoulders. It's just that there are only 7 or 8 of them. It's rare to be surprised. I've seen dozens of them. Zhang Wei said, and then changed the subject. But you won't be too busy. Is there any trick in time management? It's okay. Zhou Qing didn't seem to hear Zhang Wei's sarcasm. Anyway, they have more than one girlfriend. Everyone is just killing loneliness and getting what they need. Zhou Qing's unexpected frankness made Zhang Wei silent. Zhou Qing continued to walk forward. The sound of his footsteps on the leaves carried the unique loneliness of moonlight. Zhang Wei, don't you think that life is meaningless? Just like the white bone demon, what's the use of trying so hard to cultivate into a demon? And what's the use of loving Tang Monk so much? In the end, she will still be beaten to death with a stick and turned back into a pile of bones. Zhang Wei complained wildly in his heart. Don't change the original work. The white bone demon wants to eat Tang Monk's flesh. She doesn't love Tang Monk at all. Zhou Qing turned around, with a vague sadness on her face. Everyone will turn into bones in the end. Life is so boring. Zhou Qing stopped, smiled slightly, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Only happiness makes me feel alive. So, I don't want anything. I just want happiness. Whoever can make me happy, I will be with him. It's that simple. Zhang Wei, what do you think? Zhou Qing asked seriously. I think you are talking nonsense. What you said makes sense. For the first time, Zhang Wei felt that it was as difficult to say something against one's will as to eat shit. Zhou Qing was very happy, and a string of numbers immediately appeared in his head. Favorability +1 +1 +1 +11. Zhang Wei, the first time I met you, I felt that we were of the same kind. An option suddenly popped up in front of Zhang Wei. You can ask Zhou Qing for her phone number now. Do you want to ask? Zhou Qing, let's exchange contact information. Zhang Wei chose yes. Okay. Zhou Qing took out her phone and put it back 3 seconds later. Zhou Qing's number was automatically added to Zhang Wei's phone. This game is so lazy. It's nice to chat with you tonight. Bye. Zhou Qing smiled and turned around. With her hands behind her waist, her steps brisk, her back jumping, like a girl who has just fallen in love. Zhang Wei looked at the back and felt a little moved for some reason. Pa! Zhang Wei was startled and slapped himself hard. After the plot ended, Zhang Wei returned to the dormitory. It was time to review the game before going to bed. Crow Shark lay on the bed, closed his eyes, put his hands together on his lower abdomen, and his posture was more peaceful than the person lying in the coffin. Crow Shark. Are you asleep? Zhang Wei asked. According to the setting, I'm already asleep. Crow Shark answered with his eyes closed, his voice very light. Don't sleep yet, there is a major development. Zhang Wei quickly reported the situation tonight. Since we have her contact information, can we go on a date? Zhang Wei was eager to try. Yes. Crow Shark's voice became deeper and deeper. Remember. Online shopping. When dating. Give gifts. To improve. Favorability. What kind of gifts does Zhou Qing like? According to the character's attributes. Crow Shark fell asleep. Zhang Wei had no choice but to open his phone and buy several things online in one go. Anyway, he had too much money to spend. He skipped the game review session of the day and went straight into a new day. Swish. Zhang Wei appeared in the classroom. Today, Teacher Juchua's topic is the correlation between the game form in the strange field and the core attack target. Zhang Wei looked at the desk by the window, and Zhou Qing hadn't appeared yet. Zhang Wei shouted to the podium. Sister Xia, Zhou Qing didn't come again? No. Zhu Kei said. Zhang Wei was very puzzled. It shouldn't be. I triggered the plot with her in the grove last night. There is no reason for her to continue skipping classes today. The grove? Juchua's eyes were subtle. It's progressing so fast. It's not what you think. Zhang Wei hurriedly reported the situation. Juchua's first reaction after hearing it was the same as Zhang Wei. Oh my god. Too scumbag. Who said it wasn't? Zhang Wei wanted to say something, but his cell phone rang. He took a look and smiled. Haha. Zhou Qing sent a text message. Zhang Wei clicked on the text message, and his smile froze. Zhou Qing, Zhang Wei, I'm dating boyfriend number 4. Please sign in for me. It's not good to miss too many classes. Zhang Wei put down his phone and slapped his thigh. Oh no, I'm the number 1 guy, but I've become a spare tire. Afternoon in the cinema. On the screen is a super blockbuster leaving the city love that combines elements of love, action, science fiction, magic, reasoning, suspense, and gunfights. Jiuhan, Chen Ying, starred in the lead. Jiuhan in the movie was covered in blood and shot several times. He grabbed Chen Ying's hand with deep affection and sexy voice. Promise me live well. No! I will never leave you. Chen Ying's face was full of tears, and her eyes were determined. Let's die together. Go! Go! Jiuhan pushed her away. Woo woo woo. NPC audiences in the cinema burst into tears. Zhang Wei held the popcorn expressionlessly, with mixed feelings. The crow shark beside him was already in tears. No, such a cliched story. Why are you crying? Zhang Wei was puzzled. I don't want to cry. Woo woo woo. This is my character setting. Woo woo woo. Crow Shark cried and explained. Zhang Wei became Zhou Qing's spare tire, and he was anxious and wanted to find Crow Shark for advice immediately. The mobile phone could not communicate effectively, so he could only invite Crow Shark, so the two of them triggered the plot and went to watch a movie together. Crow Shark blew his nose hard, and the role specified in the script finally ended. He asked Zhang Wei, have you sent a date text message to Zhou Qing? I did. Zhang Wei said. What did she say? She said she would think about it carefully before replying to me. Zhang Wei was angry and amused. She has 7 or 8 boyfriends at the same time, so what's wrong with me having one more? It should be because of insufficient charm. Crow Shark said, the most difficult characters in the game generally require a high charm value to trigger the plot. It means that if I add the charm value, she will go on a date with me? Zhang Wei said. In theory, yes. Crow Shark said. Is there any way to quickly increase charm? Zhang Wei asked. Go to KTV to practice singing to increase charm +5. Go to men's spa to increase charm +7, only once a day. Crow Shark thought for a while. It seems that there is also a prop clothing, wearing it will increase charm +10, called Dawn Battle Suit? Zhang Wei said the name of the prop. Yes. Crow Shark nodded. Haha, I think the name is nice. I placed an order together last night, and it should arrive today. Zhang Wei took out his mobile phone. Okay, I won't waste time. I jump into the scene. At this moment, the plot of the movie reached its climax. Jiuhan in the skyscraper pushed Chening, who was wearing a hang glider, off the building. No! Chening opened her arms and fell in despair. Jiuhan, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, was tied with special explosives all over his body and smiled handsomely at Chening. Boom, the skyscraper exploded. Jiuhan's low and sexy narration appeared at the right time. Hope is ahead, keep going, don't look back. Remember, behind you is no longer darkness but my watch. Zhang Wei's fingers trembled, and he felt a little sad for some reason. Although the movie is fake, everyone is indeed fighting, and I don't know what their situation is. Zhang Wei. Don't fall behind. Zhang Wei pressed the jump button hard. Chapter 1193. At night, Zhang Wei chose to do a male spa to increase his charm. When he returned to the dormitory, he received the things he bought online. Crow Shark lay flat on the upper bunk, sleeping like a dead person in peace, but this time he tried hard to open his eyes, and was very curious about the things Zhang Wei bought online. There were 4 packages on Zhang Wei's bed, one of which was shining, and it was obviously the Dawn Battle Suit. Oh my! It feels a bit amazing. Zhang Wei rubbed his hands expectantly, and had already imagined a cool and shining battle suit in his mind, which was almost the same as Gao Yang's golden holy cloth. As soon as Zhang Wei touched the package, the option of whether to put it on popped up in front of him. Put it on! Zhang Wei shouted, the package disappeared, and Zhang Wei had already put on the Dawn Battle Suit. However, Zhang Wei looked down and was dumbfounded. This was not a battle suit at all, but a fake muscle one-piece tights with an exaggerated style. After Zhang Wei put it on, he immediately turned into a fitness hunk wearing only briefs. Fuck! What the hell is this? Zhang Wei yelled, this thing adds charm, like an idiot. How can I take it off? Why can't I take it off? I don't want to wear something embarrassing. Raven Shark closed his eyes silently, pretending to be asleep, but the corners of his mouth were still twitching, and he was having a hard time holding back his laughter. Zhang Wei struggled for a while, and found that he really couldn't take it off, because the charm value had been permanently increased, and could not be reduced. Zhang Wei accepted his fate. Time was running out. He didn't delay any more, and continued the game. Morning, classroom. Ha ha ha. Suzaku on the podium almost fainted from laughing. What are you laughing at? Isn't this the game you made up? You have such a unique taste. Zhang Wei, wearing the Dawn suit, blushed and wanted to die. Shukei recovered a little, and supported his waist with one hand. You didn't listen to the class well yesterday. I can only roughly decide the rules of the game. The content filling is related to the spiritual world of the core target, so this may be a taste of lust. I really paid too much for victory. Zhang Wei looked at Zhou Qing's desk, which was still empty. He didn't waste time and chose to skip the scene. Afternoon club. Ha ha. Bai Lu laughed so hard that she almost slid off the piano chair. Her elegant and noble temperament disappeared. Zhang Wei said nothing. His face was as red as pig liver. If learning music could not increase his charm, he would never come to see Bai Lu. The glorious image he had finally established in front of the two goddesses was ruined by this stupid egg-suit. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Wei's charm increased by 5 points, breaking through 70. Beep. The phone rang. Zhang Wei took it out and saw that it was a text message from Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, I've thought about it. We be lovers in the future. Please take care of me. Zhao. Muscle Man Zhang Wei held out his phone to Bai Lu. See. It's done. Everything is for victory. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Lu also retracted his smile and became serious. I can feel that the game is starting to simplify. Suzaku's strange domain may not last too long. Hurry up. Zhang Wei stopped talking nonsense and used his phone to ask Zhou Qing out. Among bars, cinemas, dessert shops, parks, and libraries, Zhang Wei catered to her preferences and chose bars. Swish. Zhang Wei appeared in the lively dance floor, and Zhou Qing beside him was dancing passionately. Zhang Wei was a little shy at first, but thinking that there were NPCs around him, he slowly let go of his body and started dancing. Zhou Qing closed his eyes and smiled happily, his golden hair flying in the psychedelic light, a few strands of hair soaked in sweat, sticking to his flushed face, exuding a kind of drunken and dreamy, pure and primitive vitality. I have to say, there was a moment that was quite touching. Zhang Wei realized that his heart was unstable and quickly calmed down. He didn't want to waste time, and when he saw the value of the increase in favorability appearing on Zhou Qing's head, he immediately skipped the scene. Swish. Zhang Wei returned to the dormitory. How is it? Asked the crow shark on the upper bunk. Everything is going well. Zhang Wei is very confident. The next step is to improve the favorability. Once the favorability is full, we will immediately capture the enemy. Humph, little lust. Die quickly. Ding. The phone prompts, Zhang Wei takes a look. Damn! There is an additional date option in the late night action. Go. Crow Shark feels as if his apprentice has finished his master's work. Remember to bring gifts. Giving gifts on a date can increase the other person's favorability. No problem. Zhang Wei looks at the remaining 2 gifts. One is a cute whale pillow, and the other is a heart-shaped necklace. Which one? Necklace. Crow Shark said. Great minds think alike. Zhang Wei throws the whale pillow on Crow Shark's bed. This is for you. Thank you. Crow Shark takes the pillow and happily holds it in his arms. A string of values appears above his head. Favorability +1, favorability +1, favorability +1. Wait for good news from my brother. Zhang Wei put away the necklace and skipped the scene. Swish. Zhang Wei appeared in the grove, and Zhou Qing was right beside him. Zhang Wei was in a complicated mood. Why is it the grove again? We're on a date, at least change the scene. This crappy game is really shoddy. It seems that Sister Xia's strange field is almost reaching its limit. Zhou Qing wore pajamas and wool slippers, with her hair draped over her head, and held Zhang Wei's hand. Zhang Wei, let's go sit over there for a while. Okay. The two came to an open space in the middle of the woods, where there was a big rock, and a beam of quiet moonlight was shining on the top, like a spotlight on the stage. The two sat down on the big rock. Sorry to call you out so late. Zhou Qing's voice was a little coquettish. I don't know why, I suddenly couldn't sleep. What a coincidence, me too. Zhang Wei lied with his eyes open. He had never slept before. How could he sleep in his current situation? Zhang Wei, why do you want to be with me? Zhou Qing asked seriously. Because I like you. Zhang Wei said. What do you like about me? Zhou Qing looked a little hesitant. You don't look like a playboy. Of course I'm not a playboy. Zhang Wei didn't react. People who are not playboys can't like me. Zhou Qing smiled bitterly. People who like me like many people at the same time, just like me. Ah. Zhang Wei suddenly realized. Is this why you didn't agree to me immediately? Yes. Zhou Qing nodded. If you are also a playboy, I will agree to you immediately, but you are not. Then why did you change your mind now? Zhang Wei was very curious. Zhou Qing was silent for a moment and told the truth. Because I dreamed of you. Really? Zhang Wei smiled, and was actually looking forward to the content of the dream. In the dream, there was a terrible monster that wanted to eat me. I shouted for help, but everyone was watching the show. Only you rushed to save me. Just like the last time you helped me out in the bar. You were obviously scared, but you stood in front of me and told me to run quickly. Zhou Qing looked at Zhang Wei with gentle eyes. After waking up from the dream, I suddenly realized that you seemed to be the first person who treated me well without asking for anything in return. Zhang Wei was stunned, and his chest hurt slightly. I don't have parents. I grew up with my grandmother. Zhou Qing recalled the past. When I was a child, I was always bullied. No one stood up to help me. I was very scared, so I tried to please those powerful boys and asked them to protect me. At first, I bought them toys, did their homework for them when I went to school, and fell in love with them when I was older. Zhou Qing smiled. Unconsciously, I got used to such a life, which is also good. Everyone gets what they need, simple and happy, and as long as you are in love, you can be spoiled and needed, and every day is sweet talk, perfume rose. Speaking of this, Zhou Qing lowered his eyes again. Just what? It's just that these pleasures are easy to get tired of, and the other party is also, just like there is a shelf life. But it doesn't matter, just change someone else. Ah, did I go off topic? Zhou Qing suddenly realized that he had gone off topic. It doesn't matter, I love to listen to whatever you say. Zhang Wei lied. Haha, how corny. Zhou Qing pushed Zhang Wei's shoulder. Actually, what I want to say is that when you are in love, the other person seems to be willing to do anything for you. But once the relationship cools down, they become extremely cold. But Zhang Wei, you are different. We obviously have nothing to do with each other, but you still stand up to help me. You can't say that. We are friends. Zhang Wei said. We have only known each other for a few days. If we are friends, can we really do this? Zhou Qing stared at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was stunned, touched his hair, and smiled embarrassedly. I didn't think so much at the time. When I came to my senses, I was already being beaten. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qing was amused. My ex-boyfriend is awesome, right? Don't mention it, he is really good at fighting. That's right, I only look for awesome men. Zhou Qing smiled slyly. Don't worry. You have me now. Zhang Wei, wearing the Dawn suit, immediately showed off his biceps and posed like a bodybuilder. From now on, whoever dares to bully you, I will just lift him up like lifting weights. Zhang Wei made a witty remark, intending to make Zhou Qing laugh again and gain some favor. But Zhou Qing's head did not show any favorability. She stared at Zhang Wei blankly, as if she had accidentally encountered a strange but beautiful scenery. Even if I'm not your girlfriend, would you do this? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Wei answered very straightforwardly, and this was the truth. Zhou Qing's eyes were gentle, with a faint light. She tilted her head and leaned on Zhang Wei's shoulder, and her fragrant hair spread out in his arms. The two of them were quiet and stopped talking. On the one hand, Zhang Wei was anxious and wanted to advance the game quickly, but on the other hand, he enjoyed this moment of tranquility. If Zhou Qing was really just Zhou Qing, it would be great. The moment this thought came into his mind, Zhang Wei was startled and woke up immediately. The moonlight is so beautiful. Suddenly Zhou Qing spoke faintly. Yes, the moonlight. Zhang Wei looked up and was shocked. The moon above his head was not an ordinary moon, but a strange white moon under the 3 hours of Sanjia. The moonlight is so beautiful. Zhang Wei remained calm and steady. No, we have to hurry. Zhang Wei quickly took out a necklace from his pocket. Actually, I prepared a gift for you. Really? Dear, actually, when I saw you for the first time, I fell in love with you at first sight. I bought this gift on the same day. I think it suits you very well. Zhang Wei's lying skills have been perfected. Wow, so beautiful. Zhou Qing looked at the heart-shaped necklace in Zhang Wei's hand and was very moved. Come on, turn around, I put it on you. Zhang Wei said. Yes. Zhou Qing turned around. Zhang Wei put his hands around Zhou Qing, hung the necklace on her fair neck, and finally buckled it. A strange thing happened. The necklace buckle was fine, and Zhang Wei's hands were not shaking, but the necklace just couldn't be buckled, as if there was a bug in the program settings. Chapter 1194. Is it done? Zhou Qing asked expectantly. Wait a little longer. Zhang Wei was anxious. What happened? Why can't I buckle it? What went wrong? Why don't I do it myself? Zhou Qing said. Zhang Wei was stunned and stopped insisting. Haha, sorry, I'm clumsy. Zhou Qing raised her hands, went around the back of her neck, took the necklace, and buckled it in a second. She turned around and looked at Zhang Wei with a smile. Does it look good? Zhang Wei's smile froze. The heart-shaped pendant on Zhou Qing's chest changed its shape, like a small heart dripping with blood, and the dazzling blood slid down her snow-white skin. Oh no! The ability of lust is revealed. Is her beast nature resisting? The strange field is about to fail. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? Zhou Qing tilted her head and looked at Zhang Wei innocently and expectantly. Looks good. So beautiful. Beautiful as a fairy. Zhang Wei used an exaggerated reaction to cover up his fear. He turned sideways and sweated. I feel a little hot. No, it's not hot, Zhou Qing said as she moved closer, and the heart-shaped pendant on her chest returned to its normal form, as if the previous scene was just Zhang Wei's illusion. Really? Maybe I'm happy. I get hot all over when I'm happy. Zhang Wei was a little incoherent. Zhou Qing was slightly stunned, his eyes slightly narrowed, and an ambiguous luster appeared in his eyes. Are you a little restless? Ha ha ha. Zhang Wei pretended to be relaxed. It's normal to be restless when your beloved is by your side. It's hypocritical to say you're not restless. Well, I'm very happy you said that. Zhou Qing stretched out her hands, hooked Zhang Wei's neck, and forced him to meet her affectionate eyes. Zhang Wei, if you want, you can. For a moment, Zhang Wei's blood boiled, and the desire in his body was awakened. But Zhang Wei knew very well that this abnormal desire was the temptation of lust. He had also been tempted by lust before. No! Can't follow her path, otherwise, he will die. Zhang Wei avoided Zhou Qing's burning gaze, and subconsciously lowered his head. He saw that the heart-shaped pendant on her chest began to ooze blood again, which made people's scalp numb. In an instant, Zhang Wei understood. He is the hunter and the prey. This game is a battle between humans and dead beasts, a battle between love and desire. If you want to win the game, killing is useless, you must destroy the heart. Zhang Wei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly calmed down. He slowly took Zhou Qing's hands away. Zhou Qing was stunned. You don't like me? No, I like you. Zhang Wei tried to make his eyes more sincere, but besides liking, there is also love. Love? Zhou Qing frowned, as if she heard something strange. Yes, love. Zhang Wei nodded. I think that having a relationship should be a combination of spirit and flesh, you understand? Zhou Qing seemed to understand. That's it. Zhang Wei risked his life. You can't just go for the body without the heart. Haha, I understand. Zhou Qing smiled. She held one of Zhang Wei's hands and put it on her chest. Listen, my heart is beating, and my heart loves you at this moment. Zhang Wei didn't dare to move at all. The heart-shaped pendant on her chest turned into a ball of strange blood, which quickly dyed Zhang Wei's hand red, and slowly spread along the skin to his entire arm. Don't panic. Absolutely don't panic. Zhang Wei took a deep breath. His eyes were firm and his expression was serious. Zhou Qing, you like me, but you don't love me. Zhou Qing blinked. Why do you say that? If you love me, I will not be one of yours, but you're only one. Zhang Wei paused, just like, in my heart, there is no other woman except you. At this moment, the blood on Zhang Wei's arm began to take shape, and two bloody hands were born, with slender and sharp fingers. They were gently placed on Zhang Wei's neck, as if they were still caressing him gently in this second, and would strangle him fiercely in the next second. Zhou Qing looked at Zhang Wei in disappointment or ignorance. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and the desire in his eyes cooled down a little bit. Western Suburb Park. I am angry. Mark's voice seemed to pry the foundation of the world. Crack, crack, crack. The earth shook violently, cracking countless gullies and extending in all directions, like the prelude to a major earthquake. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen brown energy pulses burst out cracks. They entangled and spiraled up, like a tower reaching the sky. The earthquake was still intensifying, and the entire West Suburb Park area seemed to have entered the Roche limit, and began to fall apart, disintegrating into large and small stones, flying into the night sky with the Tower of Babel. This Tower of Babel was spinning wildly, and energy was constantly concentrated on the tip of the horn. Soon, a rage completely condensed from energy was born. It was 5 meters tall, majestic, with a human body and a bull face, a cracked forehead, and a bloody unicorn horn drilled out, burning with a dull and violent dark brown flame all over its body, and its eyes were empty, with only 2 deep red dots. Endless anger turned into endless energy, torturing its body and strengthening it. But it didn't know that its anger not only strengthened itself, but also provided endless fuel for Dohu's irritability. The dead beast quickly landed in the middle of the giant tower with anger. A stone 100 meters in front of him was still slowly rising into the air. Dohu carried the dragon-killing giant sword, with a proud smile stained with blood on his face. Dohu had been waiting for this moment for too long. so long that he almost forgot it. At some point, he had an extra damage rune circuit in his hand. Since Dohu found the belief to break through the 7th level killing expert, he vaguely felt the energy resonance between himself and the damage rune, but he was always a breath away from integrating the 8th level. Now, this breath has finally come up. He raised the damage rune high above his head and closed his eyes. Buzz. The damage rune resonated perfectly with Dohu, emitting a dazzling red light, and transformed into a beating heart in the red light. Pop! Dohu crushed the heart, and a large amount of red energy poured on Dohu's head like blood, slid down his face, and finally spread all over his body. At this moment, Dohu sacrificed all the energy in his body, his own, borrowed, overdrawn everything to life, future, and fate, without reservation, just to be reborn in blood. Black. Gray energy exploded from the man's body, almost distorting time and space. The exploded energy quickly transformed, surrounding Dohu, and transformed into a 5-meter-tall warrior in the form of a spirit. The warrior held a rusty giant broadsword and wore a tattered cloak. He was emaciated, covered with wounds, and his internal organs and bones were exposed in many places, like a corpse that was abandoned halfway through being gnawed by a wild beast. But such an image gives people a sense of oppression, like a dangerous, powerful, unyielding, and unstoppable god of death. Murder Expert Breakthrough to Level 8, King Killing Soul, Fury. Chapter 1195. Dohu slowly opened his eyes. King Slayer Soul slowly opened his eyes. Dohu held the Dragon Slayer sword with both hands. King Slayer Soul held the King Slayer sword with both hands. Dohu raised the sword above his head. King Slayer Soul raised the sword above his head. Woo! Dohu's weapon melted into a beam of gray energy. King Slayer Soul's weapon also melted into a dark gray line, which rushed straight into the sky, as if it was a page-fold line in the night sky. Wrath of 10,000 bones. Dohu shouted. Boom. On the vertical fold line of the night sky, a vertically intersecting horizontal fold line suddenly unfolded. This fold line quickly widened, as if tearing a narrow crack in the air, and the crack gushed out a wave made of countless white bones and corpses. Roar. This energy wave is like a horizon hanging in the air, or like a giant sword energy sweeping across thousands of troops, roaring and roaring, rushing towards the spiral giant horn rising from the ground. Empty. The huge sword energy chopped on the spiral giant horn, carving a cross scar in the night sky. The two scars pulled each other, one growing while the other declining, and it was difficult to separate them. Countless energy turbulence splashed everywhere, and the whole world was flashing between dark brown and gray-white at a high frequency. The ground under the feet continued to collapse, and more stones flew into the air. The two extreme forces could not be distinguished for a while, and the main bodies of Dohu and Fury were not idle either. Pound. The Dohu crushed the huge stone under his feet, and turned into a gray-white meteor in the state of being possessed by the king-killing soul, rushing towards Fury. Chong. Fury in the form of a unicorn giant bull also turned into a brown meteor and rushed towards Dohu. Pound. Pound pound pound. A new round of fighting between father and son began. The two used the floating stones as a stepping stone, chasing, entangled, and colliding at high speed, like two twin stars that are incompatible with each other but are closely attracted. Both sides want to devour each other, but can only consume themselves. In the same situation, there is also a cross scar engraved on the night sky. Both are also doing everything they can to cut off each other. A minute of fighting between heaven and man passed. The twin stars are still entangled and colliding, but the speed and frequency have slowed down. The brown giant horns and gray-white sword energy that make up the cross scar also failed to cut off each other, but lost to their own decline. The light of the two quickly dimmed, the giant tower was collapsing, the sword energy was dissipating, and the stones in the sky began to fall back. This game that no one watched has entered the end. Dohu's left hand was broken, his right calf disappeared, and there were several blood holes on his body. The giant sword in his hand had long disappeared. If it weren't for the possession of the king-killer soul, his body might have fallen apart. The dead beast was not much better in anger. Its body was covered with deep, narrow, and irreparable sword wounds. The spiral horn on its forehead was also broken into two pieces and stopped rotating. Bang! The two twin stars collided violently for the last time, accompanied by dazzling energy streams, entangled and falling to the ground. Boom! The father and son fell into the huge pit, and a semicircular energy shock wave spread along the ground, instantly burning everything nearby, and briefly dyeing the black, white and gray world golden. The two almost drained themselves, but they were still fighting. Perhaps it can no longer be called a fight, but a wrestling. The spirit form of the king killer soul began to shrink and weaken. It barely maintained the broken body of the fighting tiger, and even couldn't let him stand upright like a human, and finally transformed into a seriously injured white tiger. The angry body also began to shrink and weaken, and the brown flames all over the body turned into energy tape, barely sealing the countless sword wounds, and transformed into a dying bull. Roar. The bull rushed forward and knocked the white tiger away. Pound. The Thindohu was kicked away by his father, and crashed into the closet behind him. The door of the closet cracked, and a pile of old clothes fell out. They were all clothes of his mother before she died. Don't look at me like that. Just like that bitch. It's because you have the blood of that bitch in your body that you are so cowardly. Drunk Mark was furious and cursed. Ah! The anger accumulated for many years finally exploded in Dohu's thin body, and he roared and pounced on Mark. Roar. The slightly smaller white tiger jumped high, threw the bull to the ground, and bit the bull's neck. The bull quickly tilted its head, and stabbed the white tiger's chin with the half-broken spiral horn on its forehead, and the white tiger bit the spiral horn. Ah! The tiger knocked the drunk Mark to the ground, and its thin arms burst out with amazing strength, constantly hitting Mark's face. Ha ha! Mark protected his head with both hands. Very good. Punch. Keep punching. This is my son. Pound. The bull's broken horn was about to be bitten by the white tiger, and it retracted its 4 hooves and kicked hard, kicking the white tiger off its body. The bull turned over and got up, shook his bloody head, and looked at the white tiger angrily with dangerous and weak blood in his mouth. The thin tiger slowly got up from the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood viciously, stared coldly at the tall man in front of him, with only anger in his eyes that could destroy everything. Come on, little bastard. Punch. Mark became more and more excited, stumbling towards the fighting tiger. Roar. The white tiger roared and pounced on the bull again. In the dim, messy, and dilapidated room, the father and son wrestled with each other. Ah! Keep going. That's all you can do. I'm going to kill you. Ha, just you little bastard. I'm the boxing champion. I never lose. The white tiger pounced on the bull again, and the bull struggled to death. The sharp broken horns pierced into the white tiger's chest and broke off at the root, remaining in the white tiger's body forever. The white tiger's sharp fangs bit the bull's neck. The drunk man stopped roaring, his mouth full of bloody teeth, his nose and face swollen, and he lay on the ground without moving. Bang! 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 The boy was still waving his thin fists, punching the man's rotten face one by one. At some point, the world returned to black and white gray. In the night sky, the slowly collapsing spiral tower did not really fall to the ground, but disintegrated in midair, turning into countless brown energy particles, flying all over the sky. The surging sword energy piled up by countless white bones, and corpses also dispersed into countless gray energy particles, filling the silent night sky. These energy particles slowly faded under the gaze of the white moon and turned into flying snow. In the huge pit full of holes, 2 broken and cold corpses lay, and the heavy snow covered them mercilessly, and nothing could be seen in a blink of an eye. Bang! At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, the boys slammed the door hard. The drunk man lay on the floor, his face covered with blood, and fainted. The boy, who was also covered with bruises, threw his mother's relics and beloved model into the brazier in the backyard and burned them. He packed his luggage casually and left home. Late at night, there was heavy snow. The boy was carrying a heavy bag, all alone, with a lonely and stubborn look in his eyes. He stepped deep and shallow in the snow, and kept swearing in his heart, I will never come back even if I die. Many years later, the boy came back and died on a snowy night many years ago. Chapter 1196. Bayong District, Botanical Garden. Brother, I'm here. Sorry to have kept you waiting. In the middle of the gray-white flower sea, on the jealous throne, a girl with twin ponytails and a black Lolita skirt showed an innocent smile that did not distinguish between good and evil. Then, the girl frowned slightly, and looked at Qing Ling beside Gao Yang. Brother, why is she here? Gao Xinxin was a little unhappy, or disappointed. Gao Yang was silent. A layer of sharp frost seemed to condense on Gao Xinxin's black pupils. Qing Ling, why are you here? Qing Ling was also silent. She held the Tang sword tightly, not daring to slack off. Gao Xinxin did not get an answer, but she had an answer in her heart. She stood up slowly, and the gray mist covering her body quickly disappeared. Her original color became clearer and clearer. Not only that, the space around her quickly restored its color. It was like a drop of ink falling on rice paper, slowly spreading. In fact, this was a resistance to the suppression of Xingjia for 3 hours after her powerful energy overflowed. Gao Xinxin smiled coldly. Brother, you really disappoint me. The pale-faced Gao Yang finally spoke. His voice was like an ice cube thrown into a sad drink. Gao Xinxin, I ask you one last time, is all this really irreversible? Gao Xinxin was stunned, blinked her innocent big eyes, and her innocent smile returned. Brother, what are you talking about? What about going back or not? I told you a long time ago that we will always be brothers and sisters. No one can think. Gao Xinxin tilted her head slightly and said word by word, separate us. Uh-huh. Gao Xinxin smiled, took a step forward briskly, and stretched out her hand to Gao Yang. Qing Ling immediately raised his tang sword and prepared to meet the enemy. There was no Qing Ling in Gao Xinxin's eyes at all. Brother, come here, let me kill you, so that we will be a family forever. Dead silence. Gao Yang looked at Gao Xinxin, but his eyes passed Gao Xinxin and lost focus in the deeper void and sadness. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Uncle, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect my sister. A tear ran across the boy's pale cheek. He gently turned the ring in his hand, activating the energy mark that had already acted on Gao Yang's brain, and Memory Tailor was triggered. In just 2 seconds, most of Gao Yang's memories of Gao Xinxin were deleted. Gao Yang felt dazed, as if he had taken a nap, and the girl in front of him changed. She was still his sister, of course, but Gao Yang felt that she didn't seem to be too familiar with him. Now, she has become a dangerous dead beast. As a human and the leader of the Awakened, he has no reason not to kill her. Gao Yang's eyes became calmer. But calmness is not enough. He activated spirit armor. Calmness becomes coldness. Not enough. If you want to defeat a strong enemy, you can't have any extra emotions. Sentimental concentration, reduced to 0%. Rational concentration, increased to 100%. Coldness becomes cold-blooded. Gao Yang exhaled lightly. Go? Yeah. Qing Ling replied. Gao Xinxin felt the murderous intentions of Gao Yang and Qing Ling. She opened her arms. Her ponytails and skirts flew together, and she slowly floated above the sea of flowers. She raised her chin slightly, her lips closed lightly, and seemed to be singing softly. Life is like flowers, jealousy is like a sickle. Desire is only miserable, disappearance is better than eternity. Wow! 6 sharp, narrow, soft and light pure white wings stretched out behind her, gorgeous and seductive under the white moon. Gao Xinxin smiled gently. Schwa! A feather light wing disappeared behind Gao Xinxin, and in a moment, the invisible killing aura cut across the ground, like an invisible big hand quickly stroking the sea of flowers, and the space seemed to freeze for a moment. Chong. In the next frame, Gao Yang and Qing Ling were already in the air, surrounded by flying sunflowers, all of which were cut off and thrown into the air in that one frame. Gao Yang in the air had no expression on his face, but Qing Ling's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The moment she jumped up, she deliberately left a black gold sword stuck in the ground, wanting to see if the black gold weapon would be cut off by Gao Xinxin's light wings. As a result, the Wujin Shouda was intact, but all the sunflowers behind the Wujin Shouda were cut off. Not a single one was spared. This shows that her and Gao Yang's guess was correct. Gao Xinxin's light wings are flexible and changeable. When encountering something more fragile than itself, they will be cut in half. When encountering something harder than itself, they will separate at the moment of contact, and then gather together at the first time, which can be said to be perfectly ignoring any ordinary defense. Facing her light wing attack, only an airtight absolute defense will be effective. As for Qing Ling, even if she let all the Wujin weapons line up in front of her, the final result is that all the Wujin weapons are intact, but Qing Ling behind the weapons is cut into several pieces. Swoosh! Just as the two jumped into the air, the second light wing behind Gao Xinxin disappeared. Chong! Within a frame, another killing aura that could not be captured by the naked eye came. Ghost Domain, triple speed. Gao Yang unfolded the Ghost Domain, and the flow of time around him slowed down by 3 times. Only then could he barely see what was attacking him. It was just a thin white energy line that was not even as big as a fishing line. In other words, the light wing behind Gao Xinxin almost instantly stretched into an energy thread and cut towards the two people. In a flash, Gao Yang made some guesses. The shape of the light wing should be able to change into a softer thread, but that would sacrifice the speed of the shot. If it is to be fast, it can only be stretched into a straight line. In the Ghost Domain, Gao Yang, with a blessing of 3 times the speed, launched a teleportation and took Qing Ling to dodge the second slash. Swoosh! 2 of the 4 light wings behind Gao Xinxin disappeared. Gao Yang's ghost domain continued to unfold, and he was able to barely see the two white threads cutting towards him. However, the cooldown of teleport has not yet ended, and it is almost impossible to avoid it by physical reaction alone. Swish. Qingling made a move. She had triple time like Gao Yang. Without the blessing of teleport, Gao Yang's agility was inferior to Qingling. Qingling pushed Gao Yang with her super strong burst and physical reaction, and the two of them bounced to both sides like magnets that suddenly repelled each other. Chong chong. Two invisible silk threads passed through their original positions, almost distorting the space. Swish. The last two feather wings behind Gao Xinxin disappeared. The cooldown of Gao Yang's teleport had passed, and he flashed to take Qingling away and escaped. The two landed and stepped on a sunflower stem. Gao Yang's left hand had 2 fingers broken, and blood was flowing. He had no time to feel pain, or even time to think, and activated the absolute barrier without hesitation. He knew very well that the two of them seemed to have avoided the sickle of the god of death, but in fact, they had only avoided the shadow of the sickle. The real sickle had just revealed its cold light. Wow! A golden lotus blossomed under Gao Yang's feet, trapping him and Qingling inside. Chapter 1197. Swish swish. As soon as the golden petals gathered, all 6 wings of light turned back. Woo! In an instant, the entire sea of flowers was shattered, and the earth was cut into a messy puzzle. Only the golden lotus in the puzzle was intact. Gao Yang's decision was correct. If he did not use absolute defense immediately, he and Qingling would basically not be able to avoid the next attack. Even if they barely avoided it, there would be a next time. This is like the skipping rope game we played when we were young. 2 children were swinging the skipping rope on the side, and the child in the middle kept jumping. No matter how agile the child in the middle was, he would be tripped by the rope sooner or later. However, losing the skipping rope only ended the game. If they lost, they would be cut into 8 pieces. In the absolute barrier, Qingling saw Gao Yang's cut finger at a glance, and was not surprised. She knew Gao Yang did it on purpose. The two had a full discussion on how to deal with Gao Xinxin. The first thing is to confirm the extent of Gao Xinxin's light wing's destructive power. Qingling had previously tried with the black gold sword, proving that the light wings could not cut the black gold weapons, but the black gold weapons could not effectively defend against the light wings. Gao Yang also deliberately armed his entire arm with a high-density golden holy close. When he was dodging at the limit, he reached out to touch the energy tangent that the light wings turned into, and then his fingers were cut off like onions. This is enough to prove how terrifying the sharpness of the light wings is. I'm afraid it can cut everything except black gold weapons and absolute barriers. If it's just the sharpness, it's not difficult to deal with. Before the awakening of the beast, the sharpness of Prince Kai's bone spurs was at the same level as Gao Xinxin's light wings, but the bone spurs grew on Prince Kai's body after all, and the extension length was limited. It couldn't be activated frequently, and the threat it posed was not great. In contrast, Gao Xinxin's 6 feather light wings were unpredictable, easy to control, and incredibly fast. Gao Yang and Qingling kept a distance of 50 meters from her, concentrating 200% of their attention, and had to rely on talents such as time and space ghost and teleport to barely dodge, not to mention close-range attacks. Gao Xinxin's destructive power was only average among dead beasts, and her own defense should not be high, nor did she have those law talents that made people defenseless. But her own speed and attack speed were too fast. After Jingjia, she should be the number 1 in the mist world. To Gao Xinxin's level, if you want to fight her, you must wear airtight black gold armor or be made of black metal, otherwise you will die before you can make a move. Gao Yang never underestimated Gao Xinxin's strength, and he didn't think he could deal with her alone, so he decided to fight with Qingling from the beginning. You know, Gao Yang and Qingling are already the top combat forces in the team, and they shouldn't be in the same group. Gao Yang thought quickly, and made a decision. The test is over, execute tactic A. Yes. Qingling raised his right hand without any hesitation, and was about to twist the black gold ring on his ring finger. Wait a minute. Gao Yang still stared at Gao Xinxin, raised his injured finger, inject me with sea potion. Qingling had some doubts in his heart. Gao Yang's level 7 gecko can recover from such a minor injury in the blink of an eye, and there is no need for sea potion at all. But Qingling didn't ask much. Gao Yang must have his reasons. Qingling took out sea potion, grabbed Gao Yang's injured hand, and injected a quarter of the potion into his palm. Qingling didn't notice at all that at this moment, Gao Xinxin, who was outside the absolute barrier, had a resentful look in her eyes that was completely ignited by jealousy. This was exactly what Gao Yang wanted. He removed the sound shielding of the absolute barrier and shouted to Gao Xinxin, Gao Xinxin, I have a girlfriend, and I will get married and have children in the future to form a new family. You will grow up, and sooner or later you will form your own family. You need to be more sensible, become independent, and stop relying on me, understand? Gao Xinxin looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, as if she was looking at a stranger. She lowered her head and sneered. When she looked up again, there was no more resentment, anger, or even jealousy on her face. Brother, I know. I will be sensible, and do what a dead beast should do. I will kill you all. I will let you watch your companions die one by one without being able to do anything. I will make you so miserable that you wish you had never been in this world. Then, I will mercifully kill you. You don't have to thank me. We are family. After Gao Xinxin finished speaking, her eyes instantly turned pure black. Black. Abundant energy vibrated from her slender body, like a pulse. The sky was instantly covered with scars, like black flames, which lasted for several seconds before slowly dissipating. The girl's ponytail spread out, and her black hair flew. Gao Yang got what he wanted. Gao Xinxin was completely enraged. She became stronger, but her flaws were also bigger. Go on. Gao Yang looked calm. Yes. Qing Ling stepped forward. You are not allowed to die. Gao Yang said. You too. Qing Ling twisted the ring. Equivalent exchange triple enhanced power. Time, 3 minutes. Price, 3 months of deep coma. Ding. The golden lotus shattered and turned into golden energy particles floating all over the sky. Gao Yang disappeared, and he activated invisibility. Qing Ling also disappeared, and she rushed towards Gao Xinxin at an incredibly fast speed. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 feather light wings left Gao Xinxin's back again, turning into energy threads and cutting towards Qing Ling. Relying on the 3-fold enhancement of combat power, Qing Ling finally managed to capture the trajectory of the light feathers and react. Swish. Chong chong. If anyone was watching the battle at this moment, they would see such a strange scene. The entire flower sea was a picture, and this picture had serious and dense frame jams, and each frame would have white flashes like an illusion, and Qing Ling's afterimage was constantly changing its position, appearing in the air, on the ground, very close to Gao Xinxin, and very far away from Gao Xinxin. The truth is, in just half a minute, Gao Xinxin's light wings cut back and forth hundreds of times, and Qing Ling also dodged hundreds of times. Gao Xinxin didn't use her full strength, and there were always 3 wings of light left behind. If 6 wings of light were used together, Qing Ling, who was strengthened 3 times, might not last more than 10 seconds. But Gao Xinxin didn't do this. She had to beware of Gao Yang, who could attack her at any time. Gao Yang's copied invisibility would be broken once he appeared, so there was only one chance. He didn't show up, which put invisible pressure on Gao Xinxin, making it impossible for her to use her full strength. Qing Ling didn't sit there and wait for death. After half a minute of crazy pulling with Gao Xinxin, she began to be familiar with the trajectory of the light-winged silk and made a small degree of prediction, which made her dodge easier. On the other hand, her infinite evolution also began to play a passive role, gradually absorbing a little energy from Gao Xinxin, thus becoming more powerful and more agile. Swish. Qing Ling, who was above the sea of flowers, relied on the suspended sword formation to jump back and forth at high speed, constantly avoiding the cutting of the light-winged silk, while slowly closing the distance with Gao Xinxin, and finally found an opportunity to attack. Chapter 1198. Swish, swish, swish. All of a sudden, 4 black gold swords and 2 butterfly short swords flew towards Gao Xinxin, who was 20 meters away. Another feather disappeared from the light wings behind Gao Xinxin. This feather of light wing turned into a white ribbon that surrounded Gao Xinxin. It rotated at high speed and almost blocked any object. Half a second later, all the black gold weapons that stabbed Gao Xinxin were bounced away. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment when the black gold weapons bounced away, countless lightning rushed out and struck Gao Xinxin. Gao Xinxin was quite familiar with Qing Ling's move and was well prepared. She stayed where she was and continued to control the light feather silk to cut Qing Ling. At the same time, smooth silver scales grew on her skin under the black skirt. The lightning remotely controlled by Qing Ling, not to mention the lightning hidden in the weapon, could not hurt Gao Xinxin at all. How could Qing Ling not know this? While dodging the cutting of the light feather silk, she quickly hooked her fingers. Element conversion. Hua! Instantly, countless lightning bolts that struck Gao Xinxin turned into countless petals of sunflowers. Qing Ling converted lightning elements into plant elements. These petals had no killing power at all compared to lightning, but they had one advantage, that is, They were densely packed and blocked all of Gao Xinxin's sight. Gao Xinxin's eyebrows tightened, and the white ribbons around her disappeared. Shwa shoo shoo shoo. Within a second, hundreds of cuts appeared around her. Voila! All the petals turned into smaller yellow powders, and scattered around. Gao Xinxin had a global vision again, and she only felt a stream of light passing over her head. She suddenly raised her eyes. It was Qing Ling. Qing Ling seized this precious second, and came to the sky above Gao Xinxin's head. She raised the Tang sword high, and the tip of the sword flashed with dazzling thunder, as if pulling the lightning from the night sky, and struck Gao Xinxin. At that moment, a faint sneer appeared on the corner of Gao Xinxin's mouth. Boom! The pale lightning submerged Gao Xinxin, and the sword energy with lightning cut a charred gully in the sea of flowers. Qing Ling was shocked. It didn't hit. A very fast black afterimage appeared in front of her. She had no time to dodge, and even had no time to raise the Tang sword to parry. At that moment, Qing Ling realized that she and Gao Yang still underestimated Gao Xinxin. Gao Xinxin's lightwing speed is not her upper limit. Her real upper limit is her own speed. When Qing Ling got close, Gao Xinxin's instant burst of movement speed was faster than the 6 feather light wings. She easily avoided Qing Ling's attack and flew towards Qing Ling. This speed is almost the same as Gao Yang's teleport. In a flash, Qing Ling didn't even know that she had thought so much. But why did the pain not come for a long time? Then she found that there was another person in front of her, Gao Yang. At the critical moment, the invisible Gao Yang still activated teleport to block the attack for Qing Ling. Gao Xinxin's thin arm pierced Gao Yang's chest like a dagger. She was going to take out Qing Ling's heart directly. Not to mention Qing Ling, even Gao Xinxin was surprised. She thought Qing Ling would die, but she didn't expect that it was her brother who died. This surprise was fleeting, and then it turned into almost instinctive jealousy. The moment the fire of jealousy was ignited, Gao Xinxin immediately came to her senses. She realized that she had overlooked something, an obvious thing. The Gao Yang in front of him couldn't be Gao Yang, he was just an illusion. She was so stupid that she was actually worried about an illusion. In fact, Gao Yang, who was in absolute cold-bloodedness, knew very well that Qing Ling was no match for Gao Xinxin, and that Qing Ling would be in danger sooner or later. He had been secretly protecting Qing Ling, and decided to help her block the knife, which was also part of the tactic. Gao Yang had already taken Gao Xinxin's weakness into consideration. Her biggest weakness was Gao Yang, and this might be the only chance for Gao Yang and Qing Ling. Bang! The rail Gao Yang turned into a golden wind, and took Gao Xinxin away from Qing Ling, and the illusion Gao Yang. Pound. 1 second later, Gao Yang flew out of the sea of flowers holding Gao Xinxin, swooped down along the hillside, smashed a stone sculpture on the square at the foot of the mountain, and drew a small gully more than 10 meters long on the concrete ground. Gao Yang wore a golden holy garment, and strangled Gao Xinxin's thin neck with both hands. Gao Xinxin's hair was disheveled, her skirt was in tatters, and her whole body was covered with smooth silver scales. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. This surprise attack really caught Gao Xinxin off guard. However, she reacted quickly gave up the control of the 6-winged light, concentrated her energy to arm herself, and then summoned the 6-winged light again. In Gao Xinxin's imagination, the 6-winged light would return to her in 1 second. If Gao Yang did not escape, he would be torn into pieces. But Gao Yang did not escape, and pinched Gao Xinxin's neck and pressed her to the ground. The 6-winged light did not return to her either. Gao Xinxin frowned slightly confused. Soon, she found that at some point, the entire square at the foot of the mountain was blocked by the absolute barrier. At this moment, the two were in a golden space the size of a football field. The 6-winged light wings that wanted to return to defense were blocked outside the barrier. Gao Yang, who was wearing spirit armor, had no expression on his face, looking coldly at the dead beast, and even his apology was so perfunctory. "Sister, I'm sorry." Boom. A huge pillar of fire rose from the ground and continued to expand, filling the space in the barrier in just 2 seconds. The huge golden space instantly turned into a bright red square, like a branding iron pressed on the mother of the earth by the god of the sky when he was torturing him. Although the space of the absolute barrier was large, it was still not enough for Gao Yang's flame. Although Gao Yang's flame could burn without oxygen, the damage would be reduced a lot, which was why Gao Yang had to deploy such a large barrier. After a few seconds, the oxygen in the barrier was exhausted, and the power of the flame weakened. Ding! The golden barrier was broken. Boom! 2 figures rushed into the night sky from the fire, with long flame tails, like 2 entangled fireworks. Gao Yang didn't expect that flame could kill jealousy, but the pain caused by the flames could make her lose her mind temporarily, and unable to make an effective counterattack. Under the stimulation of great pain, Gao Xinxin instinctively jumped up and flew into the sky with Gao Yang. Gao Yang followed the trend and untied the absolute barrier. At this moment, a tall and dashing figure was flying with a sword and approaching quickly. It was Qing Ling. She tilted her body slightly, with the tang sword tucked on her waist, her right hand tightly holding the hilt, and her eyes burst into dazzling green light. She was constantly accumulating power all the way here, pouring almost all the energy in her body into the tang sword, and locking her eyes on the target. Gao Yang! Qing Ling shouted. Gao Yang, who was still holding Gao Xinxin, did not look back and directly activated the invincible recorded by Luer Shuyu. Wow! Qing Ling's tang sword unsheathed, tearing a huge and hideous green scar in the night sky, instantly engulfing Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin. Chapter 1199. Liqing University, Fallen Street. Actually, I have an immature suggestion. Washu tilted his head and smiled, took out the lollipop in his mouth. Do you want to listen to it? Lele looked calm, but his heart was beating. What is this guy up to? But Lele was not in a hurry to start fighting immediately. There was no harm in listening to what the other party had to say first. However, it is not ruled out that the other party also has talents such as word games, cheating, gambler, and can play conspiracists and tricks just through dialogue. Lele raised his hand to his companions behind him. You step aside, I will talk to her alone. Hong Xiaoxiao was a little worried, but decided to obey the order. She held Nana and Lao Seven's hands, and the three of them disappeared. Lele looked at Wan Shu and raised her guard. Okay, go ahead. Wan Shu ate his lollipop again and blinked. You just said that if we really fight, it's almost 50-50. Maybe I win, maybe you win. Lele remained calm and complained in her heart. Isn't this nonsense? If that's the case, why do we have to fight to decide the winner? It's so tiring. Wan Shu smiled. Lele suddenly had an idea and guessed what Wan Shu wanted to do. She kept silent and waited for Wan Shu to continue. We can play rock paper scissors, or flip a coin, and the odds are 50-50. Wan Shu smiled sincerely. If I win, you die, and if you win, I die. It achieves the goal, and is simple and easy. Liao's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an unfathomable smile, but she was roaring in her heart. She is lazy indeed. She can treat life and death so casually. Compared to her, I am simply a model worker. But what she said actually makes sense. It's 50-50 anyway. Why bother fighting? It's obviously more efficient to find a simple method instead. Moreover, this proposal is actually more beneficial to our side. If we really fight, we will be wiped out if we lose, and there will be casualties even if we win. But if we change to a simple way to determine the winner, we will be wiped out if we lose, but we can win with 0 casualties. This wave of blood profit, what should I do? I am tempted, but is this Wan Shu's conspiracy? And how to prevent both parties from shirking their obligations afterwards? Have you thought about it? Washu asked. Lele smiled. It's an interesting proposal. I have to discuss it with my teammates. Okay. Washu tilted his head. Then I go to the store to find some food. You can find me anytime if you think about it. Washu put his hands behind his waist, hummed a little song, and walked into the store with brisk steps. A few minutes later, all members of Lele's team stood on the roof of a nearby building to discuss Wan Shu's proposal. No! This is definitely a trap. Lao 7 was very excited and gestured. Didn't you see? That Wan Shu, how beautiful she is. What's wrong with being beautiful? Hong Xiaoxiao didn't react. Don't believe a word of a beautiful woman. Lao 7 was very sure. The other three looked at each other in surprise. The atmosphere was subtle. I don't know how Lao 7 came to this conclusion. Lula looked at Nana. Queen Nana, what about you? Nana put her hands on her hips and raised her proud pointed chin. My king accepts her challenge. Reason? Lula asked. Humph! How dare you challenge my king's fate? You are so arrogant, trying to shake a tree with a floating body. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Lula corrected. All the same. Nana was a little embarrassed and quickly made up for it. Your human language is too troublesome. Lele looked at Hong Xiaoxiao again. Hong Xiaoxiao pursed her lips slightly, thought about it seriously, and said, if this is not a trap, I think it is acceptable, because... Hong Xiaoxiao did not continue. Because you think we may not have a 50% chance of winning the battle against laziness? Lele smiled bitterly. Hong Xiaoxiao nodded, although I have always told myself that I must fight bravely until the last moment, so that I can face them when I die, but this is just self-touching. I think that doing everything possible to win the farewell battle is the most important thing, and it is also what the dead companions want to see most. Hong Xiaoxiao looked up and met Lei Lei with a hot gaze. So, if luck is the way with the highest chance of winning, then I admit it. Lei Lei smiled with relief. Xiaohong and I have the same idea. Lao 7 was shocked. No, are you all crazy? How can such a big thing be left to luck? Luck is also part of strength. Lei Lei said. No, I can't accept it. Lao 7 was determined. If I can't win, I will die with a clear conscience. If I die because of my luck, it will be too aggrieved. I will die with my eyes wide open. The scene fell silent. Lei Lei thought seriously for another minute, then raised her head. Lao 7, I understand your feelings and respect your ideas, but I am the team leader tonight, and you must obey orders. But, you must obey orders. Lei Lei repeated. Lao 7 met Lei Lei's serious and firm eyes, and he sighed. Okay, I listen to you. Let me be frank, if we lose, I won't take the blame. When we get there, you can kowtow to them and admit your mistakes. I will. Lei Lei smiled happily. 5 minutes later, on the roof of the convenience store, Washu sat on the edge of the rooftop, with his hands on the ground and his feet hanging in the air, swaying gently. There were some drinks and desserts beside him. Above her head was the cold and lonely white moon, and under her feet were gray and white ruins. She hummed a sad little song, and the night wind blowing in her face became gentle. Someone appeared. She stopped singing, turned around, hugged her knees, and rested her chin on her knees, looking lazy. The 4 awakened people stood in a row, looking serious and vigilant. Have you decided? Wanshu asked with a smile. Lei Lei nodded. We agree with your proposal. Let's use rock paper scissors to decide the winner. Haha, that's right. Wanshu curled his lips. Fighting and killing, how troublesome. But Lei Lei changed his tone. We don't trust you. What if we win and you cheat? I really can't do that. Wangshu shrugged. This kind of thing depends on self-consciousness. Just like truth or dare, it's a gentleman's game. I have a suggestion. Lei Lei pointed to Lao 7 next to him. He has a talent called signing. He can make our rock-paper-scissors game into a contract. Both parties must abide by it, and those who break the contract will pay a heavy price. Okay. Wanshu agreed readily. Okay. Lei Lei glanced at Lao 7. Lao 7 hesitated for a moment, mustered up the courage to walk between Wanshu and Lei Lei, and extended his hand to both parties. There is no time to draft a contract. Just sign it directly with me, as the intermediary. You two just need to hold my hand. Okay. Washu was still sitting on the ground, raised his head slightly, and raised one hand lazily. Come over here. I'm too lazy to get up. Chapter 1200. Old 7 was stunned. He stared at Washu, trying to see some traces of conspiracy on the face of this beautiful woman, but he only saw a natural and sincere smile. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, and took a few steps forward. Old 7's heart almost rose to his throat. He trembled and reached out his hand, and gently held Wanshu's hand. There was no difference. It was just an ordinary girl's hand, with slender and soft fingers and smooth and slightly cool skin, just like a daffodil covered with dew in the morning. Old 7 held it for a long time, confirmed that there was nothing unusual, and nodded to Lei Lei. Lei Lei stepped forward and held Old 7's other hand. Old 7 initiated the contract and announced, in the next 10 minutes, the awakened Lei Lei and the lazy Wanshu will play a rock-paper-scissors game to decide the winner. During the game, both parties are prohibited from cheating in any means and form. The winner lives, the loser dies, and the violator will lose his life. Once both parties agree, the contract will take effect immediately. Lazy Wanshu, do you agree? Agree. Wanshu replied. Awakened Lei Lei, do you agree? Agree. Lei Lei replied. On. A ripple of energy spread out from Old 7's body, turning into a gust of wind, ruffling Wanshu and Lei Lei's hair. Lei Lei was delighted. Success. Old 7 only signed Lei Lei and Wanshu. Even if he lost the rock-paper-scissors game, only one person would die, and the other 3 could still deny the debt. Lei Lei wanted to pretend to be confused, but Wanshu didn't stop in the middle. Wanshu, no matter how lazy you are, you still have to study the terms carefully before signing the contract, otherwise you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Lei Lei was proud for a few seconds, then thought again. Maybe Wanshu didn't care at all. After all, if she died, she would have a high chance of winning against 3 people. You can start now. Lao 7 let go of the hands of the 2 and retreated to a safe distance with Hong Xiaoxiao and Nana. Lei Lei took a deep breath and sat cross-legged, 1 meter away from Wanshu. Come on, let's see who has better luck. Lele said, clenched his fist, and hid it behind his back. Okay. Washu nodded, clenched his fist, and hid it behind his back. It seemed like a simple rock-paper-scissors action, but with a guarantee of contract, neither of them could cheat. Once they decided what to play, they could not change it. I count to 3, 2, 1. Lao 7 shouted behind him. You all play together. Lele nodded slightly, and Wanshu blinked slightly. 3, 2, 1. They both played at the same time. Washu played his fist. Lele played the cloth. Lele won. Ah! Old 7 screamed at the top of his lungs. We won. We won. We really won. We won. We won. Hong Shisha's heart, which had been hanging in the air throughout the whole process, finally fell to the ground. She could hardly believe that she actually won. Humph! Nana put her hands on her hips, with an expected pride on her face. You dare to challenge the fate of my king? You are simply overestimating your own abilities, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Lele looked at her cloth, then at Wanshu's fist. She repeatedly confirmed that she was not mistaken, and her almost stopped heart came back to life and began to beat wildly. To outsiders, this rock-paper-scissors game was simple and easy, but only Lele knew how much mental pressure she had endured and how many brain cells she had burned in the first few seconds before making the decision. Thank God she won. The 3 companions behind her quickly calmed down after a brief and extreme joy, and were ready to fight at any time. Lele was still sitting on the ground, but her body began to mobilize energy, ready to fight at any time. No one could guarantee that Wanshu would not cheat. However, if he violated the contract, even if he did not die, he would pay a heavy price. For pairs of eyes stared at Wanshu. Wanshu smiled faintly. Liao Yuan, you have to accept the loss. Liao had no expression on his face, but was shocked in his heart. No, it's really a gentleman's game. Wanshu slowly tore open a lollipop and put it in his mouth. You are so lucky. It's not just luck. Liao confessed. I chose the cloth after repeated thinking. Why? Wanshu blinked curiously. You have never played rock-paper-scissors with me. How can you guess what I will choose? Liao raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Most people will clench their fists and hide their hands behind their backs before playing rock-paper-scissors. Washu nodded yes. What does this mean? Liao stretched out 2 fingers, turned his fist into scissors, then retracted them, and spread his palm again, turning his fist into cloth. There are differences between the 3. Washu was stunned, and suddenly realized, so that's how it is, haha, I'm so lazy. Washu was convinced. Liao, you are really amazing. You're flattered. Liao's eyes tightened. I'm willing to accept the loss, you said? Yeah. Washu still held the lollipop in his mouth, raised his head, and glanced at the white moon above his head. The soft luster in his eyes could not be said to be nostalgic or sad. Liao, I really thought about the question you asked me last time. Haha, I don't know what's wrong with me. I care about this matter inexplicably. Lo was stunned for a while, and it took him a long time to remember what he asked. Is there an answer? Washu smiled. Do you want to hear it? Lele nodded. Maybe, human desire is not for self-destruction. Wanshu's body became transparent, and the energy in his body began to peel off, turning into wisps of moonlight floating into the air. Lele could really feel from a close distance that these moonlights were not the second form of laziness, but the real cold light without the breath of life. Washu was indeed committing suicide. Human desire is just to prove that life has existed. Wow! Wanshu's translucent body could no longer be maintained, and turned into a gentle wind and scattered. She disappeared completely, and a lollipop fell to the ground, and slowly rolled to Lele's feet. Dead beast laziness, Washu. Dead. Lele was still sitting there. She picked up the lonely lollipop and watched quietly. 1204, Ignorance. Dongyu District, Apple Island. Looking around, it was all scorched earth, and flames after the explosion were burning everywhere. Under the white moonlight, it looked like a bunch of charming gray-white flowers, as if born in hell. The only bright color in this hell was a golden telephone booth. It looked so lonely. Even if there was a phone, no one knew who to call. Ding. The absolute barrier broke and turned into golden energy all over the sky. Juanma stood there, while Chuning sat on the ground. After an unknown period of silence, Juanma sighed lightly. Chuning, I think I am qualified to say that I understand your feelings at the moment, but we still have business to do. Chuning buried her head deeply, and did not move. Juanma continued. Chuning, cheer up, since whether greed is dead, the curtain call battle is not over yet. Chinning remained indifferent. Juanma hesitated for a moment, squatted down, and reached out to put his hand on Qinying's shoulder. Qinying. Juanma felt a chill on his back, and it was too late to withdraw his hand. The evil sense of domination returned, as if thousands of gloomy threads passed through his flesh, blood, spirit, consciousness, and even soul. Everything of his no longer belonged to him. Greed is not dead. This was Juanma's last thought. Ha ha ha. It was as if a greedy laugh came from the empty scorched ground of hell. Countless vertical eyes of different sizes reappeared around Juanma and Qinying. These red eyes opened strangely, and stared at a common direction. At the intersection of the sights of all the vertical eyes, a group of energy bodies composed of black thin lines slowly appeared, as if it was composed of the sights of all the eyes. The energy body rotated in a vortex, and surged in all directions. A crimson vertical eye slowly opened in the middle of the vortex. There was no pupil in the vertical eye, or rather, there were infinite pupils, giving people a feeling of infinite layers, like two broken mirrors facing each other, and then reflecting an infinitely large and long messy space. This is the true essence of greed. Pathetic, ignorant, stupid. Greed's voice seemed to come from the void, with a deep, gloomy echo. In front of me, you have no secrets at all, and I know your plan clearly. Yes, when Greed's first step of spying was successful, the four people had no secrets. They have been successfully scanned by Greed. Although Greed has not yet connected their fate, let alone possessed them, it has shared all their memories, thoughts, and deep emotions. That is why Greedy can replicate the fate slices of the four people to fight with him. Therefore, Greedy knew Johan's trump card from the beginning, and knew the rings on him and in Hegi. Greedy continued to act with the four people, and it was not worried at all, because neither the originally nor the subsequently was its true body. Its true body is conceptualized, and has been hidden in all the fates it has occupied. These fates are the highest level of wealth in the world, and its true treasure house. As long as Greedy's true body does not appear, in theory, no one can really kill it. Greedy only needs to appear when it completely merges the fate of others. Fusion is the final stage, which is to make the fate of others completely belong to oneself. After Johan and Inhegi touched Li, they accelerated Li's possession, and have now successfully merged. With Johan's fate, it is easy to repeat, connect and possess Qinying's fate. Just now, the horse touched Qinying's body again, which also accelerated his own death. Now, Greedy can safely put the remaining treasures into his own treasure house. Greed looked down at Juanma and Qinying, who were already unable to move. Come, give me everything you have, and share eternity with me. This is the other side of all living beings. Greed did not continue. Just as she was about to complete the last step of fusion, she suddenly saw a picture, which was a slice of Qinying's future destiny. Qinying knelt alone in front of Johan's tomb, crying silently. Wait, how is this possible? Greed did not intend to kill Qinying and Juanma immediately. After completely taking away their fate, she still decided to be the one behind the scenes, controlling these two chess pieces, and using them to deal with other awakeners. Therefore, the two of them do have a future. But in a future dominated by greed, Qinying would never kneel alone in front of Johan's tomb and cry. This must be Qinying's spontaneous behavior. This shows that Qinying's fate is out of the control of greed. How is this possible, unless greed failed to take away Qinying's fate? Yes. It did fail. Greed realized that the fate of Juanma and Qinying was like data that was transmitted to 99.99%, but suddenly got stuck. It could not be completed. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. Some kind of will put a solid shackle on greed. Woo. The space around trembled slightly. The gray, white and black world instantly returned to its original color, and then a solemn, distant, ancient voice came from afar. The master has come, and all beings surrender. Dragon! It was a dragon! How is this possible? Didn't he go to deal with arrogance? Greed gave up the fate of Juanma and Qinying without hesitation, and wanted to hide in his own treasure house again. It's useless. When Greedy heard the dragon's 8 words, it had already become a sinner, and what awaited it was God's judgment. At this moment, Greedy finally tasted the pain of those who died at its hands. Standing there, motionless, not even qualified to despair. After a while, a figure appeared on the distant horizon. It was a tall and thin man with beautiful eyes, and it was difficult to tell whether he was male or female. He was wrapped in a pure white cloak, barefoot, and had long pale hair, like an ascetic who had wandered for thousands of years but was spotless. He was clearly still on the horizon, and he was clearly walking so slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Greedy. In the domain of domination, the dragon is God. God can do whatever he wants. No, this is impossible. You should never be here. Greed's voice was so fearful that it didn't even know that even the qualification of fear was granted by the dragon. If a sinner should leave anything before death, it can only be repentance and fear. Greed certainly didn't repent. The black energy vortex around it accelerated, trying to cover the red eyes in the middle, but it couldn't do it. The dragon was not interested in Greed's dying struggle. He stretched out his hand and tapped the horse's forehead. Ah! The horse woke up and completely took back his fate. He breathed like a drowning man and thought he was dreaming when he saw the dragon. Captain Long, why are you here? Where should I be otherwise? The dragon smiled faintly. The horse was speechless for a while. Thank you for your hard work. Next, leave it to me. Jianma understood immediately. He didn't waste any words. He picked up the unconscious Chening and jumped away from Long and Greed at the fastest speed. He ran all the way to the edge of Moon Island. He felt that he had passed through a thin layer of magical energy barrier. He stopped and turned around. His scalp was numb. Most of Moon Island was completely covered by a semicircular gray domain ball. Roughly estimated, the diameter of this domain ball was at least 5 kilometers. Jianma knew the weakness of the dominant domain. He wondered, wouldn't such a large domain ball have an accident, such as being hit by a flying bird or bitten by a mouse? Suddenly, Jianma reacted. After the 3 hours of Sungjie came, all irrelevant creatures disappeared. So Long dared to play such a big game. As expected of Sandao's eldest son, the youngest son is Gao Yang, the favorite person is really fearless. Jianma immediately stepped back several steps, keeping a safe distance from the surface of the domain sphere, fearing that he would accidentally puncture it. Looking at the huge domain sphere in front of him, Jianma suddenly had a terrible idea. If Long's dominant is upgraded to level 8, can the domain range cover a district or even a city? If Long can do it, then he is not bragging about dealing with the 7 dead beasts alone. However, the damage of judgment on the enemy must be borne by Long himself. In this case, even if he can kill the 7 dead beasts, they should die together. This is the real reason why Long cannot be the main force, because Long cannot die here yet. He said that he has his own mission, and this mission is after Gao Yang. What will it be? Chapter 1201. In the Domain of Domination. The dragon slightly raised his head and looked at Greed, which was suspended, or more precisely, frozen in midair. Why? Why? Greed fell into great fear. This fear came from the desperate situation with nowhere to escape, and even more from the fate that the dragon could not pry into. Anything that Greed could not pry into and possess made it afraid. The dragon nodded slightly, and Greed immediately fell from the sky, fell to the ground, and prostrated at the dragon's feet. Behind the dragon, a throne formed by gray fog appeared. The dragon sat down, tilted his head, supported his side face with one hand, and quietly examined the center in front of him. Greed, you didn't lose to me, you lost to yourself. Greed trembled all over and immediately understood what the dragon said. Yes, it lost to its own greed. If it had been hiding in fate, even the dragon could not catch it. But it was too greedy, it wanted to have everything. The fate of Johan and Enhegi was not enough, it also wanted the fate of Chening and Jianma. It was not enough to possess them, it also wanted to completely merge. So it still showed up, and was caught by the dragon. But didn't the dragon go to deal with Pride? Why did it appear here? Is Pride dead? No, if Pride died, Greed would be able to detect it at the first time. Greed's body shook again, and suddenly realized. So that's it. So that's it. Haha, this is a human? This is a human, haha. Greed laughed desperately. The dragon raised his hand gracefully, and directly sent down the 7th judgment. Return to the ruins. In an instant, the world in front of him changed. The sky was a depressing lead color, and under his feet was a vast ocean shrouded in mist. A huge abyss appeared in the sea, and the rolling sea water wrapped in mist poured into the abyss, forming a circular waterfall. Boom boom. The circular waterfall flows into the abyss tirelessly, but it can never fill it. It is bottomless and endless. This is Guishu. Greed is in the center of the sky above Guishu, as small as a black dot. No, no. Greed tries its best and flies up desperately, but an invisible force restrains it, like countless invisible arms, pulling it, tearing it, and dragging it into the abyss. Ah! Greed screams strangely, and the black mist of energy around it suddenly expands rapidly, and turns into a dark cloud in an instant. The size of this dark cloud is almost as big as the entrance of Guishu, and it has become the plug of Guishu, trying to plug this insatiable abyss, or in other words, it wants to use it to block itself and not fall into the abyss. But this is impossible. This dark cloud simply couldn't withstand the huge attraction from the abyss. It rolled, struggled, and screamed, but it was still unraveled, turned into thousands of black threads, and was sucked into Guishu. This scene was as if all the black hair in the world was gathered together, and then poured out by God into this endless trash can. Soon, all the black energy around Greed disappeared, leaving only a red vertical eye, still stubbornly suspended in the air, like a lonely kite. The red kite was still struggling. It wanted to fly away, but a black thread pulled it, trying to drag it into the darkness of Guishu. That was Greed's own destiny thread. I will not perish. I will never perish. I am destiny. I am everything. Greed was still struggling for the last time, and the red eye was suddenly grasped by a force, and then trembled violently. During the trembling process, countless eyes were shaken out, and they were stacked layer by layer, thousands and thousands, and they surged in all directions. It was as if someone selected the original picture, copied it, and pressed the paste key, and never released it. The huge amount of overlapping images magnified the red eye by tens of millions of times, and once again became a behemoth that could block Guishu. A second of silence. Wawa wawa. All eyes began to dump chaotic information, which was the embodiment of all the fates occupied by Greed. Countless figures, countless scenes, countless slices of fate, like film being pulled out of a film reel, were pulled out from countless eyes, and fell into Guishu without looking back. No. No. Countless slices of fate formed a three-dimensional rain of film, and they poured down into the bottomless abyss under their feet without reservation. I don't know how long it took, but the double images of eyes above Guishu became fewer and fewer, and smaller. Finally, only one vertical eye remained. This eye had no flesh and blood, no details. It was just a simple sketch drawn by a black line, and a black eyelash on this eye was connected to a black thread, leading to the abyss. This was the original appearance of Greed, which could not be simpler. It was just a line of sight, a thought of Greed. Swish. The black thread was gently pulled, and the eye of the sketch spread out, turning into a long black thread, slowly falling into the abyss. Boom boom. The magnificent and tragic circular waterfall was still rushing down tirelessly. No matter how many things there are, they cannot fill Guishu, but they will eventually flow into Guishu, from a simple world to a greedy heart. Long sat on the throne, watching everything quietly, without satisfaction, without disappointment, only a slight fatigue. The trial is over. On the evening of the 18th, Millennium Building 6F, Nyoman. Johan finally spoke. Captain, 2 insurances are not enough. I want another insurance. Gao Yang looked at Johan, without saying a word. No! Dr. Jia got excited first. Are you done? Are you going to tire me to death? I haven't slept for almost 48 hours. Don't worry, what you have to do is very simple. Johan promised. Okay. Dr. Jia sat back on the sofa and picked up the pillow again. Hurry up. Johan looked at Gao Yang, his eyes solemn, firm, and resolute. Captain, I'm going to say it straight. I know you have a backup plan. My group is just bait, and Long is the greedy opponent. Gao Yang said nothing. Johan continued to analyze. You and Qingling dealt with jealousy. Long said that he would not deal with arrogance, and Greed would definitely be handed over to him. The reason why you didn't tell us was that you were afraid that Greed would spy on our memories during the battle and expose the plan. Gao Yang was still silent. Captain, your plan will not succeed. Johan said. Because the bait is not heavy enough? Dr. Jia said. Johan shook his head. Greed will not let go of anything it can possess. This is its weakness, but it is too cunning and will not be easily hooked. Johan looked at Gao Yang. Captain, the bait you arranged for Greed is not heavy enough, but not real enough. Tell me what you think. Gao Yang finally spoke. Johan nodded. I have thought about this for a long time. Your plan is right, but it is not perfect. I have made some improvements on this basis. Chapter 1202. Johan paused for 2 seconds and said calmly, First, the most critical step is to let Greed completely take over my fate. No! Gao Yang interrupted immediately. Captain, please let me finish. Johan said earnestly. Gao Yang took a deep breath. Sorry, please continue. Greed has been planning for many years. Songwu sect, Bai Zai, and Possessly. How can such a cunning person guess how we plan to deal with it? Gao Yang sighed. The only fate of me and Long that Greed cannot spy on and possess. If you want to defeat it, one of me and Long must be present. Yes. Johan nodded. But the whole thing, don't you think it is very suspicious? Greed took the initiative to reveal that it could not spy on the fate of you and Long. Why did it reveal its cards? Gao Yang frowned slightly. I have thought about this. Although we can roughly infer this based on the situation of the confrontation, it seems very deliberate to admit that it has confirmed this. I think greed is deliberately revealing because it wants to play an open card. Johan's eyes are steady. Imagine that when we know greed's weaknesses, we will definitely send you or Long to deal with it, and it can respond, keep a way out, and never put itself in danger. Gao Yang thought for a while. This is logical. Greed is very dependent on its own. It is omniscient and omnipotent. It is very wary of things that it cannot see. Playing an open card is not a bad thing for it. At least everything is under control. Johan nodded. Now the problem is, if you and Long don't deal with greed, anyone sent will die. If you and Long deal with greed, greed can avoid fighting. What should we do? Let greed believe that neither I nor Long have time to deal with it. After tricking it to show up, Long will deal with it. Gao Yang said. Yes, this is the original plan, but it doesn't work. Johan said. I just said that the bait is not real enough. Gao Yang's eyes sank, and he understood. Greed will never believe others. It only believes in itself, or in other words, only believes in what it has already possessed, that is. Gao Yang's chest tightened, and he couldn't continue. That is my destiny. Johan smiled. Damn! Dr. Jia followed the whole process. Johan, are you sure you want to play so big? Johan's eyes were determined. This is the only way to beat greed. Gao Yang's face was heavy, but he didn't interrupt Johan. Captain, only if I die and greed gets my complete fate, can it believe that you and Long are not here to deal with it, and it will take the bait. Wait. Dr. Jia realized something. If greed knows your complete fate, wouldn't it know the plan you are talking about now? That's right. Johan laughed. But unfortunately, I am with the captain now, and greed can't spy on the captain's fate. So greed can't spy on my fate at this moment, let alone possess it. Ha ha. Dr. Jia slapped his thigh. So that's how it is, Johan is really you. Johan smiled faintly. Fate is fate, memory is memory. These are two things. Greed can't spy on the fate of me and the captain talking here, nor can it spy on the fate of the moment when I was discussing tactics with the captain before, and I thought about the optimization plan alone. But greed can take away all my memories before I died. Through memory, it can also see that I am sitting here with the captain to discuss tactics, and all my previous thoughts on this tactic. But memory can be faked. Dr. Jia took over. Johan looked at Dr. Jia. This is the second favor you have to do for me. Use Memory Tailor to help me delete all memories about this plan, and fill this gap with false memories. Make sure there is no trace left. That's easy. Dr. Jia patted his chest. Johan looked at Gao Yang again, calmly. Captain, let me tell you the complete plan. I will lead the team to fight greed. Greed will sooner or later spy on the fate of all of us and discover our second insurance, the rings of me and Enhegi. In this case, we can't beat greed. But I already know this. With my personality, I will definitely die with greed, but there is a high probability that I will fail. If I die, greed will be able to take over my entire destiny. Through my destiny and memory, greed confirmed one thing. You and Qingling deal with jealousy, and Long deals with arrogance. At this point, greed will be completely hooked, and Long will have a chance to take action. Johan finished speaking. Dr. Jia touched his chin. The script is well written, but are you sure that greed will definitely take the bait? Nothing is 100% certain. Johan said, but this is the best solution at present. No. Gao Yang looked solemn and determined. Greed will definitely take the bait. Why? Dr. Jia asked without hesitation. Gao Yang looked calm. The essence of fraud has nothing to do with the cleverness of the fraud, but the limitation of cognition. Johan and Dr. Jia were thoughtful. Greed is the ultimate form of selfishness. It cannot understand the selfless dedication of human beings, and it cannot understand Johan's unswerving sacrifice just for the possibility of winning. Gao Yang paused. A miser will never believe that a poor person will give money to beggars who are poorer than him. The miser will only think that the poor person has ulterior motives, not selfless love. When Johan died in the hands of greed, greed would only think that Johan's skills were inferior to others and his revenge failed. Johan's fate and memory will also perfectly prove this point. Death is the most real bait. What a good way to win half a game by joining the game. Dr. Jia gave Johan a thumbs up. Gao Yang was not excited, and his expression was sad. Johan, maybe we don't have to go this far. Captain. Johan smiled. You can definitely think of this tactic, but you didn't think of betting my life at the beginning. This is your kindness and your limitation. But I am the master of my own life. You can be sad, but you don't need to feel guilty. Johann smiled with a firm look. Greed must die, for the dead and the living. Captain, please approve, Johann said. Gao Yang was silent. Captain, please approve, Johann repeated. Gao Yang was still silent. Captain, please approve. Johann had made up his mind. Gao Yang finally nodded. Approved. Click. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the laboratory opened. Qining, wearing a soft and slim gray running suit, her hair tied into a high ponytail, and a dry towel around her neck, strode in. Lao Han, I've been looking for you for a long time, and you're here. Qining saw Johann standing alone in the laboratory, a little surprised. Are you done with your work? Let's go for a run. Johann turned sideways, his eyebrows were gentle, and he smiled faintly. Qining, you came at the right time, I have something to tell you. Chapter 1203. Qining was startled, and her heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. She walked forward and pretended to be relaxed and asked, What's wrong, you look so serious? Johann was abnormally calm. Qining, I promised you that I would not hide any decision from you. Now I will tell you the whole plan. Please listen carefully, and don't interrupt. 5 minutes later, Johann finished talking about the second insurance and third insurance. Gao Yang, who was in invisible state, stood silently by the side and witnessed all this. No! Qining stood straight, clenched her fists, restrained herself throughout the whole process, but her face turned pale. Johann, I don't agree with this plan. The captain has approved it, Johann said. Qining was startled, and the emotions in her eyes were like waves under a storm, surging but powerless. No matter how angrily she accused the sky, the rain and lightning would not stop. After a short silence, Qining said in a heavy voice, Really? Is there no other solution? This is the only solution, Johann said. Tears fell from the corners of Chen Ying's eyes. She paused and wiped them away with her hands. Okay, let's do it. Let Dr. Jia prepare a ring for me. You can't do two things at the same time, and there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. You have to try your best to survive. You will be needed in the future battles, Johann said. Qining was silent. She couldn't refute. Suddenly she smiled. Okay, listen to you. Johann was speechless. Qining stepped forward, hooked Johann's neck, and kissed him. Johann responded to Qining. It was a gentle and long kiss, but Qining couldn't enjoy it wholeheartedly. Her other hand quietly reached for her coat pocket, where she carried potion C and D. She reached into her pocket, and was suddenly startled to find that potion D was gone. Chen Ying's body trembled and her pupils dilated. Johann took the lead and stabbed potion D into Chen Ying's neck. Chen Ying's body softened, and she fell into Johann's arms. Johann picked up Chen Ying, and put her on the sofa. Chen Ying was about to faint. She looked at Johann with tears in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Johann gently wiped the tears from her face. Qining, I promise you that we will be together forever. But don't worry, this world is beautiful, you can go for a walk, blow the wind, bask in the sun, and come to me when it gets dark. Qining still opened her eyes hard and looked at Johann, as if she wanted to carve this moment into her soul, but her eyelids were too heavy, and she finally fell asleep. Johann leaned over and kissed Chen Ying's cold forehead. He stood up, and Gao Yang behind him had already lifted invisibility. Captain, let Dr. Jia delete all the memories of me and Qining, and all the memories of me thinking about the third insurance. You must deceive me first, and then I can deceive greed. Gao Yang nodded, hesitant to speak. The sadness in his eyes surged like waves. Johann smiled easily. Captain, do you remember what I said about you? Gao Yang was stunned. For cowards, lingering on is a kind of greed, and for brave people, creating the world is just a mission. Johann stretched out his hand to Gao Yang. It is my honor to walk side by side with you. No, a tear ran down the cheek of the young leader, and he held his companion's hand tightly. It is my honor. Qingyang Bridge, in a strange area. Game scene, Grove. If you love me, I will not be one of yours, but you're only one. Zhang Wei paused, just like, in my heart, there is no other woman except you. At this moment, the blood on Zhang Wei's arm began to take shape, and two bloody hands were born, with slender and sharp fingers. They were gently placed on Zhang Wei's neck, as if they were still caressing him gently in this second, and would strangle him fiercely in the next second. Zhou Qing looked at Zhang Wei in disappointment or ignorance. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and the desire in his eyes cooled down a little bit. It was very strange that at that moment, Zhang Wei's heartbeat did not obviously speed up, but slowed down and became heavier, as if showing weakness under instinctive fear. Plop. 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 Thank God, the terrible thing did not happen. The transformed bloody hands were taken away from Zhang Wei's neck and returned to the heart-shaped pendant on Zhou Qing's chest. The strange field finally stabilized the situation. Zhou Qing's face was full of disappointment. Zhang Wei, why do you want to tie me up? Isn't it enough for us to be happy together? We can be free. Why do we have to tie each other up? Zhang Wei's fear dissipated. He slowly calmed down, regained his confidence and courage, and decided to continue the attack. Zhang Wei held Zhou Qing's hand with a sincere face. I don't want to tie you up, but liking and loving are different. Zhang Wei's eyes were affectionate, and he deceived himself. Zhou Qing, if what you give to others is the same as what you give to me, it's not love. Zhou Qing lowered her eyes slightly, and seemed to be shaken. Soon, she shook her head again. No, love should make people happy. As long as it can bring happiness, it is love. It's not like that. Zhang Wei racked his brains and took out his lifelong chicken soup. Love is not just happiness. Love is also accompanied by disappointment, sadness, jealousy, and even pain. All of these together are love. Zhou Qing, a person can like many people at the same time, but can only love one person. If you love someone, you will find that person is different, special, and irreplaceable. But, shoo! Zhang Wei sealed her lips with his fingers, grabbed one of her hands, and pressed it on his chest. Don't say anything, let's feel it with our hearts. Zhou Qing hesitated for a moment, but still closed her eyes, and tried to feel the so-called love. Her face changed subtly, frowned slightly, and her breathing became disordered, as if she was being pressed by a corner of the nightmare sheet, not scary, but very uneasy. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and pushed hard. Wow! Zhang Wei rolled off the stone and fell to the ground. You are lying to me. Zhou Qing stood up excitedly and shouted at Zhang Wei. You just want to restrain me. Control me. Love or not is all lies. There is no such thing in the world. No love really exists. Zhang Wei was also anxious. Love is more complex and advanced than liking, just like happiness and happiness is more. Shut up. Zhou Qing was touched and was furious. Why do you deny my life? I don't need love. I just need happiness. Zhou Qing yelled and turned and ran away. Zhang Wei was still sitting on the ground, watching Zhou Qing disappear at the edge of the scene. Ah! Zhang Wei wailed and fell on his back. This game is too difficult. I can't play it anymore. I can't play it anymore. Chapter 1204. Zhang Wei was very frustrated, but he didn't dare to waste time and skipped the scene immediately. He returned to the dormitory, and it was time to go to bed. Zhang Wei reported the latest situation to the asleep Crow Shark. Crow Shark, who was lying on the upper bunk, thought seriously for a while and confessed, I don't know how to play anymore. Ah? Zhang Wei was surprised. Aren't you a professional player? Give me some help. Crow Shark was helpless. According to normal games, you have already made a promise. Make a promise? Usually it's a kiss, confirming the relationship, and the strategy is successful. Crow Shark said. Zhang Wei felt a little scared. I did have a chance to kiss her, but I feel like I would die miserably if I did so. Raven Shark closed his eyes and frowned slightly. This is no longer a simple game. It's more like real love, which is too complicated and involves my blind spots and knowledge. It's over. Zhang Wei slapped his forehead. Although I have a lot of theoretical knowledge in this area, I don't have much practical experience. Go ask Elder Suzaku. Raven Shark said. Elder Suzaku is very experienced. Okay. There's no time to lose. Zhang Wei pressed the jump button. The next morning, in the classroom, Rich love history? Suzaku stood on the podium, holding a pointer, and was surprised. Who told you that? Raven Shark. Zhang Wei said. Ha ha ha, Suzaku laughed awkwardly. I'm just bragging. Although I love looking at handsome guys, my emotional experience, how should I put it, is actually a little scarce. Lack? How scarce? Zhang Wei broke the casserole to get to the bottom of it. Suzaku's eyes dodged. Just. We kissed twice, and deleted each other after dinner. Ah? Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. A what? Zhu Kei was very unhappy. I'm so busy, how can I have time to find a man? I brag just to build my prestige, otherwise how can those little ghosts listen to me? Zhang Wei, don't talk nonsense about this. I know. Zhang Wei's heart was half cold. What should I do now? Zhu Kei smiled evilly. Stupid. Go find Bai Lu, she must have a story. Yes, yes, yes. How could you forget her? Zhang Wei immediately took out his mobile phone and pressed the jump button. Afternoon club. This is the situation. Zhang Wei was emotional and gestured. Zhou Qing disappeared, and didn't reply to messages. Yasha couldn't do anything. Sister Xia said you must have a way. Bai Lu looked subtle. Are you sure you want to use your real-life love experience to capture Zhou Qing? Since the game method doesn't work, we can only try it. Zhang Wei said. Bai Lu thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I try my method, but I can't guarantee success. Okay. Zhang Wei was eager to try. What should I do next? Don't worry about Zhou Qing, from now on, quickly attack me. Bai Lu said. Ah? Zhang Wei almost forgot how many times he said no, are you serious? What? I'm not worthy of you chasing. Bai Lu raised her eyebrows, a little unhappy. Zhang Wei hurriedly waved his hand. No, I'm lucky to be able to chase a beauty like you, but now I have to hurry to pass the level. I'm just helping you pass the level. Bai Lu said. Zhang Wei looked confused, and his mind still didn't turn around. Bai Lu smiled and pointed out, some things, the tighter you hold onto them, the faster they run away, and letting go appropriately can keep them. Ah! I understand. Zhang Wei suddenly realized, I fall in love with you and make Zhou Qing jealous, so she will come to me on her own initiative. If Zhou Qing really loves you, this trick will definitely work. Bai Lu said. According to the rules of the game, Zhou Qing has already been attracted to me, but if you want to talk about true love. Zhang Wei touched his chin a little embarrassedly. I can't guarantee that she has that thing. Let's not talk about whether she has it or not. What about you? Bai Lu asked back. Do you have it? Zhang Wei was stunned, and was really stumped by the question. Let's not talk about Zhou Qing. Has he ever really loved anyone in his life? He doesn't seem to have really thought about it. Bai Lu's slender fingers gently stroked the black and white piano keys. Love is not that great, but it is indeed wonderful. It cannot be seen, touched, or proven by a formula. Only when it comes, can you know exactly that it is love. However, the arrival of that moment is also unpredictable. It requires an opportunity, and jealousy can often be that opportunity. Dong. Bai Lu pressed a piano key, but it was the string in Zhang Wei's heart that sounded. Master Bai Lu. I understand. Zhang Wei suddenly realized. What are you waiting for? Let's go on a date. Bai Lu rolled her eyes elegantly. I don't mind, but the rules of the game don't allow it. You must first improve my favorability towards you, and then trigger a staged plot to unlock a date with me. Oh, right. Zhang Wei has become experienced under the teaching of Crow Shark. In addition to favorability, you also need to reach a certain attribute value for each character. Zhou Qing is charm. Suzaku is knowledge. What are you? I don't know. Bai Lu said, but I like people who are funny. That's humor. Zhang Wei snapped his fingers. No problem, I go and brush up my humor points, and give you a gift every day to speed up the cultivation of goodwill. What gift do you like? Bai Lu smiled slightly. I like furry things. Suddenly, her smile froze, and she slowly turned sideways, and looked out the French window, not letting Zhang Wei see her expression. Okay. Arrange it immediately. Zhang Wei didn't notice it, took out his mobile phone and jumped out. In the next few days, Zhang Wei came to Bai Lu's club every afternoon to give Bai Lu gifts, and tried every way to brush up his humor points at other times. On the 5th day, Zhang Wei finally had a date with Bai Lu. Zhang Wei and Bai Lu went to the bar, hoping to try their luck and see if they could meet Zhou Qing and trigger the plot. The two didn't go clubbing, but sat in a booth in the corner to drink. Zhang Wei didn't rush to jump out, for fear of missing something. He was drinking a cocktail that he couldn't even taste, while looking at the woman opposite him. Bai Lu was wearing a low-shouldered, waisted red dress, with her thick silver hair lazily tied up, the slightly curled ends of her hair resting on her fair shoulders, and her delicate collarbone looming. She leaned sideways, one hand on her chin, the other holding a goblet, and in the ever-changing fleeting light and shadows, she was as beautiful as a hazy dream. Zhang Wei said with genuine emotion, In reality, if I could date a beautiful woman like you, I would brag about it for the rest of my life. Will you men die if you don't brag? Bai Lu said with some disdain, but her tone was soft. Zhang Wei shrugged. There's no way, successful men are always a minority, and most ordinary people like me can only talk big. Aren't you confident? This is not your style. Bai Lu smiled. Confidence and self-awareness are not contradictory, right? Zhang Wei said, as he looked for Zhou Qing on the dance floor. Bai Lu crossed her legs, leaned forward, and looked at Zhang Wei with interest. You are very similar to my ex-boyfriend in this respect. Huh? Zhang Wei turned around and met Bai Lu's eyes, feeling a little restrained for a moment. He is very confident, but also very self-aware. Bai Lu raised the corner of her mouth, as if she remembered a happy past. The first day he met me, he told me that he was a scumbag. Chapter 1205. Then you are still with him? Zhang Wei was surprised and a little jealous. He is very interesting. I have no resistance to interesting men. Bai Lu picked up the goblet and took a sip, as if it really had a taste. At first I told myself that it was just a casual affair. Who can't afford to play with it? But slowly, I found that I had real feelings for him. Then what? Zhang Wei was very curious. Then I broke up with him. Bai Lu said. Very free and easy. Zhang Wei admired him very much. No, I just look carefree. Bai Lu sighed. After the breakup, I was very sad, but I didn't show it at all. In order to forget him, I found a new lover, but he came back to me not long after, had a fight with my new lover, and cried and said he wanted to get back together with me. He realized that he was very jealous of my new lover. This jealousy made him realize that he loved me more than he thought. Fuck, what a scumbag. Zhang Wei was furious. Yes, it was ridiculous. Bai Lu smiled. Then I got back together with him. Ah? Zhang Wei was almost mad. Why? Because I still love him. Bai Lu tilted her head helplessly. So I have no choice. Zhang Wei was silent. Feelings are really something that people can't help. Bai Lu held her chin up again, and said in a leisurely voice, some love makes people better, this is good love. Some love makes people lose their principles, become humble, cunning, even shameless and ugly, this is bad love. Unfortunately, he and I belong to the latter. What happens after that? Zhang Wei was completely immersed in the play. Later. Bai Lu narrowed her eyes slightly, it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Bad love slowly turned into good love. He was no longer fickle, and only loved me. I also loved him. We were very happy together. Oh, that's okay. Zhang Wei was very relieved. He couldn't bear to see beautiful women being cheated by scumbags. Suddenly he thought of something. No, if that's the case, why did you break up? A lot of things happened after that, but I don't want to talk about it. Bai Lu's index finger tapped the edge of the wine glass lightly. In short, the ending is that I ate him. Eat? Zhang Wei was stunned, and finally remembered that Bai Lu was a ghost, and ghosts eat people. After all this time, he is an awakener. Yes. Bai Lu said in a brisk voice. Before, he always said that he was a hunter, and I was his prey. Ha ha, in the end, he became my prey. Zhang Wei shuddered subconsciously. He suddenly felt that beautiful things are not necessarily good. They often hide deadly dangers. Bai Lu put down the goblet and took the initiative to end the topic. I don't think Shou Qing will show up tonight. Let's dance, you have to hurry up. Zhang Wei glanced at the NPCs on the dance floor again. The twisting black figures became fainter and more unreal. Suzaku's strange domain has reached its limit. Let's go first. Zhang Wei took out his mobile phone and chose to dance. Swish. Zhang Wei returned to the dormitory late at night. There was no dormitory around, only endless darkness and a lonely bunk bed, and Crow Shark was lying on the upper bunk. Wow! Zhang Wei was shocked. I thought I came to the morgue. There is no time. The domain of Elder Suzaku is about to end. Crow Shark did not fall asleep this time. He opened his eyes wide, and was very worried. I know. Zhang Wei was also anxious. I'm going to a bar with Bai Lu tonight. I don't know if it will work. Dingling. The phone rang at this moment. Zhang Wei picked it up and roared, damn! It worked! Zhang Wei waved the phone. Zhou Qing sent a text message. Bai Lu is really amazing. One move worked. Hurry up and reply. Crow Shark urged. Oh, okay. Zhou Qing. Do you have time now? Zhang Wei. I have time. Zhou Qing. I wait for you in the grove. Zhang Wei. I be there soon. Zhang Wei ended the conversation, and before pressing the jump button, he took a deep breath. Crow Shark, I go over and finish it now. Is there anything else you need to pay attention to? Crow Shark thought seriously for a few seconds. Reality is not a game. Zhang Wei was stunned. The Crow Shark said again, sincerity for sincerity. Zhang Wei grinned, and waved his index and middle fingers in front of his temple. Got it. Swish. In a trance, Zhang Wei appeared in the grove. It was called a grove, but there was only a protruding stone, and a few symbolic tree trunks, and the moon above his head looked like a yellow hanging lamp. This level of freehand painting was like a simple drama scene. The heroine Zhou Qing suddenly appeared on the stone. Zhang Wei's eyes tightened, and his heart skipped a beat. Zhou Qing no longer wore the clothes in the game, and turned back to the appearance of the dead beast. She didn't wear any clothes, only a few scales covering her body, and her whole body was covered with pink patterns. "You're here." Zhou Qing stood up immediately when she saw Zhang Wei, with a girl's nervousness and expectation on her face. It must be said that this appearance, coupled with this demeanor, has a weird sense of division. "Well, do you want to talk to me about something?" Zhang Wei suppressed his fear and pretended to be natural. "I saw you drinking with Senior Bailu tonight. Are you dating?" Zhou Qing blinked. "I guess so." Zhang Wei hurriedly said the lines he had prepared long ago. "I was very sad after quarreling with you last time. Senior Bailu comforted me, and as a thank you, I went on a date with her." Zhang Wei. Zhou Qing's eyes were a little hurt. "Can you not date her?" "What's the matter?" Zhang Wei asked deliberately. I don't know why. Seeing you together, I feel very uncomfortable in my chest, as if there is a needle constantly pricking, twitching." "No," Zhang Wei blurted out. Zhou Qing was stunned, and didn't expect Zhang Wei to refuse so straightforwardly. "Why?" "Because it's fun to date her," Zhang Wei said. "What about me? Are you not happy with me?" Zhou Qing stared at Zhang Wei. "I'm happy too," Zhang Wei said. "Then between me and her, who makes you happier?" Zhou Qing stepped forward. "Why compare?" Zhang Wei smiled. "It's good to be happy anyway. Who can complain about having too much happiness?" "No!" Zhou Qing suddenly shouted. "Don't be with her." "Zhou Qing, do you want to restrain me? Dominate me?" Zhang Wei fought back. "No." "What's wrong?" Zhang Wei continued to ask. "I don't want to restrain you or dominate you, I just... Zhou Qing's breathing was rapid and his emotions were intense, and a certain word was about to blurt out. "Just what?" Zhang Wei grabbed Zhou Qing's hand. "Zhou Qing, don't be afraid, say it." "It's just..." Zhou Qing's flustered and uneasy eyes calmed down a little bit. Her eyes were red, a tear flowed out, and she smiled happily. "It turns out that love really exists. Zhang Wei, I love you." Zhang Wei's heart beat a little. This is the moment of victory, he should be happy, but for some reason, facing Zhou Qing's brave expression of love, he felt guilty and heartbroken. Zhou Qing lost, and she would die. But Zhang Wei couldn't bear her to die. He didn't know whether this was the power of the law of the strange field, or the true feelings from his heart. He couldn't tell, but it didn't matter. "Zhou Qing, I love you too." Zhang Wei looked into Zhou Qing's eyes, and said seriously, "Well, I know. You are different from others. When I am with you, I seem to be different from the me before." Zhou Qing laughed and cried. She raised her head slightly, stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and her tear-stained face was stained with a layer of hazy moonlight, like a sad daisy blooming in the dark night. "Do you want to kiss Zhou Qing and confirm your relationship? Please choose carefully the game window that only Zhang Wei can see appeared." He knew very well that this was what Crow Shark called engagement, which was the last step in the strategy of conquering the game character. Zhang Wei raised his hands and gently placed them on Zhou Qing's shoulders. He leaned over, tilted his head, and kissed the girl's lips. Chapter 1206. Suddenly, Zhou Qing opened her eyes, red as blood amber. The patterns on her skin began to flow, flashing dark red light, like vines watered with blood covering her whole body. Snap! Zhou Qing stretched out her hand, grabbed Zhang Wei's neck, and slowly lifted him up. Zhang Wei struggled hard, but to no avail. Zhou Qing's face was pale, and her chest rose and fell violently, as if a drowning person finally swam ashore. She frowned and stared at Zhang Wei. "What a strange ability. I almost died. No matter what tricks you want to play, it's over." "Ah!" Zhang Wei, who was almost suffocated, felt his neck loosen, and he fell to the ground. "Ah!" Zhou Qing hugged her head with both hands, still screaming in pain. The red patterns on her skin became dim and stopped flowing, as if they were forcibly suppressed by some kind of law power. "Zhang Wei! Hurry up!" Zhang Wei was startled. The surroundings were empty and dark. Zhu Kei, Crow Shark, and Bai Lu were standing in the darkness not far away. Zhu Chua's face was pale, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Hurry up and kiss her." "Okay." Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and quickly got up, trying to get close to Zhou Qing again. "Get out of here!" Zhou Qing raised his head and roared, and a strong energy wind exploded from his body, directly blowing Zhang Wei away. "Don't try to control me. Don't try to change me. I'll die." Zhou Qing fought desperately, and her body below the head broke through the constraints of the law, like fruit thrown into a juicer, turning into a large ball of dark red juice. "Ah!" The second form of lust screamed strangely, and it transformed into countless slender and sharp blood tentacles, spreading wildly in all directions, trying to explore the boundaries of the domain and escape from here. However, the laws in the domain kept countering, like a pair of invisible big hands, holding it tightly, like kneading dough, trying to knead it back to human form. In the game between the two forces, although Lust suffered great pain, it gradually gained the upper hand. The only remaining Zhou Qing's head also had countless red cracks, and it was about to turn back to the second form. There is no time. I fight you! Zheng Wei shouted, and rushed to Zhou Qing's head. Wow! The terrifying wave of blood surged up, and swallowed him in an instant. Like gently rocking in a small rocking bed, like sleeping in a warm bed, like soaking in warm bath water. Zheng Wei couldn't accurately describe this heavy and confused feeling. He tried to open his eyes. It was pitch black all around. Although it was pitch black, it was very warm, comfortable and safe. Suddenly, Zheng Wei realized that he had turned back into a fetus, and was in his mother's womb. Wow! 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 Zheng Wei opened his eyes again, this time in the true sense. Light, and various colors, they came into his eyes with a certain fresh breath, connecting his brain and expanding his thinking. Wow! 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 Zheng Wei felt so noisy, and then he realized that it was his own crying. After a while, he was lifted up by a pair of hands. He was very scared and cried even harder. Slowly, he saw clearly that the hands belonged to a middle-aged woman dressed as a nurse, and she had a relieved smile on her face. It's a boy, very healthy. In a trance, Zheng Wei was sitting in a large room with bright lights and childish decoration. Oh, this is a kindergarten. Zheng Wei reacted. He looked around, and there were children all around, sitting on small benches together. Some children were well-behaved, and some children were noisy. Quiet! Everyone listen to the ant. The young kindergarten teacher shouted in front. Lifting someone's skirt is impolite and wrong behavior. Everyone can't do this in the future, otherwise the little red flower will be gone. Also, your body, especially the place covered by clothes, can't be touched by others casually. If someone touches you, tell the teacher and your parents in time, understand? Got it. The children answered in unison. There were 10 people on the bus, and then 3 people got off, and 7 people got on. How many people are there in total? Zheng Wei just took a nap, and found that he had come to the elementary school classroom. The math teacher was explaining the application problems on the podium. Math is so boring. Zheng Wei rested his chin on his hand, and lost his concentration again. On the desk in front of Zheng Wei sat a girl with a big pigtail. She was thin and small, with a straight back. She was listening to the class seriously. Every time the teacher asked a question, she was always the first to raise her hand. She was the monitor of the class, and always ranked first in grades. The teacher liked her, and the classmates also admired her. They surrounded her as soon as the get-out of class was over. Zheng Wei looked at her back and thought happily, when I grow up, I will marry the monitor and my classmates will definitely envy me to death. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out beside his ears. When Zheng Wei came to his senses, he was sitting on the cement steps next to the junior high school playground. He went to the store with several male classmates to buy drinks, and then sat here to watch the show. Today's physical education class is an 800-meter test for girls, and the female classmates are all running on the playground. Ha ha, look at her. Look at her. A boy pointed at a girl running towards him and laughed. The girl's body developed quickly, and the picture of her running was a bit indecent. She lowered her head in shame, as if she had made a mistake. When passing by the male classmates, who were watching the show, she subconsciously covered her chest with both hands. It would be better if she didn't cover it. Once she covered it, several boys laughed even happier. Ha ha. Zheng Wei felt a little uncomfortable, but he still pretended to laugh a few times. If he didn't laugh, he would seem unsociable. Zheng Wei didn't want to be excluded. Zheng Wei. What time is it? Go to bed quickly. Late at night, my mother's voice came from outside the locked bedroom door. The monthly exam is coming up. I go to bed after I finish this question. In the room, Zheng Wei was curled up in bed, flipping through a comic book, his face flushed, his heartbeat, and his mouth dry. After entering high school, Zheng Wei fell in love with comics, and he rented almost all the comic shops near the school. At first, he only read hot-blooded comics, which he finished quickly. Later, under the recommendation of his boss, he also began to read some girls' comics with delicate emotions and romantic stories. Recently, he casually rented another girl's comic book. The cover looked quite ordinary, just a handsome man and a beautiful woman in love, but he never expected that the content inside was so explosive and so large-scale that it was almost touching outer space. Jiang Wei felt that he had opened the door to a new world. He would secretly flip through it every night, and he must not be discovered by his parents, as if he was doing something bad. Chapter 1207. Early in the morning, Jiang Wei was awakened by obscene sounds. Jiang Wei didn't sleep well, and he was very angry when he got up. He turned over and yelled at his roommate in the lower bunk. "What's wrong with you?" "Watching a movie early in the morning. My neighbor copied it to me, and it is said to be the new work of teacher XX. The roommate sat in front of the computer. "It's very exciting. Do you want to watch it together?" "Get lost." Jiang Wei casually touched a pair of headphones and threw them off the bed. "Wear headphones. Don't disturb me when I sleep." Soon, the sound disappeared. The roommate on the lower bunk didn't bring headphones, but turned off the movie. He said with envy, "The dormitory head didn't come back last night. He must have gone to the hotel with his girlfriend to do homework." "Jiang Wei, when can we find a girlfriend? I don't want to rely on this thing to relieve loneliness for the rest of my life." "TSK." Jiang Wei turned over and said stubbornly, "If I want to find one, I can say goodbye to being single in a minute. I am single with you because I feel sorry for you." "Wow. I'm so touched." The roommate smiled and didn't expose him. "Then it's an appointment. Friends walk together for life. Whoever gets rid of singleness first is a dog." "Have you been waiting for a long time?" Jiang Wei was stunned and looked up. In front of him was a dimly lit apartment. The bathroom door in front of him was dimly lit. Chinning pushed the door open. She held the bath towel wrapped around her chest in one hand and wiped the wet ends of her hair with a towel in the other hand, smiling at Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei's heart beat faster, his breathing was rapid, and his palms were sweating. Chinning walked towards Jiang Wei and threw the towel with a fresh scent to him. Jiang Wei wanted to catch it, but he couldn't raise his hand, so he just let the towel cover his face and then slowly slide down. "Hee." Chinning smiled, her expression ambiguous. She slowly leaned over, stretched out a hand, and gently stroked Jiang Wei's cheek. "Are you lonely? Are you longing for happiness? I can give you everything." Jiang Wei opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Chinning stepped forward and hugged Jiang Wei in her arms. Jiang Wei's consciousness trembled as if he had been electrocuted, his reason quickly disintegrated, his will continued to dissipate, he was drowsy and fell into the land of tenderness. Chinning breathed softly in his ear, whispering from time to time. Soon, Chen Ying's face became blurred. Jiang Wei tried hard to see clearly, but that face turned into Zhou Qing's face. Her eyes were charming, her smile was charming. "Are you lonely? Are you longing for happiness? I can give you everything." Soon, Zhou Qing's face also disappeared. Jiang Wei felt that he was tightly wrapped by a gentle energy, his body was light, and it seemed to begin to melt, turning into another energy, entangled and fused with each other. Warm, comfortable, safe, heavy, gently rocking. Jiang Wei turned back into a fetus, back to his mother's womb. He felt unprecedented relaxation and peace of mind. Everything was hazy and chaotic. He hoped to keep it like this, and then disappeared little by little. Man originally came from nothing to something, and then from something to nothing. Man, like any other life, is just constantly reproducing and reincarnating. Reproduction is the only sacred mission. Happiness is the reward for completing the mission. Everything else is not important. Yes, it is not important. I have completed the mission, I have received the reward, and I will return to nothingness. No, life is indeed from nothing to something, from something to nothing. Reproduction may be the essence of life, but it is not the meaning of life. Meaning must exist, but you need to find it yourself. And I have found the answer. Jiang Wei opened his eyes, and returned to the present. His body was entangled by tentacles made of blood. They cut his body like a sharp blade, and more blood tentacles tried to drill into his body, corroding and disintegrating him until he turned into a flying pink bubble. Ah! Jiang Wei was heartbroken and wailing in pain, but he did not fall down. He walked towards the source of blood step by step, the dead beast Lust, with the pain of Ling Qi. Ah! Lust also screamed. She burst out all her energy, trying to break through the field and kill Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei did not fall down. He was still moving forward. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. With each step closer, Jiang Wei's body became thinner and more incomplete. Zhang's body, memory and emotions were torn into countless pieces and blown away by the wind, but every time, they were pulled back into his body by Jiang Wei's tenacious will at the last moment. Jiang Wei continued to move forward. 4 steps. 5 steps. 6 steps. Jiang Wei stood in the surging, crazy, an evil body of lust and saw Zhou Qing's head, which was still bound in the original place. Zhang Wei couldn't raise his hands, and a lot of flesh and blood were peeled off, deep into the bones. 7 steps. Finally, he took the last step, leaned over, lowered his head, and kissed Zhou Qing's lips. Time seemed to stand still. Wow! Instantly, all the blood and energy that lust spread out collapsed, and the invisible big hands of the domain law still kneaded it from the second form back to the first form. The terrifying blood demon disappeared, replaced by Zhou Qing, who was kissed by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's injuries began to recover, he regained his strength, raised his hands, gently held Zhou Qing's face, and made the kiss affectionate, passionate, and long. The pattern on Zhou Qing's body disappeared, and the red light in her eyes also changed from sharp to soft. She slowly closed her eyes, hugged Zhang Wei with both hands, and responded to Zhang Wei's kiss. 10 seconds later, Zhang Wei let go of Zhou Qing, took a step back, and looked at her quietly. Zhou Qing also opened his eyes, and looked at Zhang Wei quietly. After a moment and eternal silence, a warm tear flowed from the corner of Zhou Qing's eyes. "Is this love?" Zhou Qing asked. "This is love," Zhang Wei answered. Zhou Qing smiled wearily, not coldly, "It's just that." Swish. Zhou Qing turned into a burst of red energy particles and dissipated, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wei felt dizzy, the world was spinning, and he fell backwards. Zhang Wei had a dream. He dreamed that he really became a college student in the love game, and he really fell in love with Zhou Qing. The two ate together, watched movies together, and went to the library together. Occasionally, if they missed the lights out time, they would go to the hotel together. The two had a good relationship, and soon got to know each other's circle of friends. A group of young people played together, went to internet cafes, board game rooms, camped in parks, traveled to nearby cities, and went to see the sea together. In the blink of an eye, the two graduated from college, rented a small apartment outside, sent resumes everywhere, interviewed, and finally found a decent job. One cold winter evening after get off work, the two rescued a stray cat that was almost frozen to death on the roadside. They felt sorry for it, and took it to a pet shop where they spent several $100s. From then on, they had a pet. The cold wind howled outside the apartment, and the lights were warm inside. The two of them were eating hot pot, and the cat curled up and snored on the quilt by the stove. The two of them were cooking hot pot while planning for the future. Zhang Wei thought that he had to have a house first. If his parents supported him, he could choose a cheap suburb and still afford the down payment. Zhou Qing disagreed. She didn't want to take out a mortgage, and it would be too tiring to commute to work if she lived in the suburbs. She had to go out early and come back late, and a lot of time was wasted on the subway. The two couldn't reach a consensus, so they simply skipped the topic and talked about something more distant. Zhang Wei wanted a daughter, and Zhou Qing wanted a son, but they didn't agree. Finally, Zhang Wei gave in. "Boys and girls are fine, as long as they are my children." The two laughed and woke up the cat next to them. The dream woke up at this moment. Zhang Wei slowly opened his eyes, and found himself lying on the cold road surface of the bridge. Bai Lu squatted beside him, and had just injected him with special adrenaline and sea agent. Bai Lu helped Zhang Wei sit up, and he found that Suzaku and Crow Shark were also lying beside him. Suzaku had fallen into a deep coma, while Crow Shark was only in a short coma and would wake up soon. "Where is Lust?" Zhang Wei asked weakly. Bai Lu also looked very tired. She suddenly went berserk, and the domain was in danger. "Crow Shark and I were sent out first. When the domain collapsed, only you and Suzaku were left. Lust disappeared, and I couldn't feel its breath. It should be dead." Zhang Wei was stunned. "How did you kill it?" Bai Lu asked. "Lust died, they won, without any sacrifice, and they should be happy and joyful, but Zhang Wei only felt lost and melancholy. I don't know either." Zhang Wei looked sideways, and looked at the Lijiang River under the bridge. Under the white moon, the gray river water was like countless thin lines of life clustered together, running towards the pale end of the universe. Maybe it's love. Chapter 1208. Bayong District, Botanical Garden. The bright color slowly faded, and the city returned to silence and coldness in black and white. It rained heavily in the sky at some point, like dense gray lines in the black and white. In the gray lines, Qing Ling flew with a knife and landed on a street near the botanical garden with Gao Yang. Half a minute ago, Gao Xinxin was chopped by Qing Ling's strongest knife. The blue knife light solidified in the night sky for 7 or 8 seconds. Gao Xinxin instantly flew out of the knife light, like a white meteor, falling into the block a few hundred meters away. Gao Yang jumped down from a high altitude and came to the center of the intersection. He found Gao Xinxin at a glance. Qing Ling followed and fell. She reminded, "She is seriously injured, but she still has fighting power. Be careful." "I know." Gao Yang replied in a deep voice and slowly walked towards Gao Xinxin. Even though many memories were deleted by the memory tailor, at that moment, Gao Yang was still stabbed by the scene in front of him, but it was just a stabbing pain, which was out of the pity in human nature, not deep sadness. A corner of the house on the street collapsed, and a thin girl was half buried in the ruins. Her hair was disheveled, her face was pale, and stained with a few drops of blood. A shocking scar slid down from her neck, almost digging open her chest, and black energy spurted out like ink, trying to repair her body, but it seemed powerless. More black energy flowed out of her body, like unstoppable blood. They jumped strangely, spread around, and bloomed one black flame flower after another on the ruins. "Brother." Gao Xinxin looked very painful, her voice was weak, and she looked at the condescending boy with tears on her face. "It hurts, my chest. It hurts." Gao Yang was speechless. "Brother, where is this?" I'm so cold and scared." Gao Xinxin cried, and she stretched out her hand towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang was speechless. "Brother, why don't you care about me? You said you would always protect me. Don't you want me anymore?" Gao Xinxin was very sad. Gao Yang was speechless. "Ah." Suddenly, the pain and sadness on Gao Xinxin's face disappeared. "I remember. I am a dead beast, you are an awakener. You are here to kill me." Gao Yang was speechless. Gao Yang. Qing Ling's face was pale, and the 3 minutes were up. The energy in her body was declining madly. She caught up and grabbed Gao Yang's collar. "Remember what you promised me, remember?" Qing Ling couldn't finish her words, and the Tang sword fell to the ground. She closed her eyes and fell to Gao Yang. Gao Yang hugged the deeply unconscious Qing Ling, put her on the ground, and summoned a small absolute barrier to cover her. 3 seconds later, Gao Yang stood up again, pulled out the black gold dagger at his waist, injected energy into it, and gathered it into a tough and sharp golden sword. Gao Yang took a few steps forward and looked coldly at Gao Xinxin in the ruins. "Before you die, do you have anything else to say?" Gao Xinxin was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed. "Ha ha, ha ha. No, 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 you are not my brother, my brother will not talk to me like this. My brother, he loves me so much." "Then what do you want to say to him?" Gao Yang asked again. Gao Yang didn't understand what was wrong with him. He couldn't find any reason not to kill Gao Xinxin immediately, but deep in his heart there was a voice, a force, and even a will that was stopping him. This made him hesitate. Gao Yang thought, maybe there is a prisoner deep in his heart, maybe that prisoner cares about the relatives in front of him. So he has been making trouble, so at least ask her if she has any last words, and then tell the prisoner in his heart, so that he can give up completely. Last words? Gao Xinxin smiled, her tone was soft and sad. "Brother, you are so cruel that you don't even want to kill me yourself. When Grandma, Dad, and Mom died, you were by their side. Why? Why can't I cry when I die? Sister also hopes that brother can cry for her." The golden sword is shaking. Gao Yang looked down and found that it was the hand holding the sword that was shaking. He immediately pinched the hand holding the sword with his other hand, but it was useless. Both of his hands were shaking. Gao Yang didn't understand what was wrong with him. When he wanted to explore the reason, something exploded in his heart. It was the prisoner. He escaped from prison. "Brother, don't leave me. Brother, I'm so scared. Brother, what are you playing? Brother, let's play hide and seek, okay? Brother, I found a secret base. Brother, I want to eat sweet-scented osmanthus candy too. Brother, is my little school bag pretty? Brother, how do you pronounce this word? Brother, I got 100 points in this exam. Brother, I don't want to write an essay. Brother, lend me your bicycle. Brother, is my skirt pretty? Brother, I'm going to the toilet today. Brother, use your phone to buy something for me. Brother, I'm hungry. Brother, can you accompany me to the concert? Brother, I received another love letter today. Brother, you won't have a girlfriend, will you? Brother, take a photo for me. Brother, apply to a university far from the city. Did you hear me? Brother, I miss Grandma so much. Brother, I dreamed of my parents last night. Brother, Happy New Year. Brother, happy birthday. Brother, I'm so scared. Brother, don't leave me. The massive memories deleted by Memory Tailor came back instantly. These memories have long been integrated into Gao Yang's energy path. No matter how many times they are deleted, there is a way to restore them. If you want to completely delete them, you can only destroy all energy paths, that is, kill Gao Yang. The violent influx of massive memories is a violent backlash against Memory Taylor, which makes Gao Yang's brain extremely confused. Clang! The long sword fell to the ground, and he knelt on the ground, grabbing his head hard. At this moment, the wall behind the boy built with cold blood and reason was collapsing. Ah! Gao Yang roared to the sky, and the roar seemed to tear a crack in the sky. Hee hee. Amid the roar, Gao Xinxin laughed. Brother, I know you love me the most. I know. You can't bear to kill me. So let me kill you. Chong. Gao Xinxin's whole body was burning with black flames. Swish, swish, swish. The black flames turned into countless black ground fires, spreading in all directions, instantly covering the crossroads, and filling the entire block along the streets and alleys. Wow! 6 huge black flame wings slowly opened above the city, cutting the night sky into pieces. Countless black and white flowers bloomed on the ground, with black petals and white stamens. They are flowers, but also flames, burning everything. The second form of the dead beast jealousy, the flame of jealousy. Chong. A few seconds later, Gao Yang's whole body was also on fire. Once the flame of jealousy was ignited, it could not be extinguished by itself. They burned quietly on Gao Yang's body, not burning clothes, not scorching skin, not evaporating blood and flesh. They only created pain. Ah! Gao Yang fell to the ground, curled up into a ball, rolling in pain. Ha ha! Ha ha! Gao Xinxin, who was also surrounded by the flame of jealousy, floated up from the ruins and laughed shrilly and crazy. Brother, don't be afraid, don't be sad. Death is a long-lost reunion, eternal tenderness, and the end of watering. You and I will eventually reunite. Ah! Gao Yang was in great pain, but he did not completely lose his mind. It is better to say that in this extreme pain, he was more sober than ever. This extreme pain is the punishment he deserves. Only this endless price can make him forgive himself. Swish. Gao Yang activated Instant Shadow, and instantly appeared beside Gao Xinxin, hugging her tightly. Boom. With Gao Yang as the center, a huge red flame rose from the ground and engulfed the entire intersection. It was not only a flame, but also brought a continuous golden energy ripple, rippling in circles, trying to cover the black and white flowers of the entire block. In an instant, the sky was golden, but it was cut by the black wings, the earth was black, but it was boiled by the golden light, the fire and the flame devoured each other, and the red and the black grew and waned. That scene was like the Last Judgment, and it seemed like the beginning of creation. Chapter 1209. Wow! I hate my brother the most. I don't want a brother anymore. The little girl with twin ponytails pushed down the building block castle, and rushed out of the hall crying. The light bulb above her head was shaking slightly, the light was dim, there were old calendars on the wall, and a few certificates of honor. The home was old but warm, and there were cartoons on the black and white TV. 7-year-old Gao Yang stood in the living room, a little absent-minded. The brother and sister had quarreled over a small matter just now. Gao Yang had had enough. This time, he didn't want to give in to his sister, and his sister was really angry. Gao Yang got what he wanted, and made his sister cry, but he was not happy at all. Instead, he regretted it a little, and when he thought about being scolded by his mother later, he had a headache. It was dark, and he couldn't let his sister run around, he had to find her. Gao Xinxin. Annoying ghost. Gao Yang complained as he rushed out of the hall. It was dark, but fortunately there was moonlight. The front yard, the backyard, the alleys of the town streets, the rice piles in the fields behind the house, under the stone bridge of the creek. Gao Yang looked everywhere, but his sister was nowhere to be found. Gao Xinxin. Gao Yang began to get anxious and shouted loudly, Gao Xinxin, where are you? Don't hide. Come out. Go home with me, or Mom will be angry again. Gao Yang shouted blindly, and suddenly, he remembered that there was another place, which was the secret foundation that his sister had discovered a few days ago. Gao Yang ran away, and soon came to a small cave at the foot of the back mountain. It was late at night, and the cave was pitch black. It looked like a terrible monster would rush out at any time. Gao Yang looked at the dark cave entrance and shuddered. But he still mustered up his courage, walked to the entrance of the cave, and shouted inside, Gao Xinxin. Are you there? Go away. Sure enough, his sister's voice came from the cave. Gao Xinxin. Come out quickly. Go home with me. Gao Yang said in a very aggressive tone, if you don't listen, I won't play with you anymore. If you don't want to play, Then don't play. I hate you. Go to hell. Gao Xinxin was also angry. Swish. A small stone was thrown out and hit Gao Yang's forehead. Ah! Gao Yang gasped in pain, and he reached out and touched it, and it was bleeding. You actually hit me. Gao Yang was also angry, picked up a small stone at his feet, and threw it into the cave. Gao Yang didn't hear the sound of the stone hitting the wall, nor did he hear Gao Xinxin's voice. The small stone seemed to be thrown into an abyss. Gao Yang regretted it immediately after throwing the stone, and he shouted into the dark cave again, Gao Xinxin. No one answered. Gao Yang panicked. Could it be that his sister was eaten by the big fish in the dark? Grandma often told the brother and sister that they should not go out at night. There is a kind of fish in the dark that will eat disobedient children. Gao Xinxin. Gao Yang could no longer care about anything else and rushed into the cave. When he walked into the darkness, his eyes could see things clearly inside. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. His sister was still there. She huddled in the corner of the wet rock wall and sobbed softly. My brother hit me. My brother hit me. I want to tell my mother. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Gao Yang hurried over and hugged his sister. I didn't mean it. I didn't want to hit you. I wanted to help you fight the big fish in the dark. Let's go quickly, otherwise the big fish will come to eat us. Go away. I don't want you to care. Gao Xinxin pushed Gao Yang away with force. Gao Yang stumbled and fell to the ground. His palm scraped against the rough ground and it stung. Gao Yang raised his hand, and it was bleeding. He was furious. Why are you so disobedient? Why can't you just go home with me? Gao Yang was about to get angry when he saw the sunflower doll in Gao Xinxin's arms. That was Gao Yang's birthday gift for his sister. In fact, it was bought secretly by his mother, and Gao Yang gave it to his sister on her birthday. Gao Xinxin was so happy after receiving the gift that she would take it with her, and even sleep with it at night. When the sunflower was dirty, Gao Xinxin would ask her mother to give it a bath. When the sunflower was broken, Gao Xinxin would ask her grandmother to sew it. When the sunflower was thin, Gao Xinxin would ask her father to feed it with cotton. A toy doll worth a few dollars, patched up, no longer looks the same, but it is still Gao Xinxin's most precious thing. Gao Yang's heart softened. He wiped his bloody hands on his clothes a few times, hugged his sister again, and said in a gentle and sincere voice, Sister, brother is wrong, let's go home. I won't build a vampire castle, I will build a princess castle for you, okay? Gao Xinxin didn't push Gao Yang away this time. Her nose twitched. After a while, she raised her head aggrievedly. Her clear eyes flickered in the dark. You keep your word. I promise to keep my word. Gao Yang stretched out his hand. Come on, let's make a pinky promise. Well, pinky promise. Gao Xinxin stretched out her hand and hooked Gao Yang's little finger. Let's go! Let's go home. Gao Yang took Gao Xinxin's hand and walked out of the dark cave together. The two strolled in the fields. The sky was full of stars. The night wind was blowing. The cicadas and frogs were chirping. The world after dark was not scary at all. But the moon above their heads was nowhere to be found. The brother and sister returned home happily, and at this time, the building blocks on the floor of the living room disappeared. It must be that Mom put them back in the box. Gao Yang let go of Gao Xinxin's hand. Wait a minute, I go find them. Brother. Gao Xinxin called Gao Yang. Let's play tomorrow, I'm sleepy. Gao Yang thought about it. Okay. After this round of tossing, he was also tired. Gao Yang took his sister back to Grandma's room. Gao Xinxin had always slept with Grandma, but tonight, Grandma was not in the room. Gao Xinxin went to bed obediently, holding the patched sunflower. When Gao Yang was about to leave, Gao Xinxin called him. Brother, I'm a little scared. Can you wait until I fall asleep before leaving? Okay. Gao Yang said. Gao Xinxin then closed her eyes with peace of mind. After a while, Gao Xinxin said again, Brother, I'm a little cold. Gao Yang was stunned, and then he found that there was no blanket on Grandma's bed. It was a little cold in the summer nights in the countryside, and a thin blanket was needed. Gao Yang looked around, but couldn't find it anywhere. He had to take off his clothes and gently covered his sister. Are you still cold now? No. Gao Xinxin smiled obediently. After a while, Gao Xinxin said coquettishly, Brother, tell me another story. Grandma tells me stories every night. Okay, I tell you one. Gao Yang was about to open his mouth, but found that he couldn't think of any story in his mind. He frowned and tried hard to think, and finally thought of some fragments of stories without a beginning or an end. He didn't care too much and started to talk. The fox said, To me, you are just a little boy, just like thousands of other little boys. I don't need you. You don't need me. To you, I am just a fox, no different from thousands of other foxes. But if you tame me, we will need each other. To me, you are the only little boy in my world, and to you, I am the only fox in your world. Brother. Gao Xinxin gently interrupted Gao Yang, his voice sad. Is this story a fairy tale? Gao Yang was stunned, and finally remembered, yes, it is a fairy tale. But I don't like fairy tales. Gao Xinxin was a little disappointed. Why? Because I grew up. Chapter 12:10. The entire block was completely reduced to ruins. Above the ruins, there were red and black flames everywhere, like a voluptuous sea of flowers. After the sea of flowers bloomed, only a faint tiredness and loneliness remained. The indifferent white moon was also tired of the bustle, and its light returned, dyeing everything back to black, white and gray, as if this was the essence of the world. In the center of the ruins, a disabled boy with missing arms and legs sat on the ground, holding a pale and slender girl tightly in his arms. The girl's black hair was messy, blood was flowing from all 7 orifices, and there were only 2 empty holes in her eyes. All her clothes were burned, and the scales covering her body faded, leaving only a pale and cold body. She was covered with a tattered coat with the energy of the golden holy cloth. The coat was turning from gold to red little by little, because the girl's heart was completely destroyed and blood was still pouring out. The heavy rain stopped at some point. Under the white moon, a strange golden arc of light appeared above the ruins. It was the remnant of the collision of 2 terrible energies. Gao Yang said in a hoarse voice, "Rainbow." Gao Xinxin and Gao Yang's arms did not answer. Her empty eyes could no longer see the rainbow. "Xinxin, look." Gao Yang shook Gao Xinxin hard. "It's a rainbow." Gao Xinxin still did not answer. Why didn't she answer? Gao Yang slowly lowered his head and found Gao Xinxin's body. "Ah, I remember. I dug out my sister's heart. So my sister can't see the rainbow." Gao Yang slowly raised his head. Moon City. A battle broke out at the abandoned dock that had long been forgotten by the prosperous city. Laser cannons blasted the earth into pieces, and flames shot up into the sky. The boy in high-tech combat uniform was covered in blood and sat on the ground. He was holding a broken and cold girl humanoid weapon in his arms. The core energy in her chest was damaged, and her artificial eye exploded. The boy was heartbroken and howled at the sky. A prosperous city. The 2 largest local gangs were fighting each other. The hail of bullets swept the once quiet streets mercilessly. There were screams, cries, and curses everywhere. In the distant streets, the sirens of police cars could be heard faintly. The boy in a suit was covered in blood and sat on the ground. He was holding a girl in a white dress. She was shot in the chest, and her eyes were out of focus. The boy was heartbroken and howled at the sky. An ancient battlefield. On the Gobi Desert, there was yellow sand all over the sky, and there were dead soldiers, horses and broken halberds and swords everywhere. There was a river of blood everywhere, and lives were devastated. The young man in golden armor was covered in blood and sat on the ground. He was holding a female general in silver armor. She was shot in the chest, and her eyes were bleeding. The young man was heartbroken and howled at the sky. Magic Canyon. The bodies of humans, dwarves, elves, giants, and orcs filled the valley. There were chopping and screaming everywhere. The black dragon and the red dragon in the sky were spitting flames at each other. The wizard controlled the magic circle, and the gorgeous light was flying all over the sky. The young man dressed as a brave man was covered in blood and sat on the ground. He was holding a girl in a magic robe. Her heart was pierced by black magic, and her eyes were melted. The young man was heartbroken and howled at the sky. Ancient times. Countless immortal cultivators were setting up arrays to fight. They went up to the sky and into the earth. The sword energy was like a rainbow, the light was brilliant, and the dragon roared in the sky. A young man in a green robe was covered in blood, sitting on the ground. He was holding a girl in a white dress. She was hit on the chest, her soul was scattered, and her eyes were dim. The young man was heartbroken and screamed to the sky. "Ah!" At that moment, the roars of countless young men broke through the barriers of time and space, converged together, and turned into layers of illusory shadows. The illusory shadows continued to overlap, tended to be profound, and finally turned into a real point. The real point was like a bullet that never stopped, piercing all time and space, squeezing out a boring, monotonous, lingering sound. Ong. Gao Yang had tinnitus again. He was covered in blood, sitting on the ground, holding his sister's body. He looked up at the sky, without roaring, crying, or shedding tears. Nothing happened. The young men watched quietly until the rainbow disappeared. Congratulations. Lucky breakthrough to level 7.